after the game, their ceiling is the Final Four. And I don't think there's anything on offense they can't do. The problem is, like you said, they just ran out of gas defensively. And it got to the point where Eric Daly was getting whatever he wanted. Trent Perry had a phenomenal game. I mean, Donovan Dent, he had the game winner, but he wasn't shooting efficiently from the field. They were just getting tired. So I think that it's a little high. I would agree with you. I'm not going to say I think Illinois is going to win outright, but I think it'll be very close. I think that line is perfect for 1.5 because I think we kind of saw with Adai Mara. He can get overwhelmed quickly if you just out-physical him. Duke did that and it worked out.
I think I'm going to stay away from the line, but Illinois under 78.5 team total is what I'm going to do. Because do you want to know how many times Michigan's had that number exceeded on them? 3 times the entire year. So there's scenarios that Illinois wins the game and still finishes under that number. So I like betting the under with Illinois, which I know is not fun to do because they're the underdog, they're at home, and you're rooting against fun things happening. But there you go. I'm the sucker on Cooper Flagg or on Konkanippel to win Rookie of the Year, and Illinois' team total under we're on as well. That's what we're doing. So,
I love having great games right before we go on air.
I don't like it so much because I don't watch the game as closely as I should because I'm putting together all this stuff that you have to do to build a show such as this. And I don't pay attention as much as I would like to. I don't have the nuts and bolts. I got to rewatch Michigan State, Purdue, the final 10 minutes. And because I wasn't as locked in as I wanted to be. And I don't have Peacock. That's a problem. At least the game tonight's not on Peacock. There's that. We were talking about Anthony Richardson. How about we talk about the guys who were taken in front of him in his 2023 draft? Because they were hanging out tonight. That's next.
There's some big names on the trade block. Jalen Waddle, Max Crosby, A.J. Brown. Where are they going? And how will the moves impact your team? We'll tell you as it happens. Westwood One Sports.
Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich creamy Frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like 2 delicious desserts just high-fived, snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate Frosty perfection. So, swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
This is Steve Smith here, former NFL wide receiver and host of the 89 Show on YouTube. In football, any sign of weakness can be used against you. So, I always put on a tough front. But inside, I was struggling mentally on how and what to do. It takes years to understand that only by opening up could I begin to overcome them. If you need someone to open up to, BetterHelp Online Therapy can help. Visit BetterHelp. That's betterhelp.com/89 to get started.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like an estate planner.
Per the contents of the will, all assets go to, what does that say? Ragutataya Yaminayat. Yeah, I don't know. I was in a weird place when I wrote this.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus an extra $100 off all mattresses. And Saturday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
When you were a little kid and you thought about what you wanted to be, teaching was at the top of your list. But things changed. And as you got older, teaching didn't seem like the best option anymore. So you're thinking you'll be something else. But what would your 12-year-old self say? Now you want to be a doctor. You don't think teachers save lives? 25 at a time. An actress? Try playing a different role every time the bell rings. How about a scientist? Ever heard of physics? Chemistry? Who do you think teaches that? Teachers today are breaking down obstacles, finding innovative ways to instill old lessons, and taking learning far beyond the four walls of the classroom. It's time to recognize that great things are happening in teaching and put it back on your list. Don't try to convince yourself otherwise. You had it right the first time.
Find out how you can make more at teach.org. Make more. Teach. Brought to you by Teach and the Ad Council.
It only takes a minute to find out if you may have prediabetes, and you can do it at doihaveprediabetes.org. But you're probably not going to. Nope. I'm sure you've got a perfectly good excuse. Kids, work. I get it. You're busy. So what better time than now? Let's begin. Raise one finger if you're a man. Ladies, none yet. Oh, count in your head if you're driving. Now, 3 more fingers for everyone over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40, 1 more if you're not physically active, another finger if anyone in your family has type 2 diabetes, another if you've got high blood pressure. If you're overweight, raise another finger, 2 if you're very overweight, and 3 if you're really overweight. You've just taken the world's first audio prediabetes test. And if you're holding up 5 or more fingers, visit doihaveprediabetes.org or talk to your doctor. There's no excuse because prediabetes can be reversed.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
I'm Sally, a volunteer at United Way. I'm asking people around the neighborhood what they think this place needs. Excuse me, hi. What do you think this place needs?
I'd like to see more parking.
More playgrounds.
Free movies. That's easy. Better restaurants.
And you, what do you think this place needs?
This place? More ice cream trucks.
Okay. How about you?
Wi-Fi everywhere?
I was thinking more money in the pockets of local families come tax time.
Can I change my answer?
I was just kidding about the ice cream.
Oh, that's way better. Now that you mention it.
When it comes to getting better tax refunds into the hands of local families, what this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org. Because great things happen when we live united. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Josh Graham.
Just doesn't hit the same without the youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham, jamming to DOA. Did you ever hear John Mayer perform DOA with Jay-Z? He was out there and playing that guitar riff, and it was one of the hardest things I've ever heard. Almost as cool as the time right before Letterman retired. Letterman was my guy. That was my introduction to late night TV. Love David Letterman. And right before he was about to retire, John Mayer apparently asked David Letterman, "Is there a song you'd like me to perform? Doesn't even have to be one of my songs. Is there a song you'd like to hear?" He took requests. And the song he said was, "It's a little bit of a bear. Might have to get some cardio in. But can you perform Don McLean's American Pie?" And it took 9-10 minutes. But John Mayer did that. And that really stands out. So, John Mayer, a real one. Seen him in concert. But he is afflicted, though. Didn't think I was going to go down this path right now. We'll get to football in a second. And also to John Shire, who was kind enough to join us tonight, the head coach of the number 1 team in the land. But John Mayer is afflicted, or at least he was when I saw him in concert, with this need or this want to talk a lot. I hate that at shows. I hate that, where John Mayers just start talking about, it feels like we got love in the air tonight. And then starts talking for about 5 minutes. Hey, man, can you play Waiting on the World to Change? Can you give me Slow Dancing in a Burning Room, please? went to a U2 show. A similar thing happened where Bono's like, listen here, Mr. President. Okay. Can we hear Sunday Bloody Sunday, please? I saw the reverse of this too, though. I'll take the reverse where T-Pain showed up and he just played hits and he never so much as said, hey, what's going on, North Carolina? Nothing. Not, hey, it's good to see everybody. Thanks for coming out tonight. He just played hit after hit after hit, and then he left. And it was amazing. I wanted a cigarette afterwards, and I don't even smoke.
Great cover album, T-Pain. Great cover album.
He played some Queen, and then he played all of his hits, and then he left. It was amazing. I'd take that every time. More than Bono. Listen here, Mr. President. Knock yourself out with whatever. I'm here to hear your music. And if it goes on for about 5 or 6 minutes where I'm not hearing music, honestly, the worst example, one of my favorite artists is Ben Folds. Ben Folds put out a book. And one of the first dates I went on with my wife, we went to a show where we watched Ben Folds. And he pulled out his book, sat on the piano, and read a chapter of his book. A chapter. Not a paragraph, not a short excerpt. My man sat on the piano and for 10 minutes read a chapter of his book. And we all stood there, standing level section near the stage, watching a man read a book.
Who is Ben Folds?
Oh, you don't know Ben Folds? Ben Folds from Ben Folds 5?
What on earth is that?
Huge in the 90s. And just,
he does fall into a category of something that we discussed yesterday, but that's not like a good category to fall into.
What is that?
That dude's been divorced 5 times. Like, buddy, you gotta keep it a boyfriend girlfriend from this point forward. Is he still alive? I don't know if he's still alive.
Yes, he absolutely is.
I don't think I've heard a single song of this dude's before.
Well, then let me just. He went mega viral a couple decades ago because he wrote a melody and wrote new music behind a song that I can't say the words to on air right now. There was an NWA song or a Dr. Dre song called B Words Ain't S Word. And Ben Folds,
it's a good song,
covered this and turned it into a really sad song. And it was very good. I'm shocked you don't know who Ben Folds is. It's a little shocking because I know how much you like music. In terms of what he's best at, there's a song called The Luckiest that was the song that me and my wife danced to, our first dance song, The Luckiest. And there's another song that was the first song I listened to when my son was born. Still Fighting It is the name of the song. Excellent song about fatherhood. Still Fighting It. So there you go. If you need 2 songs to be introduced to.
How's his book?
Was it great? The Luckiest and Still Fighting It. You know what? Let's just hear from the head coach of the number 1 team in the land. Last call for phone calls. Is it bad that D-Day doesn't know who Ben Folds is? 310-840-4910. In the meantime, we had an exclusive interview with the head coach of the number 1 team in the country earlier. Here was John Shire on Westwood One Sports Night. Here's a friendly reminder that Westwood One Sports is the exclusive audio home of the NCAA tournament and the Final Four. But to tip off March Madness, our team will actually be carrying next week's Duke North Carolina game from Cameron Indoor Stadium in Durham, and we're now being joined by the head coach of the number 1 team in the land. It is Blue Devil coach John Shire. John, whether it was a local hit or while you were trying to watch a Carolina Hurricanes playoff hockey game or otherwise, it's always been appreciated how you've made time for us, including on this new national venture. So thank you and welcome.
Absolutely. Hopefully we have better luck than the last time I was at the Hurricanes game with how that went. So I take responsibility and glad to be with you.
Last season's Duke team wasn't ranked number 1 in the country until March the 10th. And then, of course, they went to the Final Four in San Antonio. We often hear coaches like you say, you want to have your team playing its best basketball heading into March. So how close is this team to being what you envisioned when you were building this roster in the offseason?
Well, I think we're closer for sure. This group has grown as much as any group that I've coached, Josh. You know, they've and again, I'm saying this when they were really good at the beginning of the year. But I think the way that we've come together, specifically in the defensive end, has been just a joy to coach. Offensively, I think we're learning what our strengths are even better, individually and collectively. We're getting close. I don't feel we're all the way there by any means, but we're trending in the right direction, and we have to work every day to make sure we keep that edge too.
Going back to last spring briefly, rather than turning the page from your Final Four heartbreak against Houston, you made the decision not to burn the tape, not to turn the page. You immediately rewatched it because you said last summer you wanted to learn from it. And one thing you said you took away from it was wishing you could have prepared your team better. That team was 1-4 in games decided by 6 points or fewer. This team, your record's 5-2 by the same margins. And we heard you on Saturday night even making that point in the press conference. Hey, this team plays really well in close games. What, if anything, has changed in your approach to coaching late game execution?
Well, one, I think it's important to understand. I don't care how good somebody is. You know, I'm fortunate, as you know, Josh. I've coached some special guys, especially the last 2 years with National Player of the Year type guys, right? And they're still in situations they've never been in before. So not that we didn't rehearse last year. I want to double down on how you rehearse those situations in practice, not just doing them, but also, all right, here's what we're looking for and why. How does that feel to you? And trying to get, it's not about how I feel in those moments. It's about how they feel. And so the back and forth conversations, I think, has been really helpful. Also, you need guys that look, it's the last 2 years I've had this. Those guys aren't afraid of the moment either. But I think it's very important to just be on the same page. Here's what we're looking for and why. If they take this away, here's what the counter is, and down the line. So for me, the rehearsal has been really important for us.
Duke coach John Shire with us here on Westwood One Sports Night. In the spirit of discussing the lengths of your preparation strategies, let's play a quick game of true or false. True or false, you schedule early off-season non-conference home games 2 days apart in order to simulate the one-day preps you'll see in the NCAA tournament.
True.
True or false, despite Michigan and Duke being Nike schools, you requested that you both play with a Wilson ball last weekend rather than a Nike ball because you'll be using Wilson balls in the tournament.
True.
One more, true or false, you scheduled the Michigan game in Washington, D.C. because that's the same building that hosts a regional in the East bracket, and there's a chance you might be playing there in the Sweet 16 or Elite 8.
It's not fully true. It's not fully false. That played a part in it. But also you're looking for neutral ground somewhere in between. And we had played in New York. We had played in Chicago. Naturally, Washington was the right fit for many reasons.
I'm glad the answer was maybe, because that would not be normal behavior, John.
I'll admit to you, I don't think I'm normal with my behavior. So I have no problems admitting that. But that's not, I also want to tell you the truth, which it wasn't fully just true, and it wasn't fully just false.
A few more quick things. How much have you been following the Rookie of the Year race in the NBA?
Closely.
It's been well documented that Con and Cooper were roommates last season at Duke.
Yeah.
What role does the coach play in rooming assignments on the road?
They were actually roommates at home. They were roommates the whole year on campus.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So they're roommates all year. And so every day those guys, just made each other better, right? The way they're wired, the way they work. So that led to just really good friendship, but also competitiveness. You name it.
in all seriousness, by watching the success they've enjoyed in the best basketball league in the world, in what ways do you think those guys sacrificed in terms of individual production by choosing to play together and play at a place like Duke?
Yeah, well, I think you can definitely say if they wanted to score more, average more points here at Duke, they could have done that as well. I mean, Cooper Flagg, man, we had a lot of games where we had big time leads, and Cooper was getting his guys shots. That's what he did. Con, again, it was about winning. So if they wanted to be about stats, even here, they could have done that. Secondly, of course, they could have gone somewhere else, and it's just about them, and that's it. But they wanted the biggest challenge. That's how those guys are wired. And they weren't afraid of competition within the team, of carving out a role, and they weren't afraid of the target being on their back, being a Duke, and what that means also. But no question, you have to be wired a certain way. And fortunately for me, both those guys wanted the things I'm talking about.
I only got about 30 seconds. Let's play perhaps the most important question. Let's close with the most important thing. How fired up that the Cubs signed Alex Bregman this offseason?
I'm glad we're getting to the important stuff. I like where my Cubbies are going. My guy Dansby Swanson, I think, is a big time winner. I love PCA. We got a good thing going. Bregman's going to add. We needed one more bat. I think Bregman's going to help us a lot, and I'm looking forward to seeing him.
John Shire, we'll see you at Duke Carolina on Westwood One next week. Hopefully at the Final Four on Westwood One as well. Thank you so much for making the time for us.
Absolutely. Thanks, Josh.
What was your highlight from John Shire's visit with us tonight, D-Day?
I loved the scheduling, and I've told you this multiple times. I loved the scheduling answer because I'm fascinated with what goes into the mind frame of coaches when it comes to scheduling big games like that and thinking about how this is going to impact and be helpful, beneficial to us in the long run. That to me was wonderful. And I actually don't think, I'm with him, I don't think it's crazy that he wanted to schedule a game in D.C. knowing that they could be playing in D.C. I actually think that's very smart.
He is a smart guy. He's also from Chicago, where Patrick Beverley said people in Chicago used to call him White Mike.
He was a bucket.
He was. Let's go to Brandon in Chicago. Brandon, did you ever refer to John Shire as White Mike? Oh, we lost him. 310-840-4910. We were also on the subject of D-Day not knowing who Ben Folds was.
I bet Brandon was going to tell me who Ben Folds was.
Gosh, I wish that was the case. You were thinking, like, your reaction was that Ben Folds himself had just called the show. He's going to tell us.
We are national. Ben Folds could be listening. I don't know if he likes sports.
To quote John Hamm in The Town, talking to Claire at the end, we are a national organization, Claire.
Honestly, thank God he didn't. He probably would not have liked the divorce comment that I made. That would be a tough way to get introduced to Ben Folds.
Well, especially the context of that man authored the song that I danced with my bride to on my wedding day, The Luckiest, and the song that was playing when my son was welcomed into the world was Still Fighting It by Ben Folds.
It's an interesting dichotomy because you have such powerful moments tied to him, and I was like, damn, this guy's been divorced 5 times. He should probably stop.
He's the one that's influencing the numbers negatively.
Yeah.
In terms of the percentage of marriages that end in divorce.
Yeah, you came with stats yesterday.
I did. I come to the table with stats, whether it's Duke basketball or marriage facts. I don't have any stats related to Ben Folds 5, but they were pretty big in the 90s. And I was putting together the list of the 5 artists that are most meaningful to Josh Graham, and I'm struggling a little bit. I think I have it narrowed down pretty good. The non-negotiables at the top, it's the Avett Brothers, it's Coldplay. I'm going to put Ben Folds in there for the purpose of this segment for sure. But then it's, it's 4 or 5 artists / groups for 2 spots. You're talking about Kanye. Yes, it's okay to say you like Kanye's music. Boomers, if it's okay for boomers to say that Michael Jackson's their favorite artist, I'm fine with saying Kanye, the music, belongs in my top 5. Maybe, because Taylor Swift has something to say about it. The Killers, John Mayer. I'm probably going to get Taylor Swift bumped out of here. So now
You definitely
you're
can't
talking
have
about
Taylor Swift in if Kanye's in there. Like, you're not allowed to have them on the same list. That graphic does not work.
I'm going to let you finish, Taylor. But John Mayer had the greatest album of all time. So I have 3 in. Taylor's out. So now it's 3 artists for 2 spots. It's John Mayer, The Killers, and Kanye West for those 2 spots. For the sake of diversity, Kanye West is going to be in this group.
It pops me how much you love Coldplay. I have never met somebody that loves Coldplay the way that you love Coldplay.
Man. U2's probably in the conversation.
I like Coldplay. Like, that's not a knock on Coldplay. I have never found someone that loves them as much as you do.
Have you
like,
ever seen
Yellow's
the
a banger.
40-year-old? Have you ever seen the 40-year-old virgin?
No, we've talked about this.
There's a scene in there that doesn't age well, that quotes Coldplay, that most of the people listening to our voices right now know exactly what I'm talking about. Probably. I'm going to have Kanye in that 5, and if that results in the end of my career, well, it was a great run. I'm going to go out listening
I wouldn't fall
to
on the sword for him. I would not.
I'm going to go out listening to Famous and probably the Graduation album in whole. The last spot, is it The Killers or is it John Mayer? Man. Just because I feel like they're on fewer lists, I'll say The Killers.
How many albums do the Killers have? I only know the one.
Not a lot. It's a Luke Kuechly-like career for the Killers. But very high volume in the time that he was there. So there you go. There's my 5 the 5 artists that I love the most, that mean the most to Josh Graham. It's the Avett Brothers, it's Coldplay, it's Ben Folds, it's Kanye West, and it's the Killers. Those are the 5. How do you feel about that, D-Day? You gonna let me get the ox?
We have I'll let you take the ox. Like, I like Coldplay. Like, Coldplay has some slappers. I did listen to one of their albums fully through once, but that was because my phone died and I bought an iPad to listen to on a plane ride from Iceland on a now extinct airline. Paid like $20 for it. It was very overpriced.
The Scientist by Coldplay, my favorite song. Period. Not just
Period.
by Coldplay. The Scientist by Coldplay. Period.
It's a great song. It's one of my favorite.
What do we
Coldplay
have?
songs.
Bang. What do we have and put it to bed?
There's a new way to get a 100-mile-per-hour fastball, and I'll tell it to you next.
How long will the Steelers wait for a decision from Aaron Rodgers? Or could Mike McCarthy and company be in the market for a QB like Malik Willis in free agency? Wait, what? Westwood One Sports.
Navy Federal Credit Union can help you dominate debt with the Platinum Card. Transfer your credit card balance to the Platinum Card within your first 60 days and get a 0% intro APR for 12 months. Our members could save thousands of dollars over the promo period. Visit NavyFederal.org/platinum. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. After the intro rate expires, variable APRs are 10.24% to 18% based on credit worthiness. Rates are subject to change. ATM fees for cash advances are up to $1 at non-Navy Federal ATMs. Offer ends 3/31/2026.
Whoa, Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Whoa, like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Want consistent color for every job? Milo's Pro Rewards members get a 20% paint discount on future purchases after paint annual qualifying spend reaches $3,000. Plus, order eligible in-stock paint and paint supplies by 2 p.m. for free same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Improving is easy at Lowe's. Excludes spray paint and mist tints. More exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Subject to change. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Same-day delivery valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. Details at Lowe's.com/same-day delivery.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real US-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
8-6. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group.
My husband, Alex Hussey, was hit by an IED in Afghanistan.
I was point man on foot patrol, and I stopped on the bomb. Lost my legs, my left hand in an explosion.
And he suffered a severe traumatic brain injury.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
There are so many mountains to climb, and we do it together.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
Seeing Alex learning how to snow ski, that's life-changing.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Alex did it. He skied down this mountain. That's something he won't forget.
With the right support, there are no limits.
To see him on that slope and smiling like that, we'll be taking this home.
This has meant so much. Thank you, DAV.
Alex Hussey, thank you for your service. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Josh Graham.
You at least know who the Avett brothers are, right, D-Day?
Very much so.
Good. I know that Drake Toll, who you'll hear at 6 Eastern Time, huge Avett brothers fan. We connect over that quite a bit. Bet he probably knows who Ben Folds is. Oliver doesn't. You think Addie Bates knows who Ben Folds is?
If there was anyone that I would be convinced knows an obscure music person, it would be Addie Bates.
Settle down on obscure. Obscure. He was huge in the 90s. Ben Folds 5. It's a... Anyway.
Obscure,
I'm sure
yes.
they know all about it. Let's close out today's program. By the way, make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel. Do it. Do it. Go to the YouTube channel, search Westwood One Sports Night, find the John Shire interview if you missed it, and all of our other great clips, and that's how you can help us a great deal. Let's close out today's program by putting it to bed.
Well, Josh, if you've ever wanted to be able to throw a fastball 100 miles per hour, I have the blueprint for you. Or at least Ryan Lambert of the New York Mets has the blueprint for you. He clocked 100.9 miles per hour in a Double-A game last year, and now he's sharing his methods of how he got there. Are you sitting down for this? I'm stunned by this.
Well, I'm on video. I am sitting down.
I don't know if you're doing a McAfee bit or you're standing up.
Hammer down.
Anyway, he ate 900 raw eggs in a month, and he attributes that to building the necessary strength to deliver a fastball 100.9 miles per hour. Have you ever consumed a raw egg before?
Yes.
Not in the form of cookie dough.
Yes.
Like just raw egg to the dome.
Yes, Rocky style.
How was it?
Not great. Didn't feel that it helped me all that much, if we're being honest.
You just do it once?
If you could throw a pitch 100 miles an hour or you could dunk, what would you prefer?
Dunk?
I don't know.
Like pretty easily. How often are you going to throw 100 miles an hour? I could dunk on people all the time. It'd be great.
How often are you going to use that other than in the context of playing basketball?
Putting my nuts on somebody's neck? I could think of a lot of times where I'd be willing to do that. Could you imagine someone's just being obnoxious in like a Costco line and then you just run up and dunk on? Oh my God, it'd be amazing. Like, I don't want to like throw a grapefruit 100 miles an hour at him. That'd be very dangerous.
Shout out to those, by the way, an encouragement for the YouTube comments. You can, or those watching on YouTube, Westwood One Sports Night, we can get to you a little bit quicker in real time. This one's pretty good. Just got a new ox or a new car. Had no ox on the way to the gym. Well, how about you keep that ox away?
What are we lifting?
Your show is on the radio. Y'all have given me good laughs. Keep the content going. Does that mean that you're not going to look for an ox anymore?
Well, you could look for the ox and just subscribe to our podcast.
There you go. Boom. Bang, bang. Fire it up. Well, he is watching on YouTube, so I guess he liked us enough to listen on the radio and then find us on YouTube. And then this one's pretty good. Who's the boss today? We all know we hate bosses because they try to fire us for smoking dope. I hope this one's nice.
I don't know. Do you think Armin would let us smoke dope?
No. I don't think he would.
Not on air.
I don't think he would. It doesn't seem like it. I don't think that's his bag, baby. Personally. On that note, thanks to John Shire for joining us. Thanks to Oliver Shack for producing this, or for taking calls and board hopping this program. And also thanks to the great Denton Day, who I imagine is related to Ryan Day, but frankly, we haven't discussed it yet. Maybe we'll do that on a free-for-all Friday. Who knows? It'll be great fun, and we hope you're with us, starting your weekend the right way. Free-for-all Friday, Westwood One Sports Night.
This is Westwood One Sports.
In the automotive industry, time and trust mean everything. Miss an electrical problem, and it can mean big problems for your operation. That's why Napa believes in testing the 5 critical components in every vehicle: the battery, starter, alternator, relay, and serpentine belt. And why we deliver the parts, tools, and expertise you need to catch problems before they become breakdowns. So test every vehicle and trust the name that keeps your bays busy and your business moving full speed ahead.
Never know how.
Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich creamy frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like two delicious desserts just high-fived, snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate frosty perfection. So, swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating.
Ollie's deals are so good, you won't believe the prices.
This has to be a joke.
It's no joke. Ollie's Bargain Outlet sells famous brand name merchandise at up to 70% off the fancy store prices. Hurry in.
Ollie! Good stuff, cheap!
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
The H&S family of bakeries brings you delicious favorites to enjoy, including 647 bread, potato rolls, Omega Me Crazy, and the classics like Schmidt Blue Ribbon Bread. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt Baking Company is your hometown baker.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like nuclear reactor safety expert.
I disabled the backup cooling system. It was making such an annoying noise. You heard it, right? It was like,
We're on the countdown to core failure.
And you're saying we don't want that?
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If your heating system goes down and your kids are saying,
Daddy, I'm cold,
getting the heat back on feels like an emergency because it is one. It's why we prioritize it as an emergency no heat call at Amazing. We take this personally. You're trusting us to fix this for you fast. And that's exactly what we're going to do. My amazing heating techs, who I've personally vetted and trained, will get your system fixed and pumping out heat ASAP, guaranteed. And if easy payment plans make sense for you, we have them, even on repairs. I started Amazing because my last boss pressured me to push sales of new systems instead of just fixing the problem. And I simply wouldn't do that. Honest repairs and respect for the homeowner are foundational. And that matters more than ever when you're without heat in the freezing cold. So I promise, if you call Amazing with emergency no heat, we'll come through for you and your family.
C-A-L-L-A, amazing.
Go to callamazing.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Brought to you by Ollie's Bargain Outlet.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real US-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. As you're headed out the door this morning, the Beltway is in good shape. No problems on the inner loop or the outer loop. And the tunnels in Baltimore City running smoothly. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Baltimore's young talent leads the charge.
Sanchez smokes it up the middle. It's a base hit to win the game. 20-year-old Jordan Sanchez scores 21-year-old Aaron Estrada.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Jordan Sanchez drives in the winning run for the Birds as they beat the Tigers 6-5, winning their third straight. Tyler O'Neill with a big day, hitting his first homer of the spring in the first inning, and Kobe Mayo continued his hot start, driving in a pair. But with the good, you got to take the bad. Catcher Samuel Basayo left the game as a precautionary measure after an apparent oblique injury. Here's manager Craig Albernaz with an update on his budding superstar.
To me, he could have stayed in the game, but that was me being the voice of reason to get him out of there and make sure everything is fine.
The Birds get back on the diamond this afternoon in a matchup against the Pirates, with Shane Boz towing the rubber for the first time as an Oriole. First pitch is just after 1 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing warmer, highs in the mid-50s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. 105.7 The Fan.
In the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn on this fantastic feel-good Friday in Baltimore. Get your feet on the floor. Jumpstart your day with your boys. Ed Norris will join us in the 7 o'clock hour. Will join us around 6:55-ish. What's up, Jeremy?
What's up, man? It's a really nice shirt.
Thank you, sir.
Says three-peat on it,
Three-peat.
Rosedale, so that means Rob won a championship.
We won our championship last night.
Which begs the question.
Mid-Atlantic Independent Athletic Conference, 3 in a row.
Did you guys have a printer in the locker room, or those were kind of quick? Joe, I don't know if you see this. He has three-peat shirts on. Had they lost, there'd be someone in a small third world country wearing Rosedale three-peat shirts because you got these when?
I ordered them a couple weeks ago.
You son of a bitch, man. You are a son of a bitch. Like, I don't like messing with the gambling gods. I don't like, I get very superstitious about things of like talking it up.
Yeah.
And Rob just like, yeah, this is what we're going to do. And it was, it was an epic beating in that championship.
Hey, in my defense, in that same building, our house, about a month ago,
they beat y'all.
They handed us our only conference loss in 3 years.
Yeah.
They beat us. They hung 60-something points on us in that building.
And you felt some way about that?
They did? The girls did.
Yeah.
I didn't. So we 70-33.
Whoo.
Everybody played.
Yeah.
Everybody played.
On their team.
Everybody on our team played.
Yeah. No, look.
Kiki had a triple-double last night. She got the GOAT award. That's the MVP for the championship.
She just gave it to her beforehand. That's it. Look.
She messed around and had a triple-double.
Look, I've watched that girl for the past couple years coming out and getting a chance to see you guys play. And I'm hoping we get a chance to follow her college career here as well.
She'll be at Rhode Island. They play on TV.
She's special, man. She's really good.
Yeah, she'll be on TV at Rhode Island. Kamari Dawes, outstanding game as well. Molly, all guy, outstanding game. Jayla Speller, just Deja, Harry. The list goes on and on, man. And that's, stars win games. You got more than everybody else, you win games. Next game is Monday. I know people are like, well, you won a championship. What do you mean next game? Well, we play now for the state private school title.
I'm glad you said that because that's where I want to give Stephanie and Robbie a lot of credit for recruiting. Because as Rob alluded to, winning championships has nothing to do with coaching. It's about star players. So I'll run with that for a while.
Speaking of Stephanie, she pointed out to me yesterday. And I honestly, because when you're in the moment, you're in the moment. If you go back to Mount Carmel, won 4 championships in 5 years.
See, the weird thing is, it sounds like Stephanie's more of like a 4/5 glass full, and I'm more like a 1/5. What happened that one year?
Yeah, we did.
What happened?
we moved up to the A. We lost in the semifinals.
Yeah. No, but man, look, hey, I like to bust your chops more than probably anybody. But like, it's a great accomplishment, and the stuff that you put together at Rosedale, going over there and putting it together that quickly too. Yeah. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's been fun. We'll see what's next. 410-583-1057.
I'm glad I can contribute to the program by being a booster since I donate a lot of the winnings I make from the score getting run up. I hope this keeps following you for the rest of your coaching career. It's like, man, that's the guy that runs up the score.
Didn't Rashawn send you something?
I don't know if he sent me something. I think maybe before I laid down last night, I was scrolling.
Running the score up.
I was scrolling through social media, and I don't remember if it was Rashawn or somebody else. Somebody posted, like, damn, Rob, run a damn score up.
So if you don't know our setup, from our gym to where we have our pregame talk and all of that, there's a walkway. You got to go outside to get to it. So at halftime, who's waiting for me outside? Rashawn. Gonna keep the foot on the gas, Rob? I just looked at him. Good first half. Come back in, there's Rashawn. So it's like he made his presence known. But it was a great time. Had a lot of fun last night. The girls had a lot of fun. They were celebrating and when you sit your starters down in the fourth quarter and you let your bench play and have some fun. That's just cool, man. We did that in Pikesville game because I didn't think the 2 games we played against Riverdale Baptist in the regular season were close games. So I didn't know how deep I would be able to go in my bench, so we made sure everybody played in the Pikesville game. But last night, to have a chance to play your entire roster in a championship game,
that's great.
That's great. Everybody touches the floor and gets significant minutes. It's just outstanding.
And it gave you time to get those shirts printed during the game.
Yeah, that's what it was. We got a guy in the back. We got a guy.
Ooh. Hey man, did you see Rosedale had 3-peat shirts printed before the game?
Yes. Hey, quick story about that we move on. There's a kid on my team.
Who told you we're moving on? I'm talking about this stuff all day now.
That transferred from Springdale Prep. Her freshman year, she played at Springdale Prep. And she transferred to us this year, her sophomore year. Well, last year, we beat Springdale Prep in the championship. And she said last night, she said, you know what? Last year, when you all pulled those back-to-back shirts out, I felt some kind of way. I said, how you feel this year? Give me my shirt.
Good.
410-583-1057. It's a tradition. One of my assistant coaches, Laura Herman, the year we won at Mount Carmel, she said, how would you feel if I ordered some shirts today? I said, what do they say? He said, IAAM champs. I'm like, playoffs haven't started. Yeah, but if I order them today, they'll be ready for the championship game. I said, that's risky. She said, you said no? I said, no. I'm saying get them, but that's risky.
The cool thing about that is that let's say it had gone the other way. Ain't nobody got to know. It's a write-off. Nobody got to know.
So we've kept it going. We've kept it going, man. Somebody said one day it's going to blow up in your face. You know what I mean? Hey, you play the odds. 410-583-1057. It'd be a hell of a bonfire.
There's a great poet once named Young Jeezy that said, scared money don't make money. So to hell with all them.
It'd be a hell of a... Hey, it's still that time of the year where bonfire is appropriate. Throw them shirts out there and start a fire. Start that fire, man. Did you watch any of the combine?
Nope.
You know I don't.
I mean, like last night I was watching more college basketball and I had a busy-ass day yesterday, but I didn't watch any of it. I'll watch the highlights when it comes around. And probably, you know what? I used to be a guy that watched the combine as soon as it started. And then now, because my weekends are a little bit more free, I'll watch all that stuff over the weekend sitting at home while I'm doing work, doing all my gambling stuff. So, but yeah, I mean, look, the only things I really like to watch at the Combine, I like to see the highlights of some of the stuff I don't care about. 40-yard dash is fine, but like after you've watched it 5 times, you're like, okay. But I like watching the wide receivers, obviously. So I'll definitely get that in.
Really?
Yep.
Is this old news?
What?
What Ed sent to us about, it's old news, isn't it? Ryan Mallett. Why is he, yeah. It looked like Kyle Bowler first, didn't it?
That's what he said. Why is it on his feed when this happened 3 years ago?
But doesn't that look like Kyle Bowler, the picture?
Let me see. It is Kyle Bowler.
Yeah, they got the wrong picture for Ryan Mallett.
No, that's Mallett.
It is Mallett?
Nope, it's Chris Redmond. No, it's Mallett.
410-583-1057 is the number. Mike in Baltimore. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's happening, man? Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, did you pay $80 for one of those 3-peat shirts?
No, many shirts that I given him, and that cheap bum didn't even give me a 3-piece shirt. I was hurt, man. I was hurt. I've been to about 5 games.
To be fair, he said it's still charging. He'll give it to you when it gets charged up.
Hey, Jeremy, were you there?
No, I couldn't. Like, Rob and I were talking about this. I wanted to be there, but I was doing stuff with Mix 106.5's Radiothon yesterday. It was a long day.
Because I was making sure I wasn't sitting behind them ears, man.
Wow.
Now, y'all take care, man.
You too, man. Thanks a lot for the
you
call.
definitely want to saw who won the game.
Chris in Parkville. What's up, Chris?
Rob, how's it going?
All right, how are you?
Gentlemen, how's it going? Hopefully everything is going good. Just wanted to congratulate you and the ladies, Rob.
Thank you, sir.
It's got to be very rewarding doing what you do, beyond what some people can realize, watching these girls blossom into young ladies.
It is. It is very rewarding, Chris. I couldn't tell you how rewarding. It's very rewarding to see it happen and also to have them have that much success doing it.
Well, that's good. Good on you and good on the ladies. And you guys have a great weekend.
You too, my friend. Thank you very much.
The other thing I want to say here real quick is the last time I'm going to praise Rob for the year. Like, the one thing that I don't think people get to see is how hard you work making sure these kids are set up for college. Right. And look, I've coached, I've seen it firsthand where it's like, that's not part of my job.
Right.
Go ahead. If somebody approaches me, but like the different camps, the different tournaments he plays in, all the places he goes, it's putting eyes on those kids and it's giving them a great opportunity. And it's not just that, it's the follow-up.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure you're a part of all that. I know when you had one of your players go to Maryland, you had other players going to different colleges, and you were a big part of it, man. So hats off to you.
Appreciate that, man.
Yep, that's it.
Give out
no more
shovels at 7 o'clock, but on the other side, Samuel Basayo leaves Thursday game with an injury, although manager says they downplayed it. A couple of people downplayed it as well. We shall see. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a shit, and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
Traffic is brought to you by Dover International Speedway. Go to DoverMotorspeedway.com for tickets. Get ready for the weekend your crew's been waiting for. May 15th through 17th, NASCAR All-Star Weekend takes over Dover Motor Speedway. Turn them loose at the Monster Mile. Tailgates, camping, and big-time energy all weekend. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com or call 800-441-RACE.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com.
Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
Looking for your next home upgrade? Town Appliance in Owings Mills has you covered with the latest trends in kitchen, laundry, and outdoor appliances. Their chic, modern showroom off Reisterstown Road features over 70 trusted brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. Whether you're remodeling or just refreshing your space, the expert team, especially Mayor, makes it easy from start to finish. Visit the beautiful showroom. Call, text 410-364-4400, or shop online with nationwide delivery at townappliance.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. As you headed out the door this morning, the Beltway is in good shape. No problems on the inner loop or the outer loop. And the tunnels in Baltimore City running smoothly. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Lee into right field. That one's pinned into the gap. Neal slides to cut it off. And whoops a throw in. And that throw to the cutoff man's going to send Vierling home where he is out. And Samuel Basayo is holding his chest as he dove into Vierling for the tag. Samuel Basayo, this is a very uncomfortable sight.
And of course your immediate thought is don't be an oblique or intercostal or anything like that.
Samuel Basayo with 2 outs in the 3rd inning after making a lunging play to get an out at home. But leave this game.
That's the call on Masson, Kevin Brown. Very, very awkward situation for the Baltimore Orioles, a team that's already dealing with injuries, key injuries. This would be another one, if it is one, downplayed by Craig Albertaz. I spoke with some people down there as well, who also downplayed it.
Dean Kramer kind of downplayed it, didn't he? Did he say something like, I don't know the words exactly. I read it on Twitter, but like people were saying, hey, it's not as bad as people think.
Here's Craig Albertaz after the game.
To me, like, he could have stayed in the game, but that was me being the voice of reason to get him out of there and make sure everything is fine.
Is he going to be undergoing any other further testing?
I have no idea. I don't think so. Nothing I've heard, but like I said, that was on me. Completely precautionary just to get him out of the game. It's February 26th.
So did he get kicked? Did he just twist the wrong way?
I think he probably twisted the wrong way. Did you see him in the bullpen after during the game?
No.
Late in the game, there was a camera shot. He was in the bullpen, and I want to say shorts and t-shirt. I don't know if he's married or his girlfriend, but he kind of walked up to her and kissed her and backed away.
That's what I usually do when I play. Just find somebody in the crowd.
But he was. He didn't look to be wincing, moving gingerly, anything.
It sounds like if this were a regular season game, he probably
get your ass back in
there.
Yeah. I don't think. What did Albertaz say yesterday? Is February 26th, which is the 27th, the day we know. And he's basically saying, look, right, he ain't pushing him right now. Just come out of the game. Again, spoke with a couple of people down there. Everything that I'm hearing, everybody's just like, whatever. It's nothing. What do you say Dean Kramer said?
I got to find this. I was reading somebody else tweeted.
Did you talk to Dean?
No, I didn't talk to him. But again, like, made it seem like it wasn't as big of an issue. So hearing this from Albernaz, like, and I think some of the other stuff coming out, because there were so many people since they saw it, it's like, oh my God, it's another domino.
Exactly.
And again, there could be another injury. We still got a lot of spring training left. You got the World Baseball Classic, but
hey, raise your hand if you just want to stop it now. Let's just stop. You know.
But I think we said it the other day where it was like, you asked me, so what do you think of spring training? And it's always funny when it's our guys hitting well, it's like, yeah. And if it's not, it's like, yeah, they're working on something. I told you the only thing I care about spring training and preseason football is
come out healthy.
Get as healthy as you. I don't know what it is. I'd rather you get hurt in a meaningful game than a meaningless one.
I'm with you.
But I got to say this too, like with some of the baseball players, when we look at injuries, they've already started talking about this. When you see the strained forearm and the issues the year before, you could be looking at Tommy John the next year.
Right.
I mean, there's like 10 pitchers they have circled this could happen to this year.
What is this Tommy John that you speak of?
It's Cy Young injury.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
you got a quote for Dean Kramer there, Joseph?
Yeah, this is from Jake Rill. Dean Kramer said, seems fine, seems okay, but I'm not the medical professional here.
Yep.
Jake is the realist.
Is that what you guys call him behind the scenes?
No.
No. Okay.
I mean, that's what I'm going to start calling him. Did I tell you about what happened at the Santas? Was it yesterday?
Did you text it in the group chat?
I think I did. So when Ward was interviewed, someone said, Tito! He didn't even see me there. I poked my head up. Oh, Rob, I didn't see you there. So maybe it's growing a little bit. He was talking to the dude, yo, Tito!
Well, it always takes time, right?
I'm going to have to tell him, hey, look, dude, if folks call you Tito, just go with it.
Some people don't like the nicknames. Some people do.
If somebody calls you Tito, just go with it.
Yeah. Run with it.
Yeah.
I mean,
lace it up and wear it.
Yeah, lace that bitch up and wear it. If it fits. I mean, that's the whole thing in life, right?
If it fits.
You talk that game, go ahead. It's you.
410-583-1057. Daryl in Baltimore. What's up, Daryl?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning to you, too.
Hey, man. Hey, great game last night, man. Rob,
Thank you.
Just want to congratulate you, man, for another great season, man. You guys, you keep rolling, man. You just keep rolling.
I appreciate that, Daryl. Thank you very much for the support as well.
Oh, yeah, you know, I've been there around with you for a while now, man. I've been watching
since Mount Carmel.
Yeah,
since Mount Carmel. I was telling Jeremy, that's counting Mount Carmel. That's 4 and 5 years, man.
Hey, man, hey, look, it's going to be expected now, man. It's going to be expected now, man. But I just want to congratulate you, man, and just keep that a good success. And what's up, Jeremy?
What's up, man? How are you?
All right, man. We still got to get together, man. Because I know Rob, man. He'll be sending Big Red out to look for me, man. So
well, now Rob owes me lunch, so God.
I sure do. I sure do. That's right. Because of that. What was that? The St. John's loss?
How funny is this? I owe Daryl lunch. Daryl owes Rob lunch, and Rob owes me lunch. Is it just a reason to get together?
Daryl comes to support us, man. He don't have to buy me lunch. He comes to support us. Yeah, man. He's been rolling with us. Like I said, since the Mount Carmel days. Since the building and the program at Mount Carmel, he's been rolling.
Yeah, it was funny. I saw Daryl at the game on Saturday, and I was, hey, man. Looked up. He sat down, talked to me for a bit. I think I saw him before he saw me. And that's when, I saw Dustin and Trippy sitting behind you. Trippy sent me a tweet saying, look over the other side. Hello. And then those two cats came and sat next to me for the second half. I was like, don't you dare get me in any fights here.
410-583-1057 is the number. Nobody fights in Pikesville.
I don't know if I told you this because I had everything set up for Saturday. Got up super early, got all my gambling stuff done, record some stuff, get out of the house, start driving towards Rosedale. And I'm like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hit Yayas. I had Yayas on the mind.
Man.
So I went and bought a ton of Yayas.
Man.
And then went to Rosedale, and I'm sitting there in the parking lot. I'm like, hey, man, I thought this was a big game. Ain't nobody here. And then I went and checked your Facebook and went, you did it again.
Yeah, you went to
this
the
is the
wrong place.
second time I've done
the
that.
wrong place.
Idiot.
I was wondering how you get the Yayas in Pikesville. Speaking of which, I may be a little gassy this morning.
Yeah, I think it'd be called Bubby's in Pikesville.
I had some celebratory pizza last night. You know what the gluten does.
Oh, yeah.
So I might be a little gassy this morning.
Where did you have pizza?
DeSantis.
Okay, so you just said you went to DeSantis.
Yeah. I had a little pizza, celebratory pizza last night, and an Eagle Rare. So The gluten might not do well for you. I'll be fine. You might not like it.
I don't know, man.
Shovels,
I might have something to fire back at you.
And my man Ed Norris joins us at 7 o'clock, but on the other side, how much of a believer are you in Tyler O'Neill's hot start? Or are you holding your breath? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan.
The Fan. When you're away from your car, listen on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. Search 105.7 The Fan.
The cold, bitter winter nights are here. Is your HVAC system in tip-top shape to handle it? Nighttime temps are frigid, and Farnan & Dermer, that's Maryland's oldest HVAC company, they've been serving this community for 100 years to keep your home warm during these winter months. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys that have been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Right now from BGE, get up to $4,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For details on this special offer, call the Comfort Guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Check out some of these opportunities this winter to keep your home warm and your energy costs down. Lots of great things going on. They're your rapid response heating, repairs, and replacement specialists. So call the Comfort Guys for immediate same-day heating, repairs, and installation at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan & Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902. Subject to credit approval. Contact Farnan & Dermer for details.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm, thehollomanfirm.com.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville. Hey, it's Rob Long. You got to check out Elephant in the Room in Millersville on Veterans Highway. My new go-to spot is locally and veteran-owned, featuring a menu of Southern-inspired comfort food with a Maryland twist. Visit eatdrinkelephant.com and tell them Rob sent you.
That same Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken?
Flawless.
Yeah, we did that to crispy Alaskan flounder and butterfly shrimp, too. Both for $5.99. And we didn't stop there. You can add lemon pepper or garlic Parmesan rub to that shrimp. Now, we only do seafood every so often, so you know what to expect.
Popeyes can't miss.
That's right. The seafood menu is back. At participating restaurants, prices may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
The tradition continues at Laurel Park on Saturday, May 16th for the 151st running of the Preakness Stakes. Experience the middle jewel of the Triple Crown outside of Pimlico for the first time in more than 100 years for the most intimate viewing experience in Preakness history. Seating is extremely limited for this once-in-a-lifetime showcase of the best horses and jockeys in thoroughbred racing. Purchase your tickets today at Preakness.com.
The President's Day sale is all month long at Bob Bell Nissan. Get 0% APR on select new Rogue, Murano, and Pathfinder models. Every credit application accepted and will be CarMax by up to $2,000. Visit BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
Every day, complete coverage of Orioles spring training with Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, and the entire Fan lineup as we gear up for opening day, March 26th, live from Pickles Pub against the Minnesota Twins. Baseball is back, and it's on 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. In Baltimore City, the tunnels are clear. No problems at 895 through the Harbor Tunnel or southbound 95 through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And the Beltway, no problems on the inner loop and no accidents or incidents on the outer loop either. Route 50 eastbound at exit 27, that's Ritchie Highway. An accident has the right lane and the right shoulder blocked. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Orioles pulled off a 6-5 walk-off win on Thursday afternoon with rookie Jordan Sanchez driving in the game-winning run. But in yesterday's victory, a scary moment as budding superstar Samuel Basallo left the contest in the third inning after a diving play at the plate. Basallo looked to be in a lot of discomfort, though after the game, manager Craig Albarnaz downplayed the injury situation. And when asked if there would be any further testing for number 23, here's the skipper.
I don't think so. Nothing I've heard, but like I said, that was on me. Completely precautionary just to get him out of the game. It's February 26th.
Basallo was seen in the bullpen after being removed, and Dean Kramer told reporters that his catcher seemed okay, but added, quote, "I'm not the medical professional." The Birds get back on the diamond this afternoon in a matchup against the Pirates as Shane Baz toes the rubber for the first time as an Oriole. First pitch is just after 1 p.m. And tonight on ice in D.C., the Capitals host the Golden Knights in their second game back from the Olympic break. Puck drop from the district, slated for 7 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing warmer, highs in the mid-50s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
On a 3-1, that is an absolute rocket off the bat of O'Neill. And in an eye blink, it's gone. Tyler O'Neill continues to just hammer balls this spring training. Barely even get the words out of your mouth before O'Neill goes deep to give the Orioles the lead. His first home run of the spring, and Tyler O'Neill chiseled, healthy, and loving life in Sarasota.
Courtesy of Masson, Kevin Brown on the call. Tyler O'Neill's home run, 109 miles an hour off the bat. It was a missile.
By the way, hammer balls was my grandfather's nickname in high school. I don't know why. It was an issue he had. Oh, by the way, not that this has any, when we get to the world of stupid, we have another injury report that should not have been put out. I don't know if you've seen this. It is, oh my me. But anyway.
I saw that one.
Tyler O'Neill, though. I guess the point with this is, if he's healthy, do they actually have something here? Because when he has been healthy, which hasn't been very often, he's been productive.
Very. And he hit some rockets last year.
I think we all said it. Nobody wants to believe it. Feels like kind of like a wild card, right? Coming into this season. What if? And that's why I said there's so many ifs that surround this team, even though I feel like most of the ifs are possibilities.
Right.
I would say this one would be a longer shot of him staying healthy and looking good. I'm hearing Giancarlo Stanton can't open a bag of potato chips because his elbows are so bad. I don't know if you read that.
Yeah.
And he's going to try to play all season. You look at his body type, you look at Tyler O'Neill. I'm not saying the same things went on.
Big muscular guys.
But, they break down fairly quick.
Yeah.
But if he's healthy, man, he still has that streak of opening day home runs going.
What is it, 7?
I think it's 6.
6? 6, 7?
6. It's 6, 7, Joe? Oh, he's oh.
He had 2 of them last year at opening day.
Did he? Was it 2?
I thought he did. Maybe I'm making that up. Maybe
I'm making it up. Yeah. It was a good year. No, maybe I'm making that up too.
The question is he going to be in the lineup on opening day this year? That's the question.
Opening day, I think you put him in there regardless. I think he's in there regardless.
You think?
Yeah. I mean, you got a streak like that, you're going to feed this thing, right? It's not like Tyler O'Neill hasn't played against right-handed pitching before.
I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying, does he,
do we know who's, we don't know who's opening day, right? For
anybody.
Yeah. I mean, we could sit here and guess, right? Depending on the health of the team.
Now I'm curious. No, he only hit one. Mullins had 2.
On opening day? That's right. Didn't they drop like 10 runs or something on the Red Sox? Yeah. Well, again, when you look at Tyler O'Neill, I mean, this was even at his size, like he was super athletic, strong arm, and then the one thing you know is he could run into him.
Rutschman had 2 as well.
Wow. So there were 5
home runs, and Westberg hit 1.
6
home runs. And then the wheels fell off. Quickly. You know what's funny? Maybe because it was a big lead, but Kjerstad came in as a defensive replacement for O'Neill.
Kjerstad did? Kjerstad. I'm working on it, man.
Did you see the ball he played out in the outfield yesterday?
I missed it.
Joe, did you see it? Ball. He gave them a home run. Number 1, as an outfielder, step number 1, get back to the wall. If it's going back, get back to the wall, play the wall. If you got to come back in a little bit, come back in. He's drifting back. I'm like, dude, get to the wall. Got to the wall as the ball got there. Ball hitting the glove, goes over the wall.
See, I thought you were going to tell me that's bad, but you also had the one, I don't know if you saw it in Pittsburgh, O'Neill Cruz, where they moved to center field.
Yeah.
He's running out, and he runs out to the wall, and he's looking up, and the ball lands 10 feet behind him the other way. And it's like, what were you running to? Like, what were you chasing? Because you didn't see it. You just ran to a spot you thought it was going to be and looked up, and he's like,
he had no chance.
Oh, it's over there? It was a home run. Damn. Come on.
So it landed to his right?
He overran it, and it landed behind him by about 10 feet.
Was it a home run?
I think it was a home run or off the wall. But, like, again, where are you? And it's not his normal position. He's still learning center field.
But Kjerstad is an outfielder. No. By trade, by title.
Kjerstad's a hitter. Kjerstad's an outfielder. No.
We don't have Kjerstad.
Well, that's what he gets called if he's going to play like that now.
He can mash, though, man. He has a violent swing. Seriously. I mean, he looks like he has bad intentions on every swing. And he's not, but the thing about it is, it's not, he doesn't overswing. It's just violent.
I'm wondering what happens with him. What do they do? I mean, I know you have options, but is it really a guy you want to send back to the minor league?
I know it's a different sport. The Colts give Anthony Richardson Sr. permission to seek a trade.
Did you hear there's already a team interested in him?
Ooh.
Minnesota.
For what?
J.J. McCarthy's like, hey, guys, I know I ain't.
Stop playing.
But this guy?
That's what he's saying. Y'all stop playing. Y'all trying to insult me to greatness? They're trying to insult you to greatness, McCarthy.
He slapped himself in the face with a workout band. He missed the season. Hit himself in the eye. I mean, I don't know why you would think that dog would hunt there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Get back to baseball.
Yeah,
I just saw that headline.
But with Tyler O'Neill, though, again, like talking about him being a wild card, Kjerstad could be another one, depending on what they want to do with it.
We get a text.
Kjerstad, I'm sorry.
Tell your boy. Tell your boy.
Silent J.
There you go. Let's go with that. 410-583-1057. Rashawn in Baltimore. What's up, Rashawn?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Who are you an expert of today?
High school girls basketball.
Okay.
You know, that's
you weren't an expert about it yesterday. You said Kiki had her hands full.
Yeah, you know,
she did with a triple-double.
Yeah,
she came up with a triple-double.
Yeah, you were right.
You know?
Carrying all them damn trophies out the gym. That's when her hands were full.
Yeah, you know, but shout out to y'all, Rob, and shout out to your girls. They did their thing, you know. And shout out the white girl on your team, number 12, man. You know, I like her style of play.
Hey, as soon as you said the white girl, you didn't have to say her number. She was the one.
Yeah,
Molly Allgaier.
One, right?
Molly Allgaier. Yeah, she's.
Oh, okay, yeah.
She might be
she's a beast down in the pink.
24 years. She might be the toughest kid I ever coached.
Yeah, she
was
tough,
balling at
Pikesville,
man.
Grabbing them rebounds, man, like that. She might be like a young, you know, like a Charles Barkley or Dennis Rodman.
I like that Barkley comparison because she scores. She ain't Rodman. She scores.
Yeah, you know, she had to run on the court yesterday, man. Things got a little tense when you was blowing them girls out, man. You know, so
they got a little butthurt.
Yeah, I see. But
one of my players told him, "You losing the game, don't lose the fight too."
yeah, it was a little tense there. Hey, but real quick on this O'Neal thing. So, if we can get maybe, you know, like I see the last 3 seasons, man, he only averaged 60 games a season. So I didn't know it was that little time of play he had. But
I mean, to be fair to that too, like if you miss almost an entire season, it's going to bring your average down a lot.
Because he did play a lot that one year in Boston, I think. Yeah, he played 113 in Boston.
That's a lot.
Yeah. So if he can get down, honestly, if we can get him if he can play between 100 and 120 games this season, I'm cool with that. You know, even though I know that's
113 games, he hit 31 home runs. So, yeah, I'm cool with that, too. 847 OPS. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, we'll see, though. And hopefully Basayo is not no serious injury with him. I heard about that yesterday.
For sure.
Yeah. So, all right. Hey, Rob, what's the next game, though?
We have the state private school playoff starts Monday. It's funny because we got to play. The opening site is at Riverdale.
And you're playing
at Riverdale?
them?
No, we're playing. It's a tournament. We're playing.
I got you. Neutral
we're playing
site.
St. Francis.
Oh.
Where the hell is that at, man? That's far away, ain't it?
About an hour.
Man, if you ain't never been to Riverdale, don't ever come to Riverdale.
Yeah, it's like a dangerous place,
I might have to take you in there, Rashawn.
Wait. Riverdale sounds dangerous?
Can Jeremy and I go?
Riverdale sounds dangerous?
Hey, what's up, fellow friends?
I don't know. It could be. You never know. These places out there, man.
How did that sound dangerous?
It's in a gated community.
That's not Compton.
It's a gated community?
No, I don't. Yeah, schools are gated.
Was it Hagerstown somewhere? I heard they got the rough part of Hagerstown out there.
PG County.
Upper Marlboro.
It's Upper Marlboro.
Like PG-13 County. Come on, man.
Yeah, I'll come down there. Yeah, I like them PG girls, too.
He said Riverdale sounds dangerous.
This cat said, I like them PG girls.
Gotta
you like
go,
them
Sean.
GA girls, them BC girls, them DC. He likes everything. If it ends in girls, he likes it.
Dude says, let's say it with me, Riverdale. That sounds What is wrong with him, man?
We named it after our friend Dale, who lives on the river.
That's like saying Rosedale. Rosedale.
I mean, look, Fontana Village ain't that far.
It ain't in Rosedale.
Yeah, it is.
But it doesn't sound dangerous. My point. What sounds dangerous about? I'm not saying whether it's dangerous or not. Hey, Perry Hall sounds dangerous.
Hey, Rob, nothing sounds dangerous to me. I give people right out of prison rides home. It don't matter.
I know. People you don't know. They ask you if you a serial killer. Ed Norris joins us at the end of the next segment. We'll look at Orioles weekend games. Boz starts in tonight's game. What are you hoping to see? Also, will Basayo take the entire weekend off? I think we would be a little bit nervous if that happens. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
NFL Combine is underway. Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner. We'll talk about the Ravens' perspective out there in Indianapolis. Keith Cavanaugh previews our Maryland sports weekend down in College Park. And the Orioles are down in Florida trying to keep it together. Let's leave these obliques alone.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Whoever drafts Ohio State linebacker Sonny Styles in April's NFL draft is going to be getting one hell of an athlete. In fact, the best athlete that we've ever seen at linebacker. Styles ran a 4.47 40, matched that with a vertical jump of 43.5 inches. In the relative athletic score, a.k.a. RAS, Styles ranked as the #1 linebacker ever, dating back to 1987. He's a legitimate freak of that day.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
Brought to you by Ollie's Bargain Outlet.
Savings! Discounts. The best bargains.
At Ollie's, we've got brand name merchandise at up to 70% off the fancy store prices every day.
I get to keep more money in my pocket.
Ollie's! Good stuff, cheap!
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Your Baltimore weather today, mostly cloudy 40s. This afternoon, sunny 50s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real US-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off pants for the family. Yep, 50% off pants for the fam. Hurry in this Saturday and Sunday to save big on spring styles. Only at Old Navy. Valid 2/28 and 3/1. Select styles only.
Traffic sponsored by JATC Local 24.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. In Baltimore City, the tunnels are clear. No problems at 895 through the Harbor Tunnel or southbound 95 through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And the Beltway, no problems on the inner loop and no accidents or incidents on the outer loop either. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis. Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to jatc24.org for more information.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom is brought to you by Jerry's Chevrolet. Shop for your next new or used Chevrolet right now at jerryschevrolet.com.
Hey, I got a shovel to give.
Who are you going to give it to?
I give my shovel to Joe LaCroix.
Well, that's not fair because this is on par. Everything is nice. He does it twice. So he's going to play this again at the beginning of the next segment. Do you think he leaves his building and just MFs us?
When I was in the Air Force, we had an expression. It's called hooah.
Hooah?
Yeah. H-U-A. Hooah. When somebody did something that was like not good, we say hooah. You know what hooah means?
What?
Head up ass.
That's just more FUBAR.
That's
head up ass.
That's the what was it? Son of a Woman. That's what Al Pacino kept doing.
Hooah. Oh, that's different. Yeah. That's a different hooah.
Oh, you smell great. Yeah. The other one would have been Heat, where he goes, she's got a great ass, and you got your head high up it.
They're making a sequel to that, you know?
Yeah, it's supposed to be
40 years later?
But hold on. It's a sequel to it, and then Leonardo DiCaprio and Christian Bale are playing the characters, and they're older than they were when they played those characters.
It looks like it's going to be pretty good.
Oh, there's no question. Tell me the last movie Leonardo DiCaprio has been in that's been bad. I mean, seriously.
Oh, I'm ordering food.
I got nothing.
Nobody. It's just me. Hey, me and Leo talking. Oh, there it is. He gave me a shovel, not you, dummy.
Oh, Boz is starting tonight's game, Jeremy. How excited are you right now, man?
I mean, I'm excited. I want to see him. I've watched Boz in Tampa Bay. Like I've said this before. Guy was a top 10 pick, has a super high ceiling, came off Tommy John. I'm not going to look at his numbers last year, especially in Tampa Bay, and say it's indicative of who he's going to be because they were pitching in a minor league stadium, and it was hot as hell there almost every game. But I do think from some of the deeper metrics when you look at it that this guy has a chance to be special, and you got him for 4 years.
I agree with you. I'm looking forward to him very much.
They gave up a lot to get him.
And, you know, they did give up a lot to get him, but when you want him, you want him. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. Like, anytime I make a trade with Tampa Bay, I'm like, who the hell did they ask for? I want to write this down in a couple years so we're talking about this. But Tampa Bay has done a phenomenal job in trades. But also when you look at it, what are they always doing? They have to sell early to get the most.
They do.
That sucks, man. It really does.
If you're the GM, it's kind of an adventure. You know what I mean? You get to really see what you're made of.
Yeah, I mean, you can't make any mistakes though.
If Basayo does not play this weekend, are you more concerned?
No, it's still spring training. Like if they're telling me it's nothing serious or it's nothing to worry about, then I'm going to take them at their word for it. If I don't see him for a couple days, okay, maybe there's something sparking. Maybe he did get something hurt. But if it's not significant, like as soon as it happened, everybody went, oh my God, please don't be an oblique.
Have the Orioles ever told us it's nothing serious and it was something serious? I'm trying to think.
I mean, with the Westberg thing, but they didn't know.
They didn't tell us nothing serious.
Okay.
They wouldn't say anything, remember?
It was day to day.
Yeah, they didn't. No, they didn't tell us that. They in fact, with all the leaks out about how serious it was, they never disputed it. Remember? That's why I'm asking. In years past, have they told us? Because the Ravens have.
Yeah. You remember when Jamal Lewis walked off the field after tearing his ACL and people were going, he walked off. He should be okay. Yeah. It's no good? No. Okay.
I'm trying to think. Is this regime ever, hey, it's nothing, and then it was something? The fact that the manager and players instantly said no.
The only thing I could think of with this is like the Grayson Rodriguez situation where maybe you felt like he was going to, and do you have a player that's saying, hey, it's not right, I'm not ready? I still want to see him pitch. I know he just pitched for the Angels, but I want to watch some of that too to see how he looks. Not that it bothers me either way.
That cat was different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
that cat was different.
I liked him.
Hey, you think you want to work out and rehab this injury? Nah, not right now. I'm good. I'm good right now. You know, that's all I'm saying. They say Westberg does too much when he's injured. You'll never accuse Grayson Rodriguez of that. You'll never do that. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. What are you hoping to see from Boz tonight?
I mean, look, I say this all the time. I mean, you like to see him go out there and mow somebody down and look great, but does it really matter? Don't get hurt. People are probably tired of hearing me say this, but it's the key to everything.
They're not tired of hearing you say this. They're probably thinking the same thing. You're their voice right now. They probably said, thank you, Jeremy.
You ask me this all the time when it comes to like, hey, what do you want to see? And it's like, I don't want to give you a cop-out answer. Just don't get hurt because nothing you do here matters. Outside of geting hurt matters.
Yeah.
Like if a quarterback throws 4 interceptions, okay, he threw it and who cares? I mean, remember what Joe Flacco looked like in his first preseason game?
Awful.
We were like, this is the guy you guys drafted?
Awful. Is this your king?
Yeah. But again, like that's the key because none of these stats, none of these things show up in the regular season. I've seen guys, hit 170 in spring training and come out and look like all-star players in the first month of the season. Same thing with pitchers that have a 6-run ERA and then they come out and pitch a shutout in their first game. It happens.
Shane Boz pitches tonight for the Orioles for the first time. His nickname, the Wizard of Boz. Ed Norris, what are you hoping to see from Boz tonight?
No, nothing. I see him pitch well, and as Jeremy said, just don't get hurt. I have a lot of expectations of him in the regular season, so I'm not particularly worried. I just think, I'd like to see how he looks, but I already know because I've seen him play with Tampa.
And I don't know if you heard early in the show, I don't know if you see us, but I'm wearing my three-peat shirt.
Well, I was going to congratulate you on that. I do see your shirt.
Thank you very much.
You guys should bring up the screen so you can see each other, because I can see you guys. I see your three-peat shirt. Congratulations. And then you also, something you were discussing before you brought me on, I don't know about the air, I know. Hua thing. Hua. Yeah.
You know about that?
Yeah, because in Brooklyn we used to say that. Like, yeah, that girl Camilla, she's a real whore.
Hua. I hope we don't have a Camilla listening to the show right now. and if she is, then what do you say about the shoe, Jeremy?
If it fits, lace it up and wear it.
At what point do measurements matter in the combine? We got answers for that you might not want to know. We'll do that at 7:15. But on the other side, Ed Norris, we're giving out shovels.
Yeah, I'm going to give it to another woman named Patty. Works for Burger King. You can't believe what they're doing.
Patty, boombalatti.
If you have a shovel, give us a call. Give us a text, 410-583-1057. Hit us up on Twitter at BBMS1057 The Fan. Shovels next.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 1057 The Fan.
It's been a fun week watching the NBA, and NHL is back. And as soon as the NHL came back, the Caps hooked you up. So make sure you pay attention to Caps games, and McDonald's will hook you up. You got to download the McDonald's app to redeem this deal. But the deal is, if they score in the McNugget minute, last minute of any regulation period, you win yourself a free 6-piece Chicken McNuggets, minimum $1 purchase the next day in the McDonald's app. And if the Wizards win, you win too. You get a $2.50 Big Mac the next day in the McDonald's app every time the Wizards win. So download the McDonald's app to redeem this deal. Offer valid at participating McDonald's. It's valid one time per day. Visit the McDonald's app for details. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM using bonus code BALT and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Get into hockey, basketball, and more of your favorite sports with same-game parlays, live betting, and more. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of offers found nowhere else. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the year. Sign up with bonus code BALT and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff. Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Tickets are on sale now for 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary, happening Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston from 1 to 4 p.m. Enjoy light fare and 2 free non-alcoholic drinks or beer or glasses of wine. A cash bar will also be available. All your favorite fan personalities will be on hand, answering your questions and hosting Know Your Show, giving you a chance to win concert tickets. Visit 1057thefan.com for more details and to purchase tickets to this all-ages event.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday afternoon in South Florida, the O's young talent leads the charge.
Sanchez smokes it up the middle. It's a base hit to win the game. 20-year-old Jordan Sanchez scores 21-year-old Aaron Estrada.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Jordan Sanchez drives in the winning run for the Birds as they beat the Tigers 6-5, winning their third straight. Tyler O'Neill with a big day, hitting his first homer of the spring, leadoff style in the first. Kobe Mayo also continuing his hot start, driving in a pair. But with the good, you got to take the bad. Catcher Samuel Basayo left the game as a precautionary measure with what was described as side discomfort after stretching to make a tag at home plate in the third. And while it didn't look great when watching the replay, manager Craig Albernaz didn't seem too worried about his budding superstar after the game.
To me, he could have stayed in the game, but that was me being the voice of reason to get him out of there and make sure everything is fine.
The Birds get back on the diamond this afternoon in a matchup against the Pittsburgh Pirates, with Shane Baz towing the rubber for the first time as an Oriole. First pitch is just after 1 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing warmer, highs in the mid-50s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Rice Law. The aftermath of an accident can feel like you're getting wrecked again. Don't get wrecked twice. For the best advice, call Rice Law at 410 Rice Law. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We're 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom is brought to you by Jerry's Chevrolet. Shop for your next new or used Chevrolet right now at jerryschevrolet.com.
We've been here before, it seemed like. Just here, a little while ago, weren't we?
Yeah, didn't we do shovels already, Joe?
No idea what you're talking about.
Time to do shovels. If you have a shovel, give us a call. Give us a text, 410-583-1057. Hit us up on Twitter, at BBMS 1057 The Fan. Ed Norris, who gets your shovel, my man?
Burger King. They have just done something I think it sounds really minor, but I think this is an example of what the future is going to look like. Burger King has just installed an AI app, a device called Patty. It's a female voice that plays through the headsets of the employees and obviously listens to them. And allegedly, they said it's for efficiency. If the Coke machine is low, the manager will be notified. And if someone hits the QR code in the bathroom, if it's messy, he'll be notified or she'll be notified. Those sound like pretty routine duties at a Burger King. Oh, it could also help you with recipes. I worked in Burger King when I was 15 years old. I guarantee I could make a Whopper today. It'd be the same one you had in the 70s. How much do their recipes change? It sounds ridiculous. Oh, then there's this little caveat there in it. It's also going to be used to monitor employees for politeness. to see how many times they say you're welcome and thank you and please and the like, so the manager can manage them better. Do you want every conversation you have listened to all the time? To me, it's like one of the creepier things I've heard. And not only that, it's just going to make that, that thank you sound all the more sincere from underpaid fast food workers. It's just like, this to me just doesn't sit well at all. I just think it's going to be more and more AI in our lives. And I have one other thing I have to bring up. The NHL gets a quick shovel. I won't be long. This has to stop. My overtime loss, mania. You know how I feel about this. You get a point. The Vegas Golden Knights are in first place in the Pacific Division with 70 points. Do you know they're under 500? They're 28, 16, and 14. That makes them 28 and 30. They have 14 overtime losses. They're in first place in their division. Yeah. The Ducks have 3 more wins than them. It makes zero sense to me.
They don't have
but
enough
that's
ties.
just me. Right.
Jeremy Carr, who gets your shovel?
I hate to do this again, but it has to happen. It goes to Petco. So I'm down at Mix 106.5 Radiothon. Picked up dog food on Wednesday, brought it home. Have you guys heard my story before?
Yeah.
Went to Petco, bought their in-house food, gigantic bag, maggots all inside it.
Wow.
Maggots all inside it. So I took it back and I said, hey, look, I know this stuff can happen. We went through this whole process. I'm not the type to go in. I'm not looking for anything free. I'm not looking for any of that stuff. I don't want any of it. But this second time, I'm down at the Mix 106.5 Radiothon yesterday, and my son starts blowing up my phone, and my wife's texting me, and she's like, we got maggots in the dog food again. And I just bought it yesterday. So I went over there. The people at the Petco couldn't have been nicer. We walked through the whole process. That place is clean. It's got to be the place that they're shipping this stuff from.
Sure.
That it keeps happening because... some people might say, well, why'd you go back to the same place? Look, convenience is one thing, but there's another thing too, stuff happens. It could happen anywhere. And it was I bought a different brand of dog food. I started buying my dog one of the more expensive brands and then had to take it back yesterday. And I told him, I said, look, I'm probably one of the nicest people you ever meet. I never send food back unless it's god-awful. You send me the wrong thing, I'm probably just going to eat it and shut the hell up. But when it comes to the people that live in that house, my kids, my wife, my dogs... Look, you're going to get the worst that you're going to see from me in situations like this. But how do we keep getting maggots in our dog food? Can somebody please explain it from Petco? And the girl at she told me it got all the way to corporate last time we talked to it. I hope this one does as well. There's maggots in your damn dog food. Fix it.
Thank you very much, Jeremy Carr. Bench press, vertical leap, broad jump. NFL scouting combine gets my show. I'll even go bench press. I mean, when does an offensive lineman lay on his back and push you up? Why do you care about how high an offensive lineman can jump? The offensive linemen, I don't understand the activities that they have in the scouting combine. It makes no sense in the world to me. And you don't push too much either. If you're lying on your back and someone's on top of you, that's a different sport. It's not the NFL. I don't understand, Ed, the activities that they have to measure the success of some of these position players.
I've been saying this for years and years and years. I mean, if they're going to insist on a strength measurement, use power cleans. Use something that's actually applicable to football, because bench pressing is the least. You need to test lower body strength, make them do squats, deadlifts. But I think power cleans are the one, because that's what we trained in when I played football, because it shows your explosiveness, your strength explosiveness.
I think, to me, bench pressing is just a show-off activity.
It is.
I can bench press. I mean, this 12 reps, 20 reps. And how does that make you a good offensive line? How does that make you a good wide receiver? I just don't get it. Does it show, if I bench press a lot, does it show I work out a lot? Well, not necessarily. It shows that maybe you have good upper body strength.
My son does twice as many 2 1/4 reps as Orlando Brown, but he can't play left tackle in the NFL. It means nothing.
Tell him to bulk up, man. We need some size on him.
West Baltimore, Rick. What's up, Rick?
Good morning, Rob.
Good morning.
Ed, Jeremy, how y'all doing today?
All right. How are you?
Rob, I'm sorry, but my shovel's for you, buddy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Hey, you cut me off all fast when we were talking about Maryland yesterday. You asked who number 9 was. I'm telling you Washington, and you done clipped me off already.
I asked you who 9 was. I thought I asked Jeremy who number 9 was.
Still on the line. I wanted to
What
say
did I do to you yesterday?
Give him the business.
Oh, that was so wrong.
Hold on. Did you hang up on him?
Well, he got his reason to give me a shovel Monday.
I 100% agree with Rob. If you complain about getting cut off, you're getting cut off.
I think both your sorry asses deserve a shovel. Man was trying to make a point.
He was on the air for like 90 seconds yesterday.
Point was
90
made.
seconds is
a lot.
It is a lot. Never mind. Sorry. It is a lot.
90 seconds is. Yeah, you're right. 410-583-1057.
Damn shame it took me 80 seconds to get undressed.
World of Stupid with Jeremy Kahn at 8 o'clock on the other side. At what point, kind of like my shovel, do measurables matter at the combine? I mean, really. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
NFL Combine is underway. Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner, will talk about the Ravens' perspective out there in Indianapolis. Keith Cavanaugh previews our Maryland sports weekend down in College Park. And the Orioles are down in Florida trying to keep it together. Let's leave these obliques alone.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Go-to since 1977.
Toilet backing up during the big game? I'm Eddie Heil, owner of Heil Plumbing and Sewer. Call before your basement gets ruined. We fix sewer lines quick. Financing available. Book today at heilplumbing.com. That's HEIL plumbing.com.
Traffic is sponsored by the lawyers at Rice Law. Best advice? Call Rice.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most, your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice? Call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, it's Mikey B from Beckley's RVs. If you went to the Maryland RV show and didn't make a decision, that's okay. RV shopping takes time, and the show doesn't have to be the final step. You can still browse RVs and see the same show pricing. without feeling rushed, without feeling pressured, with a team that's here to help you when you're ready. That's how we do things here. That's the Beckley's difference. Fair, honest, trusted. Continue your search at Beckley'sRVs.com.
Join the sports talk conversation. The Plaza Ford text line, 410-583-1057. From the 1057 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. Light traffic in and around the area. The Beltway inner loop looks good. The outer loop's slow right around Perring Parkway. And then again, you're on the brakes. Liberty Road to Baltimore National Pike. 83 southbound is slow. Timonium Road approaching the Beltway. The tunnels look good, though. 895 southbound, no problems through the Harbor Tunnel. 95 southbound looks good through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
You have 6 senses. Why not use at least 2 of them? Hear and see the Big Bad Morning Show on YouTube. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris down in Florida, Sarasota, Florida. Rob Long here, along with Jeremy Kahn in Baltimore. Lots of fog this morning. Did you notice?
Yeah.
I guess because of the warm weather rolling in this week.
Yeah, I usually take a nap on the way to work, though, so I miss some of it.
You're driving.
Hey, it is what it is. I think I disassociate a lot of the times. Like, oh, here I am. Hey, got the wheel now. Whew. You know that, getting up at 4 a.m., it hits you. Tired.
Yeah. I've been doing it for 10 years, man. I'm just kind of like, I think you're right. I don't think I'm asleep, but it's just like, sometimes I look up and like,
how did I get here?
Where am I? No, how did I get here is why I'm sitting at home in the living room. That's how did I get here. Driving to work is like, where am I? Ed, what measurables in the combine do you think are relevant?
Oof, boy. I would say some of these short shuttle drills.
Yes, absolutely.
3-cone.
Explosiveness, yep. All that other stuff, 40-yard dash. I mean, I guess if you are a go-route kind of guy, but I think suddenness is more important in football.
You know the thing that always got me that I thought was the dumbest thing is quarterbacks on their pro days. So you're at your college, or wherever you want to be, you've got your wide receivers, you got everything set up, there's no defense, and people are like, hey, man, he completed 86% of his passes.
Against no one.
Nobody's out there. What happened to the other 16? You know, like,
exactly.
And then they start talking about how great you look when everything is structured. It ain't structured in the game, man. That teams are throwing different looks at you. You're getting blitzes. So I think some of that stuff's a waste. I understand why they do a lot of it because they're looking at your athleticism overall. But as Lindsey Rhodes said yesterday, like if you're basing your drafting decision on what you see at the combine, and it doesn't have anything like if the film was great and he's great at the combine, I'm listening to you. But if he was a second-round pick on film and he has a good combine and all of a sudden becomes a top 10 pick, I don't know if I'm buying into that.
When is the last time, either one of you answered this, that we've seen a guy come from nowhere to a combine hero and he followed that up with a good career? I don't remember.
I mean, I'd have to sit here and think about it.
I really don't remember. I've seen guys look bad at the combine and been pretty good, but I haven't seen guys who were no one, and all of a sudden he became a combine star.
Oh, you know, who was the...
And he followed it up with a good career.
Tony Mandrich?
He was a combine star. He was
and
horrible.
then busted. Yeah, so
I've seen that a lot.
Going the other way.
I want to go the other way. I want to go... But with Tony Mandrich, we knew who he was. No. We knew who he was. So he came in with a name. Wasn't he Michigan State?
Yeah. It was up north. I don't remember if it was Michigan State. I think it was Michigan State. Now, the other thing, Ed, and to point out with this, too, is like when we look at some of these players, I would say a guy like Vernon Davis kind of like he went from being a good player, first-round pick to a top 10 pick because when you watched him at the combine, you went,
But still, he was a first-rounder.
But he turned into be a good player.
Right. I'm looking at a guy like Ed, like this guy came from nowhere, but maybe he went to a big school, but he was a fourth-rounder maybe. And all of a sudden, he elevated himself a couple rounds in the combine, and then, bam, he had a good career. That just doesn't – I don't recall that happening. I don't.
Well, I think the combine is for people that are not on your radar. It's just, if you show out at the combine, you're just so exceptional in the underwear Olympics that they can't ignore you. That's who I think it's for, because you look at some, premier NFL players, who have bad, I brought up Orlando Brown. He had the worst combine numbers in the history of the combine. He's had an NFL career. Tom Brady ran a 4.2 something 40-yard dash. And Christian McCaffrey, he had 10 reps at 2.25. I guarantee all four of us, at least I know the three of us you could always bench more than 225 for 10. Right? And one of the best, if not the best running back in the league, only threw up 10 reps on the bench. So I think they're just not relevant.
There was a Maryland offensive lineman years ago. I want to think 09 or maybe 10. Jarrett something. He became a combine star and did nothing.
Was he the guy who was picked in the supplemental draft, though?
I don't know.
Maryland had an offensive lineman that went in the supplemental draft.
This guy he showed up and became, I think the Raiders may have taken him in the first round. And he was just, he wasn't that good, but he was great in the combine.
I'm trying to remember the name. We've seen this, Ed, to your point, remember there were teams going, hey, I don't know that we should draft Kevin Durant number 1 overall because he can't do the bench press once. It ain't matter. It didn't matter.
I remember that.
Those arms, you probably can't do a push-up.
Knowing Kevin Durant, Jeremy, though, he probably just refused to do it. I could do it.
Those arms were so skinny, I don't think he could.
They look like pipe cleaners.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. I like, I'm not. I don't want to completely crap on the combine because I'm just not a fan of it. But I just don't understand some of the activities that take place in there.
I'm the same with you. I actually watch it. I watch some of the drills just because it's the NFL and it's fun to see these guys and see who does well and does not. And I would have no problem with it if they made it more relevant. It seems like the exercises that he put in there are, great if you're a track athlete, but I don't see the relevance to much of them in the NFL.
Well, you remember Ray Rice said that years ago. Yeah. He's a track star when he comes.
But it is kind of nice though too. Like sometimes, like when Ed, if you're watching golf and you see these professionals struggle a little bit, and you kind of go, "Oh, now you know how I feel," right? You kind of see, I see some of that. Like you remember when Chris Jones was running his 40 time, and old boy flopped out of his spandex. We've all been there, right?
Yeah.
No. Just okay.
just you, Jerry. Just you, my friend.
Mine had a hole in it. That's the only reason I came out. Hey, but look, some of the stuff that they've done here.
We're waiting for you to come out.
It's the redundancy of watching the 40-yard dash over and over again. I do like when they superimpose all the guys in the same clip, like Rich Eisen, and you watch them all run together. I've said this before, watching the wide receiver drills, because you're actually doing something, catching a football, running a route that you're going to do at the next level. But most of this stuff that you're watching, I don't think it matters as much as even the interview process or the measurements. Reuben Bain was supposed to be one of the best, if not the best pass rusher in this draft. They're all calling him T-Rex because he's got short arms, like Will Howard did, the Patriots offensive lineman. Mm-hmm. Will Howard, did I say that right? I think it's Will Howard. Anyway, the point is, they're all talking about, I'm going, if he slips, are you really that worried about his arms being short, like he's not going to be able to play at the next level? Is that
some
what we're
people
saying?
say short arms, though, will get you, though, Jeremy.
Watch him at the, I don't know, he looked great at the collegiate level. I'd kick the tires on him.
If he goes in the first round, he'll be the third shortest arm as measured by DN. I'd love to know who the guys in front of him.
Yeah, what did they do?
We're nobodies.
You don't know.
I do, actually. Okay. I saw the stat.
They say short arms are big with linemen, offensive and defensive, because you allow your opponent to get inside,
get to your body.
To you. Yeah.
I don't let anybody get close to me, Rob.
I know you don't. You're a monk.
But yeah, watching this stuff at the combine, because who was it? Lindsey Rhodes talking about the measurements. Diego Pavia goes to get measured, and it's damn, dude. We thought you were 6 foot. You got a better chance of being in the lollipop guild. Come on, man. And to talking all that yang like he does, and you come in and you're 5'8". Come on, man. It's you see this all the time, and I understand why colleges do it. And in basketball, they're going to tell you they're taller than they are. The same thing, way more and got more muscle and taller in the NFL and all these things. And then all of a sudden you come to find out, and you're like, man, it's going to come out at some point.
I don't know why they do that, though. Yeah,
I'll give you one. Jerome McDougal, remember him? Mm-hmm. Drafted 15th overall, defensive end out of Miami. drafted by the Philadelphia Eagles, also played for the Giants. Had a grand total of 3 sacks in his career.
But
short arms?
But did you see those sacks? They were really good. Really. I don't know, man. I watched Reuben Bain. I don't think that guy's missing, but if they're going to sit here and tell me he's got T-Rex arms. Because the first thing I thought about reading, I was like, would he slip to the Ravens? Would they kick the tires on him?
I got one more for you, Jeremy.
Yeah.
No defensive lineman listed as DE or edge at the Combine since 2011 with a sub 31-inch arm measurement has recorded a sack within their first 3 NFL seasons.
Short arms mean something, man.
Hold on. They mean something until they don't.
And Will Campbell was the guy.
Will Campbell. Will Howard was a quarterback. Will Campbell. They mean something until they don't.
He just said that and rolled his eyes at me with serious attitude. I mean, with serious attitude. He looked like
hated it.
World is stupid. At 8 o'clock, but on the other side, NFL Network's Daniel Jeremiah reported that the Ravens want to get to be a bully mentality. They want to smack people around.
Get back to it.
I got to tell about the people that hired as coaches. Baltimore's big bad morning show on the Fan.
This is VJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman. After a serious accident, one of the first things you do is to call a friend, then you choose a lawyer. Why not choose a lawyer who'll be a tireless advocate for you and a friend? Get the legal justice you deserve at my firm, the Holloman Firm.
Sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Love is in the air. And so are the savings at Bob Bell Kia. Fall for a new Kia Sportage from just $26,927. Financing for every buyer. Plus, we'll pay up to $2,000 more than CarMax. Visit BobBellKia.com.
This is the sound of resilience. Relief. The sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenbaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, proudly announces the addition of Dr. Hayden L. Hoffler to our team. He is a board-qualified, fellowship-trained foot and ankle surgeon specializing in foot and ankle disorders. Dr. Hoffler's goal is to combine a comprehensive and multidisciplinary approach to treating foot and ankle issues, and he looks forward to helping you with care and compassion. You can schedule an appointment with him at mdbonedocs.com. Again, that's mdbonedocs.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning in Baltimore City, 895 southbound, a little bit slow through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 looks good through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 95 northbound right at 198 in West Laurel. An accident has you backed up there. The Beltway looks good. Inner loop, no problems. The outer loop of the Beltway, slow. Harford Road to Providence. And then again, you're on the brakes. Liberty Road to Baltimore National Pike on and off. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Orioles pulled off a 6-5 walk-off win on Thursday afternoon with rookie Jordan Sanchez driving in the game-winning run. But in yesterday's victory, a scary moment as budding superstar Samuel Basallo left the contest in the third inning after a diving play at the plate. Basallo looked to be in a lot of discomfort, though after the game, manager Craig Albernas downplayed the injury situation, and when asked if there would be any further testing for number 23, here's the skipper.
I don't think so. Nothing I've heard, but like I said, that was on me. Completely precautionary just to get him out of the game. It's February 26th.
Basallo was seen in the bullpen after being removed, and Dean Kramer told reporters that his catcher seemed okay, but added, quote, "I'm not the medical professional." The Birds get back on the diamond this afternoon in a matchup against the Pirates as Shane Baz toes the rubber for the first time as an Oriole. First pitch is just after 1 p.m. And tonight on ice in D.C., the Capitals host the Golden Knights in their second game back from the Olympic break. Puck drop from the district, slated for 7 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing warmer, highs in the mid-50s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We're 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Daniel Jeremiah of the NFL Network says that the Ravens want to get back to a bully mentality. And that's great, Ed, but my question is this. Name a bully in today's NFL. A team. Can you be a bully in today's NFL?
I mean, I think Seattle probably would have been the closest thing to it this year, right? But do you even consider them bullies?
No, I
just
don't.
a good defense?
They're good defense. Yeah, they're good. Well, they hit hard. They were a hard-nosed team. However,
they tackle well.
Yeah, but it's doing tackle. They tackle well. They hit real hard. They were aggressive with their tackling. But I mean, if you compare them to that ESPN
jacked up
the bullies of Baltimore.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, that whole show was about that team with Siragusa and Ray and all the characters on that team. But they were bullies. I mean, and you think about the Goose with Gannon out of his playoff game. That was different than what you see now, and I don't think those guys could play now.
I don't think you can be a bully in the National Football League. I think the NFL frowns upon it. They don't want it, and once you get that type of reputation, I think you'll get targeted. I think you'll get more flags. I think you'll have officials going after you because they don't want that in the National Football League. There's a flag, Jeremy, for hitting a defenseless receiver. Wait a minute. The ball was snapped. You ran a route. The ball was thrown your way. There should be an expectation of getting hit. So how are you defenseless?
Well,
used to be.
This is where I would argue with that because I do think you have no way of controlling yourself once you leave your feet, and a defender does. So if you're coming down,
and
you can get laid out. And it's not about tackle. Like if you hit a guy after he lands, but you're popping guys, especially if you're launching.
I should let you land before I hit you.
I mean, that's the way it is in the league now.
But I'm saying it shouldn't be that way.
I think it should be to
I don't
protect
think
if we're going to take health seriously, you have to do
I should be able to jaw the ball from you. I should not have to sit there and wait for you to land before I hit you.
There used to be a technique.
Yes.
And, instead of just trying to get your hand in, a lot of guys would just time it. When the receiver actually just about touched the ball, he would deliver the hit.
The problem is when they miss that timing, though.
loose.
Like you're trying to time it and then you lay the guy out. Guys get hit early, and then you get headhunters like Ryan Clark and we can go through all
those are different things. I don't want you going after anybody's head. That's on. If you played football, that was on the helmet. We used to take that class in high school about not going helmet to helmet. That's a different topic. But if you're going up and I put those shoulder pads in your gut and draw that ball loose, that should be a legal football play. This is what Jeremiah had to say about the bullies of Baltimore.
Yeah, I think big guys, I think defensively, it's just there's such immense pride in that building for how you play defense, and it hasn't been up to their standard. So, when they're at their best, they are big. They're big everywhere. It's not just like big DTs or like some big edge-setting guys, but they have big corners, big linebackers. Like they want to be kind of a bully, and I think they got away from that a little bit. And when there's some finesse players, some speed players that they brought in, I looked at them trying to get back to that tenacity and that style.
You got to have speed players in the National Football League. I don't know what he means by finesse players and speed players.
Well, I think like if you're talking about guys that play fast and you're super athletic twitch guys, like you're going to see more offenses be finesse. You can have a smash mouth offense if you run first and you're constantly just road grading teams. But like I think the finesse part usually comes into offense. But what we're seeing now is more finesse defense.
So he said the Ravens got away from the big bullies and got finesse speed guys. Number one, you have to have finesse speed guys on the outside for corners. So I don't know how you get bullies there. I don't think the interior linemen are finesse speed guys. I think they are. I don't really understand what David Jeremiah is saying the Ravens defense has become, because they still have big guys in the middle.
Yeah, and you're talking about finesse guys on the corner. I assume you're talking about people like Wiggins.
Yeah.
It's like, he's the fastest guy in the field.
But doesn't want to tackle.
But he's good in coverage, and nobody can outrun him. So you kind of need that.
You got to have those guys on the outside. So I hear what he's saying about getting back to being bullies, but I don't understand what he's saying, how the Ravens got away from that and got finesse speed guys. They do have finesse speed guys where everybody has finesse speed guys because you have to.
I don't know that you can be a bully with the way that the rules are enforced now.
We're saying the same thing on that.
Yeah.
We're saying the same. I don't get that.
Like, again, I think anybody that played Houston, to a degree, played Denver, played New England, played Seattle this year, you would say, damn, that defense was really good. They didn't beat the hell out of us. No. I think there were times you would look at Houston and teams that they played went, well, damn. And then you'd look at Houston's offense and the way they played and go, well, damn.
Well, Houston can get to the quarterback. Houston can get to the quarterback. Mm-hmm. Is that bullies or skill?
Yeah. Skill.
That's skill.
Well, they have a linebacker, Aziz Al-Shire. He's a bit of a bully. Late hits sometimes.
Okay,
but that's his thing. He's a bully. He was. If we're going to point to anybody on the Texans, it'd be him.
Okay. How many times does he get penalized for that? A lot. So that's going to get cut out.
I think he's been suspended for it too,
absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
Which goes back to what we're saying. The NFL doesn't want that.
Yeah. As Joe just said, he's the one that hit Trevor Lawrence.
Let's go to Baltimore and get Roy. What's up, Roy?
Roy?
I
feel like we're in Die Hard. Roy!
Early in the show, you guys posed the question, who performed well in the combine, boosted their stock, got picked in the first round, right? Mm-hmm. I could come to grips with like two names. I think Darius Hayward-Bay, he ran the fastest 40 in the combine.
But he didn't play well in the NFL.
Yeah, that's the point. That's what you kind of answered my question.
But who's the other guy?
Who elevated his stock but played well in the National Football League? Who's the other guy?
Demaryius Thomas.
That's a good one. So here, let me just say this with Demaryius Thomas, though, because
he was already projected to be high pick.
The problem with Demaryius Thomas and why people may have been like down on the numbers his senior year, don't forget, Paul Johnson went there, the former Navy head coach, and took over Georgia Tech. He did not transfer out. He played in that offense, which was, a run-first offense. It was finally, hey, we got a big play guy we can throw the ball to. So.
But wasn't he projected to be a first-round pick? I think he moved up in the first round. I thought he was projected to. Maybe I'm wrong. Darius Hayward-Bay is an example of what I was saying, though. Yeah. I mean, he's a guy that became a combine hero, and the Raiders drafted him, I believe.
Because that was Al Davis. It was Al Davis still alive. It was the whole thing about speed, baby. That's all he cared about. And just before I forget, we talked to the Maryland player in the supplemental draft. Was it Jared Gaither?
Yeah, we figured that out during the commercial break.
Okay.
And then the Ravens drafted him in the supplemental draft.
Yes, right.
So the other thing with Demaryius Thomas and what people need to realize is that guy was a freak of nature. Like, he had the biggest thighs on a wide receiver I've ever seen in my life. And I don't remember back to where he was projected in that draft. I think he was a first-round pick.
I thought he was, but if not, either way, that's a good pick.
Because of his size and his ability. And again, when he went to the combine, it just would have showed even more if he. I'm trying to even remember if he ran, because I thought he had a foot injury too. Let me go back and look at it.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Ravens defense. Ed, you think the Ravens go defense or offense in the first pick? I'll put it this way. Do they want to go defense or offense in the first pick?
I'd like them to go defense because I thought that was a bigger problem. People would just seem to move at will on them at times. So, I mean, to me, I'd like to see them go defense, but they have offensive needs. That line's got to be shored up. So, not sure, but I'm hoping for defense.
Jeremy, if they could pick, if they had their choice, what do you think they want to go defense or offense?
Yeah. I mean, look, if you're forcing me to pick, I'm going to say offense that you end up drafting like I have some weird feeling they might draft a wide receiver. I don't know why I'm feeling that, but yeah, I think looking at the offensive line. And by the way, Demaryius Thomas was projected by many as a second to third round pick.
So that's a good pick then. That's a good one.
But again,
Caller, that's a good one.
But again, I was right. He broke his foot. He had high upside and speed. I don't know that he ran at the combine because of his broken foot.
So his stock may have gone up on pro days.
When people started looking at it going, did you see this guy? He's a freak of nature.
410-583-1057 is the number. Kevin Brown joins us at 8:30 to talk college basketball because that's what he's doing, and some Orioles baseball because he did that yesterday. So Kevin's going to be double dipping. But on the other side, we'll look at the NFLPA's grades for teams and see where the Ravens fall. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show. Maybe fall is the key word right here on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
NFL Combine is underway. Jonas Shaffer, Baltimore Banner, will talk about the Ravens' perspective out there in Indianapolis. Keith Cavanaugh previews our Maryland sports weekend down in College Park. And the Orioles are down in Florida trying to keep it together. Let's leave these obliques alone.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. NBA legend Chris Bosh is opening up about a terrifying medical emergency, saying he escaped death this week. In a candid social media post, the Hall of Famer revealed he suddenly collapsed while preparing for a date night, waking up disoriented and covered in blood. Bosh, whose career was cut short due to blood clots, says he's lucky to be alive. I'm Drake Toll.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9. Restrictions apply.
Brought to you by Ollie's Bargain Outlet.
The smartest people on earth know how to spot a good deal. That's why they shop at Ollie's first. You'll save up to 70% off the fancy store's prices. So you go, you smart and savvy shopper. You know where the real deals are, where they sell good stuff cheap.
Ollie's! Good stuff cheap!
Traffic sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor. 833-83-VALOR.
Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call my friends at Valor Roofing right now and get 50% off materials, plus pay no interest until 2027. Saving you big. Don't wait, folks. Call 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com and tell them Rob Long sent you.
Looking for your next home upgrade? Town Appliance in Owings Mills has you covered with the latest trends in kitchen, laundry, and outdoor appliances. Their chic, modern showroom off Reisterstown Road features over 70 trusted brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. Whether you're remodeling or just refreshing your space, the expert team, especially Mayor, makes it easy from start to finish. Visit the beautiful showroom. Call, text 410-364-4400 or shop online with nationwide delivery at townappliance.com.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning in Baltimore City, 895 southbound, a little bit slow through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 looks good through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway looks good. Inner loop, no problems. The outer loop of the Beltway, slow. Hartford Road to Providence. And then again, you're on the brakes. Liberty Road to Baltimore National Pike on and off. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. NFLPA did their team grades. Now, Joe, you said they did these grades in November, right?
Correct. So what you're going to see about the coaching staff is Todd Monken, Zach Orr, and John Harbaugh.
Okay. All right. Ravens, Baltimore Ravens. Treatment of families, C+.
Say it again. It was
treatment of families. Like, you know, we bring our families around the team, how you treat them, C+. Yes. Food dining area, B.
It's always good there, right?
Yeah.
But again, maybe if you've been there,
that's actually up. Remember, they were graded low a couple of years ago, weren't they, Ed? In food and dining?
Yeah, they were.
They were graded low. Nutritionist, dietitian, B. Locker room, B-. Wow. Training room, B-. Training staff, B-. I mean, that's borderline right there. What we got? Weight room, B+. Strength coaches, that's up, B+. They were low for a while. Team travel, A-. Head coach, B. Team ownership is the only A that the Ravens got. Team ownership. And this was before the press conference. So the only solid A they got, Ed Norris, was team ownership. Team travel got an A-.
Yeah, actually, I'm looking at an updated version that came out yesterday. Team ownership got an A+.
Sorry. This says that's why I asked you 2025. I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong one. Ed, give me the one you have.
For the whole thing, team ownership got an A+. The one I have, treatment of families, was a B+.
Okay.
Nutritionist diet, food dining area B, nutritionist dietitian A-, training room A, weight room A, strength coaches A, head coach B.
They got a general. They didn't have a general manager on the other one. He got an A-.
He did. He got an A- in this one.
And ownership A+.
Yep.
Yeah. Home field A.
Yeah.
They didn't used to have that. Locker room stayed at B-, training room A, training staff B. Weight room went up as well. Strength coaches went up as well. Strength coaches, remember, strength coaches, a couple of years ago, that was down like to a C.
Yeah,
wasn't
because of the guy that they had
Yes.
that was.
Yeah.
Yep.
So during COVID and all the other
and they
stuff
complained
was
about the weight room, too, and now we got an A.
So are you good with the grades that they got, Jeremy?
They sound good, right? I mean, you're getting a lot of A's there.
Yeah.
Sounds like where it should be, and kind of like what we've heard about, this team. They call it the castle for a reason, right? Like the facilities there were supposed to be amazing. But again, I guess as far as other teams, when you start to hear what other teams are getting, maybe it does get outdated. Maybe other teams have better stuff, but everything we've heard here is it's always been great with the Ravens.
Yeah, and as Joe just pointed out, they've gotten progressively better over the past 4 years in these grades. Yeah. And you could be like the Carolina Panthers. They gave their home field an F, locker room a D+. Yeah, I mean, this you could be like the Bengals. Treatment of families, F-.
Wow.
Dietitian, nutrition, F. You know what I mean? That's that ownership, D+ on ownership. Travel for the Browns, D-. Food and dining, D+. Head coach, D-. C-, I should say. General manager, C. Ownership, C. These guys, Cowboys, training room, D. Who's that? The Broncos, locker room, D.
It's funny. The Chiefs ended up at 27 overall. They did not do well in this. And you know, his number one, which surprised the hell out of me, was the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
Would they get
number
good or
one.
bad grades?
Good.
Yeah.
The overall rank was number one. Vikings were number two. It's pretty
Steelers are last in the league.
interesting.
Steelers are last in the league.
Yeah, they got F in several categories there. Locker room, home field, F-, F, treatment of families, team travel, F.
Dude, I've done bad on some tests. I didn't know F- existed.
How you can fail miserably.
Yeah.
G+.
You've gone beyond failing.
You're beyond stink.
Did you guys see, so I don't know what the Jets graded there, and I'm assuming it's not great, but Aaron Glenn was at the Combine. And they caught him on video falling asleep at the Combine. And it's like, first off, I get it. It's low-hanging fruit to pick on the Jets and anything that goes on. But if you're running your ass ragged and doing all this stuff, we've been here probably where you're sitting here going, oh, God, it's so tough.
Yeah,
and
it's
then open your
interesting.
eyes.
The Jets were 18th overall, and the head coach got an A from the team.
Wow.
The players, yeah.
They liked him.
Yeah. Strength coaches got an A.
Tell them it ain't your fault, bro.
So these got leaked. If you don't remember, the NFL won a court case against these being legal. Like, they weren't allowed to release them. So the NFL sent out a memo to the team saying, you guys aren't allowed to publicly comment on these. But these will be the last time that they do these.
Why are
Oh,
people-
really?
Why? They get
What are
their
you
feelings
afraid
hurt?
of? Yeah.
And that's exactly what it was. They said that it hurts the businesses.
Oh. Wow. We're only going to make...
You go to a restaurant and it has their grade right there plastered on the window.
Yeah.
I have to sell one of my Lamborghinis.
Yeah, that's what all the restaurants should do. Just get rid of Yelp. And nobody wants to find out what other people think. Ew. That could ruin things.
Oh, Arizona Cardinals. Surprise, shocker, guys. Team ownership, F. Shocker there. Buffalo Bills. A lot of these guys like their owners.
Yeah. It's just, I just keep thinking of Roger Goodell, that heartless son of a bitch. It's like, this stuff, it just drives me insane that it's like, oh, no, we want to get something put in here where an injunction. They can't say this stuff about us because it's going to hurt business. What's going to hurt your business more than you guys watering down the damn sport?
Chiefs ownership got a C+.
They don't like their ownership.
They did terrible.
Wow.
Overall. They were near the bottom of the NFL and everything.
Locker room F, training room C-. Position coaches only got a C+. You know why they getting the offensive coordinator, new one? Because he got a C+. Defensive coordinator got an A. Jeez, man. Oh, my.
It is.
I wonder if you think the owners look at these report cards and make decisions?
Well, so Steve Bisciotti, the Ravens progressively got better after they had some really bad grades in 2022. And I think like their overall GPA is somewhere in like a 3.32, which was up from like a 2.8 a little while ago. So I think that he really took some of this stuff to heart.
He had to.
And he's only one of 4 owners that got an A+ rating.
You know what's funny? Steelers head coach, A. General manager, C+. Team owner, D. Oof. And again, this was before Mike Tomlin got fired. Wow. Owner said, I'm firing you, Mike Tomlin. Why? Because you got an A and I got a D. Well, he got a D-. I stand corrected. The ownership got a D-.
Yeah, I don't think the Ravens players are going to get a free smoothie for filling out a survey now if it's all positive, right? Like, this whole thing is like you get all these people telling you how they feel about it, and the NFL's like, oh, we can't let anyone know that they think this is bad. I got news for you. If you look at the Browns, if you look at the Jets, you look at a lot of these teams, even though some of them graded out better than others, they're probably going to be looked down upon.
Yeah,
you know, like
no doubt.
It's
you know that there are very few shockers in the bad grades. You can kind of look at who should get bad. Maybe the Chiefs are a shocker, but the rest of them, you know who's going to get a bad grade.
I thought the Jets do much worse.
Yeah.
Kevin Brown joins us at 8:30, but on the other side, we get stupid with Jeremy Kahn.
Oh, buddy, I told you about an injury report that came out. If you missed it, we're going to go over it. Poor pitcher for the San Diego Padres. They listed what his actual injury was on the report, and if you haven't seen it, you're going to need to tune in to find out.
Damn.
We're going to talk about cockfighting in the Bay Area. They busted, how many they have? 833 roosters. And I want to get into that a little bit. And also, a judge ruled...
training for a year for that.
Yeah, see? It's the wrong fight. A judge ruled that the city of Chicago owes drivers $163 million that they overcharged on parking tickets, city stickers, and minor violations. We talk about that next in the World of Stupid.
Faniversary is back. Saturday, April 4th, starting at 1 p.m. at our new location, Barrel House Live in Falston. Join the fans, hosts, and special guests along with food and fun. We'll even buy your first 2 beers, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Meet your favorite fan personalities. Ask questions. Get uncensored answers. Know Your Show returns with a chance to win concert tickets. Faniversary. Celebrating 17 years of sports talk in Baltimore. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston from 1 till 4. Tickets $25 on sale now at 1057thefan.com.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
It's the season for fresh starts, and your home can help you begin again. With the home equity loan from Security Plus Federal Credit Union, you take control of high-interest debt, fund renovations, or reach new financial goals. Rates as low as 5.5% APR. Start your journey toward peace of mind today. Visit securityplusfcu.org/home equity or stop by your local branch. Security Plus. Your goals, our guidance.
Valentine's Day is on all month long at Bob Bell with sweetheart deals you'll love. Get into the car you want today at Bob Bell Ford, Bob Bell Hyundai, Bob Bell Nissan, Bob Bell Kia, Bob Bell Chevrolet Baltimore, and Bob Bell Chevrolet Bel Air. Plus quality used cars priced to move fast. Easy buying, trusted service. No wonder Bob Bell goes the extra mile. For value, selection, and service, we're unbeatable. Come see us today or visit bobbell.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
1057 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit cfgbankarena.com for a list of upcoming events.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday afternoon in South Florida, the O's young talent leads the charge.
Sanchez smokes it up the middle. It's a base hit to win the game. 20-year-old Jordan Sanchez scores 21-year-old Aaron Estrada.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Jordan Sanchez drives in the winning run for the Birds as they beat the Tigers 6-5, winning their third straight. Tyler O'Neill with a big day, hitting his first homer of the spring, leadoff style in the first. Kobe Mayo also continuing his hot start, driving in a pair. But with the good, you got to take the bad. Catcher Samuel Basayo left the game as a precautionary measure with what was described as side discomfort after stretching to make a tag at home plate in the third. And while it didn't look great when watching the replay, manager Craig Albernaz didn't seem too worried about his budding superstar after the game.
To me, he could have stayed in the game, but that was me being the voice of reason to get him out of there and make sure everything is fine.
The Birds get back on the diamond this afternoon in a matchup against the Pittsburgh Pirates, with Shane Baz towing the rubber for the first time as an Oriole. First pitch is just after 1 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing warmer, highs in the mid-50s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We are 1057 The Fan.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right, here we go. Let's start off with this one because this is fun. All right, a judge has ruled that the city of Chicago owes drivers $163 million that they overcharged on parking tickets, city stickers, and minor violations. According to this, City Hall is going to have to pay off a lot of people. Last week, Circuit Judge William Sullivan handed down a summary judgment making the city of Chicago liable for nearly $104 million in refunds. The case, which goes back more than 10 years, has been bitterly contested by the city. Man, isn't it nice when somebody says, hey, bank error in your favor here? Like, you don't know how often people are getting screwed over in situations that they're not privy to. Like, whether it's billing, whether it's a company that's, like, trying to get, I know from my aunt when she was trying to get on disability, they denied her for like a year. Like, did you even look at the medical stuff to see, deny? It's BS.
I knew a Social Security attorney years ago. She said, they deny everybody the first time, no matter what. Why should you do that if it's a real legit case?
Yeah. And how about, with that stuff too, the banks, when they would charge you $35 overdraft fees and they would take the most expensive thing and take that out first. So every single one that piled up after that, it's like, boom,
So you had a $48 burrito then?
Yes, even more than that sometimes. But Chicago's on the hook now for $70 million in overcharges above that $250 per ticket threshold. It's also liable for $30 million in interest and another $94 million in fines. Jesus, who's running this place? It's ugly. All right, let's get to this story. Cockfighting, as Ed said, he practiced all year and then realized it's not what he thought.
Disappointed. Yes.
833 roosters seized in massive Bay Area cockfighting. First off, have you guys ever seen this live?
100% I did.
Okay.
Puerto Rico.
Can you talk about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I have it on video. I should have sent it to you when I saw this. Yeah, it's one of the craziest things I've ever seen. They have an arena just for this in Carolina. They're part of Puerto Rico in that end. It's a yellow building that's looks like a sports complex, and they have a ring in the middle. And these roosters are kept in glass cages up on top, and they come down. They strap little razor blades to their legs.
Are you serious? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh my!
And they go at it, until one's dead. And it's the wildest, most brutal thing. I don't know how it still exists, but and the betting is crazy because it's just men. It was in Puerto Rico, so just men screaming in Spanish, waving cash, pointing at each other. You have no idea what the hell's going on, but I wouldn't want to welch on that bet. So it's a wild experience. I'm glad I saw it, just so I saw it and could talk about it, but it's nutty.
Yeah, man, I'm a bleeding heart, especially when it comes to the dog fighting and stuff. And what is it? Roosters are just so territorial that as soon as they put them in, they're going to attack another one. I saw a video this weekend of a rooster that was going after an eagle that was trying to, trying to pick up one of the chickens or one of the hens there, and started attacking it. And the eagle's like, man, are you serious? What are you doing? But again,
why isn't cockfighting as appalling as dog fighting?
Because we eat those animals. That's why.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, animals are looked at differently. Again, you'll have people that are going, oh my God, I can't believe you're killing that little deer or those pigs, those feral hogs. And they're out there, but they're invasive. I had 3 deer on my front yard yesterday. I live in the suburbs.
To me, Rob said it's wild, though, because it's true. People, you go to prison for fighting dogs, and people are appalled. But you take this, this rooster, and you look it up. They're called gaffs. They're little knives. They strap them to their feet.
If that was a dog fight, Ed, that you were at in Puerto Rico, you would have stopped it.
Yeah, I guess. It was
I couldn't
crazy.
watch that. Yeah.
I watched it.
No, I mean, look, this is, again, different cultures do different things. And sometimes when you're around it, it's like, whew, I can't believe this is still going on. But yeah, it does seem unfair to sit here and raise, roosters to sit here and kill each other. But when you think about it, have you guys watched what goes on at the meat plants? I just watched a video of how they humanely kill these pigs when they're coming through, and these gigantic bolts just go through their neck and they're dead. They're wiggling around, they're wiggling, boom, done, dead, move on. And again, that's food. I don't know if anybody's eating these chickens afterwards, but did you see the size of that chicken? Anyway, all right, let's get to this story. Ed, did you see this yet? Did you look this up?
What?
The injury report for Matt Waldron of the San Diego Padres?
Did not.
Thank God. Because Dude Wipes has stepped in, guys. Padres are down a pitcher, and it's one real pain in the rear. San Diego knuckleballer Matt Waldron is out indefinitely after undergoing surgery for hemorrhoid-related infection. Yes, we're talking about that area. He's been stuck in the hospital for the past few days. It's been a pain in the ass. He had to have surgery to drain it and make it better. Now, here's where I get into this, because I talk about the story of Kaz Matsui with the Houston Astros when they put him on the injury report with anal fissures, which is tears in your rear end or whatever. Right. And I'm going, if it's an arm injury, yeah. But with personal stuff, do we really have to be as descriptive? Is there an investigative reporter going, I wonder if it's something with his ass. They're not telling us. Let's find out. But this is something I don't know that you need to be embarrassed about it, but I'm sure people would be. Having surgery to drain it to help his recovery. A rep from Dude Wipes, who Rob loves so much,
I love them.
Said they'd be happy to send
them in my bag.
some of their fragrance-free, flushable hemorrhoid wipes, medicated with hazel or soothing for relief. I don't care how much they tell you they're flushable wipes; they're not.
Never close my tool up.
Don't. I'm telling you, man. If you don't use them at home,
I do.
Okay.
I've been using them for years.
This just happened to my sister-in-law, where her son was using Dude Wipes, and it cost them $10,000 to rip out the pipes and everything else and get the whole bathroom situated.
What am I supposed to do with them?
Throw them in the trash.
Ew.
Then don't use them.
No,
use an Alabama wet wipe. Spit on that thing.
Oh, that's what you do.
Well, hold on. Desperate times call for desperate measures. You guys are telling me you've never done an Alabama wet wipe.
Absolutely not. 100%.
You are a liar.
I've used Dude Wipes and I flushed them.
I've done enough Alabama wet wipes for the four of us, so you guys can kiss my ass.
Then I don't. No.
Well, wait until it's done.
Yeah. If you've done enough for the four of us, then we don't need to do it.
If I go to Urban Dictionary, is Alabama wet wipe on there? I've never heard. Do you just come up with this, or
go ahead and Google it, Joe?
I'm kind of afraid.
Do you want to know what Poseidon's Kiss is? I posted about that on
I do
Facebook.
know that one. Yeah,
that's when you take a dump and then the water in the toilet splashes your ass. It's Poseidon's Kiss. So, by the way, this issue with Waldron was initially described as an infection in his rear end before they had to clarify it to hemorrhoids.
Song by No Emotion and the Gods.
What?
Alabama Wet Wipe. Yeah. The song.
It's about
They wrote it about.
Waldron is listed as week to week. It's week to week. How bad are these hemorrhoids? Now, can I ask this, and you guys don't have to answer it if you don't want to. Have you ever had hemorrhoids?
Yes.
How bad is it, Ed?
It's uncomfortable. It was a little while ago, but they're painful.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
It's an extreme case, though, isn't it? Isn't his issue?
Yeah, this is different. Yeah. That's, I think a lot of people have hemorrhoids.
Yeah. I just popped mine back in. Right, Ed?
That's what you're supposed to.
I'm kidding.
That's what you're supposed to do, actually, yes. By the way, I sent you guys a video of what the ring looks like for the cockfighters. They're preparing it. I can't find the one of them actually fighting, but.
This is crazy. But poor Matt Waldron, I hope you get better. His ass is blue. It's torn up, man. So get that thing right so this guy can go back out there and throw in his knuckleballs.
It's like a mandrel.
Yeah. And by the way, with the injury report, just say it's personal. Can't you do that for the player to protect them from stupid nonsense like this? What do you think this guy's going to hear on the road every time he goes, "How's the hemorrhoids, Matty?"
How many of those pillows do you think people gave him?
That's your world of stupid.
Kevin Brown joins us at 8:30, but on the other side, the NCAA plans to protect the portal window by issuing penalties for schools and coaches who circumvent the rule. Like, how you going to find that out? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
NFL Combine is underway. Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner, will talk about the Ravens' perspective out there in Indianapolis. Keith Cavanaugh previews our Maryland sports weekend down in College Park. And the Orioles are down in Florida trying to keep it together. Let's leave these obliques alone.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
You've been thinking about that smile. I know. We all do. Your appearance is important. You can say you don't care, but you care. We all care. And how you present to the world is important. That's where the Smile Design Center comes in, because they can really, really improve your self-confidence. Get that smile back that you've always wanted. If you ever had it, you get it back. If you never had it, you can have it. They do amazing work there. Seriously. Everything from, just teeth whitening to implants and everything in between, veneers, crowns, whatever you need. And they do a really, just an amazing job with cosmetic work. It's a regular full-service dental practice. So if you need your annual, exam and cleaning and all that, that's the place to go as well. But if you need to, or you've been thinking about taking care of that appearance, I would check them out. Seriously. Dr. Learfield does a great job. And if you've stayed away from the dentist for decades, which is not good, they have sedation options, so all that anxiety goes away. It's stress-free, really comfortable. And now with all the technology with, for implants and the like, it's so easy now. But nothing happens unless you walk in for that consultation. So do that. The number is 410-321-1100. Please go in, see what they can do for you, and just tell them I sent you their way.
Brought to you by Ollie's Bargain Outlet.
Ollie's deals are so good, you won't believe the prices.
This has to be a joke.
It's no joke. Ollie's Bargain Outlet sells famous brand name merchandise at up to 70% off the fancy store prices. Hurry in.
Ollie!
Good stuff, team!
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville. Hey, it's Rob Long. You got to check out Elephant in the Room in Millersville on Veterans Highway. My new go-to spot is locally and veteran-owned, featuring a menu of Southern-inspired comfort food with a Maryland twist. Visit eatdrinkelephant.com and tell them Rob sent you.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or darkcarstoyotabaltimore.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, and Mike Bordick join the Fans team coverage of spring training in Sarasota. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for daily updates right to your phone. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. In Baltimore City, I-95 southbound, an accident inside the left tunnel has the left lane blocked there. You're backed up a little bit there. 895 southbound looks good through the Harbor Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop, super slow from Wilkins Avenue to Baltimore National Pike. And then again, you're on the brakes, Green Spring to the 83s. The Outer Loop slow on the east side, Harford Road to Providence, and then very slow at Old Court Road. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
You make me feel so good inside. I've always wanted a girl just like you. You're such a PYT. Pretty young thing. Ooh. Where did you come from, baby? And ooh, won't you take me there right away? Won't you, baby?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
By the way,
we haven't had Antonio yet.
No, we haven't. Big thanks to Brant and Ryan for sending in the Alabama Wet Wipe, which the actual Urban Dictionary. I sent it to the group so everybody can read about it.
Oh, I saw it.
Yeah. Try it sometime, man. It's a white trash. By the way, you didn't have many choices. Like when I was in West Virginia, we had the outhouse when I was a kid, my grandparents. So you had to go outside. We usually watch Friday the 13th and then basically crap our pants on the way to listening for sounds out there. But you definitely use an Alabama wet wipe out there. It's probably a West Virginia wet wipe at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
NCAA is looking to oversight.
Rob's not even trying to acknowledge anything.
This transfer portal situation. Among the proposed penalties, the head coach who accepts a transfer who did not properly enter the January portal would be prohibited from all recruiting, on-field coaching, and team meetings for 6 games. The school accepting the transfer would be fined 20% of his football budget. Wow. How long has the transfer portal been in existence?
Let me look it up. It's a few years now,
5
right?
years, maybe?
Something like that.
So my question to you is this, gentlemen. It has, we do know it's been in existence. It's not new. Why are you just issuing this penalty? Shouldn't this been from the very beginning? Do you honestly think in a world where coaches don't behave that they're going to have the honor system and now behave? I don't.
I think because they didn't regulate in the beginning. Because we talked about this when it occurred, when it was like when they hit the boat with the champagne bottle. This was going to be an issue because it was like the Wild West. and there was no regulation, and nobody was overseeing it, and then it got out of control, and now they're trying to rein it in, and this is what happens when you don't think something out.
That's my point.
They came up with this. Yeah,
this should have been at the beginning. Not now. It's out of control now.
By the way, 2018 is when this started.
October. You can't put the genie back in the bottle.
Yeah. So now, who could have seen this coming? I mean, come on.
In a
really?
world where coaches misbehave all the time anyway. I mean,
they're playing papers with players under the table for decades.
In a world.
I don't get it, man. I don't understand. Once again, the NCAA failed. That's what they do.
Yeah. This just reminds me, it's the guy at the meeting I always talk about who doesn't raise his hand. They come up with this. They come up with the proposal. Now you're going to be able to just leave anytime you want, go to any school you want that'll have you. And maybe somebody should, excuse me, how is this actually going to work in practice? Like, okay. And give it a hypothetical, because this was, you could see this coming a mile away. And now we're here. And everybody's scratching their head saying, gee, how'd that happen?
I don't know. Oh, man.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. How do they fix this, Jeremy? Or can they fix this?
Look, we got to this point because I don't know what the right answer is for everything, so let me just say that. But, we got to this point where it was like, okay, we got NIL money, so now players are getting paid a certain amount. There were going to be regulations on that. You had the transfer portal. Rob, you just pointed out there was a guy at the Combine. He had 3 colleges listed below his name.
Yeah.
And we're going to see more and more of this as it goes on. You just basically have a bunch of mercenaries now in college and hired guns. And I don't know if there's anything wrong with that, but the transfer portal, I feel bad for the kids that have I'm this good and I should have done this. And then all of a sudden you're transferring after your freshman year to go to another team where, guess what? You're not as good as you thought. Every team has 3 to 4, 6, 7, 6, 8 guys on their team. And you're just another one of those guys. I think that happens more times to those smaller players or the guys that didn't get as highly recruited. Or you did, and then they found out, oh, wait a minute, this guy didn't really play against great competition because this isn't what we bought. So, I think the transfer portal, it's caused a lot of issues, but I never thought it was fair that coaches could leave and the players couldn't.
That's what my issue was for years.
Yep.
Coaches could leave and coach immediately. Players, if they left, had to sit out a year. It was totally unfair.
Said they didn't want to govern the coaches, so they gave the players more freedom, and that is the problem. Honestly, that's the huge problem. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. We can talk about the issues all the time, but the NCAA is the greatest issue in my opinion. That's the real issue.
Yeah, it's always been.
They don't belong.
So do you want the transfer portal to stay, or is it something where you think it needs
It has to be tweaked.
Do you think hey, if you're going to hit the transfer portal, you get one chance to do it?
And other than that, you got to sit out. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, and the timing should be better. Yeah,
what should the timing be?
I think it should be a time when there's no football activity. I mean, now we saw, there's they're doing it when actually football's still going on.
See, so here, the transfer portal opens up for a single 15-day window from January 2nd to the 16th. What's going on January 2nd to the 16th? Bowl games are still happening.
Yeah.
Right.
Why? Open it up later than that. Allow these kids to finish with their teams before they got to make decisions on whether or not they're transferring out. The stuff that happened at Ole Miss this year, you guys had a chance at a national championship, and you had a good enough team, and maybe you weren't going to get there, but I think all the things that went on definitely didn't help.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
Again, I just think it's so weird to look up and see that these guys, I told you the story about the guy that had the Duke tattoo. He's wearing a Florida State hat. He's got a Michigan hoodie on, and he's getting ready to transfer to Arizona. It's like, does anybody love you? Or do you love anybody? Again, and I can't blame guys for doing it. Make as much money in college as you can. What did Adam Jones say the other day? Going from the minor leagues to the major league, it's a lot different.
Yep.
Going from college to the pros, some guys just don't cut it, don't get the same opportunity. Maybe you get drafted by the wrong team and get buried.
But you know what I hate, though, Jeremy? You're right about that. Some guys just don't cut it. Great college football players don't cut it in the pros, and yet we say they're bums because they didn't cut it in the pro. Tim Tebow is not a bum.
No.
because he wasn't a good NFL quarterback. He's not a bum, and I hate when people do that. Yeah. And how many people do you know won a national championship? How many people do you know won a Heisman Trophy? I'm not talking about how many people you know because you watched it to happen. How many people in your circle played college football? And he was the best in the business. He's not a bum.
No.
He's just not a good NFL player. That's it.
And again, some of it's like mechanics, the speed of the game. And if they'd have changed up how he would play, I'm sure he could have. Look, he went to a playoff game, all that stuff. He won a playoff game. But if you watched him, the way he threw the football at the NFL level with the size and speed of it, it wasn't going to be what it was in college.
Jets tried to change him to a tight end. I think he got there and said, you know what, screw this, man. I'm a quarterback. I don't want to play tight end. I just quit. Dave in Baltimore. What's up, Dave?
Hey, good morning. Love the show.
Thank you, sir.
You guys were a lot more educated on this than I am, but my question is, what about if the NCAA went to something pertaining like the NFL where a college owns the player? And I understand they have contracts already in place on some of them, but, it's like you got to trade or buy out their contract from the other team.
Well, that's kind of what we're proposing, where you get one transfer, and then after that, you'd have to sit out. I don't think college wants to get in the business of contracts per se. Mm-hmm. That's why they had the third party donor in terms of NIL. I don't think colleges want to get in that business.
And you also see colleges having GMs now because of this.
You have to start dealing with agents and all that. I don't think. I'm not saying that's a bad idea. I'm just thinking I don't think colleges want to get involved in that. 410-583-1057 is the number.
Could they do something that you could transfer every 2 years? That's probably, you only get the once if you play 4 years.
I think you get one transfer, and after that, you have to sit out a year. I think that's the best way to go. Jim Duquette joins us at 9 to talk baseball, but on the other side, he's going to talk a little college basketball and some Orioles baseball because he called the game yesterday. Kevin Brown joins us up next on The Fan.
The Fan gives you a chance to see Metallica. Life Burns Faster. Coming to Sphere Las Vegas. This national contest hooks you up with travel, 3-night hotel stay, and tickets to see both nights of the opening weekend of Metallica's Sphere residency. All thanks to Q Prime. Download the free Odyssey app, create your account, and favorite our station. Listening for an hour is your daily entry. Then come back each day for more chances. Rules and info at 1057thefan.com.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about Duke's Mayo. Says here it's got twang. That sounds good. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits, so you can give everything you've got. With most clubs open 24 hours, you've got access to our best-in-class equipment to tackle early morning reps, late-night miles, and every workout in between. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Insurance licensed in Maryland.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
President's Day weekend savings are happening all month at Bob Bell Kia. Drive home a new Kia Soul for as low as $19,970. Credit challenges? We've got options. Up to $2,000 more for your car than CarMax. Visit bobbellkia.com.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Orioles pulled off a 6-5 walk-off win on Thursday afternoon with rookie Jordan Sanchez driving in the game-winning run. But in yesterday's victory, a scary moment as budding superstar Samuel Basallo left the contest in the third inning after a diving play at the plate. Basallo looked to be in a lot of discomfort, though after the game, manager Craig Albernas downplayed the injury situation. And when asked if there would be any further testing for number 23, here's the skipper.
I don't think so. Nothing I've heard, but like I said, that was on me. Completely precautionary just to get him out of the game. It's February 26th.
Basallo was seen in the bullpen after being removed, and Dean Kramer told reporters that his catcher seemed okay, but added, quote, "I'm not the medical professional." The Birds get back on the diamond this afternoon in a matchup against the Pirates as Shane Baz toes the rubber for the first time as an Oriole. First pitch is just after 1 p.m. And tonight on ice in D.C., the Capitals host the Golden Knights in their second game back from the Olympic break. Puck drop from the district, slated for 7 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing warmer, highs in the mid-50s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We're 105.7 The Fan.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning in the city. Southbound 895, you're on the brakes from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is slow from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop looks good. The Outer Loop, an accident at Wilkins Avenue, has the right lane blocked. You're backed up a little bit there. And 83, the Harrisburg Expressway southbound, slow approaching the Beltway. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I need to be myself.
Hey, who's this, Joseph?
Oasis.
Oh, it's got to be because of our next guest. Or you could have played some Blink 182, right?
Oh, yeah. Joining us right now. You can hear him on the Orioles telecast. Heard him yesterday. He is Kevin Brown. I can't get to it, Joe, on this side. Kevin, what's up, man?
I do like more than two musical artists. I just want people to know that.
Yeah, but, you know, I think when you come on the show, those are the two that always get played for you, though, right?
I know,
Yeah.
which is fine. I'm not going to complain.
Yeah.
But, you know, my taste is wider than that. I'm just going to let the folks out there know.
Can you give us a band that maybe, or an artist that maybe people will be surprised that you really like?
I saw 9 Inch Nails in concert 2 weeks ago. I love 9 Inch Nails.
Love it.
Yeah, that might be a surprise to some.
I was surprised the day you said something. He has more hits than Kendrick Lamar. Who was that weekend?
Yeah.
Where were we
I
that
referenced
weekend?
the Kendrick Drake feud. Love Kendrick.
Yeah, he said
Still one of the great halftime shows.
He has more hits than Kendrick Lamar. Kevin, we're going to get to some college basketball, but yesterday you said it was very awkward seeing Samuel Basayo lead the ball game. What have you heard about that injury?
Really just what Craig Albernet said after the game, which was he didn't think it was serious, and he did not believe there would be a need for further testing. I think when a player now, and this may be a fairly recent development, when a player now grabs at his chest or near his side, I think oblique. I think a lot of us now think oblique. Like there was such a rash of oblique injuries in baseball over the last several years, and then it feels like this spring training, the Hammett bone is the new oblique. But we heard about it last year with Adley Rutschman dealing with two oblique issues. You know, Gunnar Henderson had the adductor issue that's very similar, and those issues can knock players out for a while. So that was my fear, but hopefully it is just some soreness from landing hard and nothing more, because as we said during the broadcast, Samuel Basayo should be a huge part of this team. So it was refreshing and relieving to know that Craig Albernet said he didn't think it'd be too serious, and I'm sure that'll be the first question he's asked at his media session today.
Kevin, you'd be surprised or maybe happy. No, one of my favorite songs is "Hurt." Jeremy knows why.
Oh my gosh, a beautiful song, and the Johnny Cash version of it
is haunting. Yes, 100%. But the Nine Inch Nails was
and I
awesome
have a head
too.
like a hole. So
anyway, what about so far? I mean, obviously, I don't know how much stock we put into spring training performances, but I do like what I see from some of the starting pitching. Trevor Rogers, is he exceeding expectations?
I mean, you're right. It's hard to put too much stock in, but he certainly looks like last year, doesn't he? I mean, the velocity is really good already. He's already carrying his reload through 2 starts. The command looks just as sharp. Everybody expects Trevor Rogers has to take a step back because, you know, everybody in the history of baseball, just about since, you know, the mound was moved after 1968, has had to take a step back from that kind of season. But he looks just like himself. I mean, there are certain things he tweaked a little bit. He wants a little more velocity. And I think at his motion, you know, his deception, his arm angle, he doesn't need an overwhelming amount of velocity. But if he can pick up just a mile per hour, I think that made a huge difference. Mm-hmm. He's tweaked his sweeper a little bit, which was such a great fit last year. So he looks like he is exactly where he left off to me. It's pretty amazing to watch him and go, yeah, this is just the same guy. It just, you want 30 starts. I mean, the only downside last year was he was hurt for the first couple of months of the year, and the Orioles only got half of that out of him. But if you get 30 starts out of Trevor Rogers, I think we're looking at another really special year.
Kev, I want you to stay with the Orioles, but you're quickly becoming one of my favorite basketball.
No doubt.
I mean,
no doubt.
You do such a phenomenal job, and I'm not trying to kiss your ass because you're here. I'd have said it if you weren't. But this year, you don't have to give me the best team you've seen, but give me an intriguing team that you think may have a chance to maybe make some noise, because you've seen quite a few games this season.
Yeah, I mean, the first one would be the easy answer, which is Duke. But I also haven't seen Michigan in person. But an intriguing team, I'll give you one that's not far down the road. I think what Virginia's done this year is really special. And Virginia actually plays Duke tomorrow, which will be a great atmosphere in Cameron. And if Duke wins that, they clinch the ACC. If Virginia wins that, they would tie Duke for first in the ACC and have a tiebreaker with 2 games to go. Virginia, you know, folks kind of stopped paying attention after Tony Bennett stepped down before last year. Virginia has a completely new team with the exception of one player, Elijah Gertrude, who really is a kind of a garbage time player or, you know, foul trouble emergency player at this point, which is not all that uncommon in college basketball, but is for Virginia, where for years and years they were the program of development. They'd get a player, they'd redshirt him as a freshman, he'd play a little bit as a redshirt freshman, maybe take a step up as a redshirt sophomore, then by a junior he was an all-ACC guy. That's not the case now. They have 2 players from overseas who are older players. Mm-hmm. They have a ton of transfers. They have this freshman, Chance Mallory, who's about 5'7", 5'8", from Charlottesville, like a local hero who's become this incredible spark plug off the bench. And I think they'll be somewhere in the 4 or 5 seed range, but they are good enough to win multiple games in the tournament. They are one of the best shot blocking teams in the country, and they're one of the most balanced teams in the country. They are a great 3-point shooting team. They have 9 guys on the floor who can all make a 3. That's pretty rare. And they have, like I said, one of the best shot blocking defenses in the country. So on a night where they're making threes, they're one of the toughest teams to beat in the country. On a night where they're not, they can really stymie you defensively. And it's just so weird to see Virginia score in the 80s. I mean, they would score in the 80s like twice a year under Tony Bennett. They've scored in the 80s, I think, close to 20 times this year. So,
Odom's a great coach.
Just a couple hours down the road. I mean, Ryan Odom, you're right. He was obviously, people know him from here at UMBC, literally just down the road. And then went to Utah State and won there, went to VCU and won there, and he's winning here. So Virginia is a team I think will make some noise here. I think they've been a little under the radar just because the top of college basketball is so buzzy, right? Michigan's been such a buzzy team. Duke, Arizona was unbeaten for such a long time. They're Caleb Wilson at Carolina, AJ DeBonsa, Derek Peterson. These freshmen are getting such headlines, and Virginia's just kind of rolling along at a much improved ACC, and they've only lost twice, and they just beat a really good NC State team by 29. So I like Virginia to kind of get on the national radar here again in the next few weeks.
Kevin Brown. Kevin, when are you doing your next O's game, your next college basketball game?
Next basketball game is tomorrow, Louisville-Clemson, which is a good one in the ACC. I think that's at 2 o'clock on ESPN2, and then I come home tomorrow night, and next O's game is on Sunday. They're playing somebody. It's a spring game. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I think that's against the Red Sox, and I think Chris Bassett is going to make his Oriole debut because Shane Boz is today, Kyle Bradish is tomorrow, and I believe Chris Bassett's going to start on Sunday. So that'll be fun to watch.
And a little Trey Gibson tonight, too. I think he comes in afterwards.
Getting your frequent flyer miles around, Kevin. I appreciate your time this morning.
Trying. Thank you, guys. Always good to be on.
All right, buddy.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
31057 is the number. He had the displeasure of doing the Duke Notre Dame game, which was so boring that we were texting.
I texted him 50, man.
I texted him a picture of him on the same picture I sent you. He said, "I can't believe you're even watching this game right now." I said, "Listen, I don't like Duke, but I like Duke. Let's go to Rosedale and get Antonio to make this thing a Friday." What's up, Antonio?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing well, man.
Good. TGIF and PYT.
It's Friday now. Same to you, bro.
Yep. How could Bastelos and Joey change the Orioles' outlook for this season? Have a wonderful weekend, guys.
You have a wonderful weekend, too. Let's call it. It's not going to do it, but if it does, there's going to be some problems because you can't lose Westberg, Holiday, and Basayo in a lineup and tell me it's not important. You can't have them in a lineup and be important and then not have them in a lineup, not important. So it is very important for him to come back healthy.
Rob, we're not going to get a chance to do this because we already passed shovels. I don't know if you saw, there was a college game, Bushnell and like I don't know, it was a lower level. And so a kid for South Dakota's at the line shooting free throws. They're up 2, and he's got 1 left. So he misses it on purpose because there's 1.2 seconds on the clock. He throws it, it hits the rim, kid catches it. He tries to block the kid's shot from 3/4 court and fouls him. Kid makes all 3 free throws. They win the game. I had a heart attack on the side there.
He tried to block the shot from half court?
3/4 court. And he hit the kid on the arm, and you know what that is?
What level would you say that was? And it doesn't matter. That's why he's there.
You've already done shovels twice. Do you want to do them one more time?
It might be a community college. Yeah, go ahead. We did them twice? I didn't know that.
Jim Duquette joins us at 9 o'clock, but on the other side, Cedric Mullins, Mr. Colton Cowser, both made a list. We'll tell you what list it is on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
NFL Combine is underway. Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner. We'll talk about the Ravens' perspective out there in Indianapolis. Keith Cavanaugh previews our Maryland sports weekend down in College Park. And the Orioles are down in Florida trying to keep it together. Let's leave these obliques alone.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. The White House is under fire today after an official TikTok video used AI to dub hockey star Brady Tkachuk in gold medal celebration, featuring a synthetic version of the Ottawa Senators captain disparaging Canadians, which would be a problem, and while Freebird played in the background. It is fake. The White House went way too far on this one. I'm Drake Toll.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And TaxSlayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention TaxSlayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Ollie's Bargain Outlet.
Savings!
Discounts, the best bargains.
At Ollie's, we've got brand name merchandise at up to 70% off the fancy store prices every day.
I get to keep more money in my pocket.
Ollie's! Good stuff, cheap!
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
It all comes down to this, folks. Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain. Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast. Speaking of fast, did you just see that play? Yeah, he vaporized that ball. That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
That sound? Yeah, that's not a good sign. Hey, it's Drew Brees. And when your car starts making noises like that, a big repair bill might be coming right at you. But with CarShield, you don't have to fear unexpected breakdowns. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. I spent my career making tough calls, but this one is simple.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And TaxSlayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention TaxSlayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The tradition continues at Laurel Park on Saturday, May 16th for the 151st running of the Preakness Stakes. The middle jewel of the Triple Crown comes to Laurel Park for the first time ever with extremely limited seating. Purchase your tickets now at Preakness.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning in the city. Southbound 895, you're on the brakes from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is slow from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop looks good. The Outer Loop, an accident at Wilkins Avenue has the right lane blocked. You're backed up a little bit there. And 83, the Harrisburg Expressway southbound slow approaching the Beltway. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
You have 6 senses. Why not use at least 2 of them? Hear and see the Big Bad Morning Show on YouTube. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. If you want to know how to be forever young, then you go to the Lions Den. Am I right, Ed?
Forever young.
Yes.
Yes, you go to Lions Den.
Tell us all about the Lions Den.
Lions Den is one of my favorite shops, as you know. And their slogan is, passion, pleasure, romance. But seriously, they're an 8 o'clock sponsor.
It's get up in there.
Oh. It's right. It's like they're an 8 o'clock sponsor, and it's a fantastic place, and it's an important part of your life. If you're going to be a success in one room of that house, don't make it the living room, make it the bedroom. They have all kinds of great stuff for adults. Adult toys, lingerie, games, books, all kinds of things, and a great staff. It's really nice. It's not like these places. It's just a real nice place for couples. Just check it out. There's plenty locally, too. Cockeysville, Catonsville, Severn, Pasadena, and, of course, lionsden.com. Join the pride.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Edward Norris, 410-583-1057. Colton Cowser and Cedric Mullen both named on the honorable mention top 10 center fielders. How you feel about that, Jeremy?
Look, I think I'd have to see all the other names that are in there. But, look, to get honorable mention, there's a lot of great center fielders, with probably the best being Ceddanne Rafaela for the Boston Red Sox. That guy's just ridiculous defensively. But yeah, look, to get honorable mention, I think both of them, when you look at Ced, he's great in the field. He just has a terrible arm. It's not a great arm for center field. And as time has gone on, we've seen him rob home runs and make these electric plays. I think Cowser is very solid, but again, got to stay healthy. So I don't have a problem with the honorable mention thing.
I'm pretty happy with it because honestly, when I saw this on the grid, I just happened to look around, and some actually have him listed at top 10. I'm talking about Cowser at number 10, and this was a February ranking, so that's pretty damn good, actually.
MLB has the top 10 of I just had it. Oh, here we go. Julio Rodriguez, Wyatt Langford, Byron Buxton, Jackson Merrill, Pete Crow Armstrong, Andy Page, Trent Grisham, Dalton Varsho, TJ Fredo, and O'Neal Cruz.
They don't have Rafaelo in there? He's the best defensive center fielder in baseball. The Red Sox. That's all right. Is this a fantasy thing?
Julio Rodriguez was like everybody's number 1.
Yeah.
I think it's crazy. I shouldn't say crazy. Julio's phenomenal. Don't get me wrong. I just think when you talk about arm, coverage, everything that guy does, we got to see his back get better, but they got somebody special in center. And I don't like to say nice things about the Red Sox.
PCA is one of the 5 upcoming on the list. Talk about Pete Crow Armstrong. And I'm just saying if they have a mention of him and they don't. No.
Just Baseball had the Boston center fielder at number 7.
Who does?
Just Baseball. I just looked at a bunch of different sites.
Here you go. Rafael is an elite Gold Glove caliber defender, widely regarded as one of the best center fielders in MLB. He ranks second among all MLB players with 21 outs above average. Tied for second in defensive WAR, known for his fearless play, elite range, and quick reaction in center field. He's one of those guys that'll play you shallow because he knows he can get there.
Well, let me read you what they say here because it kind of just underscores what you said. There's little denying that Rafael is among the game's best defenders, regardless of position. The last step in his development is improving swing decisions and maximizing pull air ability. So,
see, that's why I'm asking if this has anything. Is it just defense, or are we just talking about offense too? Because then there's no question it's Julio. With that, but again, defensively, I think this guy's number one. That's just my opinion.
Well, I'm trying to think what Andy Paez last year. What did he do? He had 27 home runs, batted 272. So you would think that some of it is offense as well.
If they're just talking
all these guys are good offensive players.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, again, he had a defensive WAR of 2.8, which again was second best in baseball.
My criticism of Cedric Mullin the last year and a half was he made a lot of sports center type plays, but I saw a lot of balls drop in the outfield that he should have gotten to.
Which is unusual for him because he used to have such a good jump off the bat.
And I think that's why he doesn't. That's why he's not the Gold Glove finalist. I think the metrics tell the story. I mean, there were times where I'm looking, I'm like, come on, Sid, get to that one. And it falls in front of him. And I'm talking about a year and a half. And I love Cedric, but it just, people remember, bringing the ball back in the ballpark, diving. They remember those things. But there are times when I'm like,
It's like the receiver that makes all the spectacular catches, and then sometimes you're watching going, how did you drop that one? Right. And that's not a drop on his part or anything like that. Just saying that sometimes you look at it, things look different. Was he playing deeper and allowing stuff to hit in front of him?
There were times, and I'm not saying who's better or who's worse. This is not that. There were times, though, when Colton Cowser would get to balls that Cedric didn't get to. I'm talking about the ones in front of him. The bloops, singles that would fall in front of Ced. Cowser would sometimes get to those. Yeah. There were some times where Cowser would get to a ball in the gap that would get past Cedric. I don't know whether Cedric took a bad route because we know it's not speed. I saw that more often than not the last year and a half. And again, I think while fans are thinking about the highlight catches, wondering why he's not a Gold Glove finalist, Jeremy, they use a lot of metrics on that. And when the metrics don't like you, the reason why Gunnar is veered as a better shortstop from last year, not just because the errors went down, but the metrics like him.
Yeah.
Both. And
he improved unbelievably.
But the year he made 20-something errors, the metrics still liked him, though.
Well, that's why I say sometimes when you look deeper into numbers, we were talking about defensively. What about the guys that get to more balls? I get punished because I'm athletic enough to get to it and I can't make the play, but you don't get punished because you're not athletic enough to get there? Yeah. I mean, I think there's some validity to that, like you're talking about. Because I can cover so much ground and I'm so good, that's great. But what about the guys that make the amazing catches? Like, people would talk about Jim Edmonds diving for balls, right? Mm-hmm. Phenomenal center fielder. I'm not trying to say anything bad about Jim Edmonds. A lot of guys didn't have to dive for those.
Exactly. Ed Norris, man, what you got planned for the weekend?
Oh, a lot of I don't know. Probably going to head out this morning, hit the gym. I may play a little golf. It's going to be a nice day.
Might hit Bed Bath & Beyond. Who knows? We don't know if we'll have time.
I don't think they're open anymore.
Okay.
I don't know. But the beach may be in order. It's a beautiful day down here.
You better enjoy your weekend because I'm violating your weekend next week.
Ugh. It's about time.
That sounds gross.
Ed, have a good weekend, my friend.
I'll talk to you guys later.
See you, man. 410-583-1057 is the number. Daily Line at 9:30. Hey, Joe, we got rid of Ed. Now it's up to us to get rid of Jeremy. How we do that? We got rid of.
Let the number hit 10 and I'll be out of here. 9:55. My ass is out of here.
Yes, your last dad joke. On the other side, our resident GM, Jim Duquette, joins us on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls against Westwood One Sports. ILL. Champaign will be the epicenter of the college hoops world Friday night as Illinois takes on Michigan. The Illini have lost their last 3 by just 6 total points. The number 1 offense in the Ken Palm era and the tallest team in the nation are out to prove they can win a tight matchup. Give me Illinois on the money line at -105. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
Hey, it's Mikey B from Beckley's RVs. If you went to the Maryland RV show and didn't make a decision, that's okay. RV shopping takes time, and the show doesn't have to be the final step. You can still browse RVs and see the same show pricing without feeling rushed, without feeling pressured, with a team that's here to help you when you're ready. That's how we do things here. That's the Beckley's difference. Fair, honest, trusted. Continue your search at Beckley'sRVs.com.
Big banks know your account number, but at Security Plus Federal Credit Union, we know your name. We're Baltimore's credit union, proudly offering better rates, better service, and better banking. Whether you're saving for your future, buying your first home, or just tired of being treated like a number, Security Plus is here for you. We're not for profit and built to serve our members, not corporate shareholders. Join a community that puts you first. Visit securityplusfcu.org and discover why local banking is simply better.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey moms, dads, teachers, and coaches. Visit PNCAchieversBaltimore.com and nominate a local high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Every Tuesday from March 3rd to May 19th, we will be highlighting a PNC Achiever on air and online.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday afternoon in South Florida, the O's young talent leads the charge.
Sanchez smokes it up the middle. It's a base hit to win the game. 20-year-old Jordan Sanchez scores 21-year-old Aaron Estrada.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Jordan Sanchez drives in the winning run for the Birds as they beat the Tigers 6-5, winning their third straight. Tyler O'Neill with a big day, hitting his first homer of the spring, leadoff style in the first. Kobe Mayo also continuing his hot start, driving in a pair. But with the good, you got to take the bad. Catcher Samuel Basayo left the game as a precautionary measure with what was described as side discomfort after stretching to make a tag at home plate in the third. And while it didn't look great when watching the replay, manager Craig Albernaz didn't seem too worried about his budding superstar after the game.
To me, he could have stayed in the game, but that was me being the voice of reason to get him out of there and make sure everything is fine.
The Birds get back on the diamond this afternoon in a matchup against the Pittsburgh Pirates, with Shane Baz towing the rubber for the first time as an Oriole. First pitch is just after 1 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing warmer, highs in the mid-50s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We're 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. Joining us right now, our resident general manager. He is Mr. Jim DeKemp. What's going on, Jim?
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
Morning. Doing fine, man. We're doing fine. Jim, we haven't talked to you since Tony Clark had to sit down, had to resign, I should say, shamefully. What does that do to the Players Association, and ultimately, what does that do to the CBA negotiations?
I'm fascinated to see the dynamic between the Players Association and MLB after this, because Tony was more of obviously he was a former player, but he was a little more reasonable, at least by comparison to Bruce Meyer, who's running it now. Bruce Meyer not only is a lawyer, he's a litigator, and he's hard-nosed. Not only hard-nosed, but I mean, very, very, almost confrontational in his style. So you had two very kind of different styles, and really you felt like, okay, well, Tony will be because he's the head of it, the guy who ends up, being hopefully let's say the guy that ends up making the deal, and it is the deal maker, kind of in the light of the guy who was previously in that role, Michael Weiner, who everyone felt was, the most realistic and a guy that would that MLB and he could make deals. This one is a lot different. Bruce Meyer is way, way different. He's a guy that it makes me concerned a little bit moving forward if you can actually do a deal with him. I think you're going to have some kind of player involvement more than what we thought and more than what's been there in the past. So I think that to me is overriding concern. Is I really didn't think there'd be time missed with this, even though there are others that feel that way. Now I'm not so sure, just because of the different dynamic.
Hey, Jim, I don't know if we talked to you after the Orioles had finished making a lot of their moves, but the signing of Chris Bassett, they miss out on the frontline starter. I heard Buck Showalter talk about Bassett and how he thought he was a perfect fit, interviewed Eric Kratz, and he loved Bassett for the Orioles before they signed him. What do you think of the rotation now in this team overall? Because they had a good offseason, but it still feels like not as good as it could have been had you got the frontline guy.
Jeremy, I would have loved to seen the frontline guy too, and I think that's what my biggest concern is. But, having said all that, I felt like with this group, they could use a guy that, can give you innings and still quality innings. I saw a lot of Bassett over the years, and definitely even last year. I know he's a little older, and everyone likes to make the comparison to Morton, but there was already signs that Morton was on the decline. I don't think Bassett has reached that yet. So, he's one of the leading. I think in the last 4 years he had the 8th most innings pitched. When you look at over the years, he loves to go pitch deep into the game. He doesn't like coming out of the game. So I felt like if you're looking at the staff, it was definitely an area of need that they could use that starting pitcher. So, would you like to have Framber Valdez or somebody like that? Of course. But I also think, it's interesting when you talk watching Rodgers pitch like he has so far. Yeah, there's a ton of people that think that's real, and where I'm maybe more on the fence yet because I want to see it another season. What he did last year, in limited time, most people around the sport who saw most of his starts feel like, yeah, he's going to do it again this year. So that to me, he's going to be the difference maker. Obviously we've seen Bradish, but you have to worry sometimes about the health. Rodgers, I think, is going to be the key. If he can be that, number one or number two that matches up against other teams, then I think we're all going to feel better about the rotation.
Jim DeCat joins us, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Jim, Jordan Westberg out with elbow injury. He decided to take the shot. We had Michael Elias on, and he got medical advice, and it looks to be the right thing to do. But what is your experience with this? Is this ultimately, in your opinion, going to end up in Tommy John surgery, or will the shots and rehab get him through the season once he finally starts?
That's a good question, Rob. The PRP, it's been a mixed bag, right? And there's not a ton of position players, that have had the PRP. But if I'm not mistaken, I think Judge, when he had his issue, he might have gotten the PRP last year, and now he's fully healed. And so with a guy like Westberg, I'm reasonably optimistic that he'll respond to it and be able to play third base, not just DH, not just swing the bat, but be able to play his normal position, not even necessarily moving to second. So, I think there's enough evidence to suggest that that works, that the PRP injection. But again, and I've seen it with pitchers work too, but I've also seen it the other way. So, I don't know if it's 50-50, a flip of the coin. I don't know if it's percentage-wise it's like that, but I'm reasonably optimistic that he's going to be able to come back.
Jim, what do the Orioles do if Kjerstad keeps hitting? I mean, this it seems like a good problem to have, but we're getting to the point where you look at his age, how many options he has left. Do you you don't want to sell him low, you don't want to release him because that bat still plays. What are your thoughts?
Well, some guys, they develop different paths and different time periods, and sometimes it clicks. Sometimes you see changes, alterations in the winter time that end up sticking during the course of the season, and it ends up being legit. I've always been let's not get too crazy. Let's go back to the Jake Fox days where they have unbelievable springs and then they just fizzle, when the season starts in April. So there's always that cautionary tale. But, he, with the talent that he's had, that he, obviously got him drafted so high, you got to give him every opportunity and try to figure out, a different mixture of the roster if he continues like this. So you can always end up moving him, but I think most teams, when they look at somebody like him from afar, they're gonna need to see a track record in season. So if you were going to try to trade him, the value, you're not going to get full value until he does it at the major league level. And if he does that, you're not going to want to trade him, right? So I think he's a fascinating case. The one thing we've seen with them is they didn't have a lot of depth last year, and it seems like they've got a little bit more. So if that's the worst case scenario, I'll take it.
There he is, Jim DeCat. Jim, what you got going on now, man?
I just got back from Florida and going to be back on my show at Sirius XM. By the way, we're going to talk a lot about the ABS system too at some point too.
Oh,
so
yeah, we should.
I'm sure that's for another day. I'm sure with us, but that's getting a lot of play around camps right now.
And Jim, I purposely didn't ask you about Matt Waldron's hemorrhoids, so I left that alone.
Isn't that fall under the way too much information from your manager?
That's exactly what Jeremy said earlier.
Personal reasons. That's it.
That's it. We don't need to know. We do not need to know that they're being drained, okay?
Now you had to go there. Thanks a lot, Duke.
Thanks, man.
All right, man. 410-583-1057. Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line at 9:30. But on the other side, NFL scouting combine is going on right now. I got to get it out. Hey, I had a rough night.
You did.
Full disclosure, I'm still a little woozy.
Oomsy's woozy.
Exactly. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show. I'm wobbling on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
NFL Combine is underway. Jonas Shea for Baltimore Banner will talk about the Ravens' perspective out there in Indianapolis. Keith Cavanaugh previews our Maryland sports weekend down in College Park. And the Orioles are down in Florida trying to keep it together. Let's leave these obliques alone.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's your boy Rob Long, and I'm telling you about a restaurant that you've got to try. I don't care where you live. It's worth the drive. You got to check out Elephant in the Room. It's in Millersville, locally owned. Homeboy. Veteran owned. Thank you for your service. Southern-inspired food with a Maryland twist done on a high level. This is what I want to do. I'm going to the game on Sunday, I should say, the Maryland Terps game. And after the game, on my way home, I'm going to stop there and have some dinner. Maybe get one of them short rib sliders or a fish of the day. Doesn't matter. Craft drinks, great bourbon, great vibe. Big game energy. Elephant in the Room now open on Veterans Highway in Millersville. Tell them your boy Rob sent you. Go to the website, eatdrinkelephant.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
In some cases, hip and knee pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your hips and knees well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our hip and knee specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Looking for your next home upgrade? Town Appliance in Owings Mills has you covered with the latest trends in kitchen, laundry, and outdoor appliances. Their chic, modern showroom off Reisterstown Road features over 70 trusted brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. Whether you're remodeling or just refreshing your space, the expert team, especially Mayor, makes it easy from start to finish. Visit the beautiful showroom. Call, text 410-364-4400 or shop online with nationwide delivery at townappliance.com.
It's President's Day savings all month long at Bob Bell, and that means it's time to drive. Shop an incredible selection of new Ford, Hyundai, Nissan, Kia, and Chevrolet vehicles, plus a huge lineup of quality used cars priced to move. From your first visit to everyone after, Bob Bell makes car buying easy and enjoyable with service you can count on. For value, selection, and service, we're unbeatable. Come see us today or visit bobbell.com.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. With the new year upon us, there's no better time to take control of your financial life. And the Jill on Money podcast is here to help. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and, I hope, entertaining insights on your money and, more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access.
The Fan, baby!
105.7 The Fan.
See, this is how it's supposed to be. Jeremy is not cool enough to be in the studio when Joe drops Kendrick Lamar. Drop it, Kendrick. There you go. Jeremy's not cool enough to be in the studio right now. Still, the best hip-hop concert I've ever been to. I wasn't even a Big SZA fan until after that show. She's awesome. NFL Scouting Combine going on right now. First of all, I want to know how much time are you spending watching this? I told you before, I'm not a big, if I go out to grab lunch from somewhere and it's on, I watch it more then. I never turn it on at home. Yesterday at DeSantis, it was on, I watched it. Because guys were talking to me about it, and I don't ignore people. Well, I do, but these are people that I know I don't like to ignore.
Had to use a couple Alabama wet wipes in there.
That's pretty good.
Can I say something, though?
No, I'm talking. No, go ahead.
No, but the soap in our bathroom, it feels like I'm washing my hands with vegetable oil. It never comes off.
Never comes off, does
it?
It creates a film.
Ugh.
It does.
Anyway.
You gotta wash your hands in the soap, and then you gotta spend another 15 seconds or so just with the water to get the soap off.
Yeah. So that's what took me so long. It was more of the washing my hands.
It was fate because Kendrick Lamar intro, and you're not cool enough to be in studio while Kendrick's playing.
You don't know. You and Kendrick go way back.
To when?
K-Dot. Yeah, we go way back. I love Kendrick. I love Kendrick.
Who doesn't?
Yeah,
honestly. If you don't like him, you'd have that. If you look up in the dictionary, career suicide is Drake's face.
I mean, it was funny.
It's Drake's face. It's almost like, dude, Kendrick was minding his business. J. Cole said, you know what?
I love J. Cole.
I dropped one, but I'm going to take it off. I'm going to take it off Apple Music because I really don't want to be a part of this.
Yeah, his whole thing was, it wasn't a fear. People tried to make it. He was just like, why am I going to do this? I don't have enough energy to want to go back and forth with somebody. I just want to make music.
I'm trying to make music. He just, hey, I don't think J. Cole lyrically afraid of anybody.
No.
I think it was him doing the right thing, dude.
You saw Kendrick in concert last year, right?
I just said it. Yeah, still best hip hop concert I've been to. The dude is just a modern day poet. He is Tupac done right. He's what Tupac could have been. But Tupac engaged in other activities. Kendrick stayed in his lane.
The funny thing with that too is I've said this for years, looking at. These are modern day poets, and I know there's some people like, oh, it's just noise. I don't want to listen to it. You start getting into some of the mumble rap and that nonsense. But if you listen lyrically, what some guys are doing, I mean, I talk about Lil Wayne all the time in the double entendres. It's just absurd what he's rapping. He's rapping and telling a story and having two things mean the same thing all at once. It's just insane, man. So, and if you go back, remember we were talking about the halftime show with Kendrick Lamar? All the things that people missed. It's like the same thing with the Bad Bunny halftime show. There's a lot that you guys missed in the visuals, but with Kendrick Lamar, he was saying it. There was a lot that was out there.
Yeah.
So
410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. We got off talking about modern day poets, but NFL Scouting Combine, I said earlier, Jeremy, yesterday I was at DeSantis and it was on and I watched it because the guys around me were talking about it. But I spent zero time watching this at home. I have not watched the Scouting Combine at home, and I don't remember how long.
Can I tell you this? So the guy that we were talking about, these heroes and the guys that are killing it and all this other stuff, right? Sonny Styles. He's the guy that people have said Caleb Downs and Jeremiah Love, they believe are the best two players in this draft. The issue is Caleb Downs is a safety. Are you going to spend a high draft pick on that? And Jeremiah Love's a running back. But then you get the Sonny Styles, who's a linebacker, 40-yard dash, 4.46. Vertical jump, 43.50. So when he's got to jump over the offensive line, Rob, we use that. A broad jump of 11.2. And when you start looking deeper at some of the stuff he's done, I've seen him linked to the Giants and John Harbaugh drafting him. But they actually compared Sonny Styles to Calvin Johnson. Both of them are 6'5".
I like his name.
Yeah.
I mean, he was blessed with a name.
He has a 0.6 of a second less of a 40-yard dash or more of a 40-yard dash. So a little bit slower than Calvin Johnson. He weighs more, and he has a vertical leap that's an inch higher than Calvin Johnson, and that's your linebacker. Hey, look, he's a freak of nature, and I think he's earned himself, especially with some of the combine showings. He was already talked about as being a high draft pick, but it is an interesting draft, and I think the Ravens are in a really good spot where I think someone's going to end up falling to them.
Ought to be nice, man. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. That ought to be nice.
So, by the way, with Sonny Styles, too, Highest vertical since 2003 for anyone 6'4" plus. Highest since 2003 for anyone 240 plus. He's just a freak.
Do you enjoy watching the offensive linemen or like the skill position players better?
It's wide receivers for me. That's it. Like watching, we've done this, watching cornerbacks, drop back, turn their hips and run. Yeah, I think all that stuff's important.
But it's not entertaining.
No, I've watched these guys on the football field. I would rather watch him going up against somebody than, in a facility that you have or the stadium there in Indy, allowing people just to, okay, you're running up and down. You're practicing for coaches to see you practice.
Yeah.
I think the most important thing at the combine, except when a guy like Sonny Styles shows up and does this, because it's going to wow somebody, is your tape. And when you get to the combine, it's the interview process and your measurements. Those are more important than any of this other stuff that we're looking at. Like, they showed Jason Pierre-Paul doing backflips the one year, right? Right. It's like, when's the next time you're going to backflip to the quarterback? I mean, that's awesome. Don't get me wrong. I can't do it. We talked about Terrell Suggs. Brian Billick said it best where he goes, if I need him to run 40 yards to get the quarterback, I'm in trouble already.
Yeah.
So look at his 10-yard burst. Look at the 3-cone drills. Like, I think some of that stuff's more important. Some people may disagree with me, but again, you've seen it once. You've probably seen it 100 times with the bench press and the 40s and all that.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. I like watching the quarterbacks throw only because I think it's cool when they show off their arm strength. And I know there's no defender out there, but the timing is everything.
Yeah.
And they show those corner routes. I love that. I love that stuff.
I used to, but when some of the top quarterbacks stop throwing, it's like, who gives a rat's ass now? Like, they're going to focus on their pro day. We're going to how great they looked at the pro day. I think the film says enough. Nothing wrong with checking this stuff out and kind of, like for me, Sonny Styles was great. And then I see that and I go, whew, buddy, he is something else, isn't he?
Yeah.
But he already had him as great. So, like, it's just, for me, it's just, basically giving that stamp of approval, saying, hey, okay.
What's the stamp of approval?
That you looked at his athleticism and it matches with what I saw on film. It's just, to me, it's just a little added bonus. I'm not going to look at somebody that goes to the combine and go, damn, did you see him? And then you look at him on film and you're going, that's not it. Look, that's great. You can do all this stuff and you're athletic. Tristan Wirfs ended up being a great left tackle. He could jump out of the pool and jump on the side. Remember seeing that? And a bunch of players were doing it. And it's unbelievably athletic that someone can do it. But I don't know how it helps him block anybody. It's impressive.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
You know what it's akin to? It's when Tom Brady told Jake Paul about doing the backflip off the top rope. Right. He's like,
it's cute.
Yeah, it's athletic. That's cute. But we're talking about real competition.
Yeah.
Joe
LaCroix's Uncle, our final Black History moment of the year at 9:45, but up next at the Daily Line with Jeremy Kahn.
Yeah, man, I wish I had better things to talk about today. So after coming off an amazing day, I totally crapped the bed yesterday. Felt a little disappointed. We had the over at 6.5 in the NHL. They scored 6. My 2 overplays I had in my top 5 didn't come through. One fell just short. Had Purdue, they lost outright. The one thing I hit was the over in the NBA. Now I've hit 3 of those in a row, and I got one for you tonight. There is a game tonight that's probably my favorite play of the past month. I'll explain in depth why I like the game so much, and we'll go over all that. But stay tuned here. I'm going to give you the plays. I got 5 college, 2 NBA, 1 NHL. It's all coming up next here on The Fan.
Baseball is back. Follow 105.7 The Fan for season-long coverage. Big hits, walk-off wins.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Where rookies make their mark and legends add to the story.
This is the greatest place to play.
We'll cover the swings, misses, and everything in between. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on The Fan's YouTube channel weekdays 6 till 6. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off pants for the family. Yep, 50% off pants for the fam. Hurry in this Saturday and Sunday to save big on spring styles. Only at Old Navy. Valid 2/28 and 3/1. Select styles only.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at ProStatusFinancial.com.
Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Insurance licensed in Maryland.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Sponsored by the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Orioles pulled off a 6-5 walk-off win on Thursday afternoon with rookie Jordan Sanchez driving in the game-winning run. But in yesterday's victory, a scary moment as budding superstar Samuel Basallo left the contest in the third inning after a diving play at the plate. Basallo looked to be in a lot of discomfort, though after the game, manager Craig Albarnaz downplayed the injury situation. And when asked if there would be any further testing for number 23, here's the skipper.
I don't think so. Nothing I've heard, but like I said, that was on me. Completely precautionary just to get him out of the game. It's February 26th.
Basallo was seen in the bullpen after being removed, and Dean Kramer told reporters that his catcher seemed okay, but added, quote, "I'm not the medical professional." The Birds get back on the diamond this afternoon in a matchup against the Pirates as Shane Baz toes the rubber for the first time as an Oriole. First pitch is just after 1 p.m. And tonight on ice in D.C., the Capitals host the Golden Knights in their second game back from the Olympic break. Puck drop from the district, slated for 7 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing warmer, highs in the mid-50s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We're 105.7 The Fan.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money.
On 105.7 The Fan. Brought to you by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gainswave therapy at Life Med Institute. Gainswave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more.
Lawyer's got to get it in. It's Braden Smith. He pulls for the win. No! And Michigan State gets the win at Mackey for the first time in 12 years.
Man, that's courtesy of Peacock.
Man, what's that?
Damn you. Man. Joe, are we giving out concert tickets too? All right, I'll do it right now. 2 tickets to see Godsmack on May 10th at Jiffy Lube Live, courtesy of Live Nation, 410-583-1057. Call in now, caller number 5. All right, getting back to last night, let me go over what went wrong. So I had Northern Colorado over, nope. Sacramento State over, nope. Purdue, nope. Columbus, Boston, lose by a half. And then I won the Heat 76ers game by a half a point. I split in the other plays. No, I'm sorry. I went 3-1 in my leans. So, like, overall, it's not a bad night. But, like I always say this, I focus on my top 5. That's what I focus in on. They're my 5 favorite plays, so why wouldn't I go with it? All right, I'm going to get in depth here in one of these games, my favorite game, in just a second, so everybody can understand why I like this game so much. And I don't want to talk too much about it because the damn gambling gods might get me. But let's start off in the NHL. I like the Caps tonight. They're hosting Vegas. They're minus the 110, minus 115. I was going to say they're a live dog at home, but they're not an underdog. It's virtually a pick 'em, but people will get what I'm saying. When more money's coming in on Vegas, I like the Caps in this spot. In the NBA, I like the Thunder against the Nuggets. Thunder minus 7.5. And my favorite play in the NBA, the over plays that I've had. I've hit them the last 3 days, one every day. Cleveland, Detroit to go over the 227. I think you see a higher scoring game there. So I like the over a lot. Now, college hoops. I like App State and Texas State to go under the 136. I like George Washington minus 3.5. That's one of my favorite plays today, but I have 2 plays I like even more. Georgia Southern Marshall over 167.5. I like Illinois tonight against Michigan. I've talked about this. I love Michigan. I've been saying I thought they were the best team in the country. Duke beat them. Duke has looked better. It was a neutral site, but we'll see what happens when we get to March Madness. When I gamble, it's about spots, and this is the right spot for Illinois, getting a Michigan team coming in. What did Chris Nockey tell us? That he thought Illinois was the second best team in the Big Ten. Yeah. They're no slouch, guys. They're really good. I'm going to take Illinois. I think they win tonight and upset Michigan. But you've heard me talk about this team over and over and over. You haven't heard me talk about them in a while. You haven't heard me tell you to take a Cornell over in a bit. I'm going to tell you tonight is the night. Tonight is your night, bro. Yale and Cornell over 166.5. So why do I want to say that? Here's what we have. First off, Yale is at Cornell. Yale is a 3.5-point favorite, right? So that would lead you to believe, even though the inferior team is at home, that they could keep this game close, right? But they still should be chasing. If Cornell is chasing, that's a great thing. By the way, if Cornell is leading, that's also a great thing. They're so bad on defense, it's ridiculous. But let me give you this, and what makes this so interesting, and I'm surprised more people aren't on it, because we've had a couple of Cornell games go under. Cornell in points per game, 8th in the country. 8th. Yale, 44th. Here you go in 3-point percentage. Yale is the number 1 team at shooting threes in the country. You guys can go look at how Cornell is at defending threes, or anything for that matter. And Cornell, the 7th best team at three-pointers in the country. This game to me should be in the high 170s, 180, in my opinion. I know it's not going to make sense to people. I just think this is going to be played so fast. It's my favorite play. Cornell, number 1 in assists in the country. Both teams, 11th in the country to assist to turnover ratio. They take care of the ball. And as I pointed out before, neither one of these teams, well, especially Cornell, plays great defense. The Cornell over is my favorite play today.
Cornell doesn't play bad defense.
They don't play any.
Exactly.
They don't play any.
They don't play great defense. They don't even play bad defense.
I don't know if people remember this when I went over it earlier in the year. Now, again, it hasn't. I thought the lines kind of caught up to them, and they played some teams that slowed it down a little bit. And there were some ugly shooting games. Like Cornell, who did they play? Was it Brown or Columbia? And then they just came out and had their worst shooting game of the year against the worst defensive team. This is one of those spots that I look for every year. Like, I don't think there's enough. I don't think enough people are looking at it. I love the over here again. I think this is played in the 180s. That's my favorite play. The rest of my top 5 would be Illinois, George Washington, Georgia Southern, Marshall over the 167.5, and give me Cleveland, Detroit in the NBA over the 227 as my favorite plays. I do want to point out Virginia Duke tomorrow. Duke's a 9.5-point favorite. I'm going to be on Virginia. Kansas, Arizona tomorrow. Arizona's an 8.5-point favorite. 146.5 is the total. I like the under in the Kansas-Arizona game. But there you go.
There you go. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Let's go out to Trey in Joppa. What's up, Trey?
What's up, Trey?
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Good.
Oh, well, how are you?
Not bad. Just on the topic of the combine you guys were talking about, I'm one of those people, I can't get enough football. You know what I mean? I just look at it as the another checkpoint in the off season. Big time college football fan. So, you know, I like seeing the guys that I followed, you know, through their college careers.
How old are you?
31.
Man, you sound so much like me in my 20s and 30s. What, Rob, when we were talking about, what did I tell you? I'd rather watch the combine than the damn Super Bowl or the draft. Because watching college football and seeing the translation, it's just like after you do it for so many years, you feel like you're just watching the same show over and over again, you know? But I get it, man. Some people are really excited about it.
I always like the draft. I love the draft. I do. I like the draft better always than I like the Pro Bowl, even when the Pro Bowl was played right. But I've never, ever been a combine guy.
One of my favorite things to do going to the Ravens games, even to this day, especially when I was a kid, though, was just seeing those guys for the other team. Honestly, when they come to town, seeing the greats, the Heisman Trophy winners, the guys you see in the combine. I always say this, you know, with the big guys, offensive linemen. The drills don't translate, and a lot of times, the stuff you see at the combine, it's not going to relate to the field, but it just gives you a different appreciation for the type of athlete is out there.
Trey, you just said it doesn't translate. That's why I don't enjoy it. It's like, why? I'm asking myself, why are we doing this? It doesn't a guy's fast, and that's great. But to me, it's like, not for them, go do your thing. But for me, watching it is a wasted exercise. Like, this stuff doesn't translate.
And I kind of got to that point, too. Remember we talk about the schedule release? I'm not trying to compare the two things, but you understand what I'm saying when I'm done.
Right.
Like, I'd rather just go and see what the schedule is instead of sitting through a 2-hour show or an hour-long show of them slowly releasing everything. I don't want to, my time's it's not too important. Maybe it is to me. But the same thing applies, like, when you're looking at the combine, man, and these other things that are going on. It's the same stuff that you're seeing.
It's not that my time is too important. It's that I don't find it entertaining.
Because anything that happens good is going to be showed on replays on the NFL Network or on ESPN. So if I really want to see anything good that happened or anything bad that happened, they're going to play the highlights of it. So it's like reading the Cliff Notes sometimes. I got to that point where it's like, I'm going to invest 8 hours into the combine? Nah, I ain't doing that anymore.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. What are the must-see TV games this weekend, Jeremy?
Well, I think I listed two.
Not from the gambling standpoint, but if you just want to watch some basketball.
Yeah, Virginia, Duke, Kansas, Arizona. You got a feel for either one of those? I mean,
Virginia, Duke.
Yeah, Duke's a big favorite, and Arizona's a big favorite.
I was going to say, I think Duke blows Virginia out. I heard with what Kevin Brown was saying, he said like he really, really likes Virginia, but I really, really like Duke in terms of what they can do. I mean, I'm not a Duke fan, but I really like what they can do this year.
This is a really good Saturday, man. So St. John's is playing Villanova, both with the same record. Villanova's not ranked. St. Louis is in action. They're fun. Arkansas, Florida, matchup of top 25 teams. How about Nebraska at USC? That's like one of those. I'm probably going to be on USC plus the points tomorrow, and I don't even know what the spread is yet. Iowa State, Texas Tech, number 4 versus number 16. We talked about Kansas, Arizona. How about Kentucky, Vanderbilt? Maybe it doesn't have the same feel because this Kentucky team doesn't look like it did in years past. You get Seton Hall, Connecticut. And then the one game that I'm looking at going, I think I want to watch this, surprisingly, 20-8 Louisville versus 20-8 Clemson. I know it's the ACC, but I think that's going to be a really fun game to watch.
Yeah.
BYU plays West Virginia. If that's not a contrast of styles, Jesus, I don't know what is.
Who was that again?
BYU and West Virginia. West Virginia plays it slower. It's a little ugly, methodical, and BYU, hey, did we get it? Let's shoot it. Did we get it? Let's shoot it. By the way, Anthony Edwards last night, did you hear him? So he had a game-winning shot, and they asked him about his relationship with the head coach, Chris Finch. He goes, we got a great relationship. Coach told me to shoot the ball. Coach told me to pass the ball. But in that moment, I was like, man, I'm going to shoot this. And then I made it. God is good.
What coach was he going at it with last night?
Was it Finch? Maybe it was Finch. I didn't see that part of it. I just saw the highlight.
Finch, some old white dude?
He's an older white guy. Or a heavier set white guy.
No, it wasn't him. Must have been the other coach.
Yeah, let me pull up Chris Finch.
He got into a little. I want to say scuffling because no, it wouldn't be a scuffling.
Well, he's not heavy. You see Chris Finch? Was it him?
No, it's not him.
Okay.
The guy with a beard.
The guy had a beaver?
A beard.
No.
I hit my chin. I'm beard. I hit my chin when I said.
Yeah, the man with a beaver. What? What do you got going on this weekend? You practicing?
Is water wet? We got a game Monday. The Pope Catholic?
I guess.
We got a game Monday. Yeah, we're practicing tonight tomorrow. I also have the MC in an event for the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards this weekend.
I wanted to do the Charm City trivia 80s music thing that's on Sunday.
Really?
Yeah.
What time is that?
Is it 1 to 3?
I think it's at 2.
I'm not going to do it.
Are you thinking about
I had
doing
trivia
it?
last night, so I heard him say that.
Do you want to do some 80s music, or is that too far back for you?
Where is it at?
I mean, we'd have to look at the locations. There's like 4 different locations. Usually it's like Crossbar, Looney's and Perry Hall, and a bunch of different.
I'm a little trived out right now.
I did trivia with some friends about 3 weeks ago. We did well. It's called, by the way, the MC in the event is called Beyond the Diamond.
Okay.
Kids baseball, youth baseball. So I do that. And Sunday I told you I'm going to Elephant in the Room.
Well, we're going to Elephant in the Room, right?
I'll meet you there.
Yep. You just got to tell me the time. It might be right after trivia, unless I don't find a trivia team. But I might not need anybody for 80s music.
Trivia team.
I might not need anyone.
Joe has the encore. You don't want to miss it. Our final Black History moment of the year, and find out what we learned today on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
NFL Combine is underway. Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner, will talk about the Ravens' perspective out there in Indianapolis. Keith Cavanaugh previews our Maryland sports weekend down in College Park. And the Orioles are down in Florida trying to keep it together. Let's leave these obliques alone.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. The NFLPA report cards are in. Best organization in the league, obviously, the Miami Dolphins. The worst, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Failing for a locker room that players say has only 5 bathroom stalls. Andre Toll.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free, too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
High five. Up top.
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free, too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. You guys are telling me you've never done an Alabama wet wipe.
Absolutely not. 100%.
You are a liar.
I've used dude wipes and I flushed them.
I've done enough Alabama wet wipes for the 4 of us, so you guys can kiss my ass.
Then I don't know.
Well, wait until it's done.
Yeah. If you've done enough for the 4 of us, then we don't need to do it.
If I go to Urban Dictionary, is Alabama wet wipe on there? I've never heard. Like, do you just come up with this, or
go ahead and Google it, Joe?
I'm kind of afraid.
Do you want to know what Poseidon's Kiss is? I posted about that on
I do
Facebook.
know that one. Yeah,
that's when you take a dump and then the water in the toilet splashes your ass. It's Poseidon's Kiss. So, by the way, this issue with Waldron was initially described as an infection in his rear end before they had to clarify it to hemorrhoids.
Song by No Emotion and the Gods.
What?
Alabama Wet Wipe. Yeah. The song.
It's about
They wrote it about.
Waldron is listed as week to week. How bad are these hemorrhoids? Now, can I ask this? And you guys don't have to answer it if you don't want to. Have you ever had hemorrhoids?
Yes.
How bad is it, Ed?
It's uncomfortable. It was a little while ago, but they're painful.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
It's an extreme case, though, isn't it? Isn't his?
This is different. Yeah. That's, I think a lot of people have hemorrhoids.
Yeah. I just popped mine back in. Right, Ed?
That's what you're supposed to.
I'm kidding.
That's what you're supposed to do, actually. Yes. And that's the encore for the day. Very unsettling. And now time for our final Black History moment.
Black History Month isn't just history. It's innovation, culture, and excellence. The Fan's Rob Long with another Black History moment on 105.7 The Fan.
You may wonder, where did this Black History Month stuff come from? So today, boys and girls, I'm going to tell you. The origin of Black History Month can be traced back to the early 20th century. In 1926, historian Carter G. Woodson, along with the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, announced the second week of February would be Negro History Week in order to coincide with the birthdays of Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass. Go figure. The event was intended to promote awareness of African American contributions to history and to combat the widely held notion that black people had no history worth studying. Negro History Week became a popular annual observance and was officially recognized by the U.S. government in the 1970s when it was expanded to become Black History Month. President Gerald Ford officially recognized Black History Month in 1976, calling upon the public to, quote, seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history. Since then, Black History Month has been celebrated annually with various events and programs, including lectures, panel discussions, cultural events, and more. It has served as a reminder of the ongoing struggle for civil rights and the contribution of black people to the history and culture of the United States and beyond. That is the history of Black History Month. And you said you didn't know Gerald Ford was part of that. Yeah.
Nope. And Joe was saying you had this at trivia?
So our trivia question is, who was the father of Black History Month?
Yeah. So that's when it started.
I did not know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that's the key. Try to give you facts that you did not know. What's up?
I had a really bad joke there. You know what? I'm just going to keep it moving.
And now it's how you'll find out what we learned today. I'm going to save you.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show. Brought to you by Gray Insurance Group.
Because if you would have said nobody knows, in terms of who's the father, I was going to jump on you.
Oh, man.
First of all, I learned three-peating feels real good.
Yeah, it does.
MAIAC champions 3 times in a row. And if you count Mount Carmel, won 4 championships in 5 years.
Congrats, man. That's awesome.
It feels good, man. I can't lie to you.
Bask in it. Like I am in that gas you let loose a few segments ago.
Today is a National Retro Day. Got anything retro? Celebrate it. Today is also National Strawberry Day. As Jeremy would call it.
Strawberries. Oh, strawberries.
Strawberries. Also, you probably would call it strawberries.
Strawberries.
Today is National Kahlua Day. You like Kahlua?
Yeah. I mean, mudslides and...
No.
Yeah.
I don't like nothing mixed, but...
Women.
There you go. Birthdays. Raymond Berry's still alive.
Yes.
He turns 93 today.
Can I tell you my favorite Raymond Berry thing?
Please do.
He's only fumbled once in his entire career. And he said, I didn't fumble. They missed the call.
They missed the call.
That's what he says. Yeah, he only fumbled once in his entire career.
James Worthy turns 65 today. Former pass rusher Chris Dishman turns 52 today. And former running back Deuce Staley and Hall of Fame tight end Tony Gonzalez share birthday today. Joe, who's older?
Deuce Staley.
Deuce Staley, Jeremy Kahn.
I'll go Deuce Staley.
Go Deuce Staley. Both of you were right. Deuce Staley turns 51. Welcome to the 50s, Tony Gonzalez, because he turns 50 today.
All right. My wife said she's leaving me because of my obsession with Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. And I said, is that your final answer?
That is sick.
Yeah. A Mexican magician told his audience that he would disappear on the count of 3. He wrapped his cape around himself. Uno, dos. And then disappeared without a trace. There's a woman selling batteries in the park. That's right. She sells C-cells down by the seesaw. What are you going to do?
I wouldn't have been able to execute that.
I'm trying to do it slow. You wouldn't have been able to execute that today. I don't know if you know this, Rob.
I don't know nothing.
Do you know when the medieval orgy is over?
No.
When the night has come. So, what's a different phrase you can use for anal bleaching? Changing your ringtone. It's a great one.
Rim renew?
Yeah.
That's what Eddie said.
Did you hear about the everlasting tree that was indifferent about everything?
No.
Whatever. My friend David had his ID stolen. Now we just call him Dav. So stupid. When a man speaks in the forest and there is no woman to hear him, is he still wrong?
No.
What musical instrument do clarified butter and petroleum like to play together? Bear with me here because some people may not get this one. A guitar. Here you go. The doctor told his patient that he was going to die soon because of Mercury and Uranus. The patient said, I don't believe in astrology. Doctor said, neither do I, but my anal thermometer just broke in your backside. Joe, I was addicted to soap, but I'm clean now. You'll like this one, Rob. I just found out that Al Gore is a great dancer. It's all in his Al Gore rhythm. What happens if you pave your own driveway and it doesn't come out well? It's your own ass fault. Own ass fault. Yes. You want one more? I already did some of these. Hold on. I'm trying to find a good one, Joe. Do you smoke after sex? I don't know. I don't look down there.
Vinny and Haynie up next. Have yourselves a safe and fantastic weekend.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Hey, it's Mikey B from Beckley's RVs. If you went to the Maryland RV show and didn't make a decision, that's okay. RV shopping takes time, and the show doesn't have to be the final step. You can still browse RVs and see the same show pricing without feeling rushed, without feeling pressured, with a team that's here to help you when you're ready. That's how we do things here. That's the Beckley's difference. Fair, honest, trusted. Continue your search at Beckley'sRVs.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM using bonus code BALT and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Get into hockey, basketball, and more of your favorite sports with same-game parlays, live betting, and more. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of offers found nowhere else. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the year. Sign up with bonus code BALT and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Want consistent color for every job? Milo's Pro Rewards members get a 20% paint discount on future purchases after paint annual qualifying spend reaches $3,000. Plus, order eligible in-stock paint and paint supplies by 2 p.m. for free same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Improving is easy at Lowe's. Excludes spray paint and mist tints. More exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Subject to change. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Same-day delivery valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. Details at Lowe's.com/same-day delivery.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A. Hi, I'm Miles. And this is Grant. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic. Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day. The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Make an easy weeknight dinner with Whole Foods Market. Save 30% on Rayo's pastas, soups, frozen items, and 24-ounce pasta sauces with Prime. Perfect for an Italian-inspired meal with the family. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday afternoon in South Florida, the O's young talent leads the charge.
Sanchez smokes it up the middle. It's a base hit to win the game.
20-year-old Jordan Sanchez scores 21-year-old Aaron Estrada.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Jordan Sanchez drives in the winning run for the Birds as they beat the Tigers 6-5, winning their third straight. Tyler O'Neill with a big day, hitting his first homer of the spring. Kobe Mayo also continuing his hot start, driving in a pair. But with the good, you got to take the bad. Catcher Samuel Basayo left the game as a precautionary measure with what was described as side discomfort after stretching to make a tag at home plate in the third. And while it didn't look great when watching the replay, manager Craig Albernaz didn't seem too worried about his budding superstar after the game.
To me, he could have stayed in the game, but that was me being the voice of reason to get him out of there and make sure everything is fine.
The Birds get back on the diamond this afternoon in a matchup against the Pittsburgh Pirates, with Shane Baz towing the rubber for the first time as an Oriole. First pitch is just after 1 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing warmer, highs in the mid-50s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. We're 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Yeah, I think our potential's there for sure. To me, it's just the at-bat quality is where it really stands out. These guys are forcing the pitchers to be in the strike zone. They're not chasing, and to me, that's a testament to them, to who they are and the work they're putting in. We would love for all of our outfielders to have the ability to play all three. With Beavers in particular, especially with his athleticism, it would be awesome for him to be able to play all three, because you never know what the season or the game is going to dictate. But it's also a great opportunity for him just to kind of just explore another position, even though it's on the grass. To me, he could have stayed in the game, but that was me being the voice of reason to get him out of there and make sure everything is fine.
Is he going to be undergoing any other further testing?
I have no idea. I don't think so. Nothing I've heard, but like I said, that was on me. Completely precautionary just to get him out of the game. It's February 26th.
Craig Albernaz. Gotta love the accent.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that's going to be fun to follow throughout the course of this year and hopefully many years to come. Talking about Sammy Basayo. Injury yesterday against the Tigers, which happened as we were on the air.
Yeah.
Play at the plate. Tags Veerling. Great tag. He kind of, if you missed it, belly flopped onto the ground. He made the tag.
Right.
But after the tag, he went belly first into the plate area. At first, he grabs like he knocked the wind out of him.
Yep.
Then he's reaching for the right side.
The dreaded oblique.
Which immediately goes in, crap, he just hurt his oblique. Because then I'm looking at the replay, did he get spiked and we didn't see it? You know what I mean? But no. Clean tag, great relay from Muscles to Jackson to Basayo, who made a great tag. So he goes down. Then he kind of labors around in the dirt for a minute. Walks off the field under his own power with assistance from the trainer. And he get wheelchaired or carted off the field. He walked, sat in the dugout for a minute, then walked into the tunnel after that. And that was Craig Albernaz saying, it's February 26th. I think he elaborated more on the quote that if it was a regular season game, he probably could have stayed in. No further testing at this time. But it looked real scary in real time because the last thing the Orioles need, now, Basayo's not going to be the everyday catcher. That's going to be Adley. Coming off a season in which he hit the shelf twice with obliques, each side, as a matter of fact. But Basayo is going to be a very prominent part of this lineup. Now, you've already lost Westberg for an elbow, Jackson with the hamate bone, which looks like he's fast-tracking to get back. But losing Basayo is yet, there's three guys anticipated to be in your opening day lineup, or at the very least on your opening day roster, who aren't going to be around. So, we'll get more intel. Albernaz meets with the media this morning. Orioles are playing today, Shane Baz against the Pirates, not on television. By the way, we'll keep you up to date on that. Shane Baz bringing out that high 90s fastball. But the good news is what looked immediately scary, concerning at the very least, only get in here as well, turns out to be kind of a nothing burger. And I know Dean Kramer said after the game, He seemed fine afterwards. Kramer did qualify. I'm not a doctor, but it looked like, and I guess Basayo assured him everything was good. But, watching that roll down around like almost 2 o'clock. It was the last segment of the show. It's like, what the hell just happened? Concerning then, maybe not so much today, but you never know until someone comes out and says, he's good. It's like traffic in Baltimore. It'll be done in 2 weeks, 6 months.
Yeah. Well, a
year, 2 years.
A lot of times with injuries, Bob, you don't really know till the next day. And if Albanese comes out this morning and says he's fine, yep. But we'll see. I mean, because Albanese did say, does he need more testing? Not that I don't know.
Then he said, I don't think so.
Yeah. So we'll know today, and hopefully that he is feeling great today. Then it was, but Bob, I mean, yeah, like you said, we were watching. I don't know, Bob, that he could have stayed in that game. He looked in pretty much a lot of pain.
Well, I'm with you on that one.
Let's put a cork in it right now. Rich Dubroff tweeting out, Samuel Basayo feeling fine, ready to play.
Nice.
He's catching today. Not in the lineup, but he's behind the plate.
That's good.
That's fine.
So there we go. Yeah. Nothing to see here. Please, the Spurs.
Lucky. We'll take it. We'll take it for sure. I mean, I had my breath held all night, even after hearing that news. I mean, it was like, okay, this is good, but I don't know. How do you double over and grimace in that much pain for it to be nothing? I don't know, but I'm thankful for sure. Because without him, you mentioned it, sure, you've got Adley as your catcher, but, that's supposed to be a pretty big bat for you, whether he's getting play time at DH, maybe occasionally first base. Obviously, he's going to catch a few games, so should play every day. It's just a matter of where he's going to play. And if you don't have him in there, it's a huge loss.
And with Adley, too, who I think if he's healthy, he's going to have a bounce-back season. In 24, got the foul ball, which kind of led to his offensive slide. Then he had the back, which caused him to miss a start or two. And then last year, 2 stints on the IL. So it's not like he's rolling out there 150 games either. Like last year was kind of the first real injury-plagued season because 24, he didn't blame his slump in the second half on injuries, even though, watching him play, you could have made the connection. So that's good news coming out of Sarasota. Also heard from Craig Albanese talking about the bats in this lineup. And Muscles O'Neal, 3 for 3, homered while we were on the air. A lot of plus 100. Exit velo's a big thing now. Mm-hmm. Bloopers and dribblers, you're Luis Ariz. You know what I mean? Even though you might hit 350, you're still not moving the needle and run production and all that good stuff. But he was roping the ball. And he's, 7 for 9 in spring training? It's all a question of health with Tyler O'Neill. And he set up the play, by the way, because he made the sliding stop on the ball in the gap with a relay to second base to Basayo at the plate, which led to the opening of the show conversation. But his track record, he's not healthy. He's played 140 games twice in his career. So the MO is he tends to get hurt more than he's healthy. But if he's healthy, Nolan, if he gets 450 at-bats, 25 homers?
Would hope, yeah. I mean, you look at the career track record, that's the case. I mean, it's really just the 2 years where he surpassed 30, but everything else has been, 15 or less. So that's why I can't even say that it's all injury-related or health-related, because he's had years in the past where he's missed significant time, but the stats didn't really follow either, So I think, if you just say, well, if he's healthy for a full season, the results will follow. I don't know. I mean, he's got to prove that he's fully back. Now, how much stock do you put into these spring at-bats? Not a ton. You prefer this over the alternative. O's averaging 5 runs per game so far this spring is great. It hasn't just been O'Neill. Everyone's been really contributing so far. So, like I said, your 2 options right now are they're not hitting at all or they're raking. So we'll take the good.
Let me clarify. Over 400 at bats, 2 seasons. He's had over 30 home runs. 2 years. And 1 year he had 334 and he hit 14. So he probably would have been over 20 home runs then. But if he's 1 for 9 with 7 Ks, like you said, don't take too much stock in the spring training at bats. Coming off a year and we're here is very disappointing. He's 1 for 9 with 7 Ks. Like, this guy sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you pump the brakes on the enthusiasm for sure, but he's a proven commodity if he can stay on the field, and he's playing well right now.
Yeah. Bob, it's like, in the NFL, I mean, at training camp, you would much rather have your guys looking good than, Jesus, did we make a mistake there, and O'Neill is hitting the crap out of the ball.
And make it a tough decision. Craig Albernaz has said a few times this spring, really harping on how playtime is going to be dictated purely by who's swinging the hottest bat at any given moment. It's the fairest way to do it. I'm all on board with that. And I'm glad that O'Neill's actually making this a conversation, because I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought it would just be, that's Beaver's spot, give it to him, no questions asked. But now we've got, okay, O'Neill could be in right. Beavers could get some play time in center because he's been playing there this spring.
Yeah, and Beavers is a guy that Albernaz was talking about in the opening of the show as well. The versatility, plays, him getting on base is a big thing because he does that well for an Orioles team that struggled in an area in 2025. We'll see.
But you still have concerns about the arm.
Unless I was just hallucinating when Carlos Correa tagged from first to second on a routine fly ball to left field.
Right.
And then eventually scored on a sac fly when he was at third. Carlos Correa is not exactly Enrique Bradfield running the bases. And he threw a two-hopper to the cutoff man, and there were some other games late in the season. I mean, right field and center field are your big arms. There where the cannons are, even though Cedric Mullins didn't have the greatest of arm. But you hit the cutoff man, and then, usually an infielder can make some things happen. I thought Beaver's arm strength was, and me and Bordy and Ryan Ripken talked about it, and Jim Hunter at the end of the season on BBT, kind of surprised at the lack of oomph on that fastball. So who knows? We'll see. Because I was looking at his scouting grades and, average to above average arm. What I saw was not center field, right field worthy.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it's just a case of small sample size. Obviously we didn't watch every game of him in the minors, so you try to lean on what people have seen there. But, yeah, you hear it from guys like Keith Law, who said defense is good. At worst, it's average. So
he could track the ball.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, can you take an extra base on him?
Oh, yeah.
Like runners tended to do with
and
Cedric.
that, it's not something you can just brush to the side because, sure, this team's defense is going to be shaky overall, but those are things that opposing teams are going to identify pretty quickly, and we've got, it's not even analytics. I mean, this is just basic level stats. How's this guy's arm strength? I'm running on him. That's something that after first couple weeks of the season, tape is out on you. The strategy's there until you prove you can do something different.
And look, I haven't played baseball in 36 years. I haven't even swung a softball bat in over probably 15, 16 at least. But if you're playing left field and a guy's tagging from first to second on a route, it wasn't on the warning track, it was a fly ball to left. And Correa tagged and made it easily. I was like, there's a scouting report on this dude. Unless they thought Beavers was just a lazy guy, Anyway, not to make too much out of nothing, but something to keep an eye on, I would assume.
Yeah, I mean, they probably go back to that game, you watch it. I don't know. There's something earlier in the game they saw that said, well, we could take a base on this guy. I don't know. But a lot of it's going to be wait and see. And even him getting time in center field, to me, that's less about arm strength. I know he played some there in the minors, but it hasn't been since Double-A, if I'm not mistaken. And it's not a ton of games, probably somewhere in the 25-30 range. So really not a lot of runway, but versatility would suit this outfield really well because that's the one thing. They've got a lot of names, but there isn't a lot of versatility. Like you're locked in. The Kowser has to be the starting center fielder. Leody Taveras, the only other one you would trust. Guys in the corner, little interchangeable, but still, if you're going to have that many names, I'd prefer to have a little more movement.
Speaking of defense, real quick before we hit the break, Kobe Mayo 2 for 2 ribbies, but he did boot a ground ball. Second error of the spring. The other was on, kind of a tough play. Yep. But yesterday was just kind of a
Well, he made a nice play behind third base.
Yeah, but, the routine plays. Yeah. Tough plays are great. Can you make the routine plays? And that's the most important thing. Hey, you make a spectacular play, that's a bonus. Mm-hmm. Ground ball to third, 5-3, that should be happening. If you can make one behind the bag and throw a laser because he does have a big arm, that's awesome. But the next ground ball to you, routine, and you kick it into the left field, no, not good. But he did. There was a lot of exit velo off of his bat yesterday, too. Mm-hmm. And he's having a big spring offensively so far.
Which is the bigger part, right? We were talking about it yesterday. You can live with a little bit of defensive shortcomings if he's going to be as advertised at the plate. If he's going to live up to the prospect hype offensively, you can put up a little bit of defensive, shortcoming. I got to give him credit, though, because the play he did make yesterday, as someone who's beat him up for his defensive ability, I was stunned that he made that play to go into foul territory. And we know he's got the strong arm, but still, on the move, that was almost Machado territory.
Effortless throw,
right.
Too.
And it's not just a dribbler. I mean, that was a chopper that bounced up high, and it's hard to judge where it's going. So credit where credit is due.
It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, Featured Artist Friday. We revealed that when we come back. NFL Combine, the workout started yesterday. Some impressive athletic feats accomplished by a couple of Ohio State guys who are going to be long gone by the time the Ravens pick, we think.
Yes.
At 14. But the Ravens do have needs. We'll get into that and more. Terps taking on Rutgers coming up Sunday. You can hear that game on 105.7 The Fan. Only 3 regular season games left in the Maryland regular season. Keith Cavanaugh is joining us at the bottom of the hour. And other NFL tidbit news. Quarterback issue is going to be abound for a lot of teams. We know Cousins is out in Atlanta. Murray's probably gone in Arizona. Tua's probably gone in Miami. So that opens a lot of spots. Is the free agent class deep? Because the draft class certainly isn't. We'll get into that and more. Ravens don't have a quarterback problem. I don't think they do.
Back up.
The Fan. When you're away from your car, listen on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. Search 105.7 The Fan.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
In some cases, shoulder and elbow pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your shoulders and elbows well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our shoulder and elbow specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Celebrate President's Day savings all month long at Bob Bell. Drive home the car you want today at Bob Bell Chevrolet Bel Air, Bob Bell Chevrolet Baltimore, Bob Bell Ford, Bob Bell Hyundai, Bob Bell Nissan, and Bob Bell Kia. Plus, tons of quality used cars ready to roll. Easy buying, trusted service. We go the extra mile so every visit is a great one. For value, selection, and service, we're affordable. Ha ha! Come see us or shop BobBell.com.
Holiday debt weighing you down? Don't stress the mess. Security Plus Federal Credit Union is here to help you shovel your way out and get back on track. Consolidate those high-interest bills with a signature loan and enjoy rates as low as 9.75% APR. No collateral, just a smarter way to reset. If you live, work, worship, or attend school in Baltimore, you're eligible for exclusive member benefits. Apply today by calling 410-281-6200 or visit us in Owings Mills, Woodlawn, or Northwest
Crest Plaza. Security Plus. We make getting back on track feel easy.
Looking for your next home upgrade? Town Appliance in Owings Mills has you covered with the latest trends in kitchen, laundry, and outdoor appliances. Their chic, modern showroom off Reisterstown Road features over 70 trusted brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. Whether you're remodeling or just refreshing your space, the expert team, especially Mayor, makes it easy from start to finish. Visit the beautiful showroom. Call, text 410-364-4400 or shop online with nationwide delivery at townappliance.com.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Featured Artist Friday. Kicks. Chosen by you, the people. Maryland's own, now retired. Blow my fuse, man. Sometimes around 105.7 The Fan, my fuse gets blown. Big time. Head wants to explode.
Yeah, from 10 to 2.
Yeah. But I've seen Kicks, so I'm a Hammerjacks 1,000 times. So I'm at M3, Ocean City, down at D.C. It's a local band. They debuted in the early 80s. Midnight Dynamite was not that. Was that album. But I got the itch and all of that stuff. It's a great band. They represented the state of Maryland and Baltimore well. And if you got any song requests for Kicks, send your song request to Nolan McGraw on the Plaza Sport text line at 410-583-1057. Orioles taking on the Pirates later on this afternoon. No TV. So we'll keep you up to date on the score. But Shane Boss makes his spring debut against Mitch Keller. Mitch Keller's a guy that coming off a season and wasn't all that great, but he's signed long-term, and he was kind of considered maybe a trade chip for the Pirates. And I would think if Pittsburgh flatlines here in 2026, could possibly be one again. But Nolan, Shane Boss, looking forward to seeing that 98-mile-an-hour fastball that everybody brags about. And his last start in 2025, if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to Googleize it. I think he was throwing a no-hitter at the Orioles through 4 innings, and then they took him out of the game because he's a year removed. He had Tommy John in 23, or 23, missed 24, came back last year.
Right. Little stuff today. You just want to see him in the New Jersey, see how he looks. A lot of fan service stuff there, but obviously Basayo not going to be...
Missed 23, to clarify.
Right. Basayo not behind the plate today, so we'll see who he's throwing to, who's calling the game for him, see how that kind of relationship starts to work out. But, yeah, let's get this thing going. Always fun to see the new toy.
Yeah, and Shane Boz was a first-round draft pick, had the Tommy John surgery. Keith Law told us, Vinny, when you were in the French Foreign Legion, that he's got top-of-the-rotation stuff, like inch for inch, pound for pound. He could be as good as Rodgers and Kyle Bradish. I mean, we cross our fingers, hope for the best, but don't want to make any absolute sort of, proclamations here. And, against the Orioles on September 24th, Oriole Park, Camden Yards. 4 innings pitched, no hits, no runs, 3 walks, 3 Ks. And that was all she wrote. Start before that, 5 against Toronto, eventual American League champs. 5 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 4 Ks.
This here from Rock, just tweeting this out a few minutes ago. Your other pitchers set to throw today. Brandon Young will get some work, Levi Wells, and Grant Wolfram, who's becoming an interesting guy, at least for me. We start trying to put this bullpen piece together, the puzzle together. He's a piece that is kind of on the fringe for me, right? He showed some ability at times last year at the major league level, which probably gives him a leg up over some other guys. But while we do have concerns about this bullpen, you can't say there isn't a volume of guys. There's enough names there. There's enough bodies competing. But the level of competition, the quality of these arms, very debatable. But at the very least, it's not like they're strapped for, we only have so many guys, and we're still scrambling to find another piece. There's a lot of options, just a matter of who's going to seize it.
Yeah, Wolfram throws hard, and he can be dominant at times, but a little inconsistent as well. That's why he's kind of done the circuit throughout Major League Baseball. But we'll keep you up to date on all of that good stuff. NFL Combine workout started yesterday, and a couple of Ohio State guys really were off the charts in regards to athleticism and physical presence for sure.
Yesterday, they had the D-line. I was explaining it to Nolan because I was watching. It was on, Bob, from 3 to 9. for two positions, and it takes forever because, they break them up into three groups of D linemen, and then they all run the 40s, and then they got to go do their jumps and then position drills, and then you start it all over again with group 2, then all of a sudden group 3. And then you bring the linebackers in, and that's the Ohio State guys. And there was a lot of anticipation about Reese and Styles, the two linebackers from Ohio State, and they did not disappoint. They actually probably they ran 4.46 and 4.47. They jumped out of the gym. Styles is the only one that jumped. Reese is doing it at the pro day or whatever, but drills and stuff, they were outstanding. I think Mel had one projected 3rd, the other to go 8th. So, yeah, like you said, Bob, they're not going to be there.
Sonny
14.
Styles, they're both top 10 guys.
So, I think Ohio State may have 4 defensive players go in the top 10. But they were phenomenal. They were really, really good. So it was interesting to. Bob, they showed Aaron Glenn one time on TV. They go, "Oh, there's Aaron Glenn over there." Guess what he was doing? Sleeping.
He was?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No
he
way.
Was there.
Like literally asleep?
Yes. And then somebody nudged him or whatever. Then he jumped up, 'cause, hey, you're on TV. Wake
That's
up.
on the camera, man. Come on now.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I just call him out. It's funny, but if I'm a Jets fan, I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Well, we didn't mention it with the Maryland game the other night, but I was laughing my butt off while there was a questionable call by the refs at one point, the Nebraska's crowd getting into it. And the camera cuts to a student right as he flips the bird to the camera. It was almost like coordinated. I'm like, why'd you put the camera on him when his middle finger's up?
And then the announcers have to go, oh, we apologize.
Yeah.
We apologize for that. But yeah, Reese expected to go. He's a linebacker to Tennessee. And Sonny Styles, inside linebacker, who would be, perfect for the Ravens, going to Washington.
Well,
at number 7. And then they have Tate, wide receiver, going. This is Mel Kiper, by the way.
Yeah.
Going to Cleveland. And then Caleb Downs, the safety, who might be the best player in the draft, going to the Jets at number 2.
Yeah, so they got 4 in the top 10.
That's insanity.
Yeah.
And why did
they lost? They got Was it Indiana? No. Well, Indiana beat them in the Big Ten game, right?
Yeah.
And then they lost in the playoffs. Too many games ago.
Yeah, exactly. But either way, Ravens' needs are well documented. But reading, like Jeff Zrebeck did a breakdown today, reading the Baltimore Sun and all, national outlets, wide receiver at 14, I'm still against it.
Me too.
Doesn't seem as far-fetched maybe as it was, say, a month ago.
Yeah.
Because Bateman might be on the outs here. They might be looking to move him.
Yeah. And the thing about it is Mel keeps putting a wide receiver with them, So, and people keep putting wide receivers with them, so maybe they've talked to people. But I would think, Bob, if they lose Linderbaum, they got to go O-line. You almost have to go O-line, or if a pass rusher's there, maybe Jesse Minter's jumping up and down, hey, this is the guy that can really get us over the top.
To your point, ESPN today did their predictions for free agents going to certain teams. Like Mike Evans goes to Buffalo because they could use a wide receiver.
Yeah, they were saying this morning on Get Up, A.J. Brown needs to go to Buffalo.
But Ravens, with the assumption that Linderbaum leaves, they signed, who you brought up a couple of days ago, Nolan, Connor McGovern, the center for the Bills, who would leave via free agency. So you lose one, you bring one in. Via that route.
Well, and that's
we're just talking about where potential free agents could wind up, best case scenario.
Where'd they have Linderbaum going?
Linderbaum would go to, I'll bring it up as we take a break, but Houston.
Whoa.
Yeah, because their center apparently wasn't all that great.
Their old line wasn't that good.
Yeah. So either way, everything's going on NFL Combine. We'll talk about the Ravens' perspective with Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner. You want to get in at 410-583-1057. If you had a prediction, say Muscles O'Neal gets 450 at-bats. What are your offensive expectations for him? And what about the Orioles in general? They're going to be minus Jackson Holliday and Jordan Westberg for at least the first month of the season, but how explosive can this Orioles lineup be in 2026 after a shaky 25?
If If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10. 105.7 The Fan.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off pants for the family. Yep, 50% off pants for the fam. Hurry in this Saturday and Sunday to save big on spring styles. Only at Old Navy. Valid 2/28 and 3/1. Select styles only.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-346-2476. 800-346-2476. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-346-2476.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at ProStatusFinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Insurance licensed in Maryland.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Wednesday afternoon in Sarasota, Vance Honeycutt blasts the Birds to a dub.
This is Vance Honeycutt, who leans on the first pitch that he sees and drives it right out of the ballpark. Take advantage of the opportunity, get a pitch, drive it, and put your club on top.
The call from Ben Wagner on Masson. Honeycutt clobbers one 410 feet to left. A solo shot to put the O's up 4-3 in the 7th inning. And that would end up being your final score. As
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
NFL news on this Featured Artist Friday before we get to the calls. Kicks, by the way. Plenty of tunes to choose from. Send a request, Plattsburgh text line at 410-583-1057. Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, who's already checked in. We'll talk to him a lot over the course of the next 3.5 hours. Cowboys going to franchise George Pickens. And that is not going to go well because he's already said he's not going to show up to any sort of off-season activity, and they already have a ton of dough invested in Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. So have fun with that.
Well, I think
they did give Williams a big contract there, the running back.
Yeah, but I mean, Bob, do you trust George Pickens?
Not a pissed off George Pickens, no.
Or not even, because he wasn't pissed off in Pittsburgh, but he
was in the ambulance a little bit there.
Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't feel comfortable giving him a ton of cash. I like, the carrots dangling to him. And if he goes off the rails, because, there's rumors out there that they find him a lot during the season.
Wow.
So if that's the issues, you got to be nervous as, you don't know what for sure. It's probably like when they had T.O. and that. You don't know what T.O.
Well, you got the great T.O. in 2007 when they lost to the Giants in the playoffs, and he was crying about Tony Romo.
Yeah.
In the post game, but eventually that wore thin, and then Terrell Owens become kind of the nomad guy throughout the league because the headache became bigger than the problem.
You know what's crazy about T.O., Bob? Like, I was with him for the first 4 years, and like the guy that you saw, like in Philly, I didn't recognize that. That wasn't the same guy that we had in San Fran, but once he became T.O. and once he became a star, then things changed.
But George Pickens going to get franchised. Anthony Richardson is available via trade if you want to take a flyer on him, and he's not going to be the starting quarterback for the Colts because it looks like they're going to bring back Daniel Jones. But there's upside for Richardson. He's only 23 years old.
Yeah.
But his resume, outside of being a tremendous athlete and having some levels of success, seems like a big risk, at least to trade for him and assume he's going to take over your team, because the Colts would keep him around if they thought he brought that to the equation.
Yeah, and I think, Bob, the thing with him is, if the agent and he are smart, he needs to go somewhere, like Darnold did, like these guys, like they go to Minnesota or they go to the Rams, and they learn. They take a year and learn what it is to be a quarterback, because Anthony Richardson has not played a lot of football, whether it be college or the NFL. He hasn't played a lot of football. And you saw that he doesn't read defenses very well. The thing that he does was he brings his legs. And the thing that killed him, I think, nationally, the thing that people talk about, hey, I need a rest.
They tapped out on a third down play, which was not a good look. Not because he was hurt; he was tired.
Yeah, he was tired.
This drive's wearing me out, man. I don't know if I can make it 100 yards.
Flacco was still there, right? If I'm not mistaken, because he came in.
That was 2 years ago. Oh, insanity.
Someone's got to be the adult in the room. Come on.
But Anthony Richardson, there is upside, boy, there's a lot of risk involved too.
Bob, and you were talking about, earlier about, there's no quarterbacks in the draft and free. I think that's why, Joe Flacco's going to have a job as a backup. I think he'd be good in Minnesota. Any bat other than here, I think Flacco would be good.
He might stay in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Because Minnesota, for instance, it looks like Kirk Cousins will probably wind up. The tea leaves are saying he winds up back there because he likes O'Connell and all of that. And J.J. McCarthy is still considered to be the dude eventually. But Minnesota, Justin Jefferson, whose numbers plummeted last year, hey, if Darnold was here, we'd have been better than we were this year.
No doubt.
Which is no doubt an indictment on the quarterback.
But
Darnold won a Super Bowl, by the way, if you forgot about that.
And the GM got fired.
All right, Sammy Basayo is catching in Sarasota. The Orioles are at the Pirates complex today. We'll give you the Baltimore lineup here in a few. So Basayo went down and looked a little frightening around 2 o'clock, but he's told the media, Rich Dubroff tweeting this out, he's good, and he's actually behind the dish doing some catching in Florida. And if he was banged up, had an oblique or broken rib, he wouldn't be doing any of these things. But the Orioles offense, what's the ceiling? I think it's pretty high, even though they're going to be -2 starters in the infield, at least, coming out of spring training. I think the rotation is better than last year. What does that mean? Because last year was one of the worst in baseball, and the bullpen trying to come together. And Nolan pointed out that Wolfram is pitching today, and he looks great. 1 inning, and not so much. He's CNL Perez. Maybe not as good as catching home runs in the bullpen, though. Let's go to Ryan in Baltimore. Ryan, what's up?
Hey, gentlemen. Good morning. Happy Friday.
All right. Same to you.
So, Bob, you just talked about it, that there's 2 holes in the infield, and I think what scares me for this Orioles team right now is just the month of April. I say that because obviously we have Jackson out probably for the first half of that, plus he's going to have to get some rehab starts down in the minors or wherever. So that'll probably be the whole month of April until he comes back. Plus you also have Westberg, who, if the PRP injections work out like they should, you're looking at maybe mid-May, best case scenario. So the month of April is going to be the scary time. And if you remember last year, the month of April was kind of where we lost the whole entire season. After May kind of started to pick up, and we actually had a really good record after April. So I think what it's going to come down to is how good Kobe Mayo can do at third base, and then I guess Blaze Alexander at second. And then once Holiday comes back after April, I think Mayo's the odd man out who gets moved to the bench. You move Alexander to third, and then you have Holiday play second. Because, we've heard, last week I think it was former teammate of mine, Tyler Locklear with Arizona.
I'm sure.
He said that Blaze is actually a better third baseman. So I think it just makes sense that unless Kobe Mayo's bat is absolutely scorching, which right now it is, then I think he's the odd man out. Now, obviously, defensively, if we give up 5 runs, it doesn't matter if we can score, 6, 7, or 8. So that's kind of the name of the game, right, is score more runs than the other team. So as long as the offense is doing good, I think it'll make up for the defensive losses.
Hey, Ryan, real quick, did Locklear go to Curly? Am I right on that one?
Yep.
There we go. And Locklear's going out with your boy Bobby Gimmel's daughter, I think, or they were.
Well, they're engaged, I know. I think they may be married by now. I don't know.
All right, so there you go. A little name dropping, Ryan in Baltimore, but points are well taken. But Mayo, does he giveth or taketh away? And I don't know if the Orioles could score 6 runs a game, that's great.
Yeah.
But I don't know if their team ERA is pushing 5. Then it means a lot of Maylocks and drinking watching a game every night. You know what I mean? I would like some comfortable victories here.
Yeah, I think I have some strong confidence in the starting rotation, and it just depends on how the bullpen goes. But yeah, I don't think that Mayo's defensive flaws are going to count to 5 runs or so. But I think he's a solid option, and like I said, if when Jackson comes back, he's obviously going to probably play second base and move Blaze over there. So we just got to make it through that first month, and also more experience at third base for Mayo might be a good thing that he starts to work it out, kind of like Gunnar at short.
Yeah, and eventually he gets traded.
Yeah.
Who knows how it goes? Or Westberg gets traded if he can't stay on the field. Hey, Ryan, good call. Have a great weekend. And look, these 5-run innings, it's bottom of the second, ground ball to third, he boots it, and then all of a sudden 1 out becomes no outs, and then there's a man on first, and then things kind of go haywire. But it goes back to the old mantra, pick up your teammates. Then you put the onus on the pitcher and the other players to make up for that miscue. They are called errors. They're not called on purposes. You know what I mean? It is a mistake, but
he's 3 for 3. 3 errors in 3 games. He's played third base.
Yeah, so it's, just tighten it up a little bit. Because the intrigue has always been with his bat. Mm-hmm. And we've seen it in spring training so far. I don't know, man. Him at third base, we talked about it yesterday. If Muscles and Ward and Alonso and Gunnar, et cetera, are doing what they're supposed to do, I would prefer a guy that would tighten up defensively and live with a 240 batting average. Mm-hmm. Maybe not a $190, but you get where I'm coming from.
Right.
As opposed to a guy that he's going to add to the clubbing of the opposing team, but he's going to be a liability when it comes to doing his job with the glove.
So to at least start the season, where we're going to assume that Jackson Holliday is going to need a little ramp up. Not going to be there for opening day. Even if it's a couple weeks, just a week in the minors, he's not there.
I would think he'll start taking ground balls and stuff next week.
Well, we're under a month till opening day. I don't know. It'd be great if it just helps everybody if he's ready by opening day. But let's say that he's not, and you have Blaze at second, and it's vacant third, and you're choosing between Mayo and others. Bob, you're saying here that you might go a Tyro Estrada,
who, by the way, is the DH today.
Okay, well,
you bring him in for his glove. Ramos is at third, but and we'll give you the lineup in totality. But is it Estrada, a guy supposed to be able to do some things for you defensively?
That's the point. Yeah, that's the thought. So
I'm not the GM of the team.
Well, it goes back that they've given themselves a lot of names here. It's kind of like what I was saying with the bullpen. You're not really overly confident that any of these guys are particularly great, but there's a lot of names on the board right now to choose from. So
my point, and I guess it's going old man stuff, I'll go strong glove in an already loaded lineup versus a weak glove in an already loaded lineup. Mm-hmm. If you want to bash people's brains in, it's fun to watch. The games will last 3 hours. That's all very touching, but I'd rather have a guy that's steady and can turn double plays and, has the wherewithal with the baseball instincts defensively he can be an asset if he might be somewhat of a liability with the stick, he can help you win games with his glove.
I'd agree with you, but it's all dependent on an actual defensive person rising up and showing that ability.
That is true. We'll come back, reset the program for you. We'll talk Ravens. Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner. Talk about this combine that is very much underway. All of the workouts are on NFL Network and NFL Plus if you have the access to that. Whip around 11:15. Then Keith Cavanaugh, TerrapinTimes.com. Maryland men down to 3 games in the regular season. Rutgers coming up on Sunday afternoon. Check your local listings for your TV viewing. Bet you can hear it on 105.7 The Fan. Got news from the Nest coming up at noon. Going to hear more from Eric DaCosta, Jesse Minter. Buy or sell, 12:15. Where's our weekend money? And Bob Nightingale, USA Today. Talk about the major leagues. We're a weekend of spring training games. And, guys like Lucas Giolito are still looking for jobs. What the hell's going on here?
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Is Gunnar Henderson due for a big bounce back year? Also, Trevor Rogers said the Orioles haven't approached him about a contract extension. Does that need to change right now? And could the Ravens use the 14th overall pick on a receiver? We'll tell you.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The number one team that needs to sign Tyreek Hill now that he's a free agent is the Buffalo Bills. Buffalo has to get Josh Allen some help on the outside and certainly some speed on the outside. And while there's questions about Tyreek at 32 coming off a torn ACL, he is definitely a worthy gamble for a Buffalo team that's all in on getting to the Super Bowl and absolutely needs speed. Buffalo should be the team to sign Tyreek Hill. I'm Nick Custis.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all Americans' smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary Gold have been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. They have the experience to help tailor your portfolio to your needs. If you call now, they will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. That's 877-NOW-GOLD.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Hey, it's Mikey B from Beckley's RVs. If you went to the Maryland RV show and didn't make a decision, that's okay. RV shopping takes time, and the show doesn't have to be the final step. You can still browse RVs and see the same show pricing without feeling rushed, without feeling pressured, with a team that's here to help you when you're ready. That's how we do things here. That's the Beckley's difference. Fair, honest, trusted. Continue your search at Beckley'sRVs.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all Americans' smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary Gold have been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. They have the experience to help tailor your portfolio to your needs. If you call now, they will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. That's 877-NOW-GOLD.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Kicks, Featured Arts Friday. If you're familiar with the band, like I am, you know there's plenty of tunes to choose from. If you're not, listen to what we're playing. Get an inkling of what they bring to the equation. Maryland band, retired now. Just Google them. You know, Google's your friend. All I got to do is Google things. Don't assume. Google.
Yeah, that's what Signetti said.
Look up Kicks. 410-583-1057 is the number. Pick a song and we will play it for you. Got Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore banter coming up top of the hour. Orioles taking on the Pirates and their spring venue. Dylan Beavers in right field. Alexander Blaze, second base mound. He's at first. Adley behind a dish. Mooman, center field. Where the hell's he been this spring? Ramos at third. Estrada, we talked about, DH. Vasquez at short. Enrique Bradfield in left field today, which I find fascinating considering that this guy's supposed to be a premier defensive outfielder, and he's an 80 grade in speed and with the glove. And Shane Baz is on the hill for the Orioles, who they got from the Tampa Bay Rays, traded away some high-level prospects to get him. He's controllable. He's got a big arm. He was a first-round draft pick, and we'll see what he brings to the equation. You know, we're not there. It's not on TV. So we'll just trust what we get coming out of Florida. But expectations are pretty strong because the Orioles did give up a couple of couple of guys they drafted last year in this trade, and one of their highly regarded prospects as well. So Shane Baz, Nolan, making his debut today. And if we're looking at the jugs gun, he's not throwing 104 miles an hour. I'm going to be mad at Keith Law.
Yeah, I mean, make it a fake number. I don't care. Yeah. I'll believe anything.
400 mile Nuke LaLoosh.
Isn't there always a little bit of skepticism with the radar guns in spring training? I don't know. Maybe I'm making something up here, but I feel like we have conversations around pitchers. Oh, man, this guy's throwing harder than ever. Look at this. And then, you get up to real regular season action and everything looks like it normally does.
It's to show you how times have changed, by the way. And Mike Bordick brought up max effort when it comes to a lot of things. Max swing, not going with the pitch, just everything's, exit velo and launch angle and throwing as hard as you can. Dean Kramer throws what? 93, 94, could get it up to 95. Average fastball. Mm-hmm. In 1981, if Dean Kramer was throwing 95 miles an hour, he'd be one of the hardest throwing pitchers in baseball. Yeah. They had Nolan Ryan was like, that's a transcendent generational. I mean, Nolan Ryan was throwing 104, literally, back in the day. Jim Palmer threw in the mid-90s, and he was a hard thrower. I mean, Cionel Perez throws high 90s. Can't get anybody out. It goes back to the max effort. Sometimes just being crafty. Like Mike Messina, he had a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, which in 1992 was like Ben McDonald threw 100 miles an hour. But Messina knew where his 95 miles an hour was going. And Ben did for the most part, but Ben would be like, hey, Ben McDonald coming off a 3-hitter against the Cubs. He's on the IR for the next 2 weeks. Messina hit the post. But point is that Shane Baz could throw 98. Ryan Helsley threw 100 miles an hour, and he was getting rocked because people knew the fastball was coming because you got a max effort fastball going up against max effort swings, and then you get this dynamic that the fans love. But they're still about movement, location, and just being able to throw strikes more often than balls and not falling behind counts. You're down 2-0, and you can throw 110 miles an hour. If they know a fastball's coming, they're gearing up for it.
And that in spring training, I think it's more about, all right, let me just sprinkle in as all of my arsenal here. Regular season game, you go out there, if your curveball is not working, you say, okay, I just don't have it tonight. I'm using all my other pitches. Spring training, if it's not working, keep throwing it. Now's the time to work out the kinks. So this is less about velocity here for me today and more about just, seeing the full arsenal. And as far as velocity league-wide, I mean, nothing's going to change until the way the industry views velocity changes. There's, I guess, with recruiting guys out of high school to go to college, or even, guys in the draft that come out of high school, come out of college, whatever, speed is what gets you in the door. You're competing against thousands and thousands and thousands of other players.
That's the eye opener.
Right.
100 miles an hour.
The gun.
To sort out, that first, category that we can just eliminate a couple hundred people. We'll start with velocity and we'll go from there. Until a team has success going against that trend, and then the rest of the league follows, nothing's going to change.
Yeah, and for football, all right, slower guy, runs great routes, catches everything thrown to him. And that's nice. But then the dude that goes, such Bob Hayes running the 100 meters, like, oh, look at the blazing speed here. John Ross. Or that guy a couple years ago coming out of Washington.
Cincinnati was a bust.
Yeah, so
Jerry Rice ran 4.65.
Yeah,
Kyle Hamilton ran 4.7.
Yep. But, running fast is good, and having immense power and a blazing fastball, it gives you a head start. Well, what are the other intangibles that come to the equation? But Boz apparently has got the whole mix, and now he's healthy, so expectations are pretty high because Mike Elias gave up a lot to bring him here to Baltimore. When we come back, we'll talk about the Ravens with Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner, whip around 11:15, and then Keith Kavanaugh, TerrapinTimes.com. Maryland men winding down the regular season. What's going on in the offseason? Has Andre Mills now played himself into a position where they have to re-recruit him, even though he has followed Buzz Williams to 2 different places?
Every day, complete coverage of Orioles spring training with Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, and the entire fan lineup as we gear up for opening day, March 26th, live from Pickles Pub against the Minnesota Twins. Baseball is back, and it's on 105.7 The Fan.
There's a big new $50 scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery called Lux, and it has a top prize of $5 million. Yeah, $5 million. So go ahead, try your Lux. Luck with the new Lux scratch-off. And please play responsibly.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust an Emu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Tickets are on sale now for 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary, happening Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston from 1 to 4 p.m. Enjoy light fare and 2 free non-alcoholic drinks or beer or glasses of wine. A cash bar will also be available. All your favorite fan personalities will be on hand answering your questions and hosting Know Your Show, giving you a chance to win concert tickets. Visit 1057thefan.com for more details and to purchase tickets to this all-ages event.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles and Tigers traded punches in yesterday's Grapefruit League matchup at Ed Smith Stadium, but in the end, it was the Birds gaining the upper hand 6-5. Tyler O'Neill launched a homer to get the scoring started, while Kobe Mayo collected a pair of RBIs in his 3 at-bats. It's still very early in the spring process, but the O's bats have averaged 5 runs per game so far.
Yeah, I think our potential's there for sure. To me, it's just the at-bat quality is where it really stands out. These guys are forcing the pitchers to be in the strike zone. They're not chasing, and to me, that's a testament to them, to who they are and the work they're putting in.
There's Craig Albernaz on the team's collective approach at the plate. The exhibition action continues this afternoon when the Orioles take on the Pirates. Shane Baz will make his spring debut with first pitch coming up at 1:05. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the big new Lux scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery with 50 chances to win on each ticket and a huge instant top prize of $5 million. Please play responsibly. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, plenty of sun this afternoon with highs around 50. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Featured Artist Friday, it's Kicks. It's chosen by you, the people. You're picking the songs, obviously, at 410-583-1057. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw's on the other side of the glass. Orioles and Pirates coming up at 105. Shane Baz makes his spring debut. Sammy Basayo back in Sarasota catching today, so he's good to go after a scary situation in the early portion of yesterday's game against the Tigers. NFL Combine happening. The workout started last night. Ravens had the 14th pick in the draft, 11 overall. Here to talk about the offseason that has started. Pretty active one at that. From the Baltimore Banner, it's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Jonas Schaefer. Jonas, good morning. How you feeling?
Morning, guys. How are you?
Doing all right. And Eric DeCosta, earlier this week when he met with the media, talked, well, don't want to say anything about Lamar's contract status and negotiating, redoing deals, etc. But he did say that Tyler Linderbaum, hey, we made him a, records, not a record setting, but that sort of thing. So he was very open in regards to those negotiations. And if you were crystal balling it right now, Tyler Linderbaum's team in 2026 will be who? And if he goes somewhere else, how does this change the Ravens offseason?
Man, I haven't done enough legwork yet to know who has money and who needs a center. I know the Chargers definitely have money and need a center, so that would be pretty enticing. It would be funny to see the Ravens, the Chargers steal a top Ravens free agent after the Ravens stole a top coaching candidate from them. Obviously, it's a little bit more fair in coaching circles than it is in free agency, but that's how the game is played. I don't know. I still feel like, because of what the Ravens have built and because of the draws of home, and just because of my natural optimistic tenor that the Ravens will be able to get a deal done with Tyler Linderbaum. You know, you look at just this team throughout history, and they typically have not let their blue chip talents head out the door, especially at the ripe young age of 25. So I just feel like this is a situation where the Ravens typically don't overpay for homegrown talent because they are able to get them, well before the kind of doorstep of free agency. But this might be a situation where Eric DeCosta does have to overpay. And obviously, if Tyler Linderbaum's agent is set on him hitting the free agent market, then that throws a big old wrench into everything. So I guess we'll know more, within the next week or so, just how realistic the odds are of keeping him. Because I feel like if the Ravens let him get into a market that Eric DeCosta has described as irrational, not just for Tyler Linderbaum, but for free agency in general, then it's going to be, I think, beyond his appetite to kind of, go more than what I guess he feels like is a fair offer already.
Jonas, just from my experience, I would say this: if he gets to free agency, he's gone.
I agree. I think there's too many teams with a lot of money and guys who recognize the value of Tyler Linderbaum, and let's not discount just the priors that general managers have in these cases. Like the reason why you see Eric DeCosta circling back to certain guys in free agency that they've liked or that he wants to trade for is because he thought highly of them coming out of the draft. And Tyler Linderbaum wasn't he's not like a top 15 blue chip center in the 2022 class, but he was still a guy who I think was considered one of the best center prospects to come out in a very, very long time. And you combine that with the fact that there don't seem to be really any top 50, top 75 centers overall in this class in terms of like overall prospect ranking, then I think that's going to create a crunch on this center market, even when you have guys like Tyler Biadasz and Floyd Cushenberry, if he's healthy, coming available.
Now, Jonas, while you were at the Combine and listening to, Ravens coaches and GM and Eric talk, any tidbits or anything you picked up that you were kind of surprised about?
From the Ravens guys or
from the Ravens guys?
I guess I was disappointed that we're already at a more restrictive measure of injury information. Like I thought that my question about Nate Wiggins and his offseason surgery would get a little bit more clarity on what exactly happened there, considering he's probably made a full recovery or is on his way to making a full recovery. Like, the answer or non-answer that I got from Jesse Minter discouraged, I think, probably some other people from asking, how Justice Hill is doing with that neck injury that sidelined him toward the end of this past season. And, if it is something that is lingering, could maybe affect his chances on being on this team in 2026. But frankly, there wasn't a whole lot else in the sessions that we got with Jesse and with Eric that was super interesting. Obviously, Eric got a lot of the same questions that he's asked about best player available and that kind of thing. But just the fact that he feels optimistic about Lamar, but we're still not really at a point where we can pinpoint when exactly that extension date will come, was kind of the non-update that I think we all expected.
Now, Jonas, what do you think they should take at 14?
I guess I'll have a better sense once we get through all these combine information. It's tough to say. I think last week when you asked me a similar question, I said wide receiver. Now that you have Jordan Tyson not running the 40 and, some of those injury concerns percolating, maybe that's an issue. I think looking at how small, Mansour Delane, I think that's how you pronounce his name. I wonder if he might be a guy who slips below, where the Cowboys are taking, and if he's available at 14, could he be a guy that you take and, would be an obvious sentimental pick because he's a Maryland native, went to Virginia Tech, had this incredible year at LSU, would probably give you the long-term answer, for Marlon Humphrey, assuming that you move off him within the next couple of years, if not this offseason. So I'm not really wedded to anything. Obviously, I understand people who are urging the Ravens to take a defensive lineman or offensive lineman at 14. I just don't know if the value is going to be there, even if, Ioane is considered a top 15 guard. I think for me, my philosophy is just take guys who can well exceed their first round contract value. And I think that's typically quarterbacks and skill position players.
Jonas Shire, Baltimore Banner, Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. NFL Combine happening as we speak. Real quick, Jonas, before we let you roll, a couple of takeaways from Eric DeCosta, Jesse Minter. Eric DeCosta, Marlon Humphrey's future with the team. What did you think of those? And Jesse Minter wanting Lamar to maybe be under center a little bit more than he normally has been.
Yeah, I think with the under center thing, that is just probably, it's a reflection of the fact that Lamar has been very, very good to under center. I think you could also say that going under center doesn't really work unless you have a good offensive line, which goes back to the whole Tyler Linderbaum issue. Can this rushing game really get the kind of production that it needs if you don't have a functional interior? That is what Lamar Jackson. That's what Lamar Jackson is so important in the shotgun and the pistol run game, because he is a run threat on those read option plays. It's so much tougher to get to those read option concepts out of under center looks. So I think it's kind of an intriguing question there about what exactly the plan is to go under center if you don't have any good interior alignment. And then with Marlon, it's obviously I understand the frustration of a lot of fans and just how poorly he played last year, and maybe how much of a trickle down effect he had on the rest of the defense, not letting them play press coverage because he was getting burnt so often, and that kind of took away Nate Wiggins' superpower. But I just think that he can get back to a point where even if he's not a Pro Bowl, he's still a 75th percentile cornerback, and I think the change of coaches could help. I think bringing in Jesse Minter will help. I think just another year of getting healthy will help, and the cap relief really isn't all that significant. For the Ravens to get the kind of value that they need out of cutting him, it would have to be a post June 1 designation, and that means that you aren't getting that relief until after June 1st. So it's not all that surprising, although I really do get why Ravens fans would be keen on letting him go, because he just was not good last year. Probably his worst season in Baltimore. But I still think that there's value in getting something out of him, whether it's in the slot or outside as an outside quarterback.
Jonas Shire, Baltimore Banner. Jonas, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the rest of the Combine. Have a great weekend. Hope you feel better, because I can hear that nasally, because we just got over all that nonsense. And we'll talk to you next Friday.
Thanks, Jonas.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yep. Jonah Schaefer, everybody. We'll come back to whip around. Stick around for that. What happened in the world of sports last night? And historically, a couple of Maryland basketball tidbits as we are creeping in to March, which is what? Sunday is March 1st. And then Keith Cavanaugh, speaking of the Terps, TerrapinTimes.com. Buzz Williams, 3 games left in the regular season, off to the tournament. Andre Mills, he's created a nice asset as a player, but as he created somewhat of a dilemma in the offseason where now he's got to be re-recruited. Remember, he went to Texas A&M with Buzz, transferred to Maryland, now the best player on the team.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Jody Jackson with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Ohio State linebacker Sonny Styles was the star of day one at the NFL Scouting Combine in Indianapolis. He became the first linebacker since 2003 that weighs over 240 pounds to run a sub-4.5 40-yard dash, broad jump over 11 feet, and have a vertical jump over 40 inches. In other news, NFL Network's Cameron Wolfe is reporting the Colts and quarterback Anthony Richardson have mutually agreed to seek a trade. Richardson was the 4th overall pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, but played just 17 games in 3 seasons with Indy. And NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero is reporting the Jets are trading pass rusher Jermaine Johnson II to the Titans in exchange for nose tackle Tavondre Sweat. The trade cannot become official until the new league year, which begins March 11th. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Spring savings start early at Lowe's. Get a Cobalt 24-volt max leaf blower for just $99. It's powerful, lightweight, and ready to go. Plus, get 4 bags of Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil for just $10. Don't wait. Get everything you need to start on your spring projects today. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Bella to 3-4. Soil offer excludes Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The tradition continues at Laurel Park on Saturday, May 16th for the 151st running of the Preakness Stakes. The middle jewel of the Triple Crown comes to Laurel Park for the first time ever with extremely limited seating. Purchase your tickets now at Preakness.com. Looking for your next home upgrade? Town Appliance and Owings Mills has you covered with the latest trends in kitchen, laundry, and outdoor appliances. Their chic, modern showroom off Reisterstown Road features over 70 trusted brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. Whether you're remodeling or just refreshing your space, the expert team, especially Mayor, makes it easy from start to finish. Visit the beautiful showroom. Call, text 410-364-4400 or shop online with nationwide delivery at townappliance.com.
It's Valentine's Day all month long at Bob Bell. Love your drive. Shop an incredible selection of new Ford, Hyundai, Nissan, Kia, and Chevrolet vehicles, plus a huge lineup of quality used cars priced to move. From your first visit to every other one, Bob Bell makes car buying easy and enjoyable with service you can count on. For value, selection, and service, we're Affordabell. Ha-ha! Come see us today or visit BobBell.com.
Hey, it's Ed Norris. If you're looking for a true Baltimore spot that does it all, check out Mount Washington Tavern. Whether you're catching college basketball with friends, hitting happy hour, grabbing lunch during the week, the tavern delivers great food, cold drinks, and that neighborhood atmosphere everyone loves. So come watch all the college basketball action here. Great views, great crowd, and the perfect game day energy. And for St. Patrick's Day, expect festive food, drink specials, and a fun, can't-miss Baltimore celebration. Plus, don't miss Chesapeake Oyster Week, March 20th through the 31st. In collaboration with the Oyster Recovery Partnership, the tavern celebrating local Chesapeake oysters with a specialty menu, all supporting shell recycling and oyster restoration. So join us from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. and taste oysters that give back to the Bay. And of course, enjoy fresh oysters from Prince Edward Island and Cape Cod. Their oysters are great. It's one of my favorite things about the tavern. They always have a great selection, and that's a great event, the March 20th to March 31st. And when you're there, say hello to Rob, Dave, and Buck, Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
Tired of watching your holiday bills stack up? A signature loan from Securities Plus Federal Credit Union can help you dig out of debt and move forward confidently. With low rates, flexible terms, and just one monthly payment, you can regain control fast. Start your journey today. Visit securityplusfcu.org/signature loan. Visit your nearest branch or call 410-281-6200.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Featured Artist Friday. It's Kicks. Keith Cavanaugh is going to be joining us bottom of the hour. Orioles taking on the Pirates at Pittsburgh's complex today. Shane Baz going to throw for the Birds. Sammy Basayo's fine. He's catching in Sarasota today. So that's good news for sure. We'll talk more about the NFL Combine. And coming up, news from the Nest. Going to get in these NFLPA grades. Mm-hmm. Where the Ravens were, they were okay.
Yeah, most things.
Other teams in the division, however, not so much.
I was shocked that we're Pittsburgh.
Yeah, so we'll get into all of that and more. That's coming up at 12 o'clock. So stick around. NBA last night, it was Atlanta, 126-96 over the Wizards. Ugh. Bob Carrington, Baltimore's own, 2-5-5, 2 points, 5 boards, 5 assists. Corey Kispert, Nolan, former Wizard at 33, off the bench. He's like, hey, okay. Have fun with Trae Young. Take he's 33. Philadelphia Sixers beat Miami 124-117. Jameer Young, former Terp, DNP coach's decision for the Heat. Tyrese Maxey's one of the great players in the league. 28-4-11 for Philadelphia. It was Portland over Chicago, 121-112. Sticks, Jalen Smith, Baltimore's own, did not play, dealing with a calf. Bulls have lost 11 in a row. Jeremy Grant, I believe he's from DeMatha. Harvey Grant's son, he had 27. New Orleans beat the Jazz. All that Jazz, 129-118. And Water Friends 4, a friend of the show, helped the cause for the Pelicans.
This game up at 21. They were down 6 and now tied. Not for long. A little soft touch by Queen.
Making an impact early in his career.
Hell yeah, he is. Jazz TV on the call. Derek Queen 7-1 as New Orleans won. Sadiq Bey, Villanova at 42 for the Pelicans in that one. College basketball in the Big Ten last night, the biggest game of the night. Michigan State holds off Purdue 76-74, winning at Mackey Arena for the first time since 2014. Michigan State 13 in the country. Purdue number 8 had a chance to win. Purdue did at the buzzer, but missed the 3. So, old Sparty getting the win on the road against the Boilermakers, against the Boilermakers. UMBC locally over Bryant, 70-58. And I apologize for this. UMBC's 12-2 in the America East. They lead the league by 2 games with 2 games left. Navy, we talk about them having a brilliant season, but the UMBC Retrievers, their former coach, Ryan Odom's doing great things at Virginia. Remember, Ryan Odom was the coach at UMBC when they beat Virginia back in 2017 when Virginia was the number 1 seed. First time a 16 beat a 1. But UMBC having a monster year. Towson beat Elon 58-56. Towson was expected to have a monster year. It has not worked out well for Pat Scarry and his boys, but still they get a win last night. Remember, the conference tournament's going to decide everything. These are one-bid leagues, as Jimmy Patsos likes to say, and Towson could redeem themselves after a disappointing regular season by doing well in March. And for UMBC, just keep it rolling, man. It's the Whip Around, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, here on this Featured Artist Friday. Capitals tonight, back on the ice after winning their opener after the Olympics, hosting a first-place team, however, in the Vegas Golden Knights, 7 o'clock puck drop.
Yeah, all these games are big games from the Caps, Bob, just because they played more games than anybody else. I mean, if you look at the Metro or, the wild card, Boston is the last place team in the wild card right now. and they've played 58 games, and they have 71 points. The Caps have played 60 games. They have 67 points. And the Islanders, third in the Metro, they have 71 points, and they played 59 games. So everybody's played less games than the Caps. So the Caps have to win because they're 4 points out of a playoff spot right now. But other teams have games in hand. In Vegas, Vegas is in first place in the worst division in hockey right now, the Pacific. The Pacific is not good. The Golden Knights are in first place with 70 points. Now, Vegas, they won their game the other night. So, and Eichel didn't play. Eichel will be playing tonight for Vegas. So, big game. Caps got to win these games at home because they only have 22 games left.
Yeah, and keep in mind it's March, so they're cramming a lot of hockey into a small sample size, making up for the 3-week break during the Olympic Games, and the trade deadline is looming too.
A week from today, Bob, at 3 o'clock. And I believe the Caps need scoring. Like I said yesterday or day before when the Caps, won 3-1, 2 defensemen scored, and Protas scored an empty netter, the only forward. So they need some scoring, and Wilson should be back tonight. John Carlson, I don't know if he'll be back tonight or not, but they should be pretty much at full strength.
And real quick, this day in Maryland basketball history is they're not going to March Madness, we don't think, unless they win the Big Ten tournament in 26. They did in a lot of other years, including 1985. Today's the 27th of February. Down at, telling you, Reynolds Coliseum. Lefty was on a nice little heater against Valvano in the 80s. Terps beat number 15 NC State, held them off 71-70. Maryland down in the second half, came from behind to win. Adrian Branch had 23, Len Bias had 16, and Keith Gatlin had 13. Keith Gatlin, one of the great players in Maryland history, kind of one of their underrated great players, but also coached Aaron Wiggins in high school. So Keith Gatlin got connections here to the Terps, and that's an understatement. So 71-70. That Maryland team would go to the Sweet 16 and lost to Villanova in one of the worst games in Maryland history. It was in Birmingham where Raleigh Massimino and that nonsense stalled ball where there's no shot clock, there was no three-point shot. That game sucked. Running hot, Nolan, or something that happened 41 years ago. But I was running real cool 25 years ago down in Durham. Senior day for Shane Battier. See, you're not old enough, Nolan, to remember Shane Battier, right? You know who he is, but you didn't see him in his full effect, right?
Well, no, I mean, it was like 5 years old when there was epic Maryland-Duke battles.
You talk about, I guess you caught like the J.J. Redick.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe the fringe of that. Yeah. But Shane Battier was that guy. Hated him. Oh. Couldn't stand Shane Battier if you're a Maryland fan.
Arrogant.
Well, he wasn't necessarily arrogant. He was a really good player, but he was one of the... What Dookie V would lose is, you know what? Hey, Shane Battier dives for a loose ball. It made it sound like Shane Battier is the only guy that ever dove for a loose ball. He was a hell of a player, but he was a douche. Just like the rest of Duke was at that time. But on senior day, and this is when the rivalry really started to percolate. Because early in the season, Maryland blew a 10-point lead with 54 seconds left in the game at Cole Fieldhouse, the day before the Super Bowl when the Ravens beat the Giants. Because I came back from Tampa to go to that game. And then my alternator went up and I couldn't drive. So I had to watch it on TV. So this was the rematch. And 90-81, Maryland came from behind. 91-80, I should say. Maryland ranked number 16, so they weren't scrubs. Duke was number 2. Juan Dixon had 28. Lonnie Baxter had 15 and 11. Terrence Morris 13 and 12. Steve Blake 11 points and 11 assists. So Maryland wins that game. They would play again in the semifinals of the ACC tournament in a brilliant game, and then would meet again in the Final Four in Minnesota, where Maryland blew a 20-whatever point lead. But this is the year that the Maryland-Duke rivalry really became a national thing. Then the next year, they were arguably the two best teams in the country. And then Maryland culminated it by winning the ACC tournament in 2004. They actually played the ACC finals in 2000. Man, I miss the ACC. But 25 years ago, which is the real crazy thing, Maryland wins on senior day down at Durham. So go bleep yourself. I almost gave the finger. I forgot that we got the camera here.
Well,
Don't bleep yourself.
YouTube's YouTube. That's not like FCC regulated.
Okay, I don't want to get carried away because then things could really get crazy. You know me.
By the way, really nice mini documentary on the Maryland-Duke rivalry at that time. Washington Post put it out a couple of years ago. Great replay value on that. It's on YouTube if you haven't seen it.
But that was 2 years in a row that Maryland had won at Durham after not winning there for, 5 years when Joe Smith was doing brilliant things. But this was like at the height of it, and the heat was hot, and et cetera, et cetera. But 25 years ago, Terps beat Duke down in Durham. Coming up next, a guy who remembers it well, Keith Cavanaugh from TerrapinTimes.com. Got a funhouse trip, Nolan McGraw. Then news from the Nest, the NFL Players Association, much to the dismay of the owners.
Yeah.
Did a poll and a survey, and boy, Ravens, let's just say, in regards to how the organization is perceived by the players, blows away the other teams in the AFC North.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10. 105.7 The Fan.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off pants for the family. Yep, 50% off pants for the fam. Hurry in this Saturday and Sunday to save big on spring styles. Only at Old Navy. Valid 2/28 and 3/1. Select styles only.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to Upside.com for terms and conditions.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
Join the sports talk conversation. The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles have created an outfield situation where Colton Cowser will likely have to slide from left to center field in 2026. Beyond him, Leody Taveras is the only one on the roster with significant major league experience in center. Dylan Beavers played there down on the farm and has been getting some more opportunities so far this spring. Here's Craig Albernaz on the idea of more versatility in the outfield.
We would love for all of our outfielders to have the ability to play all three. With Beavers in particular, especially with his athleticism, like it would be awesome for him to be able to play all three because you never know what the season or the game is going to dictate. But it's also a great opportunity for him just to kind of just explore another position, even though it's on the grass.
Sam Basayo was removed from yesterday's game against Detroit early after he got banged up on a play at the plate. Even though he did grimace in pain as soon as he went down, Albernaz said his removal was precautionary. The team has only referred to it as right side abdominal discomfort. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, plenty of sun this afternoon with highs around 50. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Featured Artist Friday. It's Kicks, chosen by you, the people. Pick a song, we'll play it. Send a request, +4 text line at 410-583-1057. Bob, Eddie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw on the other side of the glass. Maryland Rutgers coming up at noon. You can hear it on 105.7 The Fan. Terps hung with Nebraska. They were actually winning. About 9 minutes left in the game. A couple of nights ago, wound up losing. It is what it is. It's been a rough first season for Buzz and his boys. But joining us now to talk about that and more College Park happenings on the Window Nation guest hotline from TerrapinTimes.com. Keith Cavanaugh. Keith, what's up?
Guys, good morning. It's good to see the A-Team is back for our Friday morning segment. It's been a while. You know, Vinny's George Papard, and Bob, you're, of course, Mr. T with a similar hairstyle you still sport. Anyhow.
I'm face, Keith Cavanaugh. Eddie, real quick, before we get to the meat and potatoes of our segment here, I was just talking about during the whip, the game 25 years ago in Durham, senior day with Battier and all those a-holes. When Maryland went down there, came from behind to win by 11, and it just because Nolan was 5 and he wasn't paying attention. I mean, that was a national rivalry. That was kind of the year where it percolated, where for about 5 years, it was arguably the biggest rivalry in college basketball. And I got that game and the 2000 game there on VHS. I deleted the game they lost, blew the 10-point lead and all that fun stuff. But just tell our younger listeners how intense that rivalry was and why that win kind of intensified it, because Garyland was extremely pleased with the outcome, especially after that first game debacle.
Well, what still sticks in my craw is out in Minneapolis, and those phantom calls on Lonnie in the Final Four there, the most egregious, horrific calls, Duke Homer calls ever, to tragically lose that one. That was just crazy. But no, that series was great. I mean, Bob, you and I go so far back. We were going down to U-Haul to see the Terps against Jeff Lamp and Lee Raker and Othello
Kenny
Wilson.
Denard and all those guys from Duke.
Oh, my God. Jim Spinarkle. I mean, we go back so far old school. But, yeah, those rivalries. And look what Duke and Michigan attracted last week to D.C. for that game. So it still can be done, and you're playing at that high level. And what ticket prices are some $3,500 for that. So that's pretty amazing. But, yeah, some of the ACC rivalries we certainly miss.
Now, as far as this year's team and Buzz Williams, it's been a rough go of it.
Yeah.
Texas A&M with Buzz's replacements having a good year. Kevin Willard having a hell of a year at Villanova. But Buzz Williams' track record speaks for itself. And even though this year's team has struggled in a big way, we're starting to see the emergence of Andre Mills, who came over to Maryland from Texas A&M, a redshirt freshman. He has done enough to really get us excited about next year. Darius Adams, unfortunately, struggling here down the stretch, but is Mills putting himself in a position where Buzz has to re-recruit him, which would, I guess, be for the third time if it gets to that level.
Maybe Payne, too, if someone offers him some big bag of cash. He's expected to get a medical in return next year. But two things. Right now, a lot of this is auditioning for next year, okay? The team currently, and what I've liked since we last spoke, is the emergence or semi-emergence of Del Pino, okay? So he had been in witness protection since November, basically. He comes out and he gives you a point guard who gets the ball and distributes it. There's better ball movement. Now, the Nebraska game wasn't his greatest game. Hits the 2 threes in the prior game. But, he could be a very competent backup point guard as he develops and gains strength. But, you're looking at Adams, Mills, Payne, maybe Del Pino. Everybody else kind of can be expendable right now. But right now you're seeing this team kind of hit the wall, collapsing down the stretch, just have no depth, and they're just running out of gas because if Diggy Coit's not scoring, he brings nothing to the table. If Adams is not scoring, he brings nothing to the table by and by. He's got to get in the weight room. He can't take the bump right now. Saunders, fortunately, he came back the other night with a fury with the 3 balls. But when Metcalf got that 4th foul, 2/3 of the way through the second half, they were done because Nebraska's took over inside. And, as great as Washington has been playing, he plays like he's 6'10 or 6'11. They just don't have the depth and numbers. And, Adams has clearly hit the freshman wall.
Yep.
Coit's been unrecognizable as a player. Now, he hit the 2 threes in the second half the other night, but he's not the guy. But you just have too much right now, ISO, one-on-one, jacking up 3 balls, no inside game, of course, without Payne. But you got to still love their effort. I mean, they're up 4 midway through the second half at number 12, Nebraska. Now you got Rutgers this weekend who held Maryland to we just can't score. I mean, we had 57 in the first Rutgers game and shot 30% from the field. Rutgers is the lowest scoring team in the conference at 70.3. But identical records, 11-7 and 4-13 in the league. But Maryland should be able to win this at home on Sunday. Then you got, Wisconsin and number 11 Illinois up next. But really right now everyone's projecting, hey, who's going to be back next year? Go mine the portal, get a couple bigs, a true natural point guard, maybe another shooter, and you have the number 3 ranked recruit class coming in.
Speaking of that, Keith Cavanaugh, TerrapinTimes.com. Baba hasn't played this year. Ala Duton, who is their top-rated recruit, who would have been a McDonald's All-American, didn't happen. Caden House and Tom Badeau and then Austin Brown down south. How have they done? Have they done anything to hurt their prospects in their senior high school season?
Baba with the ankle injury kind of tanked the season, said no sense. He
tapped out.
Yeah. Tom Badeau having a big year, having 25 and 20 on given nights. Brown, he's been going out and hitting 7 or 8 threes, 48 points, crazy numbers down there. House, is a volume shooter scorer, comes from good pedigree with his father and all. But, you can't win right away and pivot a program with true freshmen in this day and age. So it's going to be vital come the end of April who they can aggregate in the portal.
Now, Keith, what's happening with the football program? Other than anytime an assistant coach gets a chance to leave, they jump ship.
Well, Vinny, the dust they
jump into the portal.
Yeah.
Yeah, the dust hadn't even settled on our segment last week when we introduced all of the new coordinators, and 24 hours later, one of those new coordinators already bolted. So Chili Davis, who was our new special teams coordinator, not the guy who played for the Giants, Tigers, and Angels in
National League Rookie of the Year in 1982, yes.
But about a day after being the new special teams coordinator, replacing Andre Powell, who moved to running back, he jumped ship to be the assistant to the assistant special teams coordinator with the Vikings. So spring ball starts in March. Loxley's got to make another hire there. The revolving door continues. Nothing new on recruiting or portals. As we mentioned last week, unfortunately, the Terps portal football recruits class finished last in the Big Ten. You didn't get enough receivers and or run blocking offensive linemen really that you needed. So it is what it is. We'll see what happens spring ball. Trickett with the new offense, excuse me. He's more of a run game guy. So, Maryland's forte is more in the passing. And then number 9, men's lacrosse, huge matchup tomorrow against number 2 Notre Dame. the Terps starting out 0-2 here. The offense has really been just too methodical and plodding. But that's Saturday on BTN at noon. Terps hosting Notre Dame. Hopefully they can get on track men's lacrosse.
Yeah, number 9's great if you're somebody else. When you start number 1 and you're ranked number 9, it's kind of a problemo. Keith Kavanaugh, appreciate the time as always. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you next Friday.
You too, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Keith.
There's Keith Kavanaugh. We'll come back, talk to Nolan McGraw, then news from the Nest, top of the hour. Get into these NFLPA rankings as they talk about the teams they play for. And the Ravens didn't do poorly. I didn't see any C's, D's, no F's. But overall, kind of middle of the pack. But the other teams in the AFC North, they got kind of roasted. If I'm an Arizona Cardinals fan, I'd be hoping they move back to St. Louis.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10. 105.7 The Fan.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off pants for the family. Yep, 50% off pants for the fam. Hurry in this Saturday and Sunday to save big on spring styles. Only at Old Navy. Valid 2/28 and 3/1. Select styles only.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Dallas Cowboys are likely to place the franchise tag on wide receiver George Pickens, but if it were up to me, I would trade Pickens after franchise tagging. Dallas already is paying wide receiver CeeDee Lamb a ton of money. Dallas traded Micah Parsons because the cap was getting too heavy on a few select players. The defense needs to be rebuilt. If I'm Dallas, I'm franchising George Pickens and trading him for assets to rebuild the defense. I'm Nick Costos.
Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich creamy frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like 2 delicious desserts just high-fived, snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate frosty perfection. So, swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Spring savings start early at Lowe's. Get a Cobalt 24-volt max leaf blower for just $99. It's powerful, lightweight, and ready to go. Plus, get 4 bags of Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil for just $10. Don't wait. Get everything you need to start on your spring projects today. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/4. Soil offer excludes Hawaii. Selection varies by location. While supplies last.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com.
Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
No!
It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid.
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offers end March 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Let's go!
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich creamy frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like two delicious desserts just high-fived, snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate frosty perfection. So, swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier-to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/appliance delivery for more details.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
News for the next top of the hour. I'm going to talk about the NFLPA, the survey taken as the players grade their teams. Some teams graded out well. Like Atlanta, Arthur Blank apparently is like the super terrific guy. Unless you're a former coach of his, because he changes head coaches like he changes socks. Ravens did all right. Now we're talking about John Harbaugh and Zach Orr and Todd Monken in that regard. But the other teams in the AFC North got a lot of work to do with impressing their players. So stick around for that. Bob Nightingale, USA Today, talks about baseball with him as we're less than a month away from opening day. Bob will give his thoughts on how the AL East looks, and outside of the AL East, what is the toughest division in Major League Baseball? But let's bring in old Quick Draw McGraw. Nolan, how you feeling over there?
Feeling good today, and if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to go back here and look at last year's report cards. Some new additions or new categories that are being graded this year. Assistant coaches. So OC, DC, special teams coordinator, they all received grades. In the past, it looks like just head coach, maybe GM and team ownership were getting grades. So a new wrinkle to this year's voting.
And that is going to be interesting. We'll get into it.
Yeah.
Right.
But, it should be part of the process because the players got to blame somebody for why things didn't go their way.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? But playing services, stadiums, how they treat families. I mean, well, Ravens got a B+. Tease it a little bit. So what does that mean? Two guys were pissed that they couldn't get free tickets, or I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the voting
I guess
criteria
where the family
was.
area,
right? That's what I mean. It's like, how were they treated? Did somebody spill a beer on a girlfriend or a wife, or I don't know.
Well, that's Carolina's owner, right? With the pouring the drink on the fan.
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't that the whole debacle there? But from what I've read, I mean, it's actually been a little interesting back and forth between the NFL and the Players Association. That they actually made the league wanted to make this legal, that they said you can't put this out there publicly. Because in the past, when they've been doing this, really the last 3 or 4 years, it was posted on the NFLPA's website. And we're making it public. We're putting it out there as a way to try to get what we want. And it would always catch like wildfire. It would always make headlines. So the league said, well, you can't make it public on your own. You can't put it out there on your website. It's only behind closed doors. Of course, it gets leaked. ESPN is the one who has it this year, and I'd imagine they'll have it going forward, that they're going to be the ones to transmit this. So it's really no different. We've got all the information that we've had in the past. It's just a different format, different website to read it off of. But now the league obviously pissed. I was reading on Pro Football Talk that they put out another memo, said, reminder, this isn't supposed to get out there, and anyone who's caught leaking this will be punishment, but they'll never get caught.
Yeah. Memos are fun. And now ESPN has taken over NFL Network, and that'll be full-on official coming up in a couple of months. And ESPN has the Super Bowl coming up in February. I believe it's on Valentine's Day.
Yes.
2027. So you don't think the NFL and ESPN are going to be shoving that down our throats throughout the course of the next, 11 months? So if NFL owners are bent and ESPN's leaking it, I mean, that's the media entity you're going to be in bed with in a big, big way.
But I would say this, though, the thing that those grades have done, why when we were out at the mini camp and stuff this past year, all that new construction going on, fixing the training room, fixing the locker rooms, and that was because of the grades, and, like you said, Bob, some of these places, the facilities and stuff, got to upgrade that stuff. You got to put some money back into the building owners, so I don't think it's a bad thing. Especially if the players do it honestly. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing, is because they know this is being used to try to get what they want, that in some cases where there's something that they think is lacking, they might be willing to go and exaggerate a little bit. What was the Ravens got that F- in like strength and conditioning a couple of years back.
Yeah.
Big to-do or over the coach at the time, Saunders, right?
And he got fired.
Yeah. So, maybe everyone in the locker room did truly feel that it was an F-, but it was funny to read that at the time. Like, that's not even a real grade.
Yeah, right.
Stop it up.
Well, there is some F- in the report card.
Right. And it does get a little, as I said, when you start including more than just head coach, GM, or owner, when you get the coordinators in there, that's where it gets a little messy, which is what I was really scrolling through to look at, is like, well, how did all the guys that got fired, how were they viewed head coaching wise? And in a good handful of cases, guys that got fired got B's.
Oh, how about Buffalo? He got A-.
Yeah. Well, that one's easy to picture. But other ones, it's a little more surprising.
And we'll get into that more in depth coming up here in a couple of minutes. News from the Nest. Orioles taking on the Pirates today. Give you the lineup in a few minutes. Sammy Basayo, he's fine. He's catching at Sarasota, not traveling with the team against Pittsburgh, but he's got a glove. He's got the tools of ignorance on. So he's ready to rock and roll. And that's an exciting, and it's a relief, because yesterday at 2 o'clock, like, oh my God, he's going to be out for 6 months with a torn oblique. So Basayo ready to rock and roll. We'll count the weekend money, buy or sell. And then Bob Nightingale, USA Today's talk about the baseball world as we're less than a month away from opening day. The Dodgers, they spend $1 bazillion. We talk about players versus owners. Labor strife will be happening around November. Are we going to be looking at a lockout? And, these crazy salaries that the Dodgers are giving to people, not against the rules, taking advantage of the system. Will the system change?
This is VJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
Get premium protein options at Whole Foods Market. Save 20% on beef chuck roast and stew with Prime through March 3rd. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, it's Mikey B from Beckley's RVs. If you went to the Maryland RV show and didn't make a decision, that's okay. RV shopping takes time, and the show doesn't have to be the final step. You can still browse RVs and see the same show pricing without feeling rushed, without feeling pressured, with a team that's here to help you when you're ready. That's how we do things here. That's the Beckley's difference. Fair, honest, trusted. Continue your search at Beckley'sRVs.com.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in hand and wrist care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The hand and wrist experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care with focus on changing your life for the better. Schedule an appointment with one of our hand and wrist specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Jesse Minter has hit the ground running as Ravens head coach, and now it's full speed ahead to the draft. After 18 years of John Harbaugh, there's been a lot of questions about how Minter's vision and leadership style will be different. After all, he did come up through the Ravens coaching tree as a defensive assistant on Harbaugh's staff. So how much will he actually put his own spin on things? Here's what he had to say during an interview with the Rich Eisen Show this week.
Change can be good and change can be embraced. We've kind of grown up with the same thing in the same era. Maybe the way that we communicate, maybe the way that we use technology, maybe the way that we embrace all the new age things can help lead to a strong relationship. And so a lot of that was related to hiring a young staff.
And the NFLPA report cards have been revealed. Even though the league fought hard to not allow the players to release this annual information publicly, ESPN was able to attain the grades for every team. Baltimore's players gave the organization positive reviews across the board, with the lowest grades being a C- for home field quality and offensive coordinator. The survey of over 1,700 players league-wide was conducted between November 2nd and December 11th of last year. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, plenty of sun this afternoon with highs around 50. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Your station for the best Ravens coverage. News from the Nest with Vinny and Haynie on 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Window Nation. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Schedule your quote right now at windownation.com.
I think in the end, it came down to there was a chance for it to have a little bit of continuity, but also a new, fresh leader. And so I think you get a little bit of like, hey, let's not throw away, let's not tear down what's been built here for 18 years. It's been very successful. There's some things that you can keep. There's some things that you can maybe update and change. And I think he felt really good about all the things we talked about.
That's Ravens head coach Jesse Minter on the Rich Eisen Show a couple of days ago from the Combine in Indianapolis, talking about Steve Bisciotti and his discussions with the owner of the Ravens as he takes over for John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh, head coach of the Ravens for 18 years, now the head coach of the New York Giants, and great things and expectations there for that team. But as Minter said, before we get to these grades, because we're going to get into Steve Bisciotti there, it sounded like, and Minter has familiarity. He was here for a couple of years. I mean, he was here when Lamar first came into the league, so it's not like Jesse Minter did not know who Steve Bisciotti was or vice versa. But, I mean, there has been a standard set going back, quite frankly, to the late 90s when Brian Billick first came in and Ted Marchibroda kind of set the foundation with that young defense. The Ravens are not supposed to be the Cardinals. They're not supposed to be also-rans who go through these long the Jets, these long stretches of suckage. You're supposed to be, at the very least, contenders, and most times, championship contenders. So Minter obviously understands the task at hand, and he and Steve Bisciotti are on the same page in regards to what they expect to happen this year and beyond.
Yeah, I like Bisciotti. I think Bisciotti's an outstanding owner. And I think that having a outstanding owner, like a lot of the things that Bisciotti does, because to me, what can an owner do? What he can't do is be a pain in the ass. Like, let the people you hire do their job. That's a good owner. I'm hiring good people, and I'm not going to interfere. I'm going to let them do their job. When you have problems is when the owner wants to get involved, and that's now not how he made the money to buy that football team. He's going out of his comfort area, and he listens to, because what owners do is, what gets them in trouble, they listen to their entourage. Hey, you should do this, you should do that. And then that's when mistakes happen, and that's when problems occur. Steve, are they willing to spend? Are they willing to spend on free agency? Are they willing to put cash in it? Do they want what's best for the players? Why was Eddie DeBartolo looked as like such a phenomenal owner? He took care. It was all about the players, and the players' families, and it was about team and everything else, and it was, money was never a problem, and to me, that's what Bisciotti does, and Bisciotti's not out there every day, which is great, I think, because then, Eric can do his job, he talks to him on the phone, probably here and there, but, he allows Eric to do his job, and to me, that's, and if he wants an opinion, he gets an opinion. But I think that's what, and he's friendly to the players. You've got to be, the owner's got to be the guy that, is kind of buddies with the players, because, good cop, bad cop. He needs to be the good cop, So I really like Steve Bisciotti. I think he does a phenomenal job. And I think anything that they've asked, and, when you see these things about facilities and all that, he puts the money back in and he wants it to be great. When they built that building, it was phenomenal, and now, they're making additions to it and fixing things up. And I just think that Steve Bisciotti's done a great job. And the media people wish that he would talk a little bit more, because they enjoy.
I think that's one of the things that makes him a great owner.
Yeah.
To your point, you were with Dan Snyder, one of the worst owners in professional sports history in this country. The track record speaks for itself. Non-meddling owners. These are toys.
Yes.
For a lot of these. For Jerry Jones, this is his livelihood. But they have real businesses, David Rubenstein, that have earn them these billions of dollars that they have, where they have the wherewithal to buy a professional sports franchise. Peter Angelos had a law practice that made him a very wealthy man. Peter started to meddle. Let outside voices start to tell him how to run his franchise. George Steinbrenner was a meddler. Famously, he could buy away his mistakes because of the financial wherewithal they had as an organization. But the good owners, I'm hiring you, run my team.
Yep.
I'm going to sit here and shut up. When I'm with my cronies sucking down beers, I'm going to bleep you and complain, maybe ask a question or two, but at the end of the day, I'm going to be rational enough to understand you forgot more about football when you were in high school than I'll ever know. So I'm going to let you do your job. The people that butt Inskis, Cleveland. Look how dysfunctional that franchise has been over the years.
Yep.
It's just let the professionals do their jobs, and more often than not, the Steelers. How many losing seasons have they had over the last 50 whatever years? Let the professionals do their jobs, keep a little continuity, and sooner or later, success will follow.
And I think one of the things that Bisciotti does a lot is he knows that after a loss or a tough loss or a blowout loss, I'll call you on Tuesday. Let's all kind of take a step back, breathe a little bit, and then evaluate. Let's not make any rash decisions right after the game.
Yeah, I'll fire you on a Tuesday, too, instead of Monday.
That's right. We thought Harbsey was, when he did not get fired after that Steelers loss, we assumed he was in it to win it. Because John was even asked after the game, hey, man, I love these guys. And we don't want to rehash what happened over a month ago, but Tuesday, they call it Black Monday for a reason.
Yeah.
Not semi-Black Tuesday. Harbsey got whacked. They moved quickly to bring Minter in. John Harbaugh landed on his feet nicely. Thank you very much. Where he's one of the highest paid coaches in the National Football League. But getting to these grades, in a long-winded way, Steve Bisciotti team ownership got an A+. This is from the players themselves. Survey taken. So A+, respected by the team and the players most importantly, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe for all the reasons we just stated.
Yeah, and I have no problem with that. And yeah, the players respect them, and I think it's going to be a sad day when he sells his team, Bob. It's going to be tough to follow in his footsteps.
Eric DaCosta, the general manager, got an A-.
I think Eric does a hell of a job. I think he wants 60% of his draft picks to make the team, and he's got a tough job because he's got to negotiate those contracts and all those type. And this year, more things on his plate with the coaching, sir. And that doesn't just start like soon as the season ends. He and Bisciotti had probably been talking about it for maybe 3-4 weeks. So Eric has a tough job, and he's done a good job. And you know what? This year, he'll probably have more pressure on him than anything because he's responsible now for everything. He brought in the coaches and all that. So if they do well, he does well. If they don't do bad, Steve's going to look at Eric.
John Harbaugh got a B. As in bye-bye.
Yeah.
But he was respected enough by the players where they gave him a B when they were asked to grade their head coach.
Yeah, and, to me, Harbs is a leader of men, and that's what he is. I mean, and that's how he coaches, and that's, was he enthusiastic and stuff? He's not going to, he's 60 years old or 61. He's not going to be running around like 42-year-old Jesse Minter or, these 29-year-old guys. So it's going to be different. Harbs, for 18 years, did a phenomenal job here.
And also important to note the timing of this survey going out. This was between November 2nd and December 11th. So that would have lined up with the Ravens. Polls went out when they were 3-5 and wrapped up by the time they were 6-7. So they were still not in good shape there. 6-7 after that Steelers loss, the first game.
Team travel, B-. Do we want to get into that? I mean, I don't know exactly what that entails. You have to book flights, get hotels. And
I think
they take a charter.
I think that'd be an A+ if it wasn't for Marlon Humphrey going around putting his phone camera in everyone's face.
Yeah, right. Special teams coordinator, B+.
Yeah, I thought Chris Horton did a very good job this year. I thought the special teams were good this year, much better than last year.
Now, defensive coordinator Zach Orr. Now moving on, he's the linebacker coach in Seattle with Mike McDonald. Got a B+.
Yeah, I think that's
stats say that it's more of a D. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the players are looking out for a former player and stuff, and they don't want to rip him because, like you said, at this time, they were 3-5 and then 6-7. So it wasn't like they were playing great defense. So yeah, I would say that probably did deserve like a D or an F.
Now Todd Monken, now the head coach of the Browns, he got a B-.
Yeah, and during those times, I could probably see where some players, because we had heard frustration and stuff from the players. And, at some of those games that probably, why didn't you run it more? They weren't having the success that they had the year before. I'm sure if they would have done it the year before, Monk would probably get an A+.
Well, they did do it the year before and the year before that. I mean,
but they didn't do coordinators.
Oh, right. That's right. They didn't do coordinators.
And
I'll give him an A.
Yeah, could you imagine if the New England game debacle fell within this voting period? That was about a week later, 2 weeks later, after this wrapped up with not having Derrick Henry in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So anyway, Todd Monken, now the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, gets a B-. And real quick, home game field.
I would say position coaches, Bob, that might be a little high because we've talked about all year long, whereas, the offense, they all step back.
Yeah, and half of them are gone. Most of them are gone. Only one holdover from last year. But an A, are we talking about the stadium itself? I'm assuming the playing surface?
Home game field, I guess. The grass. Well, grass probably.
Because Pittsburgh rated poorly in this area.
Yeah, like Buffalo. I just see it because it's below the Ravens. They got an F for their field, so their turf. And maybe that's one of the reasons why they're getting a new field next year.
We're starting next year rather. We'll come back. Buy or sell. Where's our weekend money? We'll count that. Talk about sports subjects as well. Bob Nightingale, talk baseball with him from USA Today. Bottom of the hour, give you the Orioles lineup. Take your phone calls at 410-583-1057. Later in the show, 1:30. From CBSSports.com, Brian DiArdo talk about the combine going on here. Fernando Mendoza is going to be the first pick in the draft. But Anthony Richardson, highly regarded draft, let's say there were some concerns, but fourth pick in the draft? Was he out of Florida or third, whatever it was? Now available via trade. Is there still an upside with a guy who's only 23 years old?
Faniversary is back. Saturday, April 4th, starting at 1 p.m. at our new location, Barrel House Live in Falston. Join the fans, hosts, and special guests along with food and fun. We'll even buy your first 2 beers, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Meet your favorite fan personalities. Ask questions. Get uncensored answers. Know Your Show returns with a chance to win concert tickets. Faniversary. Celebrating 17 years of sports talk in Baltimore. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston from 1 till 4. Tickets $25. On sale now at 1057thefan.com.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Looking for your next home upgrade? Town Appliance in Owings Mills has you covered with the latest trends in kitchen, laundry, and outdoor appliances. Their chic, modern showroom off Reisterstown Road features over 70 trusted brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. Whether you're remodeling or just refreshing your space, the expert team, especially Mayor, makes it easy from start to finish. Visit the beautiful showroom. Call, text 410-364-4400 or shop online with nationwide delivery at townappliance.com.
Valentine's Day is on all month long at Bob Bell with sweetheart deals you'll love. Get into the car you want today at Bob Bell Ford, Bob Bell Hyundai, Bob Bell Nissan, Bob Bell Kia, Bob Bell Chevrolet Baltimore, and Bob Bell Chevrolet Bel Air. Plus quality used cars priced to move fast. Easy buying, trusted service. No wonder Bob Bell goes the extra mile. For value, selection, and service, we're unbeatable. Come see us today or visit bobbell.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
Are you buying?
Straight cash, homie.
Or selling?
I'm not going to buy into that crap.
Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, featured artist Friday. It's Kicks. Anything you want to hear from them? Maryland's own. Send a request. Plaza Board text line at 410-583-1057. Orioles and Pirates coming up 1 o'clock. Give you the Oriole lineup here in a few minutes. Terps host Rutgers coming up Sunday. You can hear the game on the Fan. NFL Combine happening. Workouts resume later on this afternoon. But let's count some weekend money first.
Bob, I'll just say that it sucks.
Oh.
The Dow is down 694. Nice. The S&P's down 51. NASDAQ's down 240. DraftKings down 27 cents. Under Armour's down 37 cents.
All right, our sports topics today. Kick things off here in the NBA. March will be your last full month of the NBA regular season, which means coming up on crunch time and should be able to accurately identify who your true contenders are this time of year. Now, if you subscribe to the time-honored Phil Jackson 40-20 rule, well, there's only 3 championship contenders left. What is the 40-20 theory, you ask? Well, it states that any team that reaches 40 regular season wins before their 20th loss, well, they're the real deal. They're the true title contenders, and history suggests that, I believe, 18 of the last 19 champions have fit that model. So this year, your 3 teams, the Thunder, Spurs, and Pistons, the only ones that fit the bill. Bob, are you buying or selling that the Pistons are the only true champion contender in the East?
No, I'm not buying that. I'm going to sell that, as a matter of fact. I'm not saying they won't win the East, but Tatum might come back for Boston. Now, how effective is he going to be when it's all said and done? I don't know, but Jaylen Brown is an MVP-worthy candidate for them. You know, Cleveland with Harden and Donovan Mitchell, with Mobley and Jared Allen. They got some, interior stuff. So I could see another team aside from Detroit getting out of the Eastern Conference here. And don't sleep on Denver and Houston in the West either.
Over to the NFL, where the Patriots, they needed to find weapons for Mac Jones this past offseason. That led them to sign Stephon Diggs, a 3-year deal worth $69 million. Paid off for year 1, 1,000 yards, 4 touchdowns. He was Mac Jones' go-to guy all year long. But at 32 years old, and the fact that he's set to earn a base salary of $20.6 million, a cap hit of $26.5 million coming along with it, some questions as to whether or not he'll be there for the remainder of the contract. You can throw in the off-the-field issues that started to pop up throughout the season, but if we're going to focus only on the financial and performance standpoint, buy or sell, Vinny, the Patriots will actually move on from Diggs, search for a new main target for their quarterback.
I'm going to buy it. And I think, Nolan, the off-the-field stuff does come into play. But he had a hell of a year for them. And I don't know if he was a headache or not headache during the season. Seemed like he was a pretty good leader, the way it seemed.
Look, he had, in Minnesota, great years.
Mm-hmm.
Then went to Buffalo. Him and Josh Allen were best buddies for a couple of seasons. That thing went sour. Him and Drake May were best friends this year. At what point, and we don't even know how him and Stroud got along in Houston because he got hurt and, end of the season, wasn't even part of the equation. When did things sour
Yeah.
For him. And that appears to be the MO with Stepan Diggs.
Just seems like a lot of money for him, although he was productive. So I could see where they would keep him one more year, possibly, and then move on. Maybe try to. How do you ask him to take a pay cut when he had a hell of a year and you went to the Super Bowl,
A little college basketball here. Some drama heating up this week. A shocking result between UConn and St. John's. The Huskies dominated that one. 72-40, the final score, a record-setting margin of defeat for the Red Storm under Rick Pitino's leadership. Now, UConn, they ranked 6th heading into that matchup. This would be surely good enough to have them climb at least a spot or two, while St. John's was 15th. And even if they beat Villanova tomorrow, probably won't do much to stop their stock from falling pretty hard. Buy or sell, Bob, this one loss is a big enough red flag to keep St. John's out of true title contention conversation.
Red flag for the Red Storm? Is that what you're saying? We're talking national champions?
Yeah, or Final Four.
Nah, I didn't think they were realistic to begin with. He's done a hell of a job, Pitino, this year, given the fact that a lot of last year's team, who, by the way, got bounced in the second round with higher expectations with this year's squad. But, UConn, Danny Hurley don't play. He is kind of that guy. And if he's your coach, you love every minute of him. He wears his emotions on the sleeve. Remember, Nolan, a few years ago when he was at Rhode Island, him and Turgeon almost got into a fist fight at one of them preseason tournaments. Maryland wound up, when Herder was playing for Maryland, wound up winning that game. So Danny Hurley brings it, and he was a guy that, as a player, kind of lost it a little bit, reestablished himself as a coach. Yeah, I didn't think St. John's was a championship contender to begin with, and I'm buying that.
Let's see. We'll do one more here in the NFL. Ashton Genty, drafted and at the time expected to carry a huge load in the run game for Vegas. That ended up coming to fruition, and even then some. 266 carries for him on the season. Your next closest in terms of carries in that Raiders offense, Geno Smith, with 41 rushing attempts. Now, new head coach Clint Kubiak says, well, this has got to change under my tenure, and says the team is seeking a wingman for Genty. Of course, when Kubiak was with Seattle, the running back duo of Charbonnet and Walker, a very nice 1-2 punch at Kubiak's disposal, so now he wants the same model in his new home. Buy or sell, Vinny, less will be more for Genty in 26. Lighter workload, better stats.
I'm going to buy it just because their O-line was awful, and the Raiders. And Pete Carroll's son was the O-line coach, and Pete Carroll's son was a tight end coach or something. So it was, he is not a good O-line coach. And I think, if the players' rankings, I don't know what for assistant coaches for the Raiders, probably wasn't good, but their O-line was pathetic. Genty will be better just because the O-line, and they're going to be better coached.
We should start handing out an annual award for the coach that is completely out of their depth or out of position. We'll call it the Matt Patricia Award. And that could go to Pete Carroll's son there. A tight end coach coaching the O-line.
What do you want, position coaches?
Yeah, for the Raiders.
C+.
Yeah.
Offense coordinator got an
F. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
How about owner, Davis?
Hey, he got an A.
What?
Haircut got a -70.
Oh, my God.
He got an A. I mean, he's players coach.
Yeah, he doesn't do it. He hired Brady, gave Brady a piece of
their overall rank was 6th. Ravens were 12th.
Well, they got fabulous facilities and stuff there.
Well, they better. It's all new.
Yeah.
Anywho, we'll come back. Bob Nightingale, USA Today, talks of baseball with him as the soon-to-be Las Vegas A's. They're spending a lot of money on their young players. Nick Kurtz, however, might not be as easy to get done. We'll get an update on that. What does he think of the Orioles' chances in the American League East? We'll take your phone calls at 410-583-1057. NFL Lunch coming out 1 o'clock. Get more into this NFLPA rankings and get more specifically into the AFC North. Pittsburgh Steelers, respected franchise, valued franchise, historic franchise. But the players on the team, they don't feel that way.
Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, and Mike Bordick join the Fans team coverage of spring training in Sarasota. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for daily updates right to your phone.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton, and people often ask me, what is the Good Feet store? A shoe store? I respond, we are an art support store. Haven't you spent enough time trying different shoes and all the disposable products that are supposed to make your feet feel better? Go to goodfeet.com to make your appointment today.
Did your holiday debt pile up? Don't stress. Shovel your way out one step at a time with a signature loan from Security Plus. With rates as low as 9.74% APR, you can lower your payments, reduce interest, and simplify your finances fast. It's the fresh start you've been waiting for. Apply today at securityplusfcu.org/signature loan. Visit your nearest branch or call 410-281-6200.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app, too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
The Fan gives you a chance to see Metallica. Life Burns Faster. Coming to Sphere Las Vegas. This national contest hooks you up with travel, 3-night hotel stay, and tickets to see both nights of the opening weekend of Metallica's Sphere residency. All thanks to Q Prime. Download the free Odyssey app, create your account, and favorite our station. Listening for an hour is your daily entry. Then come back each day for more chances. Rules and info at 1057thefan.com. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles and Tigers traded punches in yesterday's Grapefruit League matchup at Ed Smith Stadium, but in the end, it was the Birds gaining the upper hand 6-5. Tyler O'Neill launched a homer to get the scoring started, while Kobe Mayo collected a pair of RBIs in his 3 at-bats. It's still very early in the spring process, but the O's bats have averaged 5 runs per game so far.
Yeah, I think our potential's there for sure. To me, it's just the at-bat quality is where it really stands out. You know, these guys are forcing the pitchers to be in the strike zone. They're not chasing, and to me, that's a testament to them, to who they are and the work they're putting in.
There's Craig Albernaz on the team's collective approach at the plate. The exhibition action continues this afternoon when the Orioles take on the Pirates. Shane Baz will make his spring debut with first pitch coming up at 1:05. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, plenty of sun this afternoon with highs around 50. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 1057 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 1057 The Fan.
Trying to track down Bob Nightingale, USA Today. As soon as we get him, we'll get him on. How's that sound? Orioles today taking on the Pirates away. Good news is, just tuning in, Sammy Basayo is in Sarasota, and he is catching today. So the injury that we saw yesterday, what took him out of the game, nothing serious. So it's good to see, and hopefully he'll be back in the lineup tomorrow. Craig Albert, as the Oriole manager, even said, if this was March 26th, they're basically said it's a regular season game, we're leaving him in. But erring on the side of caution, they get him out of there. So Sammy Basayo, good to go, it seems, for the Orioles today against Pittsburgh. Shane Baz makes his spring debut, and Chris Bassett's going to do it for the Orioles over the weekend, coming off a World Series trip with the Toronto Blue Jays. Dylan Beavers in right field today. Alexander is at second. Mounties at first. Adley's behind the plate. Moo Man is in center field. Ramos at third. Estrada's your DH. Vasquez at short. Enrique Bradfield in left field. So Orioles breaking out an interesting lineup after yesterday's win, 6-5 over the Tigers. O'Neill 3 for 3 with a homer. Kobe Mayo 2 for 2 with a ribby, or 2 ribbies. Did commit an error, though. Routine ground ball. And then Jackson, your boy Nolan, 2 for 3, drove in a run. Jeremiah Jackson, the bat's playing. We saw that last year when he came over, but still positionless, we guess. But he's one of the many candidates to possibly play second base. Interesting that he hasn't gotten any reps at third base, however.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, though, he hasn't played much there at all in his career. If it was infield, it was more so second base. And then just in general, outfield over anything. Minor leagues, major leagues, obviously it was such a short sample size for him last year. But once things got off the rails for the Orioles last year, you're looking for any sort of excitement you could generate. And obviously Kobe Mayo's September, probably towards the top of the list. Basayo's call up, some of the clutch moments he had. Beavers was exceptional, really mature at-bats when he finally got called up. But maybe you could say that Jeremiah Jackson, the finish that he had to the season, was better than anybody because he was just absolutely raking at times where it was like, well, who the hell is this guy? Where did he come from? How did we get him? It wasn't even on the radar. So baseball is that kind of sport where that sort of thing just has a way of working out where the guy that you never heard of before all of a sudden becomes a huge contributor. But as we get back to this conversation about names in the mix, he was a name that I had identified at the top of my list of just intrigue, and it's great to see him actually so far making the most of it.
I think the criticism of Jackson is he's not strong with the glove wherever he plays. He's not considered to be a plus defender. But, yeah, based on what we saw in September and August from him last year, you would figure he would be the front runner for the utility role, but Mike Elias has other ideas, and Mike Elias is kind of the master at mining the waiver wire for pieces that come in, to your point, that nobody's ever heard of, and whether it's a CNL Perez relief pitcher kind of guy and comes in and helps your lineup, or helps you defensively in some capacity. So we give him credit for that for sure.
Yeah, and bullpen's always one of those where I think just in general people are less familiar with bullpen names around the league, and they're always changing year after year. But you're right, Elias gets some credit for the position players that he's either, picked up and they've rehabilitated. Ryan O'Hearn, perfect example, went from toiling in Kansas City to getting a nice big payday. And even Aaron Hicks looked like a lost cause. Sunk cost for the Yankees, comes over here. I did not see that one coming. He was actually really nice contributor for the O's.
He was a major part of them winning that division in 2023 because Cedric Mullins got hurt, as we remember. And Ryan O'Hearn's a guy that the Orioles signed, then DFA'd, didn't even make the team coming out of spring training when they brought him back on a minor league deal. It became one of the key contributors for the last 3 years, and now got himself a nice payday with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Kyle Bradish tomorrow against Spencer Strider as they take on the Braves. And then Sunday, these two games will be on television, by the way. And then Sunday, it's Chris Bassett, as we said, against the guy Nolan I wanted all along, Ranger Suarez.
Oh, there you go.
But you can't always get what you want. But Ranger Suarez signed with Boston. Mike Elias did say that the Orioles were finalists for him, whatever that means. That's like a recruit, Vinny.
Yeah.
I got it down in Notre Dame, Maryland, Florida State, and they pull out all the stupid hats, and they wound up going where they wanted to go, I guess, all along. So being a finalist, that's great.
I think it sounds like we're primed for an overreaction Monday with that pitching matchup. Well, we should have signed Suarez. Why'd we get Bassett? Blah, blah, blah.
Bassett's here because Suarez isn't.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of the scenario
Well,
here?
we don't. Well, that's the thing when Elias says we were in on him. Because, like, when they had the whole thing with Corbin Burns, we were in on him, and they were saying, well, we made him top of the market offer. They added that almost the DaCosta Linderbaum qualifier. Well, we gave him the big money offer.
Market setting.
He didn't take it. You didn't hear that with either Ranger or Framber Valdez, for that matter. We just heard throughout the entire couple months of free agency that the Orioles are in. More so in the case of Valdez, that they're, for a while there, really the only team that was in on him, Mets included, but they got their guy through a trade, so they dipped out of the candidacy. We didn't hear the same conversation that we did around Burns, so which led me to wonder if they were really even that serious.
Well, according to Mike Elias, they were finalists. And with Corbin Burns, they would have made him, according to reports, annually the highest paid pitcher, starting pitcher in baseball, like $40 million. Length of deal, okay, that's another key component. But let's be honest. He signed with a team whose spring training home is literally where he lives.
Right.
And now trying to come back from Tommy John surgery. And Corbin Burns, if he ever comes back to Baltimore outside of coming in with the Diamondbacks, I wouldn't think would never have to buy a beer in this city. He was here for 1 year, lived up to every expectation, and in the one playoff game he pitched, he was brilliant. 8 innings. They didn't get any run support for him. But tomorrow with Strider and Bradish, it's the Tommy John surgery matchup. Strider came back last year quicker than anticipated, wasn't as good as he normally is, and he's had 2, if I'm not mistaken, Tommy John surgery. Strider, who is one of the best pitchers in baseball, and then Bradish, who we saw at the end of last year, looked like Kyle Bradish. So Braves were, in my opinion, Nolan, the American League equivalent of the Orioles. Massive underachievers with injuries playing a major role for both teams.
I think that's definitely fair. And as you always like to point out with Strider, the pants very tight, almost painted on.
Yeah.
I don't know how he gets dressed for the game.
And the porn stash, very impressive.
Part of it.
I mean, you put him and Dylan Cease together, you can't tell which one's which. They're almost identical physically, and they both throw really, really hard. We'll come back, reset the program before you get back into these NFLPA grades. For the players, talking about their respective organizations, we talked about the Ravens, who did well, nothing less than a B-.
Right.
So that's acceptable. But Cincinnati, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, a lot of things, according to the team, the players on it, unacceptable.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It pains me to say this, but the quarterback that gives the Cleveland Browns the best chance to win in 2026, assuming health, is Deshaun Watson. New Browns head coach Todd Monken didn't close the door on Watson potentially starting this year for the team, and Watson not a great fit in former Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski's scheme, a much better fit in Monken's scheme. Watson gives the Browns the best chance to win. I'm Nick Costos.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle, ultra-fine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's biggest moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich, creamy Frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like 2 delicious desserts just high-fived. Snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate Frosty perfection. So, swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle, ultra-fine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's biggest moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich creamy frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like 2 delicious desserts just high-fived, snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate frosty perfection. So, swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
NFL Lunch coming up top of the hour. We're going to hear from Jesse Minter, Eric DeCosta, met with the media this week out there at Indiana for the NFL Combine. Give you the Orioles lineup against the Pirates, and we'll talk NFL with Brian DiArdo from CBSSports.com. NFL Draft coming up April 23rd. Got free agency starting March 9th is the legal tampering, which is a week from this coming Monday. But the cap announced that the salary cap will increase to 301.2 in 2026. Ravens cap situation, not ideal right now, but can be maneuvered. They have enough money to have a market-setting offer to Tyler Linderbaum, as we knew, but each club gets an additional $22 million to spend. Keep it in mind, you still have the draft and other things you have to pay for.
Yeah. So, because they get a rough estimate back in December of what the cap's going to be. So they've been working with the financial people have been working with those numbers that are close to that for the past few months now, putting together their plan. So they're not shocked by this. They're happy it's up $22 million, but they were expecting it to go up.
Yeah, that was kind of like you said, the expectation was it was going to go up and maybe by a significant amount. Now let's get back to this NFLPA It's the players themselves who were surveyed and talking about their respective teams. Steelers. Ravens, by the way, did not get a grade below a B-, finished 12th overall. Raiders, who sucked on the field, got thumbs up pretty much throughout in regards to how the players feel about the organization. Pittsburgh, treatment of families, F. So what are the Rooneys doing to be rude to families? Again, we could put it in more context if there was a specific incident or instance, I guess, both, where, Joe Blow says, hey, look, my family was sitting here and they were, booted out of their seats for another guy or friends of the owner. You know what I mean? If there was a specific incident or instance, then we go, wow, that is kind of a crappy scenario. But if an F is coming, that's a team-wide grade.
Yeah, and I think what they're talking about too, Bob, is like, like a lot of teams have rooms for families to go before the game or wait after the game, and how convenient is that type of thing, so that's, how do you treat the families? It's really it's a pain in the ass to get in there, or parking for family, all those kind of things for games.
Compared to last year, C- Pittsburgh players gave for treatment of families, and this was the more detailed breakdown that you got in years past from the NFLPA website. Says the Steelers were one of 10 teams that did not provide a family room during home games. Players rate the post-game family area roughly a 6.5 out of 10, ranking them 26 out of 32 teams. The players feel that the team organizes family events several times per year. That ranks 17 out of 32. So not a lot of clarity there.
Yeah, but if it goes from a C- to an F, whatever beefs were there,
it's worse.
Got worse. Home game feel, F-.
Well, Pittsburgh's. Well,
and as Nolan said, that's not even like a real thing. F- is a new grade.
Well, Bob, you know what sucks for them is who also plays on that field?
Pitt.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think one of the Steeler games, they played like the night before or something. So,
it's always been a dump.
Yeah.
The field itself, I mean, visually, the infamous moments. What was that one Monday night game against the Dolphins? It was like 3-0 final score, the mud game.
Oh, yeah.
Ravens have had some messy games there where the field's all torn up.
Yeah, and Pitt, not exactly a powerhouse, but still, it's a bowl-worthy team. Should have their own facility, which they used to way back when, which is artificial turf.
Yes, it was.
It was
stadium. Well, what was nice about that is, was up on camp. It was on campus, and it was up on the hill.
But Acrisure is 25 years old. Because when the Ravens won the Super Bowl in 2000, Steelers were still playing at Three Rivers.
Mm-hmm.
So that's still a relatively new stadium. I would have to say that's all about playing surface. So at this advanced stage of technology and, the groundskeepers being as, they have expertise, if not degrees in this sort of thing, why it's such crap.
Yeah. Well, Bob, like where Pitt used to play on campus, that was a crap hole.
It was like 5,000 seat stadium or whatever it was. Locker rooms. Now this goes back, I guess, into the confines of said stadium.
Yeah, practice.
Well, either way, they got an F-.
And they got a new building there for a practice facility, which they share with Pitt. So I mean, locker rooms in the stadium. I would think it'd be more locker rooms that they're at every day in the practice facility.
All right, head coach Mike Tomlin no longer there, got an A.
Mm-hmm.
Respected by his players.
Yes.
I think that everybody kind of knew that one. Defensive coordinator got C.
Yeah, they didn't. They weren't crazy about him. He was with the Ravens at one point too.
OC got a B+.
Arthur Smith.
Position coaches got a B. Let's see. Special teams coordinator got an A-.
Danny Smith got A-. Yeah.
General manager got a C+.
Ooh. They don't like.
I'd rank it lower.
They didn't like the. Well, they're all old. They got an old football team.
Yeah, but they have not drafted well in
the draft
years.
has not been good.
And not just 2 or 3 years, more like 5 to 7 years.
Yeah, Joey Porter kind of fell to him in the second round a couple of years ago, right? Team ownership, D minus.
Ooh.
The Rooneys.
Long considered the model.
Yeah. Benchmark, one of the founding ownership families of the league.
How about team travel, Bob? F.
Overall rank. Well, there's 32 teams. They were 32nd. So the Steelers, even though they won the division and made the playoffs again, within the confines of the program, at least as the players see it, not good and not good at all.
Team travel last year was a B+, so that's a pretty staggering drop for them. But some of the other ones you mentioned, like locker room, it was a D last year, so maybe they go what? They went F or F- this year. So squeaky wheel did not get the oil last year. Maybe second time it'll get it.
They had the same team plane that the Indians did in Major League.
Well, I think a lot of that could go into how convenient is it, for you to, are you parking at the airport? Are you parking at the facility? You taking a team bus? Is that a pain in the ass? All those types of things go into how's the food on the plane?
Oh, no doubt. Enjoy your peanuts. Let's see. Cincinnati, real quick. Treatment of families, F-.
Jesus criminy.
Now, the Rooneys are a respected NFL family historically. Now, Paul Brown founded the Cincinnati Bengals. The Cleveland Browns literally are named after Paul Brown. Notoriously cheap, though, as a franchise.
Yes.
But treatment of families. Nolan, do we have any context to refer to this one where it went from what? I mean, doesn't get any lower than an F-. What's next? A G?
The Browns, D+.
Bengals.
Oh, Bengals, F- last year.
Ah.
The Bengals,
They don't care about you, man.
Ever since these report cards have been released, the Bengals have routinely been one of the worst scoring.
Yeah.
What were they locker room and stuff last year?
Let's see here. Locker room for Cincinnati last year said A+, third out of 32 teams.
Got an A-
now.
But food, dining, F-, nutrition, dietitian, they must serve at McDonald's all the time. Nothing wrong with McDonald's. I enjoy it. It gets an F. Let's see here. Then they're like training staff, weight room, strength coaches. I mean, they're getting a lot of high marks there.
Team travel.
Head coach got an A-.
Yeah.
Special teams coordinator, B+. D coordinator got B+. OC got an A-. Position, I mean, all of that's acceptable. Team travel got a C-.
Yeah.
GM got a C.
Oh, they draft like crap.
Team ownership, D+.
Yeah.
And their overall rank coming in at a very poor 28.
Yeah. I think the Trey Hendrickson drama probably added to the GM frustration and owner frustration for sure.
All right, and real quick, Cleveland staying in the division. Treatment of families, D-. Home field, B-. Dining area, D+. Nutrition, C+, et cetera, et cetera. Their locker room got an F.
It's F- last year.
Okay. Oh, they're moving up in the world, and they're getting a new stadium, even though that place is 25, 26 years old. Training room C+. Training staff, weight room B+. Coaches, strength, B+. Position coach, B-. Offense coordinator, D+.
Yeah.
Wasn't that Stefanski, basically, when he called plays?
Oh, Stefanski or what's his name? Who was at Notre Dame? Stefanski's the one that called the plays.
Travis Switzer?
No.
Or no? Oh, why is that coming up?
Reese.
Yeah.
The quarterback, the old Tommy Reese.
Tommy Reese.
Let's see. DC got an A-.
Oh, it was Schwartzy.
Special teams, D.
They fired him.
Team travel, D-.
Jesus.
Head coach who got fired, C-.
Yeah.
Now in Atlanta. GM what's it?
Barry. They had a hell of a
local
draft.
guy. Yeah. Oh, a great draft.
Yeah.
Got a C. Team ownership, C. The Haslams. They talk
They
a
just
good
have
game.
bad reputation, man.
And then overall rank, 30.
So the other division was 28, 30, and 32.
And the Ravens come in at number 12. So at least in regards to how the players think of the respective teams within the AFC North. The Ravens graded the highest. Yay.
Yeah.
But missed the playoffs. Now let's grade the players. So let's get to Costa. You get an F. We'll come back. Speaking of DeCosta, going to hear from him and Jesse Minter for NFL Lunch. Talk some Orioles here. So they're getting ready for the Pirates coming up in a couple of minutes. Sammy Basayo, all good. He's in Sarasota. He's catching today. And then Brian DiArdo, CBSSports.com. Talk some NFL with him as the draft coming up in a little less than 2 months. But the league year starts in a little less than 2 weeks. And free agency going to be hot and heavy. A lot of teams looking for veteran quarterbacks. When does Tua join the unemployed ranks?
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access.
The Fan, baby.
105.7 The Fan.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you, too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Hey, it's Mikey B from Beckley's RVs. If you went to the Maryland RV show and didn't make a decision, that's okay. RV shopping takes time, and the show doesn't have to be the final step. You can still browse RVs and see the same show pricing without feeling rushed, without feeling pressured, with a team that's here to help you when you're ready. That's how we do things here. That's the Beckley's difference. Fair, honest, trusted. Continue your search at Beckley'sRVs.com.
These days, getting the care you deserve can feel like a challenge. At Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, you don't have to wait or wonder. Our team of specialists delivers expert, personalized orthopedic care right here in your community when you need it most. We're open, accepting new patients, and ready to get you moving again. Call today or visit us online at mdbonedocs.com to schedule your appointment and find out if your plan is accepted. That's mdbonedocs.com.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles have created an outfield situation where Colton Cowser will likely have to slide from left to center field in 2026. Beyond him, Leody Taveras is the only one on the roster with significant major league experience in center. Dylan Beavers played there down on the farm and has been getting some more opportunities so far this spring. Here's Craig Albernaz on the idea of more versatility in the outfield.
We would love for all of our outfielders to have the ability to play all three. With Beavers in particular, especially with his athleticism, it would be awesome for him to be able to play all three because you never know what the season or the game is going to dictate. But that's also a great opportunity for him just to kind of just explore another position, even though it's on the grass.
Sam Basayo was removed from yesterday's game against Detroit early after he got banged up on a play at the plate. Even though he did grimace in pain as soon as he went down, Albarnez said his removal was precautionary. The team has only referred to it as right side abdominal discomfort. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, plenty of sun this afternoon with highs around 50. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cook you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, Featured Artist Friday. It's Kicks, last hour of the program. Get your song request in at 410-583-1057. Jesse Minter, Ravens head coach, met with the media earlier this week in Indianapolis at the NFL Combine. He was on the Rich Eisen show as well. And one of the questions that Rich asked him was like possible changes between the way John Harbaugh did things and how he's going to run the team.
Change can be good and change can be embraced by players.
Yes.
And so when it's just different than what it was before, then there's almost a natural, like, okay, this guy, we've kind of grown up with the same thing in the same era. Maybe the way that we communicate, maybe the way that we use technology, maybe the way that we embrace all the new age things can help lead to a strong relationship. And so a lot of that was related to hiring a young staff.
Yeah, and let's be honest, 18 years, time for a new voice, and I thought it was a situation when it came down to it, situation that was good for both. I think it's good for Harbs. He's rejuvenated in New York, and then bringing in a new staff here, younger guys. We'll see, but I think it was a good. I think it was an outstanding hire.
But he also talked about new age technology. I'm not saying he's implying that John Harbaugh was resistant to that sort of thing, but John went young with his coaching staff a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't really work out. Remember all the linebacker coaches that came in and like, where the hell are you coming from?
All college guys.
Yeah, so it didn't work out. But, is this new staff going to be more inclined to the analytics?
Well, I think Harbs was big into analytics. Eric is big into analytics. I think Harbs took a lot of the Baltimore analytics people with him. So I think Harbs has always been into the analytics. I know Eric has. Because he's tight with what's the name from the Orioles?
Sigma Idel.
Yeah. So they've been one of the, I think, one of the more advanced.
Well, analytic thing you want to look at for Harbaugh, they went for it on fourth down a lot.
Yeah.
But, I mean, in regards to film study, because Minter, he mentioned there's some technologies that maybe they might be more adept at.
Yeah. Hey,
than what? An aged coaching staff, or like more willing to use it as a benchmark for them.
Hey, Bob, let me tell you, when I was a GA at Minnesota, and we were watching to do cut-ups at that time, you had to splice the film, and then you had to tape it up and put the plays in proper order, and then you had to splice the tape together,
reel to reel.
Yeah.
They did that in broadcasting school.
Yeah.
Ever had to splice reel to reel tape, Nolan? You know what a card is?
Well, we still call them carts. Some language doesn't go away. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I wake up every day thankful that I'm doing radio in this era. Because the digital, it is not even close. Yeah. It's way easier.
But to your point, film study was literally watching film.
Yes.
I mean, you look at the old projectors of Lombardi and Shula. They got the big old film roll, the 8mm.
Carry it around with you.
Thing. Pull the screen down.
Yeah.
Now you watch it on your phone, your watch, if it's smart enough.
Yeah. And you know what, Bob? These young guys, they probably have some new ideas and they're innovative. Like when I first, started coaching and stuff, you're full of energy and full of ideas, but you know what you find out is, 10 years later, damn, if I'd known what I know now 10 years before that, I'd be much better.
I'd be the man with the ladies, what I'm saying? Anyway, let's go to Jesse Minter. Brought in, he's going to call the defensive plays. as we just talked about, with the Ravens defense last couple of years, struggling. Definitely falling off from McDonald's year here in 23 when they went to the AFC Championship game. But as Rich Eisen asked Jesse, so what are the plans for the defense this year?
Historically, this franchise has been the bar for defense in the National Football League, I would say. We plan on getting back to that, and we plan on doing it very quickly.
Fair to say Kyle Hamilton is sort of in the Derwin James role for your defense?
Yeah, I think there's
is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Right.
They're their own players. They, of course. Their own strengths. They're both unbelievable. Derwin was such a joy to work with for 2 years. Love that man.
He loved you.
And so
Kyle,
he
does love.
really excited to work with Kyle, kind of what he brings to the table.
Right.
He's younger, so he's, I think, his 4th or 5th year now, and has been already, first team All-Pro a couple times, so could not be more excited to have him.
Yeah, 4 years in for Kyle.
Yeah. And you know what? He loved Derwin James. This is Derwin James times 2, Kyle Hamilton is. So he's going to be able to do a lot of things with. I just think that the defense is going to be better because they're going to be better fundamentally. They're going to be smarter. They're going to have better scheme. Zach Orr was in over his head, my opinion. Jesse Minter is going to be more like Mike McDonald. Really smart, detailed, understands every inch of why you're doing things, what the defense is supposed to do, how to take advantage of players. That's what I think. I think the defense is going to make much more improvement than the offense this next year.
Speaking of the offense, it's NFL Lunch. Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw, Other Side of the Glass. Featured artist Fridays Kicks. Get your song request in there. Talking about OTAs. Declan Doyle. Expect everybody to be there. Eric DaCosta. It's not voluntary. I don't have an opinion one way or another, even though he does.
Oh, yeah.
Jesse Minter. What are you going to do to get Lamar to show up to OTAs?
Yeah, first of all, I do have total respect for the rules that it is voluntary. Totally understand that. And Lamar has had unbelievable success doing it both ways. And so there's certainly a balance there. But I think it's our job to create an environment and a learning opportunity where they feel like it's really important to them to want to be there.
Like I'm missing something if I'm not. I better get there. I'm hearing what these guys do. I better get there.
They're like, man, this is high level stuff, and this stuff's going to help us. This stuff's, I think, like the feeling of what we're doing now will pay off in September and October and November versus, we're coming in and we're kind of doing the same routine.
That's Pro Football Talk, by the way.
Yeah, that was Sims and Florio, I believe. But the thing is I mean, they got some serious convincing to do, in my opinion, with Lamar to have him do that. I don't know if it gets. I hope that they can get him there. I think it would be great. I mean, you would just hope that. I was talking with somebody about this yesterday. Because just look at the contract. Mahomes, Burrow, Josh Allen. Getting a contract done or taking less money, simple. Boom. Yeah, let's do it. With Lamar, it's a strain. All right. With Lamar, you would think that I'm the leader of this football team. We got a new staff, new everything. I need to be there. Is Lamar, other than his play on the field, is he the leader of the football team?
What do you say? Entice him to show up to OTAs.
That's my thing. I think Lamar's a spectacular player and all that, Bob, but on the field, when he's there, probably is the leader. But is his work ethic and all that, are people looking at him like that? They're looking at him on Sundays, hey, we got a chance to win. But is he doing everything that to be the leader of this football team, to lead by example? If the rumors are true, Bob, that, he's sleeping in meetings and not coming here and not coming there, that's not true leadership of what you're looking for.
It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. When we come back, give you the Oriole lineup underway against the Pirates. Mountcastle did double. Orioles did not score in the top of the first. Shane Boss on the hill for the Orioles against Pittsburgh. And then Brian DiArdo CBSSports.com. We'll talk about the Combine. We'll talk about potential quarterback movement in the National Football League and all the other fun stuff that goes along with it. Funhouse Trip, Nolan McGraw, and then Inside Access takes over it too.
Baseball is back. Follow 105.7 The Fan for season-long coverage. Big hits, walk-off wins.
Say goodbye to this ball!
Where rookies make their mark and legends add to the story.
This is the greatest place to play.
We'll cover the swings, misses, and everything in between. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on the Fan's YouTube channel weekdays 6 till 6. Sports Radio 105.7. The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you beat the books with Westwood on Sports. The Pistons host the Cavs, and I think Detroit rolls them in this one. Donovan Mitchell has already been ruled out, and at the time of recording, multiple other starters for the Cavs are questionable, including James Harden, who has that fractured right thumb. The Pistons are the second best net-rated team in the NBA over the last 15 games, and Cleveland won't be able to make up for Spider's absence, even if Harden plays. I'll lay the points with Detroit. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Do you know a Maryland High School lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field? Help us recognize them as a PNC Achiever. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate the outstanding student athlete in your life.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM using bonus code BALT and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Get into hockey, basketball, and more of your favorite sports with same-game parlays, live betting, and more. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of offers found nowhere else. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the year. Sign up with bonus code BALT and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please play responsibly in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
The biggest hit for Kicks was actually a big single back in 1989. It's our featured artist Friday performer, Kicks. A couple more segments to go. Anything you want to hear from them, send your request. Live Sport text line at 410-583. 1057. Orioles taking on the Pirates. And let's see here. Orioles go scoreless in the first inning, but Ryan Mountcastle doubled down the left field line because Matt Wyrick, Baltimore's son, put out the video. It was a liner down the left field line, little exit velo over 100 miles an hour. Shane Baz is pitching for the Orioles. He's got 2 Ks, walk sandwiched in between. He was throwing high 90s as we expect him to do so. He's facing Ryan O'Hearn as we speak. So it's his spring debut. So Shane Baz coming in here out of Tampa's organization, first-round draft pick. He's already had Tommy John surgery, had a rough year in 2025, struggled at home. His home and road split spoke to that, where pitching at the Yankees spring training facility was not an ideal situation for him. But he's out there dealing. We're excited about his prospects for sure. Don't want to get overly excited. At this stage of the game, get out of every start healthy, first and foremost. Because around a year ago, Grayson Rodriguez was pitching for the Orioles, who, by the way, had a sketchy first outing for the Angels in his first outing there. Yeah, still in mid-90s, right? 95, 96. Then he got rocked at the time. Then he left, what was it, Nolan? Third inning, whatever it was. Can't really remember what the game status was. Well, he's getting his work in. It's all that matters because he hadn't pitched. Remember, he got shut down in the summer of 2024. And then the big news came out was velocity drop. It went from high 90s within a couple of pitches to low 90s. And then the lat injury, which he had suffered at the minor league level. Then it became maybe somewhat of a forearm issue. The kid had a bunch of problemos when it came to the health, which is why he's no longer an Oriole, where the Orioles traded away a guy with a ton of upside for a 32-year-old pending free agent. 32-year-old, he hit 30-some bombs, drove in 100 runs for the Angels and hit 350, whatever it was, with runners in scoring position. But you're looking for health at this time. And then eventually you start to stretch them out. You get the length. And in another 2 weeks, these guys were pitching 3 innings, going to be pitching 7 innings. And then I'm going to work on some secondary stuff. Let me work this splitter in here. What do they call it now? Sweeper. It was a slider for 150 years. Now it's a sweeper because you got to have this new technology. And instead of if 5 batters face, they're ups. You got 5 ups. I mean, it's
sweeper and slider are different, if I'm not mistaken.
Not necessarily. Mike Bordick, it's still basically the same pitch.
Sure.
You know what I mean? In theory, it's the same sort of movement.
It's the 12 to 6.
Maybe the grip is different.
Yeah, it more breaks. The 12-6 is the curves. The sweeper kind of cuts out towards the corners of the plate, whatever it is. But working on pitches. But then you got to settle into your routine once you get closer to opening day. So Shane Baz, number one thing I want to see is health. And if he's throwing 97, that's a good sign.
Yep.
And then working on whatever repertoire he wants to bring to the equation, because apparently this guy has a 5-pitch mix. Stick to the ones that get people out. Like Yadier Cano was working on some dopey things last year, and the results spoke to the fact that, maybe he's not commanding all of these new pitches he's trying to work into the equation. But Shane Baz on the hill, and that's a good thing. Beaver's leading off. Alexander's batting second. Mountie, as we said, he doubled. Adley's cleaning up. He struck out. Moonman's at center field. Ramos is at third. Estrada, who the Orioles just signed, he's the DH. Vasquez, who is a Premier Glove guy, he's at shortstop today, and Premier Glove guy as well as Enrique Bradfield Jr. He's in left field. He will be going to play in the World Baseball Classic here, which starts next week. So there you go. That's the Orioles taking on the Pirates today. Ryan O'Hearn walked against Shane Baz, former Oriole. And, we talk about the Orioles and how much money they spent or didn't spend. The Pirates, actually, compared to their tight wallets, they went out and spent a little dough. Not Dodger money, not even Oriole money. Yeah. But they went out and they spent some cash. Because if I'm a Pirates fan, storied franchise, they haven't had a winning team in over 10 years now. when McCutcheon and Cole and Tyon and all those guys were running hot. So if I'm a Pirates fan, I'm discouraged because A, your ownership is cheap. B, you're not developing a ton of talent from within, and the talent you are developing. I mean, they did extend Keller, who's pitching today for Pittsburgh, but already identified him as a possible trade chip. They have the top prospect in the minors in baseball, and we all know it's a foregone conclusion that Paul Skeens will not finish out his initial contract with Pittsburgh because they're going to wind up trading him away. But the fact that they've at least shown a willingness to compete financially, does this mean anything in the long term? Probably not until there's new ownership. But if I'm a Pirates fan, it's like, what, other than just being a baseball fan and a fan of the Pirates, what's my motivation to go spend money on a beer or sit in the seats?
Well, Bob, you know when they get a lot of people at their games? When Skeen's pitching. Because they know, like you just said, he's not going to be there that long.
Or like the Yankees or Dodgers come to town or whatever it is. But, the Orioles, they're in a much better financial situation than the Pirates are. But these were two model franchises for many, many years. And, I feel bad for Pittsburgh. I think it's a good thing when the Pirates are relevant in Major League Baseball. I like these traditional teams, or the Reds being relevant. That's a good thing. With all due respect to the younger franchises, let's get some of the old guard back in there, and let's make them baseball towns again. Because Cincinnati, for a long time, was the baseball city.
Yep.
Like St. Louis is that now, because outside of the Blues, that's kind of all they got.
That is.
I mean, the Rams left, and we've talked about this, not to rag on St. Louis, because I'm not ragging on them. I feel bad for their football fans. They lost the Cardinals and the Rams since the Colts left.
Yeah.
But that's a baseball town. Cincinnati used to be that. Same with Pittsburgh. So there you go. It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Orioles and Pirates scoreless. Top of the second. We'll come back, talk NFL. Speaking of football towns, Pittsburgh's one of those. What's their quarterback situation like? Mike McCarthy, Aaron Rodgers, they going to ELE each other like they did in 2010 when they won the Super Bowl? Or is Pittsburgh kind of up against it in regards to bringing in someone to compete in the AFC North? And Kirk Cousins is going to be gone. We know that. Is Tua soon to follow in Miami? Mm-hmm. Others out the door. Stick around. And Anthony Richardson, he's been given the okay to seek a trade. Are there any trade partners for a guy that's only 23 years old?
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off pants for the family. Yep, 50% off pants for the fam. Hurry in this Saturday and Sunday to save big on spring styles. Only at Old Navy. Valid 2/28 and 3/1. Select styles only.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
The tradition continues at Laurel Park on Saturday, May 16th for the 151st running of the Preakness Stakes. Experience the middle jewel of the Triple Crown outside of Pimlico. For the first time in more than 100 years, for the most intimate viewing experience in Preakness history, seating is extremely limited for this once-in-a-lifetime showcase of the best horses and jockeys in thoroughbred racing. Purchase your tickets today at Preakness.com.
Imagine painting a brighter financial future. With a home equity loan from Security Plus, you can use the equity in your home to start fresh, consolidate debt, tackle renovations, or prepare for what's next. With rates as low as 5.5% APR, your fresh start is just around the corner. Apply now at securityplusfcu.org/home equity. Security Plus, helping you move forward one step at a time.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
When you're away from your car, listen on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. Search 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Jesse Minter has hit the ground running as Ravens head coach, and now it's full speed ahead to the draft. After 18 years of John Harbaugh, there's been a lot of questions about how Minter's vision and leadership style will be different. After all, he did come up through the Ravens coaching tree as a defensive assistant on Harbaugh's staff. So how much will he actually put his own spin on things? Here's what he had to say during an interview with the Rich Eisen Show this week.
Change can be good and change can be embraced. We've kind of grown up with the same thing in the same era. Maybe the way that we communicate, maybe the way that we use technology, maybe the way that we embrace all the new age things can help lead to a strong relationship. And so a lot of that was related to hiring a young staff.
And the NFLPA report cards have been revealed. Even though the league fought hard to not allow the players to release this annual information publicly, ESPN was able to attain the grades for every team. Baltimore's players gave the organization positive reviews across the board, with the lowest grades being a B- for team travel and offensive coordinator. The survey of over 1,700 players was conducted between November 2nd and December 11th. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, plenty of sun this afternoon with highs around 50. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles Pirates scoreless down in Florida. Shane Baz, 3 Ks in his 1 inning of work. Mitch Keller's got 4 inning plus for Pittsburgh. Keep you up to date on the score until 2 o'clock. Then Inside Access will take over. Orioles and Pittsburgh. Rematch of the 1979 World Series and 1971 World Series. Both won by the Pirates, much to the dismay of a young Bob Haynie. It's Vinny and Haynie, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato. Let's talk some NFL. Combine happening as we speak. Let's go to CBSSports.com. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show Brian Diardo. Brian, first of all, good afternoon. How you feeling?
Well, I'm a Pirate fan, so we can't bring that up without talking a little Buccos-Orioles World Series, right? We are a family. Willie Stargell, Roberto Clemente. Well, amazing series.
Full disclosure, Brian Diardo, I'm 61 years old. I was at Game 1 as a 6-year-old of the 71 World Series. That's right. I was there.
Man.
I remember Clemente made, 6. I got mustard on my pennant. My dad yelled at me. It's kind of all I remember. Then Frank Robinson and Merv Retman hit home runs. But yes, brings back great memories. Not to digress too much. I guess we started. I was talking in our last segment about it's a good thing for teams like the Pirates and the Orioles to be relevant, Reds, in Major League Baseball. How close are the Pirates to relevancy given the frugal nature of ownership there?
I mean, they have the pitching, right? And so you have the pitching. It kind of reminds me of where they were like 2011, 2012, where they were knocking on the door. But as you guys know, like baseball more than any other sport's a marathon. So you can be relevant until August, and then your weaknesses are exposed and you just collapse. So I think the Pirates are going to be relevant for most of the year, but I am so with you. I think baseball is so much better when these smaller market teams are relevant. That being said, I do think that the Reds are going to take the next step as well. So yeah, I do think that obviously you still have your Dodgers and those teams that have those huge advantages with no salary cap. But I do like what I'm seeing in baseball as far as the Orioles, who have the best, color scheme in baseball, and that classic cursive O. I mean, you can't beat that hat. It's just such a great hat. So no, I think this is going to be a good year for baseball. I like a lot of the things that they're doing.
All right, Brian DiArdo. I like this guy talking some baseball here. But let's get to the NFL as the combine is happening. Outside of the combine, but with Indianapolis Colts in particular, Anthony Richardson looks like he's played his last snap for that franchise. What's the next move for him? If a team's looking to acquire his services, I mean, what are you willing to sacrifice compensation-wise? What can you get if you're the Colts, if you're asking for it?
So I would assume. I mean, it'd be a good idea to look and see what Trey Lance, what happened with him, the compensation with Dallas. I don't think it was very much. That being said, that was probably more than what the Colts are going to get for Richardson.
Yeah, I think it was a third.
My guess. Yeah. See, there's no way. No. I knew that Trey was. That was a pretty considerable pick that they got. I would say Richardson, at most a 5th-round pick, probably a 6th-round pick. But as we all know now, teams do these weird things where they'll trade 6th-round picks, but, you might move up 5 spots in the 6th round. So maybe something of that caliber. But, yeah, like a 5th or a 6th-round pick at most, just because the potential you could still argue is there. But, man, I mean, this guy doesn't complete 50% of his passes. He's been injury-prone. There's been questions about his work ethic. So, I just think that's going to be a hard sell for me. And I'm sure you guys have heard the same things that I'm hearing. There's whispers that he'd be totally content being Lamar Jackson's backup in Baltimore, kind of go that route. We saw Sam Darnold do that. He sat, for a year as a backup behind a prolific quarterback before he turned things around. So, you wonder if you're Baltimore, if you would like that idea, potentially, of Richardson coming there and being Lamar's backup.
4th-round pick for Trey Lance.
Brian?
4th round, yeah.
Yeah, I said that earlier. I think it would be a good idea for Anthony Richardson. I think it'd be great for the Ravens because then you got a quarterback, because we had Cooper Rush who sucked, and he wasn't, he was, so opposite of, what Lamar was, and they had to bring in Snoop that, to kind of rescue them a little bit. But I think Richardson coming here and to learn from, Declan Doyle and, some of these other offensive coaches, I think it would be a good move for that kid, or go to Minnesota or something like that too.
No, I agree. And if you think Baltimore, I mean, I know this is obviously not the exact thing because of the skill sets, but I go back to the Florida Gators in 2006 when you had Chris Leak and Tebow, where you could put Richardson in kind of the Tebow role because he would come in, he would power run, he was a great short yardage, red zone, goal line quarterback for them. And I think you could create some packages for Richardson. And as we all know with Lamar, I mean, I want to say his rushing numbers were way down this past year. And a lot of it, right. And a lot of it's because, I'm sure a lot of it's because he was banged up. But the other part is they're probably trying to protect him. So you bring in Richardson maybe for some packages. That takes some of the wear and tear away from Lamar Jackson. So, no, I think it would be good. But I love Snoop Huntley. I really do. I was so surprised that he was unsigned so late in the year. And I think for Baltimore, he's been so great for them. So there's obviously something there that I'm missing as it relates to why he can't get steady work in the NFL.
Hey, Brian, it's amazing. I think this year, I'll bet you we're going to have more older veteran quarterbacks as backups than we've ever had.
I'm with you 100%. And I think that there's a lot of advantages to having that because they can slow the game down. They understand systems, play calling. And here, this is funny because I've had this thought forever. If you're a successful quarterback and you still want to play, but you're not quite maybe as good as you used to be, i.e. Aaron Rodgers, why wouldn't you just be a backup somewhere for a couple of years, get some more paychecks, keep playing in the NFL, and not have the pressure of being the franchise guy? I guess you'd have to check your ego, but that's kind of always the thought that I've had. We've never really seen that in the NFL, but I'm with you. I mean, and it pays good. Mitch Trubisky, right? He was kind of a bust as a first-round pick, but he's made his way as a backup. So I'm with you. And Malik Willis is another interesting one for me. Yep. I'm super curious to see what happens with him.
He's going to get paid. Him and Mendoza are the two hottest names, in the quarterback market this year.
Well, Justin Fields as well. I'm super curious to see what happens with him because he had some success in Pittsburgh, right? It wasn't sustained. And then he went to the Jets. And I think with Sam Darnold, we've got to apply that to Fields as well. I'm not going to really put a lot of stock into anything that happened with any player that's played with the Jets. Like, their coach is asleep at the combine. What are we doing? So I'm not pulling the plug on Fields either. Like, is he going to ever be like a great Pro Bowl guy? I don't think so, but I just saw him too much in Pittsburgh and even a little bit in Chicago, where I'm not giving up on him either. I think he'd be a good signing for another team that could use help at the backup position.
Now, when you look at the AFC North, the grading by NFLPA, the Bengals, the Browns, and the Steelers did not do very well in ownership, their family facilities, and a lot of improvements need to be made on those three teams.
Yeah, and I watched the Ravens Hard Knocks, 24, when the whole AFC North was in, and I saw their facility. I go, that looks like Harvard compared to what the other facilities in the AFC North are. Like, the Steelers share a facility with Pitt. I just think it just goes to the frugalness, I think, of the other owners in the division, right? I mean, Bisciotti's never been shy about wanting to have the best for his players. Kind of reminds me of Eddie DeBartolo for the Niners back in the day, where they went first class all the way, and that's what the Ravens do as well. And you can't argue that that's played a role in their success. And you know that Harbaugh's trying to bring some of that to the Giants, right? And I mean, I can speak more on the Steelers because I've been in their facility a lot. And yes, it's hard to find a bathroom sometimes. I'm not going to lie, especially after practice when the players have first dibs. You may need to hold it for a minute, but
wow.
Yeah, I just think for them, I mean, and the biggest diss I have with them is that playing surface is a joke. It's horrific. They literally share a field with the high school playoffs. That has to stop. So, the players have obviously made it loud and clear that playing surface is unacceptable. And I think the NFL in general needs to have a bigger influence on these playing surfaces their players are on.
Brian DiArdo, CBSSports.com, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. As I mentioned earlier, I'm 61. I'm peeing on your goalpost if you don't have an active bathroom. That is happening 100%. Tua Tagovailoa, what's going to happen with him, Brian, this offseason?
Man, great. They're going to try to unload him, but I think he gets traded somewhere. I'm not quite sure where. Wow, that's a great question. Trying to think. I mean, let's go here. Let's go Cardinals. Why not? He gets traded to the Arizona Cardinals. I don't think they're going to keep Kyler Murray either. But even if they do, maybe they want some extra competition there. The problem is the Dolphins don't want to eat that salary, so they're going to have to find a way to get somebody that's going to pay for a good portion of that. But I don't think he stays in Miami. I just don't see it.
Brian DiArdo, CBSSports.com. Brian, as always, appreciate the time. Have a great weekend, and we'll catch up with you soon. And go Pirates.
That's right.
Playing
Go
the Orioles.
Buccos.
Yes, no doubt. All right, man. There's Brian DiArdo, everybody. We'll come back, take a trip to the Funhouse. Nolan McGraw, Inside Access, takes over at 2 o'clock, and we give you an Orioles score update as well.
Every day, complete coverage of Orioles spring training with Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, and the entire fan lineup as we gear up for opening day, March 26th, live from Pickles Pub against the Minnesota Twins. Baseball is back, and it's on 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NFLPA's team report cards are out, and survey says the Steelers are last. Yes, behind the Cleveland Browns and the Arizona Cardinals. Yikes. Players reported issues like poor field conditions and only having 5 bathrooms in the locker room. With the uncertainty surrounding their starting quarterback this season and having a new head coach, this is a bad look for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm Addie Bates.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
It's President's Day savings all month long at Bob Bell, and that means it's time to drive. Shop an incredible selection of new Ford, Hyundai, Nissan, Kia, and Chevrolet vehicles, plus a huge lineup of quality used cars priced to move. From your first visit to everyone after, Bob Bell makes car buying easy and enjoyable with service you can count on. For value, selection, and service, we're unbeatable. Come see us today or visit bobbell.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. Their max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Featured Artist Fridays, big kicks. throughout the day, chosen by you, the people. Local band, now retired, but still plenty of hits that we can reminisce about. We have been throughout the course of the day. Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, Orioles and Pirates, scoreless, top of the third inning there. Mitch Keller, he dealt during his time for Pittsburgh, 2 1/3, 3 hits, 4 strikeouts, no runs. Shane Baz has gone through 2 scoreless, 2 walks, 4 Ks. Got Connor Griffin, top prospect of baseball, on a ground out, blew away Nick Gonzalez on a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. So looking good, at least through the first start for Shane Baz. And we'll get to see Chris Bassett coming up on Sunday. Tomorrow, Kyle Bradish will be on the hill for Craig Albertaz and the Birds of Baltimore. Combine and workout start at 3 o'clock? So
3 o'clock, we got DBs and tight ends today.
NFL Network or NFL Plus? Either or. I mean, whatever you have access to. Terps taking on Rutgers coming up on Sunday down at College Park. You can hear that game. 105.7 The Fan. Nolan, what are your Nolan McGraw, everybody, just tuning in. What are your plans for this weekend?
Well, I tell you, this weather, got to get outside, man. It's been, God, I don't even know how long since I've swung my golf clubs. I got to hit at least the driving range. Course is probably still not ready yet. Still a little lingering snow. Yeah. Grass is all torn up. So driving range at least, a necessity this weekend.
It's going to be, 60 tomorrow? Nice on Sunday. I mean, things get crappy again next week. But, yeah, to Nolan's point, get out there and do what you got to do. I'm going to the Wizards game tomorrow.
That'll be fun.
We're going to do they're playing Toronto, by the way. We're going to do the DC and Scotty Barnes. We're going to do the DC thing. Haven't been watching in a couple years. We are going to a place called Clyde's. Maybe I can get them to do an endorsement.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe I can do that.
That's the only way you're going to get it.
That's the only way I'm getting one, apparently. But anyway, we're going to Clyde's, which has great food. You probably have been there. It's a multi-tiered. It's kind of like on a corner. It's right by the arena, Capital One.
Yeah.
And it's an old building, a lot of oak and wood. But the food, they had the best chicken wings I've had in a long time. Couple of years ago, because I like my chicken wings. If they're not spicy, blue cheese only. Who puts ranch on a chicken wing? They're like little teeny fried chicken wings, because I like wings over flats. Not that anyone cares, I'm telling you anyway. But they were crispy and delicious. I was like, damn, these are
and
some.
What do you drink with it? Beer?
What do you think I'm drinking? A bottle of vino?
I don't think I've seen Bob ever drink water. Anything but a beer.
I drink like 10 glasses of water a day. I do it when I get home, because if I drink a bottle here. Just talked about it with Brian DiArdo. Bladder gets full for the Bobster.
Yeah. Well, I know that. I know you're making a lot of trips.
Yeah, so I wait till I get home.
Just wait, Nolan.
Yeah, I wait till I get home, and then, I don't get much sleep because I'm getting up 4 times a day. But ice cold beer, it's how you drink whatever. Nolan, what else is on your mind?
They're Team Ranch over here, by the way.
Yeah, I'm done talking. Let's go to the fun.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesigndoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Well, this was a big topic for our last guest, Brian DiArdo. Anthony Richardson, where's he going to get traded? He suggested the Ravens. Texter here says, huge no for me on the Richardson coming to Baltimore topic. The backup quarterback spot can't be overlooked anymore for the Ravens. Sure, similar style, that's important, but Richardson is a project. The Ravens can't afford to work on him if Lamar even misses a few games.
My question would be, what was Cooper Rush?
Well, he wasn't viewed as a project when he came here. He was viewed as a
play.
Yeah.
I mean, they huge swing and a miss, but the two guys regarded as completely different things when they were coming.
No doubt. I mean, Cooper Rush had won games for the Cowboys, and he did not do the same thing.
9-5, I believe, his record. He was,
awful.
That Rams game. No, the Houston game.
Houston, yeah.
That was one of the worst Ravens games in the history of Ravens football. That was bad.
I mean, his stuff in the Rams wasn't any better either.
No.
And
the Rams played like crap in one game.
Let's see. More in the NFL here. Ray in Essex checking in says, how do you guys feel about this news of the Chiefs and Bears moving away from their current city locations? I'm always disgusted by news like this. Just give the middle finger to the fans while you're at it.
I think I think Chicago's negotiating. And Kansas City,
I think they're done. They've already reached an agreement.
They've moved.
They're moving to Kansas City, Kansas.
Yeah, it's right. It's not. It's right there.
But Arrowhead, and you've been there.
Yeah.
One of the great home field advantages in the NFL.
No doubt.
They turned down multi-millions of dollars to upgrade the stadium. And, Lamar Hunt, who was the pioneer of they had Royal Stadium and Arrowhead right next to each other. They were the first to do it. He's probably rolling over in his grave until Clark says, we're worth like $5 bazillion.
Yeah.
Word.
Yeah, and speaking of those report cards of the NFLPA, I wanted to look up the Chiefs here because in the past, they have received and yet here you go again, another F for locker room. They've been screaming about that for years, so finally getting their wish. But more than a locker room, a whole new facility.
Yep.
One more here from Howard in Baltimore. Says, with 3 of the 4 AFC North teams having new coaches, I feel like this division is set up for a dramatic change. The AFC North could be the laughingstock or could be the powerhouse for the next few years. I'm very uncertain of the Ravens' future, even though I have some optimism. Whenever a new coach comes in, there's normally slow development. Hopefully Minter will get it together quickly.
I just think we're going to see a big jump in the defense, and then can the offense stay in the top 10? That's going to be, I think the defense is going to be a lot better. And then offensively, that's going to be, I think that's going to be the key.
Yeah, I mean, just 2 short years ago, they were one of the great offenses in the history of the NFL. First team ever, 4,000 yards passing, 3,000 yards rushing, and we saw them click on cylinders. But defensively, got to get that pass rush, and if Matabike's toast and they get rid of Broderick Washington, interior of the defensive line becomes a major area of concern, too.
Yeah. But I got a lot of faith in Jesse Minter as, defensive philosophy, defensive play caller.
And Anthony Weaver, the new DC, got an A, right?
Yes, he
did. From the
Dolphins
in regards
to... And Doyle got an A-.
So there you go. Bringing in some... And Minter got an A.
Yes.
So there you go.
It can't fail. It simply can't.
They're going to 17-0. They're going to be favored by 10 in every single game. We're back on Monday. Inside Access coming up here in a matter of minutes. Have a safe weekend, everybody. For Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, I'm Bob Haynie. Stay safe, stay healthy, and do your thing. And we'll see you when we see you. For now, class dismissed.
Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowes.com/appliance delivery for more details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, proudly announces the addition of Dr. Hayden L. Hoffler to our team. He is a board-qualified, fellowship-trained foot and ankle surgeon specializing in foot and ankle disorders. Dr. Hoffler's goal is to combine a comprehensive and multidisciplinary approach to treating foot and ankle issues, and he looks forward to helping you with care and compassion. You can schedule an appointment with him at mdbonedocs.com. Again, that's mdbonedocs.com.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Insurance licensed in Maryland.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier-to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/appliance delivery for more details.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hey moms, dads, teachers, and coaches, visit PNCAchieversBaltimore.com and nominate a local high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Every Tuesday from March 3rd to May 19th, we will be highlighting a PNC Achiever on air and online.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles have created an outfield situation where Colton Cowser will likely have to slide from left to center field in 2026. Beyond him, Leody Taveras is the only one on the roster with significant major league experience in center. Dylan Beavers played there down on the farm and has been getting some more opportunities so far this spring. Here's Craig Albernaz on the idea of more versatility in the outfield.
We would love for all of our outfielders to have the ability to play all three. With Beavers in particular, especially with his athleticism, like it would be awesome for him to be able to play all three because you never know what the season or the game is going to dictate. But it's also a great opportunity for him just to kind of just explore another position, even though it's on the grass.
Sam Basayo was removed from yesterday's game against Detroit early after he got banged up on a play at the plate. Even though he did grimace in pain as soon as he went down, Albernaz said his removal was precautionary. The team has only referred to it as right side abdominal discomfort. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, plenty of sun this afternoon with highs around 50. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalace, and Beltway Ben Hall.
I wouldn't say that you hit a home run with Jesse Minter. I'd say you hit a grand slam with Jesse Minter. I cannot say enough good things about him. And I'll start first of all with he's humble. A lot of times you have someone who's found success. He's a little bit younger. There's an ego that's associated with that. He doesn't have it. I mean, he makes everything about the players. He's got great personal relationships with players. He's, brilliant in terms of designing a defensive game plan. He's proven everything you could prove on the defensive side of the ball. And I think relationally he's so good, that's just going to be a strength he can tap into even more as a head coach. And I think he's forward thinking. He's surrounded himself, with some good young coaches. I think there's going to be a really good energy and a good lift and a good vibe there as he gets there.
So that's Daniel Jeremiah on the Lounge podcast. It's Ravens.com. Now, full disclosure before we get into this, Daniel Jeremiah used to work for the Ravens. He also is very much, I think, tuned into what goes on with the Ravens. So if you want to take what he had to say with a grain of salt, I would understand. That said, Jesse Minter has been universally hailed as a very good hire and someone that, quite frankly, had a lot of people connected the dots, thought Jesse Minter would be the next head coach of the Ravens. He became the next head coach. Alas, you found an interesting article, Bone. I think it was in The Athletic. How daunting is the task for Jesse Minter? Because first-year head coaches, it's not always pretty.
It's really difficult
for first-year head coaches. And heck, you can even go back to the stat. Jameson Hensley covers the Ravens for ESPN. He tweeted this out immediately following the Super Bowl where Mike Macdonald and the Seahawks won it. Mike Macdonald in his second year in Seattle. And Macdonald just the 6th head coach in the last 40 years to win a Super Bowl within the first 2 seasons as head coach. And the rest of the list, George Seifert with the 49ers in 1989, Barry Switzer with the Cowboys in 1995. Both of them inherited very good situations.
For people who are young, so Seifert took over for Bill Walsh. That was a dynasty. Yeah. Switzer took over for Jimmy Johnson. That was a dynasty. So like you or I or Beltway Ben, we could have taken over that team, and as long as we didn't screw things up, as long as we didn't C.J. Stroud it, I think we'd have a pretty good shot.
You're passenger. You're along for the ride. But the rest of the list, Brian Billick, I think everybody in Baltimore familiar with him. He won it in 2000 in his second year. Mike Tomlin with the Steelers in his second year. And Doug Peterson with the Eagles in 2017.
So Billick and Peterson, Tomlin's going to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, absolutely. But saying that it's so difficult and outside of the norm to win it that early on. And Jeff Howe, who covers the NFL for The Athletic, he looked at 160 hires made between 2000 and 2022. And how he did it, he broke it into criteria to award points. So each of these 6 are points. Length of tenure, regular season record, playoff appearances, playoff wins, Super Bowl appearances, and Super Bowl wins. And he looked at the average and what constitutes a successful hire. So seasons on the job, it would be 5 regular season wins, 35 wins, and a 500 record. Playoff appearances, just 2. Playoff wins, 2. Super Bowl wins, 1. Super Bowl appearances, 1. 60% of all head coaching hires over those 23 years failed to reach a single benchmark during that time frame. So that means 60% of the hires were failures. And the home run hires, John Harbaugh was in there, of course, having won a Super Bowl. And you think of Belichick, Dungy, John Gruden, Tom Coughlin, the list goes on there. But we say all this because it's such an inexact science in hiring a head coach. And the teams that we saw in this cycle, which was a third of the league, there were 10 coaching hirings. A lot of these teams you see with regularity because they can't get it right. The Browns were in this cycle. The Raiders were in this cycle. The Titans were. The bulk of the teams, and you look at which one of these is not like the other, the Ravens, the Steelers, you don't see it. The Bills in this recent run. So that puts Jesse Minter in this unique situation. And what's very favorable for Jesse Minter, number one, he has Lamar Jackson. Number two, the AFC North is as bad as you could say it's ever been since the division realignment in 2002, where, heck, look at John Harbaugh in 2008, Ken. The Browns had just won 10 games with Derek Anderson. The Steelers, they were about to win a Super Bowl in 2008. The Bengals had Carson Palmer. The AFC North's a wreck.
You know, you mentioned 2008. Jesse Minter may be inheriting a team sort of like, and not the same, but sort of like what Harv's inherited in 2008. Remember, in 2006, the Ravens went 13-3 and lost in the playoffs. That was the Steve McNair Colts, and then they bottomed out. They bottomed out in 2007. Well, 2 years ago, the Ravens were a playoff team that were a few drops away from going to the AFC title game. This year, they have some injuries and what have you. They bottom out. They fire their coach. Lamar Jackson's healthy. We've documented where the Ravens are in December when Lamar Jackson is healthy. So it is possible. This is not your usual job because you have a 2-time, should be 3-time MVP, because you have some pieces that aren't usually there with a team with a first-year head coach.
Yeah, and that's my point with this article. 60% of those head coaches were complete failures that didn't reach any of those benchmarks. But a big reason for that is because it's these same terrible franchises going through hires. We've seen one-and-done head coaches in 5 consecutive off seasons now, Ken. And the stat we brought up a lot there, 10 job openings this year. The last time there were 10 job openings was 2022. Only 2 of those 10, are remaining. So I think when you look at Jesse Minter, there's a real opportunity for this Ravens team to bounce back because they have their highest draft pick that they've had since Kyle Hamilton in 2022. You hope to have a healthy Lamar Jackson. And I'm also hopeful and excited to see how Eric DeCosta navigates this offseason in a different way because there are holes on this roster.
Obviously, it's a small sample, but I went to that Babe Ruth birthday bash last night, and they asked me to host they do different panels for different sports, and I hosted the Ravens panel. And we had Qadri Ismail.
Did you have all the Skittles with no yellow?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
I did.
good.
Yeah,
That's
Jermaine Lewis, Bruce Laird, Stan White, etc. But then there were a whole bunch of people there to ask a couple questions afterwards. But it seemed to me that the fan base, at least representative there, and the people representative there, are more optimistic than you would find in those other cities because of who the Ravens are, because of Lamar Jackson, and assuming they get a deal done, and people seem to be optimistic that that's going to happen, and because, quite frankly, they watched what Jesse Minter did at Michigan in the last 2 years with the Chargers, and they feel the defense will be better because of him and Anthony Weaver.
John Harbaugh had run his course in Baltimore. There's no arguing that point. And if Steve Bisciotti would have opted to bring back John Harbaugh, it just, at some point, it becomes the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And this is far from an exact science. Everyone loves Jesse Minter. Heck, the NFLPA report card, Jesse Minter got an A+ with the Chargers. So the players love him. All of the guests that we've had on, they love him.
Now, Chris Rim, we talked to him, and I think it was before they hired him. And he said, and remember, he covered the Ravens too. He said, quite frankly, Jesse Minter was more impressive to him in real time than McDonald was here as defensive coordinator.
And that all doesn't guarantee anything. It does not guarantee anything. But I think you have to feel pretty good about this organization's track record in the fact that it's only been 3 hires, with March Rhoda, Brian Billick, and John Harbaugh. And you just hope that Jesse Minter can really hit the ground running in his rookie year. And we saw 2 rookie head coaches win their division last year with Liam Cohen in Jacksonville and Ben Johnson with the Bears.
Before we start previewing the show and get going, one Orioles note. As we left air yesterday, we were feeling a little apprehensive about Sam Basayo. Well, Sam Basayo is, this is Matt Wyrick 4 hours ago. Good spirits after leaving yesterday's game with abdominal discomfort. Suggested the injury was just cramping. Thinks he'll be able to get back into a game this weekend, something that Craig Albarn echoed later. And Basayo was on the field in catcher's gear before the game today.
Yeah, participating in workouts. So that is absolutely best case scenario.
Ben,
absolutely.
Beltway Ben, you feeling better now?
Yeah, far better. I didn't again. We talked about the quote, but no, I feel a lot better now.
Yeah, the initial tweet, I felt good. Then we heard the actual sound from Albarn. I didn't feel good, but now I feel good again.
Yeah. So we are very busy today. Massive Friday show, guest wise. We'll talk Orioles and Major League Baseball with MLB Network. Former Oriole Harold Reynolds. He led the league in stolen bases one year, Bone. Are you aware of that?
Did he
led the American League in stolen bases. Look it up. And if you ask him about it, he'll tell you a funny story about Ricky Henderson calling him and laughing at him for how many steals he had that year.
Well, now you got to ask him.
Yeah, so anyway. Jeff Zrebiec was in Indianapolis for the Combine, covering the Ravens for The Athletic with his thoughts on what we heard from Eric DeCosta at 4 o'clock. The good doctor, the late, great Jerry Aloysius Coleman, MD. He is in Sarasota at Orioles spring training. We'll get his thoughts on the sights and sounds, what he's hearing and seeing from the Orioles as they get ready to play real baseball games in a little less than a month. And Andy Koska covers the O's for the Baltimore Banner. Well, he'll get us updated on what he thinks he's been witnessing. And Shane Boz was awesome today in spring training baseball.
Ton of Orioles, ton of Ravens. We're also going to hear some sound from John Harbaugh and Todd Monken from the scouting combine.
Did you hear Monk talking about some gift that
the gift that Shador got him, which we'll play that sound, and I'll give you an update on my Twitter account. And spoiler alert, it's not good.
Yeah, this has been a fascinating.
It's been a week.
And we'll go on inside. Excuse me. I got to, Ben. I apologize. Eventually, I'll get it right. We'll take a trip around the Beltway as well. But coming up next, could Lamar Jackson, the days of him running a lot, could that be over? Wait till you hear what Jesse Minter had to say. That's next here on The Fan.
Join the sports talk conversation. The Plaza Ford text line, 410-583-1057.
Tune in this Tuesday, March 3rd, as we feature this week's PNC Achiever, Caden Wilson. Each week, PNC recognizes one Maryland high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Thank you to all those that nominated these amazing student athletes.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Looking for your next home upgrade? Town Appliance in Owings Mills has you covered with the latest trends in kitchen, laundry, and outdoor appliances. Their chic, modern showroom off Reisterstown Road features over 70 trusted brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. Whether you're remodeling or just refreshing your space, the expert team, especially Mayor, makes it easy from start to finish. Visit the beautiful showroom. Call, text 410-364-4400 or shop online with nationwide delivery at townappliance.com.
Are you in the market for a new Hyundai? Jones Hyundai is a place to go. Save now on a huge selection of Hyundais. Ask for Kevin Brammer. He's a sales director and a deal maker. You're going to have a great sales experience, and he's going to get you a phenomenal deal. Jones, they make it real easy with low interest rates and banks on site for instant credit approval. And Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more for your trade than CarMax. So visit jonesjunction.com to check out what car or truck is right for you. And as always, every new Hyundai comes with Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guarantee for a lifetime. With over 1 million likes and reviews, you too, you can be a satisfied customer. Jones Hyundai, they're part of Jones Junction, and they're only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. So pop up and see Kevin and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Well-connected team that plays team football, that cares about each other, that plays for each other on the field, an offense that takes advantage of his skill set, but also has plays off of plays, is very systematic approach. that we can take some pressure off of him in the run game by handing the ball to Derrick Henry as many times as possible.
You had a big smile on your face as you said his name.
Excited about that.
Right.
And so really just building a system that allows him to thrive and be the MVP caliber player that he's been.
Run more?
I don't know if he needs to run more. I actually think there's times where he can run less. If you build an offense that takes advantage of the under center, the downhill run game.
So that was Jesse Minter on the Rich Eisen show, and Rich Eisen's like, run more because he only had 67 carries a year ago. Now, some of that was due to injury, and some of that was even when he was on the field, he didn't look like the old Lamar Jackson. 349 yards, by far the least amount of yards he ran for in a season. But do you think this year, assuming health, we're going to see Lamar Jackson run less this year?
I don't know if he's going to run less than he did last year, just because we saw his attempts really plummet. And this has been going on since 2021, Ken. He's gone from 11.1 attempts per game in 2021 to 9.3, 9.3, 8.2 in 2024 to just 5.2 carries per game for Lamar Jackson. I'd have to think that goes up a little bit. Now, does it get back to the 8.2 in 2024? I'm not so sure, but Lamar just turned 29 years old back in January. And I thought the other part of that cut, the end of that quote, where Jesse Minter was talking about him taking advantage of under center, something we've talked about a lot in the fact that Caleb Williams, he had the second most under center dropbacks in football in 2025 last year. Of course, Declan Doyle was the offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, the play caller. I think you're going to see Lamar Jackson in more play action, boots, waggles, under center, get him moving there. But I wonder how much of the designed runs that we're going to see.
So to harken back to a segment that we don't do enough, I am bone out on this. I look at Lamar Jackson, and one of his superpowers is the ability to get yards when it looks like a play has busted, and I don't think he had that ability a year ago. And I'm going to assume that coming into next year, he's going to be healthy enough to do that again. And then that will be back in the toolkit. You look at Lamar Jackson, and you take out his rookie season where he still rushed for 695 yards, but he hardly played until he took over the starting role. His low is 764. He rushed for at least 764 yards every single season until last year, where it was just 349. We talk about yesterday. We spent a lot of time talking about Bateman and the outlier, and that one season being the good season of the outlier. I think he's only 29. Like, this is not like 37-year-old Michael Vick, where obviously he's not what he used to be. I'm going to assume that Lamar Jackson is going to have his wheels next year, and he's going to want to use his wheels. Now, maybe they have less design runs, but I think he was hesitant to run out of the pocket last year because he just didn't trust his legs. I don't think that's going to be the case next year.
Well, there were so many instances where it looked like he was trying to hit that final gear last year, and he couldn't. And he was trying to get the corner, but he couldn't. And he's getting chased from behind, and he's not able to get past the defender. I think high leverage situations, when the game is on the line and depending on the opponent, absolutely. That's got to be in his toolkit, where must have drives, must have moments, must have third downs. He's got to have that in his back pocket in terms of taking off. I don't think he's going to get back to the days of double-digit carries per game, where he was averaging that, say, back in 2021. Like, I think that happy medium for him is maybe 8 carries a game, which is what he did in 2024.
Do you think that he will rush for less than 764 yards, which is his low taking last year out of it?
No, I think he'll be above that number, assuming, of course, he's going to play in 16, 17 games next year. He had over 900 yards in 2024. I think he'll get to that point, but it is going to be interesting to see how that aspect of his game evolves moving forward, But I think that's where the under center, again, like getting him moving more with the ball, throwing the ball, and it gives him that opportunity to run if it's there.
Beltway, Ben, where are you on this? Could you see a world where Lamar Jackson, a healthy Lamar Jackson, is running less?
No, I understand from the designed runs, but you're never turning off what Lamar can do 5 seconds into a passing play when he's able to make those explosives. And that also always opens up the pass game. It opens up the run game for other guys because you're putting so much attention on him. I don't know that it would be smart to handcuff him. I don't want him running 10 times, 11 times a game like we saw a little bit earlier in the career, even in the Steelers game. Yeah. But that Steelers playoff game, one of the best playoff games we've seen him, a lot of it was his legs, him making plays with his legs. And it's always something, another element that defenses have to stop. So no, I understand the thought of you don't want him getting hurt again. You don't want him getting banged up again. I do think, listen, we got to have that conversation about the hits because it still does feel like, and as he gets later in his career, he can't keep taking those hits. But there's sometimes where and he did a little bit now as he got hurt last year, but still times where he's like near the sidelines, like just go out of bounds, slide a yard earlier, things like that.
Well, the Steelers game, the playoff game was a special situation too, because if memory serves, in the regular season game, Derrick Henry ran all over them. So they were running a lot of read option, and they were keying on Henry, and Lamar kept keeping, and there were no big gains, and he was taking some shots, but he kept moving the chains, frustrating that Steelers defense because he kept keeping the ball. And I don't want to, obviously that's not an every week thing, but I also don't want to take that away.
No, but that's where it gets back to high leverage moments, big time must have games like a playoff game, win or go home. You got to be able to utilize that. That's got to be in your back pocket.
Coming up next, we switch to the Orioles, and we spend a lot of time, Bone, talking about, well, what if this doesn't happen, or what if this guy isn't that? But how about a happy scenario? What if Trevor Rogers quite possibly is the guy we saw a year ago and is the guy we've seen so far this spring? Then how does that change your calculus on this Orioles team? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on The Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Ever wanted to go to the NBA Finals? Well, now's your chance, courtesy of FanDuel. All you have to do is use your profit booster on NBA Future, and you'll be entered for a shot to win an NBA Finals trip for two. NBA Futures let you lock in your pick for who you think will go all the way, whether it's a team to win the championship or a conference title. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus in President, Maryland. No purchase necessary. Limit one entry for Profit Boost token. Opt-in required. Must apply Profit Boost token on select market. Restrictions apply. See full terms, including methods of entry at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get ready for the weekend your crew's been waiting for. May 15th through 17th, NASCAR All-Star Weekend takes over Dover Motor Speedway. Turn them loose at the Monster Mile. Tailgates, camping, and big-time energy all weekend. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com or call 800-441-RACE.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-346-2476. 800-346-2476. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-346-2476.
Hey, it's Mikey B from Beckley's RVs. If you went to the Maryland RV show and didn't make a decision, that's okay. RV shopping takes time, and the show doesn't have to be the final step. You can still browse RVs and see the same show pricing without feeling rushed, without feeling pressured. with a team that's here to help you when you're ready. That's how we do things here. That's the Beckley's difference. Fair, honest, trusted. Continue your search at Beckley'sRVs.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Jesse Minter has hit the ground running as Ravens head coach, and now it's full speed ahead to the draft. After 18 years of John Harbaugh, there's been a lot of questions about how Minter's vision and leadership style will be different. After all, he did come up through the Ravens coaching tree as a defensive assistant on Harbaugh's staff. So how much will he actually put his own spin on things? Here's what he had to say during an interview with the Rich Eisen Show this week.
Change can be good and change can be embraced. We've kind of grown up with the same thing in the same era. Maybe the way that we communicate, maybe the way that we use technology, maybe the way that we embrace all the new age things can help lead to a strong relationship. And so a lot of that was related to hiring a young staff.
And the NFLPA report cards have been revealed. Even though the league fought hard to not allow the players to release this annual information publicly, ESPN was able to attain the grades for every team. Baltimore's players gave the organization positive reviews across the board, with the lowest grades being a B- for team travel and offensive coordinator. The survey of over 1,700 players was conducted between November 2nd and December 11th. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Plaza Ford. Plaza Ford offers transparent pricing on their extensive inventory of new, used, or certified pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with no hidden fees. Visit them online at plazaford.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, plenty of sun this afternoon with highs around 50. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalase. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Can't buy me love. Absolutely, yeah. Just check another box for him in his progression. He looked great. Throwing strikes, and especially with the off-speed stuff. That was a fun outing to watch.
Craig Albernaz, I'm getting used to listening to him, and I like that. The accent's fun. I'll be talking about Trevor Rogers, and Trevor Rogers went 9-3 with a 1.81 ERA last year, a WHIP under 1, and we've spent a lot of time saying, well, Trevor Rogers, he's not going to be that guy this year, and so far this spring, Trevor Rogers has looked like that guy in its spring training outings, but 5 innings, just 2 hits, no walks, 6 strikeouts. Well, Bone, what if Trevor Rogers is the guy that he was a year ago? What if everything has been figured out and now all of a sudden he's the guy we saw last year?
then the Orioles have the 2026 Cy Young winner. Like, his numbers, if you extrapolate that over 162 games, he's a runaway for the Cy Young with a 1.81 ERA. Like, that's the stud that you're going to want in game one of a playoff series where, hey, what Corbin Burns did for the Birds, even though that game didn't end up well for them in game one of the wild card series.
He didn't do anything wrong.
No, he went 8 innings, gave up 1 earned run. Like, that's what you would expect out of Rodgers. And look at the month of August for him. 8 inning, 1 earned, 6 inning, 1 earned, 7 inning, 1 earned, 7 inning, 1 earned, 7 inning. Like, it was so damn consistent. And this isn't a flamethrower of a pitcher. This guy's topping out at 93, 94 miles per hour. His numbers with runners in scoring position, Ken, 129 batting average, 334 OPS. Trevor Rodgers was an absolute stud for the Orioles last year. And if he's anywhere close to what he was in 2025 this year, like, that's going to significantly propel this team.
So, Beltway, Ben, you look at this stuff with a different eye because also you look at it from a gambling perspective. Like, if Trevor Rodgers is who he was a year ago, how do you adjust your expectations for the Baltimore Orioles?
Well, it's interesting because it changes everything. It makes the offseason. And again, it would complement the Bassett addition as being able to rely on Bassett is not much. If Trevor Rodgers is anything close to it and health availability is big, if he's there, this is a playoff team. I truly believe that because you still need Bradish to be Bradish. You need Boz to live up. Boz is a little bit more of a piece. Like, to be quite honest with you, what I've seen, and again, I'm going to get to it more and around the Beltway, how much should we value spring training performance and stats and those things? But I do think Trevor Rodgers is more like he was down the stretch last year compared to when they first traded for him and first added him. I do think it's going to be, a sub 3.2 ERA, a dominant pitcher, a guy who's going to give you 6 or 7 innings. If he can be that, and I quite honestly think they're a playoff team. I think they're definitely a playoff team. The issue is you can be dominant during the regular season. We have no clue what we're going to see in the playoffs from
you're
him.
right.
As for most of the guys, right? I know Bradish in the outing we saw was dominant. Bassett can give you something well, but like for most of these guys, playoff baseball is so different from regular season baseball. For pitchers, we see a lot of really, really good young pitchers in their first playoff run or their second playoff run get hit pretty hard. And again, it'll just be interesting to see how that kind of changes for Rodgers.
What I'm very interested in seeing with Trevor Rodgers is the last start that we saw. He did get roughed up in New York. He went 3 innings, gave up 6 earned runs. But we know the mental health struggles that Trevor Rodgers has had, and that played a significant role in his downturn of his career, where he was an all-star in 2021, and then his career just hit a nosedive, and it looked like it was really on the edges. After he got sent down after the Orioles acquired him, but he was able to fight through that and kind of do a lot of mental work and get that part right. But what does he look like following a poor outing? Like, is that a situation where it could snowball for him? Does he have the mental fortitude at this point to get beyond that? Because there's going to be rough patches for everybody over 160. Remember Corbin Burns, he had a horrific month of August for the Orioles. A horrific month of August, and he, of course, was able to right the ship and had that great playoff game that we just talked about. What does Rodgers look like when he faces adversity this year? That's what I'm interested in seeing.
So just looking back at what you said, so Trevor Rodgers' last start of the year was not great.
Yeah.
Mental health is different for everybody, but that kind of lingered his whole offseason where it just sat with him, and you come to spring training and it's still eating at you. I am frankly impressed with how good he's looking so far in spring training, because he's obviously put that in the rear view, and he's looking like the guy that we saw most of last year.
Yeah, and Ben mentioned it, and we'll go around the Beltway with it, with spring training stats. Like, does it matter? I don't get too worked up about it, but for certain guys, it does matter. And I think Trevor Rogers fits in that bucket where you want him to head into the regular season feeling good about himself. And obviously he's not facing major league caliber players every single time he's going out there in Grapefruit League action. But it helps to instill confidence because he hears the noise. Like, there's doubters out there thinking, oh, it's just a flash in the pan. Like, he'll go back to being what he was. Like, fluke. It was just an 18-game fluke. Like, I'm sure he hears that noise, and he's going to want to shut up those critics.
I also think it's interesting the way the last season went, where he dominates against Boston, goes back down, comes back up, and we saw what happened in Boston, but you're not really expecting it. And then the Rays game is a complete blunder. But they keep him up, and he makes a start 5 days later and was good. And then we're like, all right, well, the Rays game's going to happen again. So we did somewhat deal with the adversity. And as Ken mentioned, we didn't see the blow-up again until his final start. But that one's tough. Facing the Yankees earlier, a week before, shutting them down to 1 hit or 2 hits, whatever it was, and then facing the Yankees again. We see that a lot of times with guys where you face a team twice. The first outing's either really good or really bad, and the other one's the opposite. But no, just like last year we were so like normal with him just being dominant and deadly. But like people do forget that there was that Rays start, and we were questioning what is going on.
And that Rays game that Ben's alluding to, that was, I mean, there were so many low points of last year. That was the 8-0 game. They were up 8. God. And they lost 12-8.
That was ugly.
And Trevor Rogers is staked to that big lead, and he went a whopping 2 1/3 innings. But that very next start, he threw 8 shutout against the Rangers.
I got to tell you, so I was in the building the night Yamamoto almost threw the no-hitter. Rogers started for the Orioles. I was impressed with him that night because he didn't have his best stuff. He gave up
like 8 hits.
8 hits. Yeah, only gave up 2 runs. Like, he was able to get out of jams. And sometimes pitchers, for me, when you feel like you know they're a dude, is when they don't have their best stuff, and yet they prevent the team from being able to capitalize on that.
1,000%. That's what I always say. I literally point to that game every time, where that was the time for me in the year where it's like, all right, this is not a joke. This is not a blip. When you have a guy who doesn't have their stuff, but they're still able to get outs. And like, that's a Dodgers team. Their struggles came from the bullpen. I know Freddie didn't have the year they won, and Mookie Betts, whatever. But the Dodgers, when they feel a pitcher starting to slip, they drown them. And they hurt them, and they get to the bullpen early. But Rogers, giving up the 8 hits, still was able to get you into the 6th inning and be just competitive enough for them to win that game.
Orioles spring training baseball. If you're just tuning in, it looks like everything's okay with Sam Basayo, who's actually on the field back at Sarasota earlier today in catcher's gear. Sounds like he might have been cramping, but he's good. Craig Albernaz and Basayo both said they expect him to play this weekend. They lead the Pirates 1-0 in the 6th inning. Big story here, Shane Baz, his spring debut. 2 1/3, no hits, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. Hit, 98 on the gun, was sitting at around 97. We didn't get to see it, but it seems like he was very impressive.
There's a lot of upside to this starting rotation. Now, are all of these guys going to realize that upside? No, but the potential really intrigues me there. You can poke holes in them, but gosh, I could also give you scenarios where this starting rotation, like Mike Elias said, it could be a strength.
8 swing and miss for Shane Baz, Beltway Ben.
He's the real deal. Maybe I shouldn't be buying in like I do sometimes, but I think the Orioles' top 3 is going to be a wagon.
Orioles and Pirates, again, we'll keep you updated on that. 1-0 Orioles, that game in the 6th inning. Coming up next, though, we spent a lot of time talking about Gunnar and Adley and Pete Alonso and even some Colton Cowser. By the way, Colton Cowser, I don't want to get too far off base, but Colton Cowser in this game today, he's 1 for 3 with a strikeout. He's also got a stolen base. He's been caught stealing, and he was picked off. Like
he hit baseball bingo.
Yeah,
he hit baseball bingo.
That's wild. But what about Taylor Ward? What are our expectations? He was like their first big move of the offseason. Our expectations for Taylor Ward. We'll give them to you next here on The Fan.
On demand, online, on your way to wherever you're going. The free Odyssey app is loaded with opinions, analysis, podcasts, and moments that matter most from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Con Knippel, Charlotte Hornets guard, has reached the most threes made by a rookie in only 59 games. This season, the Rookie of the Year debate comes down to two players, Knippel and Cooper Flagg from Dallas. Knippel is really pushing Cooper for the honor. Last night, scored 28 points while hitting 8 threes. Watch out for Knippel for Rookie of the Year. I'm Chris Black.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 10 million people without destroying your credit. They can reduce your interest rates, lower your total payments up to 50% to get you out of debt fast. For a free consultation, call Consolidated Credit now. The program works.
Call 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298.
Consolidated Credit Solutions Incorporated, 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Kansas CSO 0019051. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 892. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation Commission, license number DC83. Service may adversely affect the individual's credit. Non-payment of debts may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action. Actual interest rates, length of program, and monthly payment reductions will vary by consumer and creditor. Yours could be higher or lower. Not a loan company. We do not lend money.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Celebrate President's Day savings all month long at Bob Bell. Drive home the car you want today at Bob Bell Chevrolet Bel Air, Bob Bell Chevrolet Baltimore, Bob Bell Ford, Bob Bell Hyundai, Bob Bell Nissan, and Bob Bell Kia. Plus, tons of quality used cars ready to roll. Easy buying, trusted service. We go the extra mile so every visit is a great one. For value, selection, and service, we're Affordabell. Ha ha! Come see us or shop BobBell.com.
Baltimore weather. This afternoon, sunny 50s. Tonight, clear 40s.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand, call Call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 10 million people without destroying your credit. They can reduce your interest rates, lower your total payments up to 50% to get you out of debt fast. For a free consultation, call Consolidated Credit now. The program works.
Call 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298.
Consolidated Credit Solutions Incorporated, 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Kansas CSO 0019051. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 892. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation Commission, license number DC83. Service may adversely affect the individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action. Actual interest rates, length of program, and monthly payment reductions will vary by consumer and creditor. Yours could be higher or lower. Not a loan company. We do not lend money.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Yeah, this reaction was, we're excited for it. Just on the Taylor Ward side alone, to have someone that impact that to bring in. But the biggest thing with me with Taylor is that he plays every day. You know, I think having a steady presence out there and someone that posts every day is a big asset for us. But then also on the flip side, you lose someone like Grayson, where me personally, I haven't had a relationship with him, but knowing the name and then obviously speaking to him after he got traded, you know, like obviously that's a blow for us, but also it's a great experience and a great, I would say when someone gets traded, like that means the other team really wants you. So for him to have that, it's really cool.
So that's Albie talking about Taylor Ward. Mentioned Grayson Rodriguez as well, and we've talked about this a lot. When they made this trade, they're saying they think Grayson Rodriguez's arm is shot. Now, they've been wrong before, and as Beltway Ben was saying in my ear, and I know Grayson looked good earlier this spring. There were reports that he was throwing hard. What'd you say? He's hit 99 on the gun for the
98.6, I think.
Yeah, so, round up, that's 99. We'll see what Grayson Rodriguez does. And if the Orioles are proven wrong trading a guy that had top of the rotation stuff for 1 year, Taylor Ward, Taylor Ward's a fascinating guy to me. Number one, I think he's going to be an ABS wonder because he's got this discernible eye, and he's one of those guys that's very patient, though he strikes out a lot and strikes out looking a lot. And those strikeouts might become longer at bats that turn into hits because he's so discernible. This spring, it's limited. He's already 3 for 8, and he's walked 4 times. So what are your expectations for Taylor Ward?
I expect Taylor Ward to have a big impact in this lineup. Look, they needed another power bat in the outfield, and that's what Taylor Ward is. You can go back over the past 4 seasons. His average is 783 OPS, averaging 24.5 home runs. He doesn't chase. He's been consistently in the 90th percentile or better in terms of chase percentage, and his walk rate strong, 82nd percentile in walk percentage. It's also good. The vast majority of the Orioles' young core, it's lefties. They needed to add some righties into this lineup, and that's what Pete Alonso is. That, of course, is what Taylor Ward is, and another veteran that hits the post. Played 157 games last year. And I thought Matt Wyrick brought up an interesting idea where he, of course, covers the O's for the Baltimore Sun, and he joined us yesterday, and I asked him about Gunnar Henderson leading off. And he brought up the possibility of, could we sort of see a platoon at the leadoff position? Because Taylor Ward, he's got the most amount of plate appearances batting leadoff in his career compared to any other spot. Now, last year, it was a lot less. He only led off 22 games for the Angels last year, but he crushed left-handed pitching. He had a 918 OPS, and considering his strong batter's eye, it's an interesting thought.
I am fascinated by this whole Taylor Ward thing. Like, coming off a year where he hit over 30 home runs, drove in 100 runs, and is 790 plus OPS. I do think that makes a lot of sense for him to lead off against left-handed pitching. I do, and the patience at the plate too, the little things, like it allows the guys, like the guy on deck, to see the pitcher a little more. He's an incredibly patient hitter. But Beltway Ben, we spent time yesterday talking about the ABS. I am fascinated. I don't know about you. I'm fascinated by him in particular with ABS.
Yeah, and he's only been in one spot, but he is more of the vet. He's been around the league. He definitely has a better understanding of the zone than probably anybody else in this line. Well, Pete Alonso, but he understands it. I would definitely be in on him as the leadoff against lefties, and he'll be in the lineup against righties as well. But in terms of just moving the lineup around, because we all want to get away from the platoon, but you know that there's going to be one with Beavers with what we heard. But like Beavers in the leadoff spot against righties, if he can hold up the way he was down the stretch, and Ward against lefties, I'd have no issue with that.
So you're not in on Gunnar leading off?
I've wanted them to move him back.
Yeah.
But
so you want him to lead off every day? Taylor Ward.
No, I want Beavers long as he holds up.
Okay.
Beavers, if he doesn't, you could go Gunnar. I do like the maximum number of at-bats with Gunnar there, but I just feel like with this lineup, the situation, but now that you have some pop, it is an interesting conversation, but Gunnar just, to me, feels like a little bit less. Like you look around the league at some of the teams that have some success, they need a true leadoff, a guy that isn't hitting as many home runs maybe, but just getting on base, way more value on base. A guy's going to take second, and Gunnar can run a little bit, but somebody who's like more of a true leadoff hitter. We saw with Albie Kwan. I mean, Kwan is, and the advanced baseball nerds hate him because he doesn't do what their new algorithms love, but like he gets on base, he steals, he's fast, he works plate appearances. I don't know. I just want them to get more to the vintage leadoff hitter that some of these other good teams have compared to, what they've been doing.
It's an interesting topic, and Gunnar had a ton of success leading off in 2024. And Beavers, I would love to be in that situation where you have that possibility with him. I don't expect them to be putting him in leadoff like early on in the season. I think they're going to want to see him get some momentum going, but assuming he starts the season strong, that on-base percentage is still up, we know that he's an athletic guy that could run, I think that would be a best-case scenario.
I'm going to hit you with something. If I set the over-under on combined homers by Pete Alonso and Taylor Ward at 75.5, are you going over or under?
I'm going over.
Beltway Ben, 75.5.
It's a pretty big number.
It's a big number.
And you got the injury potential.
Both of them hit the post.
They do hit the post, both. Ward last year. Pete always does. I think Pete hits 45, so I would say over.
Yeah, that's a number that like sort of I think they go over. I do. It is a big number, but I like Ben. I think Pete's putting up a big number.
I just think both of these guys are motivated for different reasons, right? Pete got the massive contract, and he is going to want to play with his hair on fire. And Taylor Ward, he's playing for that contract this year. So they're both going to want to have great years.
Not that the Orioles like to do these things, but if Taylor Ward's having a good year, why not give him an extended for a couple years?
It's a novel concept.
Something like I don't know that Ward's breaking the bank. He's not that young.
But if he looks like a good fit and they're winning and he's playing well,
2 or 3 year deal.
Yeah,
I agree.
And that's what some organizations do that sometimes, And maybe the Orioles, we talk about them changing their spots a little bit.
Season deal, yeah.
And you also get another guy that he's got some roster certainty moving forward.
And he can catch. He used to catch.
And plus, not just for Taylor Ward, but for anyone that's an impending free agent, it's a weird offseason to go into, man. With the CBA expiring in December, they might be more willing to do a tack on, 1 or 2 years.
Coming up next, we get back to football. This is the time of the combine where the workouts are going on, and some people are super into that, but most people, like the people that cover the teams, are more interested in what the coaches have to say, what the GMs have to say earlier in the week. And I thought it'd be interesting to hear from a couple guys old friends of ours that are no longer here with the Ravens. So how about we hear from Todd Monken and John Harbaugh, who spoke earlier this week. What did they have to say? We'll hear from them next.
Faniversary is back. Saturday, April 4th, starting at 1 p.m. at our new location, Barrel House Live in Falston. Join the fans, hosts, and special guests along with food and fun. We'll even buy your first 2 beers, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Meet your favorite fan personalities. Ask questions. Get uncensored answers. Know Your Show returns with a chance to win concert tickets. Faniversary. Celebrating 17 years of sports talk in Baltimore. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston from 1 till 4. Tickets $25 on sale now at 1057thefan.com.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like Customizing car insurance just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
In some cases, hip and knee pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your hips and knees well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our hip and knee specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Big banks know your account number, but at Security Plus Federal Credit Union, we know your name. We're Baltimore's credit union, proudly offering better rates, better service, and better banking. Whether you're saving for your future, buying your first home, or just tired of being treated like a number, Security Plus is here for you. We're not for profit and built to serve our members, not corporate shareholders. Join a community that puts you first. Visit securityplusfcu.org and discover why local banking is simply better.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Tickets are on sale now for 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary, happening Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston from 1 to 4 p.m. Enjoy light fare and 2 free non-alcoholic drinks or beer or glasses of wine. A cash bar will also be available. All your favorite fan personalities will be on hand answering your questions and hosting Know Your Show, giving you a chance to win concert tickets. Visit 1057thefan.com for more details and to purchase tickets to this all-ages event.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Jackson Holiday suffered a broken hamate bone in his right hand 3 weeks ago. Manager Craig Albernaz recently provided an update on his young second baseman.
He's been in the cage, being around the boys, messing around. I think he stood in and off the jack and stuff like that. But no, he has not started swinging, as far as I understand.
The Cowboys have placed the franchise tag on George Pickens, which will pay him $28 million this season. Pickens finished third in the NFL in receiving yards with over 1,400 yards to go along with 9 touchdowns in 2025. The two sides have until July 15th to sign a long-term contract. Maryland is looking for payback when they host Rutgers this weekend. The Scarlet Knights beat the Terps 68-57 when they last played 12 days ago. You can catch all of the action on the Fan beginning with pregame coverage Sunday morning at 11. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 33. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 59. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalese. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
In fact, for my birthday, I got this package. I thought it was for my wife. It's like this package, and opens it up. It's like this porcelain, like horse head. And it's from Shadur. He sent me a gift on my birthday. And I asked him, I said, what was the meaning? He said, well, I just really liked it. I said, I got myself one. I said, well, great.
Monk. talking at the Combine. I guess Shedeur, it's you guys. You're young, so have you ever seen The Godfather?
I was about to bring that up, yeah, because remember Movie Club, we watched it. I thought of The Godfather with the horse head in the bed.
Yes, yeah. Which is immediately where my mind went when Shedeur gets him a horse head, and he's like, there's no meaning to it. He just liked it, so he got it for Monk.
Todd Monken, we would play him every week with Monkey Business, but he only talked one day a week. Now Monk is going to be talking, was it 4 times, 5 times a week? I think there's going to be quite a few viral quotes from Todd Monken this upcoming season for sure. And we know that Shedeur Sanders, he's not exactly an introverted guy either. So it'll be an interesting combination.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to hear from Monk this season, but Monk never gets old for me. So let's hear more. Monk, Todd Monken, head coach of the Cleveland Browns. Let's give him his due respect.
Still got to get used to that.
Yeah. What stands out to him about Shedeur Sanders?
I think what you see is elite playmaking ability. That's in him. You've seen it. We've seen it. You saw it in college. You saw it on tape last year. Sure, there's a ways to go, but what rookie isn't? I mean, what first-year player doesn't have a long way to go? So I'm excited to get started with him and all of our quarterbacks and all of our players.
I hear Monk and I believe him, and Monk's not one to BS too much. I just wonder if the Browns' Week 1 starting quarterback is in the building yet.
I don't see it being Watson. I know that Andrew Berry, their GM, brought up that possibility. It's an open competition between Shedeur and Watson. I don't see it being Watson. I think Shedeur is going to get some run. I'm not high on Shedeur Sanders. Heck, we all were pretty much hate watching that Browns-Steelers game.
Oh, that was fun.
And
once Fanning got hurt on the touchdown, he had nobody to throw to.
They went right down the field, scored that touchdown, and then Shedeur's playing like 3 flies, throwing an interception up for grabs across his body.
Should have had a pick six that was dropped.
Yeah, you're like, what is happening? Now, there were some brights. I remember that first start against the Raiders where he had that crazy throw where he's rolling right and hitting a receiver for a near touchdown, got down to the 2 or 3 yard line. Takes a lot of sacks, man. I just feel like he's not
fleet of foot.
No, he isn't. And I think the pocket presence, pocket awareness is severely lacking.
Beltway Ben, if you were a betting man, and you are, is the Cleveland Browns Week 1 starting quarterback on their roster right now?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I do
either.
like the way Todd's talking Shedeur up. I think he's going to give him a real opportunity. But in another quote, Todd was talking about he would anticipate them bringing in a more proven guy that's already that will be a free agent.
Well, let's hear from Todd Monken. You know what? Do you have that one? Do you want to? Because you just alluded to it. Sorry to put you out. Let's hear Todd Monken if you'd like to have a proven quarterback in free agency.
I wouldn't say it's important to, but we're going to do our due diligence to make sure that our roster, that we put ourselves in the best position we can to score points, which starts with that position.
Kyler Murray, Kirk Cousins,
Malik Willis,
free
agent. Now I saw some reports that
he's going to get $40 million a year,
which is a serious gamble for a guy with not a huge track record at all. Now, he played really well for the Packers last year.
Lit up the Ravens.
Absolutely torched the Ravens until having to leave that game on a non-contact shoulder injury. But
threw so much, he threw his shoulder out.
I think what's difficult for Cleveland is the Watson contract. You already have so much of a sunk cost in Deshaun Watson. Now, of course, you can formulate a contract with void years and make it a low cap hit for year one. But I think you got to take a chance on someone. This quarterback draft class isn't that good. So I don't see that being the route.
Cut 21. Monk talks about his former boss and almost his still boss, if he didn't get the Browns job, John Harbaugh.
He's got a gift for confronting anything that gets in the way of winning football without being confrontational. He just does. It's unique. He doesn't let it, linger. He'll come right down the hall and say, this isn't good enough. What can we do to change it? Where are we at? And the other thing is the offseason's no joke. John It's football every day, man. It is. How are we going to get better? Every year I was with the Ravens, it was offense 2.0, offense 3.0. What are we going to do to improve? Take advantage of our players' skill set. So he's nonstop. He's about winning football.
Let's make it clear. If Todd Monken doesn't get the Browns job, he's Harbaugh's offensive coordinator in New York, and they're still together, which is funny because if John Harbaugh was still here in Baltimore, part of the process of that happening would be he had to fire Monken or.
Yeah, and Harbs tried to talk Monk out of taking the job, which is pretty funny. But look, things ended poorly here for John Harbaugh, but the Ravens had the fourth most wins in the NFL since 2008. Yeah. So John Harbaugh had to do a few things right.
Let's hear from John Harbaugh, who obviously met with the media at the Combine as head coach of the Giants. And it's an interesting time because he's still looking back to his time with the Ravens. And he was asked if his definition of play like a Raven has evolved.
I would say it has evolved. You know, it should evolve, right? The principles of what it is, the hardcore truths of what it means haven't changed one bit. You know, those things are all exactly the same. The methods that are involved, the way we operate, how we've done things, what we value sometimes, how we approach different problems and things like that definitely evolves, you know. And then you operate differently, not just like over time, but like in circumstances. You know, that you got to treat circumstances how you find them. You guys know the challenges you've had. You guys lived them with us. And you saw us walk through those things, and you were a part of that too. And the people that you're dealing with, right? Because everybody's a little bit different. You know, everybody comes from a different place, trying to operate in all those types of circumstances and people and situations in a way that's effective. So that's always evolving, yeah.
That question was asked by Hall of Famer Jonas Shaffer.
John evolved. He brought play like a Raven here in 2008 when he came to Baltimore. Yeah. And he was a much different coach then than he was at the end in 2025 in Baltimore, where the Ravens brought him in to sort of be this drill sergeant after Brian Billick lost the locker room. And he clashed with all the veterans, and that's very well documented. And I thought it was interesting hearing Jimmy Smith a few years back talk about how John sort of morphed into more of a player's coach. So if you're lasting 18 years in one place in the NFL, or quite frankly, anywhere in sports, you got to evolve to survive.
Absolutely. More from Harbs. Does this Cut 23 Combine feel different than usual with him being with the Giants now?
Definitely a different color pattern, no doubt about it. You know, that's been good. I've kind of enjoyed that, appreciate that. I was going to take this off. You know, you can see the logo a little better, right? You know, that's a good thing. So it's exciting. You know, it's fun. I really I feel energized. Always do. Whenever you come to Indy, you feel energized. I mean, you get a chance to get around. You see the players. You have the interviews. You see the coaches. You see the GMs. You kind of size up your competition. I mean, let's be honest. You know, it's competitive. You know, and you get a chance to kind of take a look at who's doing what and how they're trying to do it. So that never changes. The fact that it's with the Giants now instead of the Ravens is what it is. You know, and I'm excited about it. I mean, I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to represent the New York Giants, and we're just really going to work, and that's really what we're doing.
Bone, I know you've confided in me off the air. You're really going to miss Good Mood Harbs.
Oh, yeah.
Good Mood Harbs is...
This is Chipper Harbs now. Wait till week 4 when they're heading to Philadelphia, and...
Next question. Wait till the injury report.
He's got a hair up, you know what, and the injury report BS. I'm glad that part of Harbs is gone, where it's just wait till the injury.
Handling Jackson Dart is going to be so fun to listen.
John, the injury report comes out in 90 minutes. Just how about you just tell us? Because what advantage are you getting?
Hey, that's 90 minutes that he knows, but they don't know.
Oh man, do you think Jesse Mentor is going to play the Jedi mind games that Harbs did? He does.
He spent all his time with a Harbaugh essentially.
He did
probably. I don't know that he'll handle it verbally the same way, but
I can't imagine.
He might be more verbal bouquets, but still similar. Like maybe he'll go with the. I don't know that we've completely decided yet. So you'll
Do you
find
think
out.
we'll get the good question, Ken, or
He
good
says
question,
a lot of good.
Jeff?
He says a lot of good questions.
He does
the good question thing. Let's hear one more from Harbs, and it's not Jesse Minter, but the Ravens are hoping that Jesse Minter is Mike McDonald 2.0, former defensive coordinator for your Baltimore Ravens, and Harbs says he's happy for Mike McDonald.
Yeah, Mike's amazing, and to see that happen for them, the type of team they built, I guess probably more than anything, is really kind of studying the type of team that they built. He and Leslie Frazier, as partners on that process. Jay Harbaugh, a part of that too. Seeing the team that they've built is reflective, I would say, for sure, of the team that we want to build in New York.
Interesting. Looking at first of all, he talked about his nephew, Jay, who's Jim's kid, excuse me.
Special teams coordinator.
Yeah, and Leslie Frazier, who we've spent a lot of time talking about.
And he was in Baltimore with John for a little bit.
It is amazing, that Harbaugh trade.
It is. Yeah, interesting comments.
And the team they
there.
built.
Yeah, he mentioned it 3 times in that quote about how they built, and that's how we want to build our team in New York. And John's the de facto GM there, so now he has the opportunity to do that.
CEO Harbs.
Yes, total CEO.
Joe Shane, for his part, said, I'm still the GM.
Oh, yeah, sure you are.
Yeah, I still got that title.
It's like The Office, assistant to the GM.
Yes. Yeah, he's Dwight Schrute now.
He is the Dwight Schrute. Probably not as funny.
Coming up next, by the way, we get really busy guest-wise starting at 3:30. Harold Reynolds from MLB Network is going to join us. Jeff Rebeck at 4. Aloysius at 5, Andy Koska 5:30. But coming up next, we've been looking this week with the draft coming up, and this is a very pivotal draft for Eric DeCosta and the Ravens. Well, we've been looking back at prior drafts, guys that still are having an effect on this team. So how about 2023? How does that draft look in hindsight? Well, we're going to tell you next here on The Fan.
With the free Odyssey app, you can rewind to specific moments from all our shows.
Over and over and over. Over and over and over.
Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or darkcarstoyotabaltimore.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-494-7807. 800-494-7807. 800-494-7807.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalase. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Third and one. Fake to Henry Jackson. Shot downfield. Zay Flowers again. Zay Flowers inside the 20. He's going to go. There is a flag on the far side of the field.
Like, if you look back at my college film, like that's all I was doing, running deep balls, having deep shots, and it slowed down a little bit at the Ravens my first year because we had a great team overall, and we to throw that many to have explosive plays. So I'm looking forward to getting that back. It's like feeling like college again, deep ball after deep ball, scoring touchdowns. So I'm looking forward to it.
So you heard the highlight. That was the Week 18 game against the Steelers where Zay Flowers went off in the second half, had 2 long touchdown catches. They lose. Obviously, Tyler Luke misses the field goal. And then Zay Flowers with us earlier this week. And when he started talking again, I raised my eyebrows at the time, and then I guess we have so much going on, I forgot about it. But he's like, hey, you should look at my college tape. I caught a lot of deep balls in college, and it didn't happen really early in my career, but I want to get back to that. And Zay Flowers, when you look at the 2023 draft, Zay Flowers is a home run pick.
Oh, yeah.
He's a 2-time Pro Bowler, and he's probably going to get an extension with the Ravens. Beyond Zay,
yeah, not much
Trenton
else.
Simpson is hanging on for a job. Tavius Robinson's a nice player. I'm old enough to remember when I said Caillou Blue Kelly would be a player, and he didn't
Big A. Remember Big A? Salah.
Oh man, that was not fun. Andrew Voorhees. Yeah, it's not a lot of there.
Yeah, I'd say 2019. Eric DeCosta's first draft class is probably his worst draft class. I think this is probably the second worst. It's Zay. I'll give you Robinson. I'll give you Tavius Robinson.
Yeah, he's a
nice player. Not spectacular, but he's a nice player. But outside of that, yeah. And what's interesting about this draft, Ken, we've heard Eric talk repeatedly since being GM how he loves picks. He wants as many picks as possible because that gives you the most opportunity to succeed. Well, this draft class, they only had 6 picks because they didn't have the second round pick because that's when they traded for Roquan Smith, where they gave up the second round pick and I believe one of their 5th round picks as well.
I think you're right.
For Roquan. So Zay's a home run.
Remember, he talked about how he hated sitting all that time.
Exactly. In the second round, he didn't want to do that again.
Yeah.
Well, Zay Flowers is an ascending player, and Zay is someone that hopefully Eric DeCosta can lock up to a long-term extension this offseason because he's really, really good. You've seen the receiving yards go up. You've seen so many metrics for him, yards per target, catch percentage, receiving percentage. He tied a career high in touchdowns. That is absolutely a home run of a pick. Trenton Simpson, I think we had high hopes. I remember being in Ocean City with Bobby D saying, Patrick Queen, whatever. Like, he's going to be way better than Patrick Queen. And he had a great training camp. He had a great preseason. And that final game of the regular season, the year prior, Queen's last year, remember against the Steelers, he was all over the football field. You got all excited, and he just hasn't delivered.
He might develop a niche as a situational pass rusher, but I think the idea of him being a starter, being a starter at inside linebacker, I don't know if that's him.
He can maybe have a role on your team, but I just don't know if he's a starter. And Tavius Robinson, solid player, a type of player that every team needs. Kind of that.
He's like you. He's a glue guy.
He's a glue guy. He's a hard-nosed guy. He's not going to be racking up a ton of stats, but he's a useful football player. And he had that injury and missed several games this past year, and you felt that loss, especially considering how thin they were at edge. But he had 4.5 sacks this past year, 10 quarterback hits, and obviously this whole draft class entering contract years.
I want to go off script a little here, because when you talk about Eric's worst draft, doesn't 2021 have to factor in, because they had 2 first-round picks, and neither one of them has turned into a real player for them. They traded away, and Bateman has had 1 year, and I'm not convinced he's going to be here when the season begins. Obviously, they traded a 2. That was the Hollywood Brown trade, so they didn't have their 2. They had 2 threes, Ben Cleveland and Brandon Stevens. Now, Stevens
had 1 year.
For a minute.
He had 1 good year.
We couldn't wait for him to leave. There's nothing. Tylen Wallace, a nice special teams player, but there's nothing else.
Well, I think in terms of, I'm with you, it's not like that's a grand slam.
And you had 2 1s.
We're gonna finish our draft reviews on Monday with 2022, which was Eric's best draft by far and away.
Yeah.
That started with Kyle Hamilton,
Yes.
Tyler Linderbaum, and Travis Jones was
David
in that.
Ajabo.
Travis Jones was in that draft as well. 21, I feel like you at least got some juice out of that lemon. Like Rashad Bateman at least had a really good year.
Had a really good year.
Oweh had a double-digit sack
he did.
year. You're not getting the longevity from those guys.
Neither guy. Well, Bateman got a second contract, but it's with an asterisk.
Yeah.
You had 2 first-round picks, and neither guy got a real extension.
I would still...
That's the thing. You get a first-round pick.
Yeah.
Neither guy got a real extension.
It's tough. I think as a whole, they got more out of 21 than they got out of 23 thus far. But Zay, obviously, is by far and away the best player out of both those
Zay
drafts.
Flowers is going to get a real extension.
Oh, he's going to be making money. He's going to be making real money. Absolutely.
Like, Zay Flowers probably is going to make $20+ million a year.
I think he's going to fly by that.
Yeah, so
25 maybe.
Yeah,
I think he'll fly, maybe even more.
Again, a reminder: he was second in the AFC in receiving yards a year ago.
And then the final pick of 23, finishing it out, was Andrew Voorhees, and that was one of those medical gambles.
They stole him because he got hurt at the combine.
Eric's been into, and he blew out his knee at the combine.
Still lifted. He's
a depth guy. He can't be starting for them next year. He could be one of those 6-man interior, at least, at the guard position, but he can't be a starter for them next year.
No, they need 2 new guards.
Yeah.
Like, we bought into Voorhees, and remember, he was supposed to be the starter the year before last. He gets hurt. Macari takes over, keeps the job the whole year, and then it was okay. Well, this year Macari's gone. We let him go because now Voorhees is ready to take the job.
Fool me once.
As bad as Faalele was, Voorhees was almost as bad.
I completely agree with you. And Faalele, like Ravens Twitter, just loves beating up and calling him 77 and all of that. But you're right. Voorhees was just as bad, close to as bad.
Like, I'm signing one of those veteran guards that's
I've been bringing up Sumalo. If he hits the open market, I think that it would be exactly what Kevin Zeitler was. A guy in his 30s. He already got some money. You can weaken a division rival in the process. He's not going to break the bank. I think Isaac Sumalo would make a lot of sense.
Coming up next, we get back to baseball. And Harold Reynolds, does he think the Orioles did enough this offseason? He's from MLB Network, and he joins us next.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Love behind the wheel at Bob Bell Kia. Valentine's Day savings all month long. Get a sweet deal on one of 6 amazing models priced under $30K. No credit or challenge credit? No problem. Visit BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
Looking for your next home upgrade? Town Appliance in Owings Mills has you covered with the latest trends in kitchen, laundry, and outdoor appliances. Their chic, modern showroom off Reisterstown Road features over 70 trusted brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram,
program, and more. Whether you're remodeling or just refreshing your space, the expert team, especially Mayor, makes it easy from start to finish. Visit the beautiful showroom. Call, text 410-364-4400 or shop online with nationwide delivery at townappliance.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here. Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring. Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now. JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet. Just a couple things, huh? Maybe more than a couple.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, and Mike Bordick join the Fans team coverage of spring training in Sarasota. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for daily updates right to your phone. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
This year marks the first season MLB will have the automated ball strike challenge system. Each team will receive 2 challenges to start the game and will only lose a challenge if the umpire's call is confirmed. Manager Craig Albernaz wants his team to experiment with the system during Grapefruit League action.
Just empowering our players. We'll challenge whatever they want. We have no restrictions on that. We want them to play the game, and because the last thing we want is to overload their minds of when to challenge and when not to challenge. We just want them to play baseball.
Maryland is looking for payback when they host Rutgers this weekend. The Scarlet Knights beat the Terps 68-57 when they last played 12 days ago. You can catch all of the action on the Fan beginning with pregame coverage Sunday morning at 11. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 33. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 59. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I love that baseball season is back because we get to talk to smart people like Harold Reynolds from MLB Network. I want to remind you, MLB Network is airing live spring training games every day, including an upcoming Orioles game on March 9th, which will be available here to watch in Baltimore. You can also watch Harold on the Emmy Award-winning MLB Tonight throughout the season. Harold, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So the Orioles were very active this offseason, but do you feel they did enough?
You know, I was worried early on, when you made the trade to Grayson Rodriguez and you started making some moves, I was like, uh-oh. But, I think they've done enough so far. Obviously, the injury to Holiday is going to set them back a little bit, and Westberg as well. But I think overall, I got to tip my cap to Mike Elias. I start off worrying, and I feel pretty good right now as the season's going. And the Pete Alonso deal is that's over the top for me. That's a huge move.
Harold, I think the one move that a lot of people in Baltimore were hoping was a frontline starter, but someone that we talked about earlier on the show, Trevor Rogers, who was fantastic for them last year, pitching to an ERA below 2. It was only 18 starts. That being said, are you expecting him to be an upper echelon pitcher this year?
Yeah, I am. I mean, I was probably the only guy. I know I was the only guy on our network when the trade happened and he came over from the Marlins initially. I thought it was a good move. He did not pitch well after the trade deadline and went on, and then last year turned it around. I just thought from what he'd already done before in his career in Miami would translate easy. Obviously, he had some mechanical issues. He worked it out with the Orioles, and I think they got an ace. I just think he's big, strong, durable. This guy's 6'3", 230 pounds. He can 6'4", 6'5", I should say, and he throws a lot of innings. I think he's going to be a guy that can be a frontline starter.
Talking with Harold Reynolds' Inside Access here on The Fan. A guy that I'm very intrigued to see this year is Shane Baz, who made his spring training debut today. Struck out 4 2 1/3, had 8 swing and miss. Where are you on Baz? He's a guy I know a few years ago the Rays thought he might be a top of the rotation guy. Had the Tommy John. What do you think of Baz?
Electric stuff. Overpowering fastball, and he can pitch at the top of the zone. I think he goes after hitters' weaknesses really well. And I think we haven't seen the best of him. He's a guy very similar to so many pitchers in the major leagues that they just don't have that top-end experience yet, and he'll just get better with age. If he stays healthy, we always got to throw that in there with everybody. The pitchers throw so hard now, they get way more injuries. But I think he's got ability to be a number one type starter, but if you can slide him in at a 2 or a 3 right now, I think you're going to get great benefits from him. And I do like the fact that he's been in the AL East before. Mm-hmm. I think that plays a big part. I've watched guys go from the Central to the East, and it's just not the same. I mean, you look at the lineups in the American League East, and part of it's intimidation, and the other is comfort. And once you get past being intimidated with those deep lineups, then your talent shines forward. And I think that's a guy we're talking about in Baz.
Harold, one reason why the Orioles really underachieved last year is you saw a lot of their young players regress, and Adley Rutschman certainly fits that bill. But it's been a year and a half now since the second half of 2024. Adley Rutschman just hasn't been that good of a player. Can he regain that 2023 first half of 2024 form where he was an all-star catcher?
Well, I sound like Mr. Optimist today because I think so. I do. Look, here's what happens. A lot of times these guys play through injuries, and Adley played through injuries. And I know you want to be the macho guy and you want to get out there and you want to help your team, but what happens a lot of times, you don't get credited. And the next thing you know, you've had a bad run and you've been out there playing injured and people don't know it. Look at Ellie De La Cruz, for example. First half of the year last year, he has 19 home runs and nobody can talk about – I mean, he's in every conversation. Second half, he tries to play through an injury and plays every day, and his numbers were awful. And he dropped from, I think he's one of the best shortstops to – and I think that's what's happened with Adley. He's a guy that he handles the pitching staff great. Everybody's enthusiastic about him. He's got to learn at the big league level, too. Adjustments and struggle and all those things, and an injury hits in the middle of his adjustment time, and we buried him. So this is a big year. I got to see where he stands. I've known Adley for most of his life, so I'm a big Adley fan, but I am realistic, and I really believe that he's going to bounce back and turn this thing around.
Talking to MLB Network's Harold Reynolds, Inside Access here on the Fan. A guy that is very intriguing to us because you mentioned at the top they traded Grayson Rodriguez for Taylor Ward, and because of Pete Alonso and because of these Gunnar Hendersons and Adley Rutschman, we don't talk as much about Taylor Ward, but I'm super intrigued to see what he brings to this team. And I'm also fascinated with the new ABS stuff because he's so patient at the plate. I think he's going to be a fascinating case study with the ABS.
Yeah, it will. And yeah, he's going to be one of those guys. We were talking about this the other day. What guys do you sit there and say, all right, I'm going to trust his strike zone over the system? And Ward drops in that conversation. It was him, Soto, a couple other guys we were talking about. But, Taylor, again, here's a guy who he's played now, and he's backed his numbers up for a couple seasons. And I think he's going to be fantastic out here. That's a big ballpark he plays in Anaheim. And to put the numbers up he did out there, you're going to well, it was Oakland 2 years ago, last year Sacramento. But you're playing in big ballparks. Seattle, you're going there a number of times, Anaheim, and he's putting up big numbers. So I think putting him in the AL East and hopping into Baltimore in the summer, going to New York in the summertime, Fenway Park, he's a big pull hitter. I think his numbers are going to hold.
Harold, Gunnar Henderson, he dealt with injuries as well last year, the intercostal strain during spring training, and then shoulder impingement that really zapped him of his power. He hitches 17 home runs. Are you expecting a big bounce back for Gunnar? And also, would you like to see him back in the leadoff role this year?
Well, definitely while Holiday's out, I would not have a problem putting him back up there. I think Gunnar's going to bounce back. He's one of the best players in the league. And, again, it's almost like the tale of two stories with the Orioles. If they stay healthy and their guys get healthy, they'll play at the top of the division like they're supposed to. If they're not, they'll be down at the bottom. And that's what we saw last year. Gunner's a big part of that. Holiday's already injured. Hopefully he comes back. Adley's a big part of that conversation. You can go around the diamond, and they all have to be healthy. I'm not saying they got to have career years, but if they're healthy and play like they're capable of, I think the Orioles are going to be battling for the division title.
Well, that leads me to, Harold, this division seems like a gauntlet. Obviously, the Red Sox added some pitching. The Blue Jays were a couple outs away from winning the World Series. Yankees are running it back, a team that made the playoffs. We don't know what the Rays are going to be, but they always seem better. How do you stack this division right now?
It's the best in baseball. Most competitive, probably that spent the most money to fight the other teams off, and you better get off to a good start. It intrigues me with the Yankees because we're all talking about the Yankees coming back, but the start of the year, Cole and Rodon and most of their pitchers are still injured, and they don't come back till early May probably, something like that. So maybe end of April, 1st of May. But you can be out of it in this division. You have to get off to a fast start. The Red Sox are way improved, and that was the team last year that kind of played about 50-50, gave some people some wins. I think they're better. They're going to be more experienced. They're very young. And the Yankees have to hold on early, and then that's the team I think you're going to have the most trouble with of all the clubs. Toronto, I think losing Bichette, you got some question marks out there with guys that are going to move around. How will they really do? I think they step back a little bit, but not much. So I see this division 3-4 games separating probably three clubs at the top.
Harold, we're all really fired up for opening day, less than a month away, but we have been taking the temperature of all the national guys that we've been having on about the upcoming CBA expiring in December, and now you're seeing some reports of salary cap limits and salary cap floors out there. The Tony Clark debacle that happened last week. Do you think we're heading to a contentious lockout? And also, as a former player, do you have a happy medium where these two sides can meet in the middle, whether it's a salary cap, whether, I don't know what it could be?
Well, the human side of me says, I hope they can get this thing settled early. The baseball player in me says, buckle your seatbelts, enjoy the summer. It's going to be an amazing season. and nothing's going to get done to the 11th hour. And that's just where I think we're going to be. I don't think, as many others do, that it's going to be as long as a lockout, but I do think that there'll be some contentious time, but I don't think anything's going to get done this summer unless there's a miracle. And I hope it does, but I just don't see anything happening this summer. You hear a lot of reports like we're hearing now. You hear a lot of things. That's why I say fasten your seatbelt. Don't believe everything you're hearing. Everybody's jockeying. But at the end of the day, I don't see anything happening until after the World Series.
Harold, before we let you go, so Bone, my co-host, is young, and he don't know stuff. And I told him you led the league in stolen bases one year, and he was shocked to hear that. And I also told him you have a really funny story of Ricky Henderson calling you after you won the stolen base title. Could you please tell Tim that story?
All right, man, I'll give it to you straight. It's one of the greatest stories ever. Ricky Henderson always talked in the third person. Like I'm sitting here now talking to you guys, and we could be playing cards, and he'd go, Ricky got a sweet hand. Ricky got an ace, and he's always talking in third person. So I had known him for a little bit, but didn't really have a real close personal relationship with Ricky at this time. So I win the stolen base title. He'd been winning every year in the 80s. This is 1987 now. He's averaging 100, 110 stolen bases a season. So he gets injured in May. He's already got about 30 stolen bases in May, off to another 100 stolen base season. I get 30 at All-Star break, and then Willie Wilson and I are tied on the last day of the season. Ricky's been injured out all the rest of the year from May on. We each have 59. I steal a base. Willie does not. I win the stolen base title. I get home the next day. It was on the last day of the season. I get home the next day. My phone rings. This isn't no caller ID. It isn't cell phones, nothing like that. Pick up the phone on the cord. Hello? And he goes, Henderson here. I say, hey, what up, Rick? I'm figuring he's calling to congratulate me, right? He goes, 60 stolen bases? You ought to be ashamed. Ricky has 60 at the All-Star break. Click. And hung up the phone.
No way. You didn't even get a word in.
Oh, Harold. Yeah.
So, in my office here at MLB Network, he signed a poster when he got in the Hall of Fame. He was out here to the network after they do the whole thing, and he signed a poster. He brought a poster with him from Oakland, okay? Knew he was going to be at MLB Network, and he signs it. You know, stolen base champ, Ricky Henderson.
Harold Rose, that's awesome. Great. You're the best. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Look forward to talking to you again as the season gets going.
All right, go Orioles. It's going to be a fun year. I'll see you guys.
Yes, sir. Remind you that MLB Network is airing live spring training games every day, including an upcoming Orioles game on March 9th, which will be available here in Baltimore. You can also watch Harold on the Emmy Award-winning MLB Tonight throughout the season. We're going to talk Ravens with Jeff Zrebeck at the top of the hour. But coming up next, if you're not aware of this, and we haven't discussed in a couple days, Bone's having trouble with his Twitter. It's been a funny saga. He will update you on what's going on next here on The Fan.
On demand, online, on your way to wherever you're going. The free Odyssey app is loaded with opinions, analysis, podcasts, and moments that matter most from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It was reported yesterday the Colts have given Anthony Richardson permission to seek a trade. That's step one before a team releases a player. Out of Florida, Richardson had a lot of talent, but talk about the prospect was that he would need time to develop. Watch a smart team with a starter already pick up Richardson and see if they can develop him long term. I'm Chris Black.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard. Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brux Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to BruxNightGuard.com and enter the code BRUX91. That's BRUX91.
Stop your grinding with Brux Night Guard.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
It's the season for fresh starts, and your home can help you begin again. With a home equity loan from Security Plus Federal Credit Union, you take control of high-interest debt, fund renovations, or reach new financial goals. Rates as low as 5.5% APR. Start your journey toward peace of mind today. Visit securityplusfcu.org/home equity or stop by your local branch. Security Plus. Your goals, our guidance.
Hey, it's Mikey B from Beckley's RVs. If you went to the Maryland RV show and didn't make a decision, that's okay. RV shopping takes time, and the show doesn't have to be the final step. You can still browse RVs and see the same show pricing without feeling rushed, without feeling pressured, with a team that's here to help you when you're ready. That's how we do things here. That's the Beckley's difference. Fair, honest, trusted. Continue your search at Beckley'sRVs.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Baltimore weather tonight, clear, 40s, tomorrow, sunny and in the 60s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples has hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Stop your grinding with Brux Night Guard.
Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brux Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brux Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brux Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brux Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to BruxNightGuard.com and enter the code BRUX91. That's BRUX91.
Stop your grinding with Brux Night Guard.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
So if you follow The Bone on Twitter at Tim Barbalace, you may have noticed that he bought a Cadillac recently. And the crypto is working for him. Alas, that really wasn't you, correct?
No, it was not.
It was a great. I got a text from a buddy. It's like, tell Bone.
Nice wheels.
Yeah, nice wheels. Yeah.
No, I do not swim in those tax brackets
So
that
no
can
crypto?
afford the Cadillac. No crypto. I've never bought crypto in my life. So
don't you buy a little crypto for that TV thing?
Well, okay. That you did kind of checkmate me. I guess I do in
'Cause don't you have to pay?
exchange for, but whatever. We don't need to get into my illegal streaming services.
No, I did. Yeah.
No one's listening, right?
Yeah.
But here's my timeline for what happened for my Twitter. So this was a couple days ago, and I wake up in the morning. I get on Twitter because Twitter is super important for our jobs.
I'm on Twitter a lot.
We
I'm on it
follow
right now.
Yeah, we get a ton of sports news, a ton of great information, great stats. So I hop on Twitter every morning just to see what's going on. And I was logged out of my account, and I was thinking, oh, that's kind of weird. And I looked in my email, and it said that someone had changed the email address associated to my account. Now, I'm not going to give my email account out on this 50,000 watt station.
I would not either.
But they changed the domain name because I use a Gmail, and this is, I never even heard of this, suiemail.com. So SUIE mail.com, which is identified as a disposable or temporary email domain, often used to create short-lived throwaway email addresses for avoiding spam, bypassing registration restrictions, or creating temporary accounts. Here's the kicker. It's frequently used for and sometimes flagged for malicious activities, fake registrations, and bypassing verification processes. So I'm able to get back into my account.
Okay.
And I realized that I spammed all of the people that I am following about voting for me.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Which isn't me, about the ambassadorship.
Yeah, a Monday morning at around 4:32 a.m.
Which I am not up at 4:30 a.m.
And it's funny because obviously it wouldn't be this impersonal, but it just says, hey, I'm running for an ambassadorship position, and I truly appreciate your support. This role means a lot to me. It's funny because you've never told me about it before, and I'm excited to represent our community and make a real impact. If you believe in me, I'd be so grateful for your vote. Vote here. I did not click the vote here.
Yeah, and I hope no one clicked it. I got text messages from some people. I got some people who DM'd me saying like, oh, cool, man, you got my vote. And then I'm like, no, don't click the link. It was not me. This is phishing. This is fake. And then there were a couple more instances where I got that same email saying that my email address had changed associated to my account.
Yes.
So I probably changed my email, my password at least 3 or 4 times. I activated the 2-factor authentication.
Yes.
And somehow they still got in, which I no idea. And then that tweet happened, which I
stop using password as your password.
I should all in lowercase too. It's crazy they're able to figure that out. But then they tweeted out what Ken mentioned at the top, a picture and a video of a dealership with a Cadillac saying like, my hard work in crypto
you did well.
has paid off.
I'm proud of you. I thought it might be the ambassadorship.
I got some people tweeting at me saying like, oh, dude, congratulations. Like, no, dude, I'm still rocking my Mazda 3 that I bought from a Hertz back in June 2017.
Great decision.
After I graduated college. And then lo and behold, yesterday, I get this email from Twitter saying, hello, Tim Barbalace. Your account, Tim Barbalace, was detected by our systems and automatically suspended for violating Twitter rules, specifically for violating our rules against inauthentic accounts. So my account's never been suspended because I've never done anything stupid.
Until now.
But apparently, like, I can still see my timeline. So it says at the top of my timeline, your account suspended. After careful review, we determined that your account broke X roles. Your account is permanently in read-only mode, which means you can't post, repost, or like content. You won't be able to create new accounts. If you think we got this wrong, you can submit an appeal. So I submitted the appeal yesterday or 2 days ago saying, My account was hacked several times. I have changed my password several times. Two-factor authentication. Like, I've never been in violation of any of this stuff. Can I please have my account back? So I'm hoping by the time we're on air.
Nicely.
Yeah, I did ask nicely.
Did you tell him about your ambassadorship?
I did not tell him about the ambassadorship. I did not mention the Cadillac. I didn't mention any of that. So I'm hoping by the time our show starts Monday at 2, I will be back into my Twitter account and we'll have an update. But I've been in the dark.
It's quite a saga.
It sucks. Like, have you ever been hacked or even like credit cards or any?
Yes. I have been hacked, not credit cards, but like my Twitter years ago was hacked.
Really?
Yeah, but I was able to get.
Were you suspended?
No, because I got it fixed really quick.
Okay.
I think my Facebook was hacked once years ago, but not going whatever. I
had a credit card. This is when I was in college. I had like a college credit card with like no credit limit. It was like $500 or something, nothing. And someone went to the Towson Giant and maxed that thing out. Ooh. And I was like, no, that was not me. I also got hacked. I don't even think I told you guys this story. FanDuel, my account, I got like banned for a while, but got back in. Someone got my account information, deposited like all this money into my account, and then I guess we're withdrawing it or whatever. I got the money back, but it happened like a couple times, and FanDuel's like, no, dude, like you're done. Like, you're done. And I have since gotten back into my FanDuel account, so maybe this is a me problem.
I think it's a you thing. Coming up next, we get back to the Ravens. Are the Ravens really going to sign Tyler Linderbaum to a market-setting deal? We'll ask Jeff Zrebeck from The Athletic next here on The Fan.
With the free Odyssey app, you can rewind to specific moments from all our shows.
Over and over and over. Over and over and over.
Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call my friends at Valor Roofing right now and get 50% off materials, plus pay no interest until 2027. Saving you big. Don't wait, folks. Call 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com and tell them Rob Long sent you.
High five. Up top.
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guarantee rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
It's Valentine's Day all month long at Bob Bell. Love your drive. Shop an incredible selection of new Ford, Hyundai, Nissan, Kia, and Chevrolet vehicles, plus a huge lineup of quality used cars priced to move. From your first visit to every other one, Bob Bell makes car buying easy and enjoyable with service you can count on. For value, selection, and service, we're Affordabell. Ha ha! Come see us today or visit BobBell.com.
Chick-fil-A's new Frosted Sodas and Floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new Frosted Sodas and Floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new Frosted Soda or Float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new Frosted Soda and Float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait,
what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Tickets are on sale now for 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary, happening Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston from 1 to 4 p.m. Enjoy light fare and 2 free non-alcoholic drinks or beer or glasses of wine. A cash bar will also be available. All your favorite fan personalities will be on hand answering your questions and hosting Know Your Show, giving you a chance to win concert tickets. Visit 1057thefan.com for more details and to purchase tickets to this all-ages event.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Jackson Holiday suffered a broken hamate bone in his right hand 3 weeks ago. Manager Craig Albernaz recently provided an update on his young second baseman.
He's been in the cage, being around the boys, messing around. I think he stood in and off the jack and stuff like that. But no, he has not started swinging, as far as I understand.
The Cowboys have placed the franchise tag on George Pickens, which will pay him $28 million this season. Pickens finished third in the NFL in receiving yards with over 1,400 yards to go along with 9 touchdowns in 2025. The two sides have until July 15th to sign a long-term contract. Maryland is looking for payback when they host Rutgers this weekend. The Scarlet Knights beat the Terps 68-57 when they last played 12 days ago. You can catch all of the action on the Fan beginning with pregame coverage Sunday morning at 11. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 33. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 59. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalese. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
A lot of potential Ravens news could be coming in the coming days or weeks. And when I want to talk Ravens, I go to Jeff Zrebeck, who covers the Ravens for The Athletic, and he joins us now. And Jeff, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So Eric DeCosta, I had a little PTSD the other day, having flashbacks from last year talking about Ronnie Stanley when I assumed Stanley was going to walk in free agency. And he said he was confident he was going to get him done, and he did. And now I thought Tyler Linderbaum was as good as gone, and they talk about a market-setting offer. Do you think they get a deal done with Tyler Linderbaum?
Man, that's a good question.
Thank you.
I think how DeCosta answered that, if you've been following the Ravens for any length of time, certainly suggests that the two sides aren't close. And the interaction between both sides hasn't been what the Ravens have hoped. And by DeCosta coming out and telling everyone, look, we've made offer to make him the highest paid center in the NFL. I think that's an interesting, it's part of the negotiations, but it also is telling to where things are. But as we learned with Stanley last year, these deadlines have a way of creating opportunities. And I'm sure Linderbaum's agent spent the week listening to teams that want to be in on him and what they're willing to pay him, and they'll have a decision to make. But like with Ronnie Stanley, I firmly believe Tyler Linderbaum wants to be a Baltimore Raven going forward. And if that's the determining factor, guys, I think he'll they'll be able to reach a deal here. If it's about money or that turns out not to be true, okay. He'll have his choice of where he wants to go to. There will be a handful of teams offering well over $20 million per year, I'd imagine. But if it comes down to where he wants to play and the Ravens are willing to make him the highest paid center in the league, which they clearly have said they are, then I think he'll be back with the Ravens. I'm not ready to fret on that one yet, just knowing how these negotiations tend to work around this time of year.
Well, Jeff, bringing up Ronnie Stanley, a couple of years ago, he took a significant pay cut to stay with the Ravens, had some incentives to make some of that money back. Is it going to be a similar situation with Marlon Humphrey? Do $19.25 million in cash this year. Are you expecting a similar pay cut for Marlon? And if he does come back, what do you expect his role to be? Is it strictly the slot? Could he transition to safety?
I think with Marlon Humphrey, I know what Eric DeCosta said, and I asked that question because I think if you look at ways to cut money and to create space in the non-Lamar Jackson division, Marlon's the first person you really look at to get a chunk of change. I think we all expect probably Cooper Rush not to be back, but that's not a cap move, and Broderick Washington and maybe Justice Hill, but none of those are chunks of money. Marlon Humphrey could represent a chunk of money, and I know DeCosta said that it's not out of the question he's back under his current deal. I'd have a hard time believing that he is going to be back, and there won't be some contract alteration for him to be back. Now, I want to make sure I'm clear on that. I do think it's more than likely he's back. I just don't think he's back under this current deal. And what makes that interesting is he doesn't have an agent. So it's hard to work out pay cuts as it is. And when you usually tell a player, look, this is what we want you back at, the agent shops that offer around the league, finds out if he can get more money elsewhere. And if he can't, he'll stay right where he is and say, okay, I'm still making more money than I get if I was a free agent. But when you don't have an agent, I don't know that you can do that. I don't know if Marlon's doing that. So it should be interesting, but I'd have to believe they'd approach him at some point with a pay alteration type offer and hope he takes it, because if he doesn't take it, their depth at cornerback looks awful scary. And you know, Tim, I think he'd be back in sort of the role he's being used at. I think he may be a little more safety in the mix, but I think he's a guy that you like his versatility. You like him at times close to the line of scrimmage because of his physicality. And you like him around the football a little bit. So I think it would be a similar role with maybe a little more safety added into it.
We're talking with Jeff Zrebiec. It's Inside Access here on the Fan. Jeff, we buried the lead. Let's get to the Lamar Jackson of it all. And obviously, Steve Bisciotti said at his presser it's a priority. Eric said that he's confident they'll get a deal done. Are you confident they're going to get something done with Lamar?
I am, but I'm not confident it's going to be by next Wednesday or whatever. I don't know how you could be at this point. Obviously, we know that they handle these negotiations quietly, and neither side is going to comment on it. So I guess through that, it could happen any day. You just never know with all things Lamar and the Ravens. However, I didn't sense that. It's not something I've heard is close or any of that. I get the sense that probably more likely is the void route and then continue to work on a deal. What's interesting, Ken, is you look at it and, you know, I know what Bisciotti said about needing to get it done before free agency and how that gives flexibility. With the cap going in like it is, they have about almost $20 million of space now. Obviously, that'll whittle down a little bit when you get the tenders and they have a bunch of exclusive rights free agents. Keaton Mitchell's restricted. But, you know, with the money they'll have and what you could create by some of the cap-cutting moves that we talked about a couple minutes ago, I don't think you need to do anything immediately to be active. Now, that could change depending on the Linderbaum situation, but I think there's enough ways to create a little space where it's not a necessity, something gets done with that in the next 10 days, but obviously, that would be the preference because then you start operating with very little margin of error in the contract. gets done. But everything I've heard about Lamar this offseason's been positive. Sounds like he's very engaged with everything they're doing. So you'd like to think they have a plan and they're going to get this done at some point this offseason. So we're not talking about this again next year.
Jeff, I know Eric was asked about Nnamdi Madubuike's status, and he did not provide any updates. And Madubuike, he's been out since week 2 against the Browns. I know this is a tricky situation because he's due $22 million in guaranteed money, but free agency is a couple weeks away, and whether he's here or not significantly changes how Eric DeCosta could attack the defensive line position. When do you expect some sort of finality there? And if you're DeCosta, do you just operate worst case scenario?
Well, one, I think they obviously know a lot more than they're telling. So they're operating with more knowledge than the rest of us have of the situation. 2, I think you have to upgrade that area regardless. Yep. I think you need to draft that position early, and I also think you need to sign a free agent. And that's true whether Nnamdi Madubuike plays in 2026 or not. And I do think they will. All I heard all week in Indianapolis was the Ravens in on interior offensive linemen and interior defensive linemen. Some of it's speculation because those conversations really can't pick up until later date. But that's what the expectation is around the league. So, I think they know more than they're saying. It's kind of frustrating for me, too, that nobody's been willing to reveal what's going on there. You hear a little more optimism than you probably heard 3 months ago, but still, there's no finality to it, as you mentioned. So, I think either way, Tim, you got to sign a guy. You got to be aggressive to try to sign or acquire a veteran inside. And I also think you're going to have to make that a priority early in the draft. But, at 14, it's hard to find a defensive lineman that fits there at 14. So I don't know that it's a first-round thing anyway, but I think it'll have to be addressed at some point, both in free agency and the draft.
Jeff, call me crazy, but I think Eric loves this time of year because he loves the misinformation part of this time of year. Yeah. And he was on that podcast recently, the Inner Circle podcast, and he talked about how we're not a team that does anything in free agency, which immediately made me think they might be more active in free agency this year. Am I crazy?
Well, yes, and annoying, and annoying, yes. But that's not
fair.
But I don't think you're crazy for that opinion. But a little background on that. Eric, one of the hosts of that show is Todd France, one of the most celebrated agents in the business who Eric has a relationship with. And as Eric was saying that, he was laughing, and so was Todd France. So I took that a little as he was kind of tweaking Todd France, who I'm sure is frustrated that he cannot engage the Ravens on free agents as much as he would like. But we were talking about this at the airport when I was heading home with a couple of the Ravens folks yesterday. And some of that is I always think the Ravens have a plan to make a couple forays into free agency. And I think there'll be 1 or 2 pieces that they'll target and believe are free agent needs. I think the guard is it, guys. I would be very surprised if they don't open up their wallet to sign a free agent guard. That's at least a buzz in Indianapolis. And I think there are a couple other spots that they might be willing to spend a little bit in free agency. But I don't expect kind of a free-for-all. They don't have really the cap space for it. This free agent market is underwhelming at best, and I still don't think they believe that's the correct way. But you're right in that I would expect them to come out early, sort of set aside 2 or 3 guys that they really want to sign and get after them, and that's that. But I don't think it'll be this huge spending spree on free agency. That's just not going to be them.
Jeff, before we let you go, do you go to Indianapolis every year? Are you a fan of the city? Do you enjoy your time at the Combine? Shrimp cocktail?
I hate it worse than any week on the calendar.
Wow.
I think it's and that's nothing to do with Indianapolis. I have no problem with Indianapolis. It's just I don't know. In talking to people this year, this felt like the least buzziest Combine I've ever been to. what was the biggest story this? And I know it's still going on for a couple days, but I mean, what is even the biggest story to come out of there? That Kirk Cousins is going to be released?
Yeah.
Like, what am I missing? It was sort of a dead week, but man, I'm too old for it. People hanging out at bars till 3 or 4 in the morning.
Not a shrimp cocktail guy?
That's fine, but eating overrated and overpriced steaks, that doesn't really make my night, Ken. I mean, some people are impressed easily like yourself.
Yes.
But, high overpriced steaks and bars till 4 in the morning, it's just not my scene anymore. I'm getting too old for this.
So, Jeff, that's your least favorite week of the NFL calendar. What is your favorite week?
I love the draft, Tim.
Okay.
I really love the draft. Now, you asked me at Sunday at 6 p.m. as we're waiting for the Ravens to make their 17th pick in the draft and talking about some cornerback from Cal State Bakersfield.
Yes.
You probably get a different answer. But I love that 2-day span, the first couple of days of the draft with the drama and sort of the build-up to that. That's fun. But the Combine is just, it's just so many reporters together talking about stuff and kind of acting like we're discovering the cure for cancer here. And it's really not that important what's going on from our perspective. So that's kind of why I'm not a huge fan of it. But I love draft time, and obviously I love the season. I mean, I think the game season is the best part of it.
I always show up the last day of the draft because that's when Jeff's super angry about waiting for that guy.
And has no filter and says sorts of stuff.
Yes. Yeah. Jeff, you want
to... you're fresh as a daisy because you haven't worked in days.
Yeah, that's right.
You come in talking a lot.
It's accurate. You want to promote anything, Jeff?
No, I don't have anything to promote. You know where you could find me, Ken.
Well, you got the pod,
Oh yeah, the pod, big pod time. I've started with that, getting into that a little bit, whatever. But
what's the name, Jeff?
Ravens Collective.
There we go.
And Ken is yet to tune in, Tim. I'll point that out.
I watched the clips.
You watched the clips?
I did.
Yeah.
I'm a clips guy.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, you're welcome.
No, guys, it's a fun time. I'll do a will he stay or will he go kind of predictions piece next week with the Ravens 17 unrestricted free agents. We have to do another mock draft next week, which it's already ruining my weekend.
7 rounds?
Yes, all 7, Ken. I may make a couple trades, so I only have 4 picks to make. But
smart move.
Supposed to
Veteran
7
move.
rounds. So we'll have a lot of content coming up. I promise you that.
Yeah, Jeff Rubeck, you're the best, man. Thank you.
Take care, guys. Always enjoy talking to you.
Yes, sir. Coming up next, let's go around the Beltway. Ben, what do you got?
Oh, man. Yeah, we talked about spring training and results that we've seen so far and all of those things, but I just kind of, we touched on it a little bit. I just kind of want to discuss how I feel about, results of spring training and what you guys think about it.
That's next here on The Fan.
On demand, online, on your way to wherever you're going. The free Odyssey app is loaded with opinions, analysis, podcasts, and moments that matter most from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, the Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at the Holloman Firm.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your your bank to PayPal or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey, everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. With the free Odyssey app, you can rewind to specific moments from all our shows.
Over and over and over. Over and over and over.
Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Traffic sponsored by JATC Local 24.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway on the ramp to 95 southbound in Rosedale. There's an accident there on the right side. On the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy from Green Spring Avenue to the Jones Falls Expressway. Slows again on the inner loop from the Harrisburg Expressway to Providence Road. 95 northbound's heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic. Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to jatc24.org for more info.
Let's go around the Beltway with Ben Hall, 105.7 The Fan.
Yes, we are all getting to know more about our friend Beltway Ben Hall, and time for another trip around the Beltway.
Yeah, this one's a simple one. The past few days we've been talking about spring training. Of course, the Orioles with everything going on in spring training. And you see the Pete Alonso home run, first one. That was exciting, but not jumping out of your seat. Especially when he hits the next one the next day, you're like, all right, it's normal for him. And just the results. And I go back a few years. You look at last year. Ryan Mountcastle was tied for the second most home runs in spring training. And that year went bad for him. And we know just a lot of times you have these spring training all-stars and guys who are like Vinny Capra led spring training and home runs last year.
Who was that guy on the Orioles? Man.
Rock always brings up.
Yeah. This is like 10 years ago. He had a monster spring. Hit a bunch of home runs.
Oh, fine.
But go continue. I'm sorry.
No, it's just, but there's guys like that. Clay Thompson's brother last year.
Jake Fox.
But sorry. There's those types of guys. And then we buy in a little bit. And then the season comes. And even in the beginning, like the first month of baseball, you have these April bloomers that turn out to be nothing. Now that I value that a little bit more than I do spring training, for some pitchers, we talked about Rogers, seeing him look normal his first outing, now I don't really care. Kyle Bradish got hit a little bit the other day. Kittredge, I just do not care whatsoever about results.
I'm with you. I think there's a select few people you're looking at, and this year it's bullpen guys, right? Like you're looking at our guy Wolfman, the Wolf.
He had another good inning today.
Exactly. Like, okay, that's encouraging. Chase McDermott, for example, he's dealt with a lot of injuries. He's trying to win a job. Like, it really depends. Like, if you have legit position battles and guys that need to win a job, you obviously have to perform at your best to secure the job. But, like, you bring up Pete Alonso. Like, if Pete Alonso goes through some struggles in spring, I don't care. I really don't care. It depends on circumstance. It depends on age of a player. But it's just like a wide brushstroke. Like, nah, I'm kind of over spring training at this point, and we're only a weekend. So, I'm ready for the real thing.
I'll admit I'm more intrigued because of the new faces this year, but I'm with you. Like, the numbers at the end of the day mean nothing.
It's just, again, the first Pete Alonso home run was awesome.
Yes.
After that, I'm like, all right, come regular.
I'm ready for it.
It's just, it is what it is.
Hey, how about Vance Honeycutt's home runs?
I do like that. Like, seeing him as
young guys.
Cool.
Like,
and even like, what was that? That was Cowser's breakout year. Cowser had a great spring training, and that's why he made the roster over Kerstead. Then he ended up getting opportunity.
Any best bets, Beltway, Ben? You want to get tickle the people a little bit as we head into the weekend?
The over. I actually got on it Wednesday. The over in the Michigan-Illinois game tonight. That's a great basketball matchup. Should be a good one. Michigan, we know the loss to Duke on Saturday, but they didn't even really play well in their win over Minnesota. I do think their offense gets right against Illinois. This is more of an NBA type of battle than we see in college. Fast-paced, a lot of threes. Michigan's not an amazing three-point team, but they know how to score. They get to the free throw line. I think we're going to see a lot of points. It's 157.5 right now. It was 155.5 when I got it on Wednesday, but I still do lean the over.
Where can people find you?
At BH Journalist on Twitter. Everything I do is there. Baltimore sports and sports betting coverage.
Everything he does for you, the people. Great job that way, Ben. Coming up next, though, Lamar Jackson had an injury-plagued season and didn't run as much this year, and Jesse Minter was on the Rich Eisen show and he alluded to the fact that maybe he'll continue to run less. You'll hear it. We'll see if we buy it. That's next here on The Fan.
The Fan gives you a chance to see Metallica. Life Burns Faster. Coming to Sphere Las Vegas. This national contest hooks you up with travel, 3-night hotel stay, and tickets to see both nights of the opening weekend of Metallica's Sphere residency. All thanks to Q Prime. Download the free Odyssey app, create your account, and favorite our station. Listening for an hour is your daily entry. Then come back each day for more chances. Rules and info at 1057thefan.com.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You just fell on that wet floor at the grocery store? Ouch. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney you can trust with your injury case. Let me handle the legal pain while you handle the ice pack. 877-OUCH-911 because I'm the attorney who actually gives a
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville. Hey, it's Rob Long. You've got to check out Elephant in the Room in Millersville on Veterans Highway. My new go-to spot is locally and veteran-owned, featuring a menu of Southern-inspired comfort food with a Maryland twist. Visit eatdrinkelephant.com and tell them Rob sent you.
There's a big new $50 scratch-off in the Maryland Lottery called Lux, and it has a top prize of $5 million. Yeah, $5 million. So go ahead, try your Lux. Luck with the new Lux scratch-off. And please play responsibly.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
In some cases, shoulder and elbow pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your shoulders and elbows well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our shoulder and elbow specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
This is an important message for anyone struggling with $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans. Due to ongoing inflation, job loss, and the rising cost of living, many Americans are facing overwhelming credit card balances. If you're drowning in credit card debt, you may qualify for powerful debt relief options currently being offered by National Debt Relief that can significantly reduce what you owe. You don't have to declare bankruptcy or take out a debt consolidation loan. You could qualify for this debt relief option and only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe. Act now to see if you qualify. With thousands of 5-star reviews online and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, National Debt Relief has helped over 1 million consumers with their debt that qualified for this relief option. So don't wait. Call the Debt Reduction Hotline now. Dial 800-428-5757. 800-428-5757. That's 800-428-5757.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway on the ramp to 95 southbound in Rosedale. Accidents on the right side. On the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy from Green Spring Avenue to the Jones Falls Expressway. Slows again on the inner loop from the Harrisburg Expressway to Providence Road. Outer loop of the Beltway before Falls Road, disabled vehicle is on the right side. 95 southbound past O'Donnell Street, a disabled vehicle in the right lane. And 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound, that's heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
This year marks the first season MLB will have the automated ball strike challenge system. Each team will receive 2 challenges to start the game and will only lose a challenge if the umpire's call is confirmed. Manager Craig Albernaz wants his team to experiment with the system during Grapefruit League action.
Just empowering our players. We'll challenge whatever they want. We have no restrictions on that. We want them to play the game, and because last thing we want is to overload their minds of when to challenge and when not to challenge. We just want them to play baseball.
Maryland is looking for payback when they host Rutgers this weekend. The Scarlet Knights beat the Terps 68-57 when they last played 12 days ago. You can catch all of the action on the Fan beginning with pregame coverage Sunday morning at 11. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 33. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 59. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Well-connected team that plays team football, that cares about each other, that plays for each other on the field, an offense that takes advantage of his skill set, but also has plays off of plays, is very systematic approach. that we can take some pressure off of him in the run game by handing the ball to Derrick Henry as many times as possible.
You had a big smile on your face.
So
Did you say his name?
Excited about that.
Right.
And so really just building a system that allows him to thrive and be the MVP caliber player that he's been.
Run more?
I don't know that he needs to run more. I actually think there's times where he can run less. If you build an offense that takes advantage of the under center, the downhill run game.
So that was Jesse Minter on the Rich Eisen show during Combine Week, and he was asked, Rich Eisen's like, he's going to run more. Well, last year he only had 67 carries, which is less than half, basically, of any other season, say for 2022, of his NFL career. He only had 349 yards rushing, which is by far his lowest total. His rookie year, remember, he didn't play much early. He had 695 yards. His next lowest number, like 21 and 22, he went for 767 and 764. Those are the lows in full seasons. Maybe there's more designed runs, but I think he's going to run more than he did this year.
I think he's going to run more than he did in 2025, but is it going to get back to the level it was 4 or 5 years ago? I don't think so. In 2021, he averaged 11.1 carries per game. I don't think it's getting double digits. Then each year it's gone down since then, Ken. It's 9.3, 9.3, 8.2 in 2024 when he was fully healthy, played all 17 games, and had arguably one of the greatest seasons in the history of the NFL. I think it probably gets back to the 8-ish carries, where last year it was 5.2. That's not Lamar Jackson. Yeah. He didn't have a run exceeding 20 yards. No. Which is crazy.
And at times you could tell, like in past years, and I'm not just talking about design stuff, there'd be times where he'd be in the pocket and years past he'd go. He didn't seem to want to go.
He didn't seem to want to go, and when he did go, he just never reached that final gear. There were so many times where he was looking to turn the corner and he couldn't. He'd get caught from behind, and it was just minimal gains, and you saw his yards per carry plummet. It was 5.2 compared to 6.6 the year prior. So a couple of trends that have changed in the past couple of years. I mentioned the carries going down. We would always monitor how many carries Lamar would have out of the gate, because typically he wouldn't run that much early on in the season, but would run more as the season's gone on. Well, 2024, when he was healthy, it was the opposite. He ran more at the beginning of the year and then ran less as the year went on. Same exact thing this past year. So I think Lamar and his running, the older he gets, and not that he's old by any stretch, he's 29 years old, but the older he gets, the further along in his career, I think he's going to be more selective, where big-time moments, big-time games, must-have situations, that's going to be there for him, because that's what makes Lamar Jackson special. But will it be the crazy amount of design carries that we saw earlier in his career? I don't think so.
I'm going to take out 2018 and 2025. So we're going to go to the low, and those 21 and 22, 767, 764. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, I set the over-under at 765 yards, 765 and a half yards for Lamar Jackson this year. Are you going over or under?
I'm going over, and that's with the assumption that he's going to be healthy, of course.
Yes.
But even those 2 years, the 767, 764, he did those in 12 games. Those were both the seasons in which he was hurt at the end of the year.
One there at December.
Exactly. So if he's healthy, he's hitting over those numbers without question. But it's also the other part of it that Jesse Minter was saying, under center, where that's what happened a ton with the Bears. I think that's where Lamar's legs are going to be used in a much different way than they have been, because Lamar, over the course of his career, is not under center much. That's where, if you do play action in an I formation, and this is the assumption you bring back Patrick Ricard, first off, Derrick Henry, he would always have those runs from under center from his quarterback, Ryan Tannehill, in Tennessee, so he's very used to that. But with Lamar, if you fake it and you get him out on the move, and maybe the field's open in front of him, but it keeps the pressure off of him, and I think it presents a lot of opportunity, not just with his legs running the football out of the eye, but passing as well.
Part of it is also the line's got to be better so we can trust the line. And it brings me to 2 points that Jess Rebeck made with us when he was on with us earlier. Number one, he essentially said he thinks that Tyler Linderbaum wants to be a Raven, so it's just a matter of being able to get that deal done. We'll see what happens, but he does think he wants to be a Raven. Number two, he thinks they're going to sign a guard and maybe quickly a veteran guard in free agency.
Yeah, I think both make a lot of sense. I think Eric DeCosta, in that statement the other day, the market-setting deal, I think he set the line in the sand. That's me reading between the lines.
Yeah.
I don't know anything, but Eric has never volunteered.
You're the only one in this room with a Cadillac. So.
I am the only one, with my fake Cadillac.
Yeah.
But I think he's drawing the line in the sand saying, hey, we're going to pay you more than Creed Humphrey. If you and your agent don't want to accept it, then it is what it is. You're going to hit the open market and you're going to outprice yourself in Baltimore. But losing him just creates another hole. And I do think they are going to bring in a veteran guard, and I continue to say Sumalo.
What about a Kevin Zeitler reunion?
I wouldn't hate it. He is getting up there in age, but he's still graded out very solid.
He's better than what they got.
Definitely better than what they got. Sumalo would definitely cost more.
They signed Sumalo.
I just think it makes sense on a lot of fronts because that's exactly what Kevin Zeitler was when he came here back in 2023. He was 32, 33, not going to break the bank, but he's a veteran guy. He knows the AFC North. He's been in Pittsburgh these past few years, and he can weaken your division rival by bringing him in.
A lot of people in Indianapolis for the Combine seem to speak to the excitement about Jesse Minter as the Ravens' new head coach, as a first-year head coach, though. Interesting piece in The Athletic. It's hard to succeed as a first-year head coach. Bone found the article, so I'll give him full credit. Interesting numbers. We're going to get into it next here on The Fan.
On demand, online, on your way to wherever you're going. The free Odyssey app is loaded with opinions, analysis, podcasts, and moments that matter most from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. The Phoenix Suns beat the Los Angeles Lakers last night. The Lakers now have lost 3 in a row in 5 of their last 7 games. The Lakers feel like a team that will lose in the first round of the playoffs this season. The mix of Luka, LeBron, Reeves, and Ayton just doesn't work. Zero defense. I'm Chris Black.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Ends March 9. Restrictions apply.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm personal injury attorney Justin Holloman. When an accident or injustice turns your life upside down, you need a strong voice on your side who truly cares. A law firm where you're more than just a case. Call my firm, the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
Traffic sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor. 833-83-VALOR.
Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call my friends at Valor Roofing right now and get 50% off materials, plus pay no interest until 2027. Saving you big. Don't wait, folks. Call 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com and tell them Rob Long sent you.
Looking for your next home upgrade? Town Appliance in Owings Mills has you covered with the latest trends in kitchen, laundry, and outdoor appliances. Their chic, modern showroom off Reisterstown Road features over 70 trusted brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. Whether you're remodeling or just refreshing your space, the expert team, especially Mayor, makes it easy from start to finish. Visit the beautiful showroom. Call, text 410-364-4400 or shop online with nationwide delivery at townappliance.com.
Holiday debt weighing you down? Don't stress the mess. Security Plus Federal Credit Union is here to help you shovel your way out and get back on track. Consolidate those high-interest bills with a signature loan and enjoy rates as low as 9.75% APR. No collateral, just a smarter way to reset. If you live, work, worship, or attend school in Baltimore, you're eligible for exclusive member benefits. Apply today by calling 410-281-6200 or visit us in Owings Mills, Woodlawn, or Northwest Plaza. Security Plus. We make getting back on track feel easy.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you love sports, this is the show for you. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the free Odyssey app and YouTube at The Costos. Bringing you the biggest NFL news, guests, and notes from the offseason while getting you ready to win the madness of college hoops. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere for sports talk from people who love sports.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Ends March 9. Restrictions apply.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway at Wilkins Avenue, clearing a disabled vehicle out of the way. On the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy from Greenspring Avenue to 83, the Jones Falls Expressway. Then it slows again on the inner loop from 83, the Harrisburg Expressway to Providence Road. On the outer loop of the Beltway before Falls Road, a disabled vehicles on the right side. 95 southbound past O'Donnell Street, disabled vehicles on the right side. And 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to junction 95 and Russell Street, and 895 northbound. That's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I wouldn't say that you hit a home run with Jesse Minter. I'd say you hit a grand slam with Jesse Minter. I cannot say enough good things about him. And I'll start first of all with he's humble. A lot of times you have someone who's found success. He's a little bit younger. There's an ego that's associated with that. He doesn't have it. I mean, he makes everything about the players. He's got great personal relationships with players. He's, brilliant in terms of designing a defensive game plan. He's proven everything you could prove on the defensive side of the ball. And I think relationally he's so good, that's just gonna be a strength he can tap into even more as a head coach. And I think he's forward thinking. He's surrounded himself, with some good young coaches. I think there's gonna be a really good energy and a good lift and a good vibe there as he gets there.
So that's Daniel Jeremiah with NFL Network, former Raven scout. He loves the Jesse Minter hire. A lot of people love the Jesse Minter hire, but Jesse Minter's got an uphill battle bone when it comes to being a first-year head coach in the National Football League.
Yeah, Jeff Howe, who covers the NFL for The Athletic, put out a great, comprehensive piece about new hires. Now, these aren't all rookie head coaches like Jesse Minter. He found 160 hires made from 2000 to 2022. He didn't do last year just so everyone had a large enough sample size. But what he found was more often than not, you're getting complete busts when you're hiring a head coach. And the criteria that he used, 6 different things. And each of these criteria, if you hit it, it's a point. So it's length of tenure, regular season record, playoff appearances, playoff wins, Super Bowl appearances, Super Bowl wins.
Yeah, and just to clarify, that's why he stopped at 2022, because length of tenure is one of the point systems.
Exactly. And in order to get a point for each of those 6, just running down again, so seasons on the job, it would be 5. Regular season wins, 35 and a 500 record. Playoff appearances, 2. Playoff wins, 2. Super Bowl wins, 1. Super Bowl appearances, 1. So 60% of all head coaching hires over those 23 years failed to reach at least one of those marks.
They get 0.
They were 0 points,
that's
and you like it.
That's 6 out of every 10.
Yes. And look, all of these things are. Would you say if Jesse Minter is here and has 2 playoff appearances, because that's one of the criteria right there, that's a point. Like, I don't know if I would consider that a home run hire by any means, or the expectations are high in Baltimore. And a lot of people in real time were saying after the AFC Championship, Mike Macdonald take over for Harbaugh. That was never going to happen.
No.
But Mike Macdonald accomplished something that has not happened that often, and that's winning a Super Bowl in his first 2 seasons. He became just the 6th head coach in the last 40 years to win a Super Bowl within their first 2 seasons. One of those 6 being Brian Billick in 2000 in his second year. But spinning it forward to Jesse Minter, and we've heard so much good about him. It doesn't guarantee anything, but what Jesse Minter has in his favor is you have a franchise quarterback in the prime of his career, which doesn't happen often in these head coaching hires. And the division stinks. The division's as bad as it has ever been going back to 2002. But Ken, you look at the teams that hired head coaches in this cycle, and it's a lot of teams that hired a bunch of those 160. Yeah. The Falcons, the Browns, the Raiders, the Dolphins, the Giants, the Titans. Bad teams. Where the Steelers, you had Tomlin for forever. The Ravens, you had Harbaugh for forever. The Bills, you had McDermott for 9 seasons. So does it mean that those teams are definitely going to be right because of their track record? No, but you feel a lot better about who they select because more often than not, they have been right.
You know, one of the things, if you're looking for just a glimmer of positivity here, this reminds me a little of the way it went down with Brian Billick. Now, remember, he was fired after the 27th season. They bottomed out and went 5-11. The year before, they were 13-3. And going into that 5-11 season, remember, Steve McNair, that was year 2. They were supposed to be contenders. McNair got hurt early, and the whole thing bottomed. He got hurt week 1 against the Bengals. I was at the game in Cincinnati. They bottomed out. Kyle Bowler was not good. And so they go 5-11. And remember, there were the couple of embarrassing moments. I think in Detroit was one. The Patriots
lost to the Dolphins. Remember, they were the one-win Dolphins. That was
Cam Cameron?
Yeah, it was Cam Cameron.
Yeah.
Their only win that season.
So... Okay, now fast forward to the Ravens. 2024, they're 12-5, and they're a couple of mistakes away from going to the AFC Championship game. Last year, you got the Lamar injuries, and the defense bottoms out. Zach Orr obviously was not the man for the job, and a team with Super Bowl aspirations misses the playoffs again. So you fast forward, healthy Lamar. You like where the defense is with Minter and Anthony Weaver. They're going to fortify, and maybe they get right back to where they were.
Well, I think a key difference from 2008, Harb's rookie year, is Minter has the established guy in Lamar Jackson. We had no idea what Joe Flacco was.
No, especially start training camp, he wasn't supposed to play.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the third string. Bowler got hurt. Troy Smith got sick.
Yeah.
All right, rookie from Delaware. And look, it ended up being a magical run to the AFC Championship that year. So you don't know, but Minter having Lamar Jackson is so big. Is there a lot of work for Eric DeCosta to do this offseason? Absolutely. But having Lamar Jackson is huge.
Coming up next, guys putting in work down in Sarasota. Jerry Coleman, Dr. Jerry Aloysius Coleman, MD. Get his thoughts on the Orioles and the Ravens. Jerry's in Sarasota, but he joins us next.
With the free Odyssey app, you can rewind to specific moments from all our shows.
Over and over and over. Over and over and over.
Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
My name is Terrence Harrison, and I'm here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Now, I don't want you to worry about this weekend. I want you to think bigger. I want you to think into the future. Right now, for whatever reason, the Cleveland Cavaliers are the favorites to win the Eastern Conference. They have James Harden on their team. Run as far away from that as you can and take advantage while the books are asleep. Get Boston right now at 3-1 to win the Eastern Conference. You won't regret it. Bet smarter. Beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get ready for the weekend your crew's been waiting for. May 15th through 17th, NASCAR All-Star Weekend takes over Dover Motor Speedway. Turn them loose at the Monster Mile. Tailgates, camping, and big-time energy all weekend. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com or call 800-441-RACE.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Valentine's Day is on all month long at Bob Bell with sweetheart deals you'll love. Get into the car you want today at Bob Bell Ford, Bob Bell Hyundai, Bob Bell Nissan, Bob Bell Kia, Bob Bell Chevrolet Baltimore, and Bob Bell Chevrolet Bel Air. Plus quality used cars priced to move fast. Easy buying, trusted service. No wonder Bob Bell goes the extra mile. For value, selection, and service, we're unbeatable. Come see us today or visit BobBell.com.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Ready to step into a healthy and active lifestyle? Come to the Good Feet store and experience the difference. Discover how a simple step can lead to a life of pain-free possibility.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Jackson Holiday suffered a broken hamate bone in his right hand 3 weeks ago. Manager Craig Albernaz recently provided an update on his young second baseman.
He's been in the cage, being around the boys, messing around. I think he stood in and off the jack and stuff like that. But no, he has not started swinging, as far as I understand.
The Cowboys have placed the franchise tag on George Pickens, which will pay him $28 million this season. Pickens finished third in the NFL in receiving yards with over 1,400 yards to go along with 9 touchdowns in 2025. The two sides have until July 15th to sign a long-term contract. Maryland is looking for payback when they host Rutgers this weekend. The Scarlet Knights beat the Terps 68-57 when they last played 12 days ago. You can catch all of the action on the Fan beginning with pregame coverage Sunday morning at 11. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 33. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 59. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalese. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
That music always gets me in a good mood because you know what it means. Time to talk to our friend who is live in Sarasota. He's, of course, a man who has covered every spring training in the history of this franchise. Wow. It's the good doctor, the late, great Dr. Jerry Aloysius Coleman. And, Jared, thank you, as always, for your time. We appreciate it. How are things in Florida?
Going well. I did not make it over to Bradenton for today's game. Full admission. Got a late start and decided it just wasn't worth the juice wasn't worth the squeeze.
Grouper sandwich?
Not today, but yes, absolutely. I've checked that off the list, along with a couple other establishments that are famous for certain dishes. So, yes, got the grouper sandwich, a place for wings. A place makes wings called Daytona style, which, you know, I had to, Google it. I wasn't sure what this style was, but it's a very unique style, and it's kind of like baked wings, Ken. Delicious wings. So
I don't know
got that checked off the list. Steakhouse tonight in Baltimore. The guy is from Baltimore, the executive executive chef at this place tonight. So if anyone knows Chef Drew Adams, let him know I'm coming tonight.
Well, Jerry, I did see you were at yesterday's game where Samuel Basayo had a bit of a scare, but woke up today. It sounds like everything's fine. He'll be back in action this weekend. But just kind of describe the scene, because we were worried seeing it from afar.
Well, I was, describing it as a collision. It wasn't a collision. It was a slight collision. Okay, there was contact. Okay, I got into it with some people, believe it or not, on social media.
Shocker.
Who were disputing my firsthand account. I was there. I mean, I don't know how many other the people that were commenting were there or not, but he lunged, and it looked like he was sore from whatever happened. So I captured the moment after it occurred. And, with Jackson Holiday and with Jordan Westberg already hurt, this was obviously eye-opening, and there was caution, and it seems like he's going to be okay, and that's a big sigh of relief to him, because it didn't look great. He was sitting there and lying there for a while, and I thought, the worst, unfortunately, when he wasn't getting up. What's going on here? But thankfully, it's good news, and that's what they need right now, because, I think it's been a very good spring training for the most part. I like the things they've done in the additions of Bassett and Alonso. We talk about the Ravens and the adults in the room. Mm-hmm. Those two guys are the adults in the room when it comes to the Orioles. Zach Eflin as well. I think that trio will be the leaders inside the clubhouse.
Talking with Jerry Coleman, it's Inside Access here on the Fan. Jerry, anything that stand out for you that you may have seen that, obviously, unless you get the random game on Mass, and we don't get this, like today, we didn't see any of today's games, though Shane Boz allegedly was filthy, but alas, you said you weren't there. But anything that you've seen that maybe has stood out in your time down there so far?
Well, just with the leadership, the camaraderie, Ken, these guys, there's a rule with Craig Albernaz that I didn't realize when they play a divisional opponent, wants the starters to stick around for the first 5 innings. But, the dirty little secret about these spring training games is these guys leave in the middle of the game. Sure. Sometimes after 3 innings, sometimes after 5 innings. If the game's on television, you can almost count on these guys, sticking around for 5. Looking forward tomorrow with Strider going tomorrow. So Spencer Strider's pitching for the Braves against the Orioles, and this is a guy that I've never seen in person, so looking forward to that. But I will share with you a practical joke that, baseball's infamous for him, and I hadn't seen one of these in a while. So Yanier Cano was getting weighed the other day, okay? And it was in the morning, and, right after he started to get his feet on the scale, up comes Chris Bassett, who was not wearing any shoes whatsoever, but puts his toe on the scale behind Yanier Cano, who doesn't realize. And the trainer's telling him that, he's not clearing, he's looking at the weight, doesn't look right, steps off the scale, doesn't realize Bassett's behind him, steps back on the scale. Same thing happens again, okay? And I'm thinking, okay, are you going to turn around and realize that there's someone behind you that's, making your weight heavier? Third time it occurs, same thing happens again. Bassett walks away. I yell out, ping me, saying, what did you have for dinner last night? I mean, geez, how much weight did you gain? And, he realizes nothing, Cano. And Bassett walks away laughing after I say this. And the third time after this, he finally passes and away he walks. And I asked the trainer, what was the difference? And the trainer informed me that basically it was another 20 pounds. I didn't realize Chris Bassett's toe weighed that much.
You're recording the call, Jerry. We're talking to Jerry Coleman, who's recording.
Jerry, what is this? You got a burner phone, Jerry? What's going on with that?
What? I have no idea what just occurred on live radio, but I just noticed it. I know that I was getting a warning. Why am I getting a warning at 5:08? You guys were late to get to me, and
no,
I don't know why I'm recording this call, but I guess legally I can. And you guys,
you didn't ask for our consent, Jerry.
Around the world does that.
We're talking to Jerry Donnie Brasco Coleman.
Jerry, what's your drink of choice when you're in Sarasota?
The same drink it is in Baltimore or Toronto or Altoona, Pennsylvania. That would be a Bacardi and Coke.
Yeah, he's consistent.
He is very consistent.
Jared does not. He does not mix. He drinks.
I'll change it up for the setting.
I didn't know. Just being on the beach. You said it.
I'm glad we're being recorded, so I could get that for posterity.
Yes.
But no, it doesn't matter. I mean, when I get on board the ship next week, that changes. That will change.
What's your drink on the ship?
Whatever bottles they give him.
A lot of frozen drinks and whatever bottles, but I'm not a beer drinker. But there'll be a lot of coladas, daiquiris, and probably some vodka and lemonades. And
nice.
Stuff like that. Sure.
Jer, obviously you weren't in Indianapolis, but I'm sure you've seen and heard what Eric DeCosta said the other day. Let's start first and foremost with your reaction to Tyler Linderbaum being offered a market-setting deal.
Is it official that he has been offered that money?
That's what Eric DeCosta said.
Eric DeCosta said it.
Well, I mean, then it must be true. So we'll have to wait and get see if he accepts it. I don't know why he wouldn't. I mean, he's talked about Baltimore being home. I know there's a connection with Declan Doyle. We heard about that sometimes from Declan and from other people about his history with Linderbaum and his family and all that.
Yeah.
So we'll see